Chapter 1. On that night, amidst the dim lights and a somewhat hazy veil of night, the crescent moon illuminated the scene, intertwining with the glow of lanterns to create a soft halo. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the willow branches in the park, producing a rustling sound akin to a natural symphony. Beneath the trees, through the dim light, one could discern a couple, seemingly inseparable, engaged in clandestine affairs of state, aptly named the preparatory warm-up for the continuation of the human race. Pain, excruciating pain, akin to being stabbed repeatedly in the heart with a knife, followed by a relentless 360-degree rotation reminiscent of the ancient art of fire by friction. That kind of agony is beyond comprehension. Perhaps only like-minded friends could truly fathom such sentiments, such a roar of frustration. Sigh. This sudden exhalation seemed to encapsulate all the anger, sorrow, envy, and hatred, merging them into a perfect amalgamation. One must admit, it is indeed a masterpiece of nature, a rare phenomenon in human experience. A solitary figure, carrying a convenience bag, ambled along as if forsaken by the world, walking in solitude without an end, gradually being consumed by the dimming lights. Simply beholding this silhouette provoked a pang of sorrow, for it exuded an overwhelming sense of loneliness, desolation, and weariness. One glance, and it was evident that this figure had traversed numerous tales, evoking a sense of resonance that compelled one to offer words of comfort. Yet if one drew closer to this figure, such thoughts would surely dissipate. Scoundrels, those wretched scoundrels. The world is declining. If this were ancient times, I would toss you into a pig cage and let you drown. Chishi, I shall never celebrate this day. Oomph. Cowherd and weaver girl. I refuse to believe they only meet once a year without straying. In the dim light, one could see a young lad, with black hair and eyes, around 16 or 17, defiantly raising his middle finger at the two flickering stars above. A silent rebellion culminated in despair, as he turned away, revealing a glimmer of tears at the corner of his eye. Indeed, today is Qixi, a day destined for joy for some and sorrow for others, and coincidentally, Yichun is one of the latter. I'm back. Mom, I placed the soy sauce on the table. Having spoken, he did not wait for a response and retreated to his room. It was time for him to vent his pent-up emotions after the brief outing to procure soy sauce. Though only a matter of minutes, the emotional toll it took was profoundly heart-wrenching. Eagerly, Yichun powered on his computer, intending to escape into the realm of gaming and let this cursed Qixi pass by. At 16 or 17, still a budding youth, Yichun resembled most of his peers, rebellious, somewhat oblivious, and fond of solitude, with a vague understanding of the intricacies of human relationships. He often resorted to venting his frustrations online, living in a dichotomy between reality and the virtual world. In the virtual realm, he was an invincible observer of the world's tempests. Yet in reality, he was introverted, only finding the courage to argue with his parents, while remaining timid in the presence of outsiders. Speaking to a girl? A mere mention would leave him blushing, stammering, unable to utter a single coherent word. Yet online, he could articulate the evolution of humanity, weaving elaborate narratives with clarity and conviction, leaving others convinced of his correctness. At this tender age, he found it challenging to grasp the complexities of life, lost in his own world. A minor grievance could provoke him into a furious outburst at his parents, a self-righteous reaction for parents. In his eyes were steadfast companions, allowing him to squander his youth, knowing someone would always clean up the mess behind him. However, he remained oblivious. Perhaps only through enduring pain would he learn how to rise and confront life. Before he could log into the game, a notification from a QQ group flashed across the screen. The group name was rather ostentatious, the Noble Singles. Damn it, walking down the street today nearly blinded my 24K golden eyes everywhere I looked. Couples were all over each other. How am I supposed to live? What do you mean live? I'm single by choice. Why shouldn't I enjoy my life? Exactly. As Noble Singles, do we really need girlfriends? Count me in. As a proud member of the Singles Club, I stand tall. Well said. When I was 13, I dropped out of middle school to start a business from scratch. Now, my company is worth several billion, listed on the American Stock Exchange last year. With thousands of employees generating nearly $100 billion in annual revenue, net profits equating to several islands. My estate spans over 23,000 square meters, complete with a 5,000 square meter golf course and a private swimming pool. I own hundreds of luxury cars, including Ferraris and Lamborghinis, all gathering dust in my garage. I even have a few private fighter jets and a battle fleet. As for myself, I stand at 180 centimeters, handsome and charismatic yet. Am I boastful? Do I seek a girlfriend? I intend to uphold the noble singles lifestyle for life. Well said. Look at how enlightened old Yang is. Actually, I have a confession to make. My true identity is Max de Samaya from the Himalayas, a descendant of the illustrious Maria Jemison. I travel by underground rail worth trillions, sipping on organic soy milk cultivated by farmers with utmost care. The Pacific Ocean is merely my swimming pool, and when I'm upset, I take a rocket to vent my frustrations. My family even owns half of the territories in the UK, Germany, and France for our servants. The expenses alone could buy New York. But am I boastful? Am I extravagant? I'm merely trying to convey that I live a low-key life, sharing my truth with you all. Apologies, everyone. I'm currently vacationing on the moon. The moon? I've heard it's not all that great. Folks, I've discovered a planet similar to Earth at the edge of the galaxy, and I plan to develop it for everyone's enjoyment. Wow, you guys are all big shots. I can't compare. I once acted impulsively over a disagreement with my girlfriend, leading to some rather embarrassing situations. So, I served 6 years in prison and am now released. Reading your conversations, I lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and called the warden to reserve my usual breakfast tomorrow mildly spicy with less scallion, and he'll stay in my old cell since I'm used to it. Be prepared. Everyone during those 6 years, I've undergone significant transformation. I used to prefer being the dominant one, but now I relish being submissive, particularly to wealthy individuals. Who among you is formidable? The entire group fell into a sudden silence. Wow, I am humbled. This gentleman's experiences are beyond my comprehension. Clearly, Chishi has not only inflicted pain upon me, but also upon all of you. Brother, I bow to you. Your prowess is unparalleled. Farewell, esteemed one. May I inquire how many years you have trained? Your eloquence reveals a profound literary depth. It takes decades of experience to articulate such thoughts. We mere mortals are unworthy. Flattery, flattery. Too kind, too kind. Heaven knows what this group has experienced. All this commotion merely stemmed from a discussion about singlehood on Chishi, a casual boasting to alleviate inner frustrations. In the realm of boasting, who dares to shy away? Observing the banter among these friends, Yichin couldn't help but smirk, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. Remember, never underestimate the folly of a fool, for they will drag your intellect down to their level, leveraging their vast experience to best you, leaving you speechless and questioning your very existence. This is a message for all the fools present. Having typed this, Yi-chun let out a cold laugh, embodying the essence of detachment and anonymity. A formal declaration. The timeline of this narrative is utterly inconsequential. Additionally, do take a moment to peruse the synopsis. The explosive fruits are exceedingly formidable. I shall temper them slightly. Furthermore, this bears significant divergence from the farmer's previous work, Pirate, the Song of World Weariness. So please do not conflate the two. Rest assured, the protagonist aims to become a member of the Navy. Loyal readers will understand as the story unfolds. With bleary eyes, even though he had been awakened by the pressing urge to relieve himself, Yi-chan found no desire to rise from his slumber. Instead, he turned over, intending to linger a while longer, for the thought of getting up was utterly unappealing. Suddenly, a foul stench invaded his nostrils, prompting Yi-chan to jolt awake, his eyes snapping open. A buzzing fly with a round head flitted about, landing on the bridge of his nose, incessantly twitching its antennae as if mocking him. The repugnant odor enveloped him, reminiscent of a putrid sewer overflowing with refuse. The scent so overpowering that it elicited a wave of nausea, causing him to feel lightheaded. Still groggy from sleep, Yi-chan struggled to endure the indescribable stench as he sat up, his gaze sweeping across the scene before him. His complexion turned an alarming shade of green, his eyes widening in disbelief. Where was his luxurious mattress? Where was his bedroom? Why on earth was he lying amidst a heap of garbage? A glance around revealed an assortment of refuse strewn about. For the flies, this was a veritable paradise. For Yi Chun, it was nothing short of hell. Something felt amiss. His perspective seemed oddly low, as if something were fundamentally different. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his diminutive legs clad in tattered rags, accompanied by a nauseating odor that reeked of drunkenness. A lament echoed through the refuse, reaching the heavens. An hour later, on the Shambadi archipelago, in a dilapidated ruin not far from the heap of garbage, Yi Chun sat despondently against the wall, his expression devoid of emotion, staring vacantly into the distance. Joy, excitement, thrill, and fear enveloped him entirely. He realized he had inexplicably traversed worlds, with no forewarning whatsoever. And not just any world, but that of One Piece. Initially, Yi Chun felt a surge of exhilaration, thinking to himself that if he consumed a natural-type devil fruit, would he not be able to conquer the heavens, the earth, and even the very air? Surely, he was destined to become the protagonist of fate, embarking on a journey toward the pinnacle of existence. As a solitary individual unable to part with his computer, Yi Chun possessed a certain understanding of various anime, films, and novels. Although he had only watched half of One Piece, he intended to savor it before reaching a conclusion. However, experiencing it firsthand was far more exhilarating. In those fleeting moments, Yi Chun pondered extensively, contemplating the prospect of idling away his days alongside Luffy, and if fortune smiled upon him, perhaps he could even become a legend. Such thoughts reflected a lack of ambition. Yet, the harsh reality that followed plunged him into despair, only to lift him again to dizzying heights. Mr. Five indeed, this frail, scrawny body of a mere 12 or 13 years old belonged to the very minor antagonist who would later associate with the warlord Crocodile, and one who would meet an untimely demise within 3 episodes. Nose Goblin, what a lofty title to bear. A devil fruit of immense power had thus become a mere trifle, with its primary means of attack being nasal mucus. One could only wonder, would they not be terrified? Would it not cause one's heart to ache, contemplating the desire to vanquish him? From his memories, he learned that this unfortunate soul had unearthed the explosive fruit from the very refuse he now found himself amidst, having scarcely consumed it before meeting a mysterious end, thus paving the way for Yi Chun's existence. How noble, how self-sacrificingly, he was akin to a living bodhisattva. Impatiently, Yi Chun shook off the chaotic memories swirling in his mind, adopting a serious demeanor as he extended his little pinky and promptly inserted it into his nostril. Accompanied by a refreshing sensation, it was quite a sight, a large clump resembling a fly. How on earth could it breathe? Naturally, Yi Chun grasped the most fundamental application of the explosive fruit. After ejecting the nasal mucus, he stared unblinking as it descended like a parabolic arc, landing heavily on the ground. Sizzle. A plume of black smoke erupted, followed by a fleeting spark, and then it was gone just like that. Originally crouched behind a wall, peering out with an inquisitive expression, Yi Chun's mouth hung slightly agape, utterly bewildered. Where was the promised explosion? Where was the thunderous roar? Where was the essence of life? For heaven's sake, such a sizable clump of mucus produced not even a ripple, merely a wisp of smoke and a flicker of fire, and then it vanished. It was even inferior to the firecrackers he played with in his childhood. Could it be that this devil fruit was a sham? The explosive fruit was supposed to be a resounding, awe-inspiring entity, rich in artistry, wasn't it? He had previously fancied that there was nothing a single explosion could not resolve. If that failed, then 2 would suffice. But in light of the current situation, no amount would make a difference. All notions of life as pinnacle, of conquering the heavens and earth, were nothing but illusions. Emerging from the crumbled wall, Yi Chun regained his composure, seated himself with gravity, and began to contemplate the intricacies of life. Recollecting the memories in his mind, he reflected that Mr. Five had been unaware of his parents since childhood, subsisting amidst refuse. Quite acceptable. Indeed, the devil fruit he ingested was undoubtedly the explosive fruit. This truth was etched clearly in Yi Chun's consciousness. At this moment, he was Mr. Five, and Mr. Five was Yi Chun. There was little discrepancy. It was perfection, devoid of flaws, yet this narrative diverged somewhat. Calming himself, Yi Chun embarked on a period of reflection. Minutes later, he arrived at a conclusion. Every devil fruit requires development and is powered by physical strength. Currently, Yi Chun's body resembled that of a 12 or 13-year-old, frail and emaciated, a clear indicator of malnutrition. Even consider developing the devil fruit was a far-fetched notion. Mere survival was a challenge. The immediate priority was to secure food and shelter. Otherwise, all fantasies and adolescent whims were mere phantoms. However, what could a 12 or 13-year-old accomplish? Most critically, he was in a state of emitting sparks, let alone inflicting harm. Even igniting a flame would likely take longer than kindling fire by friction. This journey through time was not as idyllic as one might envision. At the very least, Yi Chun faced a formidable predicament. This place was undoubtedly Sabaody Archipelago. Summoning his resolve, Yi Chun surveyed the unique landscape of the Sabaody Archipelago, making comparisons that could be deemed safe, yet it also harbored dangers. After all, the area was rife with formidable creatures and deities. Given his slight stature, it was prudent to refrain from unnecessary risks. He set a modest goal for himself, to secure a hearty meal. Clutching his stomach, which felt hollow, he realized that his earlier excitement about traversing worlds had masked his hunger. Now that he paused, the sensation was quite pronounced. Exiting the dilapidated ruins, Yi Chun ventured towards the street. Hoping to uncover opportunities as he walked, he strained to recall the storyline. It seemed there was a hidden formidable adversary here. However, considering his youthful physique, even without a clear understanding of the timeline, he could surmise that Roger had yet to ascend to the title of Pirate King. As for why Mr. Five found himself in such dire straits on Sabaody Archipelago, Yi Chun could not ascertain, for everyone has their own tale. Most notably, in his previous life, it was through the explosive fruit that he had become acquainted with Mr. Five, a notorious figure who had reduced the formidable fruit to a mere tool for mundane tasks, making it difficult to remain oblivious to his existence. Explosion. What does it mean to explode? To Yi Chun, the first thought that came to mind was a nuclear bomb. Once he became formidable himself, should he find something displeasing, he would unleash a nuclear bomb upon them. If one was insufficient, then two would surely suffice, leveling them entirely. Though this aspiration currently seemed distant, Yi Chun could hardly contain his restless spirit. The novelty of his new life overwhelmed him, causing him to momentarily forget the nature of the world he now inhabited. The disparity between what he had witnessed and what he had experienced firsthand was akin to heaven and hell. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped him, and before he could react, he lost consciousness. Just before he succumbed to the void, he heard a raucous laughter, twisted and primal. Hey, seriously, a mere slave, and yet only worth 10,000 berries. We took quite the risk here. Elvin, I can tell just by looking at this lot that they are either beggars or castaways. Compared to a legitimate slave-catching crew, this is the best you can muster. If it weren't for our past acquaintance, I wouldn't even consider taking such a slave. If I were to become part of a genuine slave-catching organization, would I still need to rely on a small auction house like yours? All right, the big auction houses deal in high-end products. We are merely on the low-end route. Fine, 10,000 berries it is. After all, I captured him without breaking a sweat. He's yours now, in a haze. Yi Chun felt a throbbing headache and vaguely heard several men conversing nearby. Shaking his head to regain clarity, he was met with terror. He had been bound hand and foot, and from the earlier conversation, it seemed he had been captured by a slave-catching organization, destined to be sold into slavery. Even Yi Chun, despite his naive disposition, understood that becoming a slave would doom his future to perpetual darkness. As for how he could comprehend and even articulate these words, it was akin to the instinctive understanding of the devil fruit's abilities. It came to him naturally to, you're awake, and the exchange taking place. A scruffy man stood before Yi Chun, tapping his face with the freshly acquired 10,000 berries, laughing heartily as he expressed gratitude for the generous contribution. Take the money and leave. The one who purchased Yi Chun was another man, bespectacled and appearing somewhat refined, named Ansalag, the manager of a small auction house. Farewell, with a wave of the money in his hand. Elvin turned, his expression darkening as he thought, just wait until I join a real slave-catching crew. Then you'll be the one begging. Take him away. He is quite handsome and should attract many wealthy patrons. We might fetch several thousand berries and recoup our costs. Though a bit skinny, with a little care, he'll be fine." Anselag gestured to two of his subordinates. Coincidentally, the auction house was set to hold an event soon, and they were in need of a refined slave. Unexpectedly, Elvin had delivered one right to them. "Yes, sir. Let me go." "What are you doing?" Yi Chun struggled, his mind a blank as he faced the grip of two burly men, finding it nearly impossible to break free. For a boy who had lived a sheltered life during an era of peace, the current situation was unfathomable. Panic and struggle were the only normal reactions he could muster. In the world of pirates, a 16 or 17-year-old child was no longer merely a child. They had learned the harsh realities of survival in a cruel world. Dawai Ichin's youthful age, though technically 16 or 17, rendered him utterly ineffective. His mind still in a rebellious phase, he had grown up in an environment where everything revolved around him. He had never known want, and he remained blissfully unaware of the basic tenets of right and wrong. In a world where humans devoured one another, juxtaposed with a peaceful existence, it was inconceivable to imagine the failures of someone who had never endured even a modicum of hardship. Moreover, in that world, even those in their 20s might be akin to Yi Chun, never maturing, forever trapped in the role of a mama's boy, utterly useless. Only children who had faced adversity and grown from it truly understood the essence of life. The most significant obstacle was that Yi Chen's physical form was that of a genuine child, only 12 or 13 years old. The AS for his abilities, they merely emitted smoke. What use was that? For heaven's sake, let him be. Perhaps it was Yi Chen's struggle that incited impatience in one of the burly men, who then delivered a direct punch to Yi Chen's abdomen. In that instant, Yi Chen's eyes bulged, his face turned ashen, unable to emit a single scream, only retching incessantly, his expression contorted in agony. The pain was unprecedented. He had never endured such torment before, and tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. One hand grasped Yi Chun as the burly man spat disdainfully, threatening, "You best remain quiet in my presence, or you shall suffer even more. That I cannot fathom what those peculiar, portly women see in such tender flesh." Cursing and grumbling, they traversed several streets until they arrived before a large, dome-shaped building. Passing through a corridor, Yi Chun was ultimately cast into a cell, surrounded by slaves of various ages, both male and female, all of whom bore expressions of terror or hopelessness. Huddled in corners with vacant stares, coughing and curling up, it took Yi Chun a while to feel the tumult in his stomach subside. As he surveyed his surroundings, many individuals stared back at him, their eyes devoid of hope. In a state of panic, Yi Chun's mind became a blank slate, leading him to seek a corner to curl up in as well. Time ticked away, and eventually, a guard delivered food. However, despite the relatively bountiful spread, few fought for it, allowing Yi Chun to indulge. Perhaps a day or two passed, and Yi Chun found himself regaining composure, beginning to observe his surroundings for a means of escape. Yet all efforts proved futile. Most disconcertingly, he noticed some individuals being taken away, only to return barely alive, marked with the character for slave etched upon their chests or backs. That why Yi Chun understood that once branded, anyone who beheld the mark would recognize him as a former slave. Days later, the cell door swung open once more, revealing two men, one with a ledger, seemingly taking notes, while the other glared menacingly at the slaves in their confinement. "Number 50, that's him. Bring him out, brand him as a slave. In half a month, we will auction him off." The ledger-holding man pointed at Yi Chun, signaling the burly man to seize him. In an instant, calmness evaporated, replaced by sheer panic as Yi Chun struggled desperately, but was met with a fist. After a brief walk, he found himself in a room filled with instruments of torture on a blazing copper furnace. Several iron brands bearing the mark of slavery were being heated to a fiery red. Bound to the apparatus, Yi Chun's complexion turned ghostly as he watched a large man approach with a glowing iron brand. Crying out in desperation, "No, please, I beg you, spare me." Yi Chun's pleas only fueled the man's excitement, for he relished such sounds. The sizzling noise accompanied by the aroma of roasting flesh filled the air as Yi Chun shrieked, tears cascading down his face like an unending spring. This agony was beyond his capacity to bear. When the pain reached its zenith, he closed his eyes, his head drooping, and fainted. His tolerance is too weak. Take him away, and ensure he does not perish, that we never engage in unprofitable transactions. The ledger-holding man regarded Yi Chun with the same disdain one might have for an ant, for to him, Yi Chun was merely an object, a commodity to be sold. Morality, compassion, mercy, such notions were non-existent in this world. With a strong devour the weak, power reigned supreme, and everything was dictated by brute force. Pain coursed through Yi Chun's body, leaving him feeling as if he were disassembled, particularly in his right chest, where the burning sensation felt akin to flames consuming him, rousing him from his stupor. With a faint groan, Yi Chun awakened, pale and drenched in cold sweat. Leaning against the wall, he tore away his tattered clothing to reveal a blood-soaked mark on his right chest, a glaring brand of slave. Tears flowed freely as he felt utterly drained. All that remained was the pain. Helplessness and fear enveloped him as he curled into a ball, his eyes reflecting despair. The initial thrill of his newfound existence had long dissipated, leaving behind only anguish. Father, mother, in a state of collapse, Yi Chun yearned to return, dismissing dreams and aspirations. Desiring only to go back, he longed for the taste of his mother's cooking, even her incessant nagging, which he now missed dearly. The memories of his previous life flooded back, and he could not contain his tears. Compared to the world he once knew, this realm was nothing short of hell. There was none of the fervor he had felt while watching anime, nor the exhilaration that once accompanied such experiences, nor any semblance of the dreams he had once cherished. Everything felt like an illusion, as if he were trapped in a dream that would vanish upon waking. Despondency, despair, and suffering consumed him throughout the past half-month, rendering him a mere shell, devoid of color like the other slaves. His emotional resilience paled in comparison to that of others, and in a mere fortnight, he had lost all hope. This was largely due to the daily torment inflicted upon them, breaking their spirits as if they were mere animals in a zoo, devoid of humanity. On this day, the auction house commenced its operations. In a spacious hall, an elevated platform showcased the bidding, while Yi Chun and others awaited their turn backstage, adorned with slave collars, anticipating their moment in the spotlight. The prospect of the auction kindled a flicker of hope within Yi Chun, for he wished for a kind-hearted purchaser. He was not alone in this sentiment. The vacant eyes of the other slave shimmered with glimmers of aspiration. Perhaps such chances were 1 in 1,000, yet they all dared to dream. Next up, slave number 50 male, starting bid at 100,000 belly. Feel free to raise the price. The highest bidder wins. At last, it was Yi Chun's turn. Standing upon the auction platform, he beheld the array of bidders below, relishing the peculiar attention. Contrary to his expectations, there was no frenzy of bidding, for Yi Chun was remarkably unremarkable, aside from a hint of delicacy. He was utterly devoid of merit. 100,000 belly, announced a rotund woman, her face adorned with excess flesh as she raised her bidding card. No one contested her, as prior to Yi Chun, there had been slaves even more handsome than he. With a single gavel strike, Yi Chun was sold for 100,000 belly, truly a pitiful sum. Subsequently, he was dragged away to await the auction's conclusion, destined to be taken by another an hour later, outside the cell. The woman who had purchased Yi Chun, bedecked in dazzling jewels, approached him with squinted eyes. A chill ran down Yi Chun's spine as he was led before her. From now on, this will be your master, a guard stated, handing her the chain of the slave collar while casting a threatening glare at Yi Chun. Not bad looking. I hope he lasts longer than the last one I bought. The woman's putrid breath wafted toward Yi Chun, mingled with an unknown perfume that nearly caused him to faint. Did the guard not notice the pallor on his face? Rest assured, madam, this one will definitely last longer than the last. He won't perish within a month. The guard suppressed his nausea, eager to rid himself of the repugnant woman. Come, darling, let us depart. Grasping the slave chain, the woman caressed Yi Chun's face, causing his body hair to stand on end, his lips quivering in despair. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope that this woman possessed a kind heart. Perhaps he was merely deceiving himself, for the guard's earlier words had already revealed the woman's twisted psyche. The Cambodia Islands, where numbers 70 to 79 comprised a street of inns, offered no distraction for Yi Chun as he ambled along, his mind clouded with uncertainty about his impending fate. "Sweetheart, we have arrived." Coming to a halt before a three-story inn, the woman guided Yi Chun through the lobby and into the courtyard behind. As it turned out, this woman was the innkeeper, flanked by 5 brawny subordinates, all of whom exuded an aura of menace, suggesting they possessed unique skills. "This will be your home from now on. Stada, take him down to clean up and deliver him to my room tonight." The woman handed the chain to a nearby brute, casting Yi Chun a flirtatious glance before swaying her ample form away from the courtyard. "Humph. I wonder what the boss intends to do with such a useless creature. Can he even perform?" The 5 hulking men regarded Yi Chun with disdain, their contempt palpable. Perhaps the innkeeper merely wished to indulge in something novel. "Rest assured, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The entire Shambadi archipelago has been divided into 6 distinct regions. Zones 1 to 29 are notorious for human trafficking establishments, slave auctions, and lawless realms, epitomizing a dark and chaotic underworld. Zones 30 to 39 comprise residential areas, including Soap Bubble Park and similar locales. Zones 40 to 49 are designated for tourism, featuring specialty shops and commercial enterprises. Zones 50 to 59 house shipyards and coding craftsmen, functioning as a port dedicated to providing services for pirates heading to Fishman Island. Zones 60 to 69 serve as the naval base and residences for individuals of high status. Zones 70 to 79 host a street of inns where Yi Chun currently resides. He has spent over a month here, leaving him with indelible memories that pierce his heart, memories he knows he will never forget. Now, Yi Chun stands outside the naval base, gazing at the seagull flag, his eyes devoid of emotion. Throughout the past month, Yi Chun has pondered extensively and ultimately resolved to enlist in the Navy at merely 12 or 13 years of age, with his abilities only partially developed. Venturing out alone would likely lead to his demise. After enduring such torment, if Yi Chun has yet to discern the true nature of this world or mature in character, he would be deserving of such suffering. Fortunately, Yi Chun has grown, thus he is determined to survive. Presently, the best option available to him is the Navy. Most importantly, Yi Chun wishes to grow up safely, to have ample time to cultivate his abilities. And the Navy possesses what he seeks in this world. There is no law, no order, and certainly no kindness. What exists is merely power. Only by acquiring strength can one truly live and live well. Turning to face the direction from which he was once auctioned, Yi Chun scowls fiercely and resolutely strides towards the naval base. "Those who owe me will pay 1,000-fold. They shall all perish," his aura brimming with malevolence. If anyone were to witness Yi Chun's expression, they would surely be taken aback, for is not one befitting a child of 12 or 13. Let me reiterate, the timeline of this narrative is inconsequential. Were it not for the fear of censorship, this chapter would undoubtedly be far more gruesome and revolting. Alas, having learned from my misanthropic lessons, it is wiser to remain low-key. The Navy headquarters, Marineford, is a direct organization of the world government and currently the most formidable force in existence. Serving as the bastion of justice on the high seas, it boasts an immense reputation, especially among civilians, who regard the Navy as their savior. The current fleet admiral is Steelbone Kong, a figure of immense strength, embodying the mythos of justice. Under Steelbone Kong's leadership, the Navy flourishes, upholding justice upon the seas and standing as an exemplary leader. Today, Yi Chun follows a rear admiral stationed at the Shambadi archipelago, accompanied by numerous other children, all of whom possess unique abilities, such as those granted by devil fruits. Rewind a few days to the Shambadi archipelago, when Yi Chun first entered the naval base. He was initially turned away. The Navy is not a shelter, and despite the gentle refusal, the message was abundantly clear. It was only when Yi Chun revealed his identity as a devil fruit user that he garnered attention and was accepted. Within the base, Yi Chun gained a rudimentary understanding of the current maritime situation. For instance, not long ago, Rear Admiral Monkey D. Garp defeated the most powerful pirate on the seas, Rocks. Whether the enemy was at their peak strength remains unknown. Consequently, he became a hero of the Navy, and the Navy seized this opportunity to elevate its reputation to new heights. Furthermore, for other immensely powerful pirate crews are stirring turmoil across the globe. Even the Navy finds itself unable to intervene forcefully. Among these are the Roger Pirates, the Sky Pirates, and the Whitebeard Pirates. The first three represent influential pirate factions, yet the last, Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Red Count, stands as a true terror. Alone, he matches the might of the previous three pirate crews, and none dare to provoke him. Following the defeat of Rox, these four pirate crews have become the Navy's most pressing concern. And with the suppression of Rox now dissipated, the seas are engulfed in chaos. Countless pirates emerge, committing acts of murder and theft, leaving the Navy feeling severely outnumbered. In response, Fleet Admiral Kong has issued orders to all naval divisions to keep an eye on exceptionally gifted children, preparing for the Navy of the future. This indicates that Roger has yet to become the Pirate King, and the era of the Four Emperors has not yet dawned, filling Yi Chun with an uncontainable excitement. He cannot pinpoint why, but he feels a surge of vitality coursing through him. This is why Yi Chun showcased his abilities, leading to his acceptance by the Navy and subsequent transfer to Marineford, as the Navy seeks to cultivate its future personnel. The reason for transporting them to the Navy headquarters is to ensure these future naval officers' loyalty to the world government and their commitment to justice. Essentially, a form of indoctrination. As Yi Chun stands at the port of Marineford, he is taken aback by the overwhelming atmosphere that exudes immense power, a sight that inspires awe and reverence. Retracting his gaze, he surveys his surroundings and notices numerous warships, each bearing several children and youths, evidently sent by various naval divisions. He is not alone in this endeavor. Under the Navy's guidance, all the children aboard the warships converge in a grand square. Instantly, a cacophony of curiosity, gasps, and chatter fills the air, buzzing like a swarm of bees. Suddenly, three figures descend from the sky, landing before the crowd. Amidst the throng, Yi Chun remains inconspicuous, but his gaze shifts noticeably upon observing the leaders among them. Most stirring for Yi Chun is the realization that the three individuals wield the abilities of the Marine Six Styles, specifically the Soru technique. Silence commands the foremost figure, a middle-aged man sporting a mohawk and adorned in a white coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back. His two simple words quell the tumultuous noise of the crowd. The weight of his presence compels Yi Chun to bow slightly, while many children nearby drop to the ground, wide-eyed with trepidation as they gaze upon Kong. This is merely a fraction of Kong's might. Greetings, I am Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Once the pressure dissipates, Yi Chun straightens, gripping his hands tightly, his expression neutral as he observes Kong and the two accompanying figures, the black-armored Zephyr and the Buddha of the Warring States. Yi Chun recognizes them instantly. These two are the Navy's admirals, possessing extraordinary strength, representing the pinnacle of naval power, fully capable of suppressing entire seas. As for the third figure, the Navy hero Garp, he is presumably absent from the headquarters. I trust many of you have become orphans due to the vile actions of those accursed pirates. Kong begins by condemning the cruelty of pirates and heralding the righteousness of the Navy, striving to instill a first impression that pirates are irredeemable villains, while the Navy embodies justice. We must become Navy officers to protect our homeland and let justice shine, pledging our loyalty to the Navy and the world government. Various notions revolve around these concepts. He then recounts the Navy's history, detailing how they saved kingdoms and defeated notorious pirates. For an entire hour, Yi Chun feels no connection to the discourse. In contrast, those around him are enraptured, their faces flushed with excitement as they gaze at Kong, fervently declaring their desire to become Navy officers, ready to sacrifice their lives to uphold justice. A faint smirk crosses Yi Chun's lips. Had this been at the beginning, he might have shared their enthusiasm. However, at present, he yearns solely for power, for it is through strength that he can survive. Justice. If it had saved him a month ago, perhaps he would believe in it. Present, he places his trust solely in himself. In this predatory world, he recognizes that he is the only one worthy of belief. What justice, what loyalty? These are but hollow concepts. Only strength holds true significance. That Yi Chun has not committed any outrageous acts. He merely smiled, and then turned his gaze to the void. Continuing to listen to the lecture, he is now acutely aware of his objective, to survive within the Navy until he possesses sufficient power, while also acquiring the means of self-preservation, such as the Six Styles and Haki. Naturally, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yi Chun is willing to become part of the Navy. Attaining the rank of admiral would be even more advantageous. Ultimately, overthinking is futile. His primary goal remains to safely endure until he possesses the strength for self-defense. Until that time, he must remain discreet. Once he attains power, he will act as he pleases. That it must be said that the experiences of the past month have facilitated significant growth for Yi Chun. Although his psyche is currently rather abnormal and even twisted, he has not lost his rationality. He knows precisely what actions to take and which to avoid. That in essence, Yi Chun has imprisoned his own demons within a cage, awaiting the moment when he possesses strength or is provoked, at which point he will shatter the confines and declare his ferocity through slaughter and bloodshed. He will not hesitate to transform into a vengeful specter against any threats to his life, ruthlessly fighting to survive. When the time comes, he will exact 1,000-fold vengeance for every grievance. His fate is in his own hands. The Navy Academy, situated in the hinterlands of Marineford, is one of the Navy's most esteemed institutions, as it is the cradle for the future of the naval force. The Academy is divided into two tiers: the ordinary class, from which, barring any surprises, the students will emerge. Those with formidable strength are destined to become future officers of the Navy. Regardless of their future positions, they cannot escape the necessity of power. Those endowed with strength may ascend to the ranks of ensign or lieutenant, or even from major to colonel, and perhaps even a brigadier or major general. Conversely, the less capable will occupy lower ranks, starting from warrant officer. In addition to the ordinary class, there exists an elite class, colloquially known as the monster class. For instance, the Elite Academy currently boasts 3 exceptional talents. Although they have yet to graduate, they already bear the insignia of brigadier general and are pursuing pirates in the New World under the guidance of the naval hero. Carp, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan are poised to become renowned admirals of the Navy, wielding considerable power and influence. However, they remain students for the time being, yet to graduate. Besides these 3 prodigies, there are others, such as the future vice admirals, Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, and Peach Rabbit, all of whom are in the elite class. Regrettably, Yi Chun has entered the ordinary class and has not encountered those legendary figures. For Yi Chun, it matters little whether he meets them or not, as his sole desire is to survive and grow stronger. Taking control of his own destiny, that he vows that he will never allow the past to repeat itself. Having spent a month in the ordinary class, he has not obtained what he sought. For the entire month has been devoted to indoctrinating the ideals of naval justice, the system, and the wickedness of pirates, an exercise in brainwashing. That why Yi Chun has remained stoic, allowing the words to pass through one ear and out the other. To expect him to pledge loyalty to the Navy or the world government is laughable. His loyalty lies solely with himself. After that month of indoctrination, Yi Chun has come to understand everything. He is no longer the naive recluse he once was. He yearns to live freely and unencumbered. Last, the month of brainwashing has concluded. Now, the majority of the students are fervently devoted to the Navy and the world government, with only a select few harboring their own thoughts. However, these individuals are astute enough to conceal their true beliefs. It is evident that those with independent thoughts are, without exception, individuals who grasp the principles governing this world or have endured unimaginable hardships. Coincidentally, Yi Chun is one of them. Throughout this month, he has also made the acquaintance of several individuals, such as Smoker, who has consumed the smoke fruit, Tina, who possesses the barrier fruit, Shuan, the rust fruit user, and Belgood, who wields the bean fruit. There is also Virgo, who, like Yi Chun, is taciturn and possesses an unclear ability but exhibits strength surpassing that of other children. Together with Yi Chun, they have garnered the Navy's significant attention, either because they lack abilities or possess extraordinary talents. Moreover, during this month, many children have been expelled from the academy, clearly indicating their failure to meet the standards. Fortunately, this cohort has several promising candidates. In the academy's Grand Plaza, various training equipment and weaponry are arranged nearby. This moment, a formidable man with purple hair is observing Yi Chun and the others with an air of authority. This man is a legend, Black Arm Zephyr, a vice admiral of the Navy, currently one of the most formidable forces at sea, belonging to the elite few who can dictate their own fates. Yet, it is a tragic irony that he is ensnared by the so-called justice, leading to the ruin of his family and a grim fate for the next generation, that Wei Yiqian feels neither admiration nor derision. For he lacks the privilege or time for such sentiments. His heart is devoid of turmoil. The feelings of reverence and excitement have long been extinguished. This is a harsh reality, a world where power reigns supreme. Yiqian no longer entertains fantasies of salvation, nor does he yearn for notions of fairness or equality. Thus, he neither idolizes nor fears Zephyr, merely observing him with an expressionless demeanor. You had other instructors. But I am on leave, so I will come to train you new recruits. For the sake of justice, you must persevere. Anyone who fails to meet my standards will be eliminated without a second chance. He expounded a plethora of threats and motivational rhetoric, while Zephyr spoke with gravitas, occasionally emanating an aura that pressed down upon Yiqian, making him grit his teeth, feeling as though a mountain rested upon his shoulders, urging him to bend. Once again, he is engulfed by this sensation, this feeling of helplessness. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dig into his flesh. Yiqian's complexion pales. Even as his legs tremble, he resolutely maintains his posture. Although his face betrays no emotion, his heart is resolute that Wei Yiqian is not the only one enduring this trial. Not far away, Smoker and Virgo stand tall with equal pride, as for Tina, Shuan, and Belgood. They are comparatively less resilient, yet still superior to the majority, that Wei Yiqian could distinctly sense Zephyr's gaze flicker towards himself, Smoker, and Virgo, as well as Tina. Clearly, withstanding this pressure is a test devised by Zephyr. Now, everyone turn around and run 10 laps around the field. Without any preparation, Zephyr immediately commences the training, or rather, it is not even training. 1 lap equates to 2 kilometers. Thus, 10 laps amount to 20 kilometers. For Yiqian's current physical condition, this poses a considerable challenge. However, this world is astonishingly peculiar. Even a child possesses formidable physical prowess, in a different world. Attempting to run 20 kilometers would leave one unable to rise the following day. Most importantly, Yiqian and his peers range from 8 to 17 years of age. They are but children, and 20 kilometers is no small feat regardless of their robust physiques. It remains a grueling ordeal. Initially, the first lap presents no issues. A light sheen of sweat appears. By the third lap, some begin to sweat profusely, their breaths coming in rapid succession, panting heavily. By the fifth lap, some have slowed their pace. By the seventh lap, a few have already come to a halt. By the eighth lap, only 6 or 7 individuals persist. Struggling to breathe, Yiqian feels the weight of his body, particularly his legs, as if they are laden with lead. Each step feels as though he is lifting a stone, causing sharp pains. His clothes are drenched in sweat, akin to having emerged from the depths of water. Gasping for breath, Yiqian notices Smoker catching up beside him. He glances at Yiqian without uttering a word, his gaze fixed ahead, teeth clenched. Likewise, Yiqian refrains from speaking, as both of them currently lack the energy to converse. Most importantly, at the forefront, there is always one individual leading the way, and that individual is Virgo. It is difficult to fathom how this man, without consuming a devil fruit, could endure for so long. One can observe the pallor on Smoker's face, not only pale, but also filled with indignation. As for Yiqian, he harbors no resentment. He is indifferent to the actions of others, for he does not engage in comparisons. His sole concern lies with himself, that if he cannot persist even in this, then his future will remain unchanged, tormented, and ultimately extinguished by others, that he resolutely vows never to be a slave again. He aspires to rise above, to transform everything. Let me clarify for everyone, lest they face repercussions later. Akainu and his peers belong to the previous cohort, already eligible to accompany figures like Garp on missions. Aged between 18 to 23, they have not yet officially graduated from the academy, akin to an internship. In contrast, the protagonist and Smoker are merely around 11 to 15 years old, which means that while the likes of Akainu were poised to graduate, the protagonist and his companions were just entering the academy. It could be said that Smoker and his peers have significantly enhanced their strength due to the protagonist's emergence, allowing them to graduate ahead of schedule based on merit. Thus, it is not merely a matter of one cohort equating to a single student's skipping grades. Do you comprehend this? However, the farmer has indeed advanced by 2 or 3 years, so let us return to the main point. The farmer's writing exhibits some flaws, lacking clarity. I ask for your understanding. Despite the slow pace, Yi-chun perseveres. The pain of the past shall never again befall him. Behind Virgo, Smoker, and Yi-chun stands Tina, a girl of exquisite beauty, destined to become a great beauty in the future, surpassing even Shuin and Belagud. She is undeniably a striking sight. Not far away, Zephyr's eyes reveal admiration. However, this admiration is not directed towards the leading Virgo, nor Smoker or Yi-chun, but rather toward Tina. Indeed, thus far, Zephyr's greatest satisfaction lies with Tina. Consider a girl of 13 or 14, inherently weaker than boys, yet she has endured for so long without falling behind, which speaks volumes about Tina's determination that in comparison, Virgo, Smoker, and Yi-chun appear somewhat inferior, even though they are currently the frontrunners. This contrast is glaringly apparent. Finally, after an hour, 10 laps are completed, yet only 3 individuals remain standing: Virgo, Smoker, and Yi-chun. However, these 3 are trembling uncontrollably, particularly their legs, shaking beyond control. The only regret is that Tina, halfway through the 9th lap, could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, while Shuin and Belagud were similarly exhausted. Having only completed half ALAPAS for the others, they had essentially collapsed by the 8th lap. Thus, only Virgo, Smoker, and Yi-chun have accomplished the task. Yet, Zephyr's expression remains grim to a group of inept individuals. Unable to complete such a distance, how will you uphold justice and protect your families in the future? His tone is exceedingly stern, and no one dares to meet Zephyr's gaze. You 3 have disappointed me. You barely passed. After reprimanding the others, Zephyr turns his attention to Virgo, Smoker, and Yi-chun, having gained a general understanding of their endurance and willpower from this exercise. While not exhaustive, he has gleaned enough. Undoubtedly, from this running session, Virgo, Smoker, and Yi-chun are the ones who have garnered Zephyr's approval. However, even that approval is merely lukewarm. In other words, they have only just scraped by. You cannot even compare to a young girl. What does that make you as men? Now, run again until I say stop. Everyone shivers, casting sympathetic glances at Yi-chun and the other 2. Have these 3 somehow angered Admiral Zephyr? In truth, the opposite is true. Zephyr holds high expectations for them. From the outset, he could see the potential in these 3 promising candidates. To be candid, Zephyr feels gratified, for the Navy will soon gain 3 more vice admirals, or even admirals. Initially, Yi-chun remains silent, not even furrowing his brow, simply gritting his teeth and beginning to run slowly. Following suit, Virgo furrows his brow and also starts running, while Smoker wears a disgruntled expression. Ultimately, under Zephyr's stern gaze, he begrudgingly begins to run as well. This time, Yi-chun maintains a steady rhythm, not rushing at the outset, gradually finding a rhythm in his breathing, his mind blank, solely focused on running. Thus, the 3 of them, bathed in sunlight, slowly run toward the setting sun. Throughout the venue, Zephyr watches intently, his demeanor perpetually serious. Meanwhile, Tina and her companions rest on the nearby lawn, also observing. During this time, no one leaves, eats, or takes a nap. All eyes are fixed on the 3 figures on the field, dripping with sweat, bending their bodies, and jogging. As the afternoon wears on, the spectators grow increasingly uncomfortable. Many feel compelled to join in the run, overwhelmed by shame. Yet this time, Zephyr forbids them, instructing them to merely watch from the sidelines. Finally, as night falls, the 3 can no longer endure and collapse one after another. To be honest, Zephyr feels gratified, for these 3 show the potential to become vice admirals. However, just as he intends to bring them down for rest, one collapsed figure stirs and begins to move again. Everyone gasps in astonishment, staring at Yi-chun, who begins to crawl, gradually surpassing Smoker. Sweat is nearly evaporated, and the 3 are severely dehydrated, A moment's carelessness could lead to fainting and even death. Lying on the ground, Smoker feels as though his body is no longer his own, gasping for air. But a glance reveals a figure crawling toward him. Despite the slow speed, the figure continues to crawl until it matches his pace, even slowly surpassing him. Throughout this, Smoker squints, watching Yi-chun gradually overtake him as he crawls toward Virgo. The leading Virgo notices this development, observing as Yi-chun crawls beside him, refusing to give up and pressing forward. Gritting his teeth, Virgo's previously pale face flushes with color, and he mimics the same movement, beginning to crawl forward. Has everyone lost their minds? Smoker's inner voice screams in disbelief. His body, once beyond control, begins to move again, and he starts to crawl. This time, Zephyr's expression changes dramatically, overwhelmed with excitement. Excellent, truly excellent. These three little ones have captured Zephyr's attention in an unprecedented way. Crawling, endlessly crawling, Yi-chun's eyes are now bloodshot. If someone were to delve into Yi-chun's thoughts at this moment, they would discover he is grappling with past pains. And the path he crawls upon leads toward the light of hope that he crawls with all his might, yearning to escape the torment and despair. However, no matter how long he crawls, the light ultimately forsakes him, abandoning him in the pitch-black abyss. With eyes closed and tears streaming down his cheeks, Yi-chun finally comes to a halt. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appears. Zephyr gazes at the unconscious Yi-chun, crouching down to lift him. Admiration evident in his eyes, for Yi-chun, through sheer willpower, has crawled half a lap, leaving Virgo and Smoker far behind. This young one's determination is remarkably resilient. That night, in the Academy's infirmary, Yi-chun, Virgo, and Smoker are all receiving treatment. What has this little fellow endured? Stripped of his clothing, Yi-chun lies on the hospital bed, and a female doctor, gazing at the scars covering his body and the indistinct area on his chest, raises her brows in surprise. Long ago, upon joining the Navy, Yi-chun had resolutely carved away the character for slave with a knife. Thankfully, it was not the mark of the celestial dragons. Otherwise, merely scraping away the flesh would have been futile. It seems this young lad's previous life was far from ideal. Regaining her focus, the beautiful doctor begins administering a nutrient solution to Yi-chun. Similarly, Virgo lies in treatment. While his scars may not be as numerous as Yi-chun's, he too bears significant injuries. Only Smoker remains relatively unscathed. Due to his innate abilities in nature manipulation, he was swiftly shielded once discovered by the Navy. It is often said that diverse environments shape distinct individuals, underscoring the disparities that exist. This world is indeed wondrous, and human physicality has undergone significant enhancement. Following the last incident that left him unconscious, Yi-chun rejuvenated after merely 2 days of rest, awakening with a profound sense of vitality. The foremost realization was the substantial increase in his muscular strength, particularly in his legs. Naturally, the medical capabilities of the Navy are formidable, which reassured Yi-chun that he could immerse himself in relentless training. Virgo and Smoker regained consciousness before Yi-chun, as their physical constitution surpassed his. Indeed, aside from sheer will, Yi-chun's prowess is slightly diminished compared to others. Today, the routine of running laps around the field continues. Albeit the distance has doubled from 10 to 30 laps a week, a fortnight, a month. Each day has been consumed by this endeavor, leaving only time for sustenance and rest amidst the relentless laps. Notably, compared to a month ago, every participant has experienced significant transformation. Those who could barely manage 7 or 8 laps now push themselves to complete over 10, barely reaching their limits. It can be said that the current cohort of students has divided into 3 tiers. Yi-chun, Virgo, and Smoker comprise the first tier, while Tina, Cheyenne, and Baragud form the second, leaving the remainder in the third tier. If the third tier runs 10 laps daily, then Tina and her peers are expected to cover 20, while Yi-chun and his companions tackle 30. Particularly, Yi-chun and Virgo engage in their training with unwavering determination, as if they are in a relentless contest, each refusing to yield. Even Smoker finds himself at a disadvantage. Currently, among this group, the tenacity of Yi-chun and Virgo stands unrivaled. Their intensity is such that even they harbor fear of their own capabilities. Consequently, Smoker has developed a psychological shadow that he too is resolute. Yet every time he competes against these two formidable individuals, he invariably falters first. Despite managing to endure a bit longer each day, Yi Chun and Virgo equally push their limits further. It is as if both sides are progressing, with the only disparity lying in their resolve, perseverance, and sweat. The experiences of Yi Chun and Virgo are far more harrowing than those of Smoker, rendering it challenging for him to comprehend their relentless approach. After a month of training, Yi Chun can distinctly perceive the alterations in his physique, marking the first time he has felt a tangible increase in strength. Excellent. Within this month, he has preliminarily met my expectations. So now, don your respective weighted armor and continue running. Initially, it was presumed that today, an assembly called by Zephyr would result in the cancellation of the running regimen, given that merely running laps had already left everyone on the verge of vomiting. However, that does not appear to be the case. Report, instructor, why must we continue running laps? I yearn to grow stronger, to learn the Navy's 6 forms. Point 1 Individual stepped forward, having witnessed numerous Navy officers employing the 6 forms during the past month. The speed and levitation associated with it were undeniably impressive, and they understood that these techniques were the hallmark of the Navy, each form a characteristic of strong. Humph. Do you all wish to learn the 6 forms? Yes. Despite the discordant atmosphere, every student shouted in unison. You wish to soar before mastering the art of running. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall elucidate why I have mandated your daily laps for an entire month, which is far from over. The Navy's 6 forms consist of shave, moonwalk, pointing gun, storm foot, iron block, and paper drawing. You are not yet worthy of knowing all of them. I shall demonstrate but one, shave, whoosh in an instant. Zephyr vanished from before the crowd, reappearing behind all the students. Had he not spoken, it is likely no one would have realized his whereabouts. Shave involves a rapid series of high-speed kicks against the ground, generating explosive reactive force for swift movement. With your current physiques, attempting to execute 4 consecutive high-speed steps would leave your legs rendered useless. This is precisely why I have insisted on your daily laps. For all of this serves as a foundation for mastering the 6 forms. While your leg muscles may now be stronger than before, it remains woefully inadequate. All turned to face Zephyr, their eyes wide with astonishment. Among them, a few bore expressions of fervent desire. Bear in mind, the Navy's 6 forms rely on physicality. It is a martial art that bears the potential for self-harm if executed carelessly, without a robust foundation. Any attempt to practice will only lead to crippling injuries or, in severe cases, death. You have all trained for merely a month and dare to aspire to learn the 6 forms. Is it a reckless pursuit of demise you seek? I initially had no intention of explaining this to you, but I do not wish for any further challenges to my authority in the upcoming training. Should anyone dare question me again, they shall be eliminated without hesitation. Now, don your weighted armor and run 10 laps around the field. With an air of sternness, Zephyr provided no opportunity for questions, compelling everyone to run once more. However, this time, an additional burden of 200 pounds was placed upon their shoulders. Each student would bear this weight across their hands, feet, and backs, totaling exactly 200 pounds that a month's worth of running laps had enabled everyone to complete 10 laps with relative ease. Yet they now discovered that the challenge felt as arduous as their initial attempt in this weighted run. The first to finish remained Virgo, followed closely by Yi Chun and Smoker, with Tina and her group trailing behind. 3 days later, the trio bore 500 pounds. A week later, it escalated to 600 pounds. After a fortnight, they carried 800 pounds, and by the end of the month, a full ton, from their arrival at Marineford until now. Yi Chun had engaged in silent and rigorous training for 2 months, devoted solely to running and weighted laps. With no other distractions, night fell and the moonlight shimmered. Today's training concluded. Yet, every evening, Yi Chun would return to this spot. Driven by his desire to unlock the potential of his devil fruit abilities that by day, he honed his martial arts. By night, he explored the depths of his devil fruit powers. Enduring relentless training through rain and shine at this juncture, Yi Chun's body felt akin to a volatile explosive, capable of detonating at any moment. Presently, aside from his nasal mucus and hair, he had managed to develop his abilities up to his wrists. Each explosion he unleashed could transform the ground within a 3-meter radius into small craters. Thus, A single punch from Yi Chun now equated to the force of a bomb, obliterating anything within 3 meters. Should an ordinary person withstand Yi Chun's strike, they would be reduced to nothing but shredded flesh and bones. However, the advantages and disadvantages of the explosive fruit were glaringly apparent. For instance, every time a limb detonated, Yi Chun would endure the corresponding agony. He speculated that the character Mr. Five from the anime might have been inept due to his inability to withstand such pain. Consequently, the method of attack associated with the explosive fruit had always been somewhat trivial. This suffering merely elicited a furrowed brow from Yi Chun, as he had grown accustomed to it was as if the brutal treatment he had endured over the past month had dulled his pain receptors. In this regard, it could be considered a blessing. Should Yi Chun ever lose his sense of pain, the explosive fruit would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all. Perhaps the explosive fruit's overwhelming power warranted such limitations. Akin to when fans claimed the Quake fruit was excessively strong. Thus, its wielder must endure the resultant shockwaves. Many other fruits also come with restrictions. Take the rubber fruit, for instance, whose abilities are confined to the user's hands. Without such limitations, imagine if the rubber fruit's powers could envelop the entire body. One would essentially become a mobile rebound machine, capable of deflecting any attack. Certain abilities require specific gestures, which serve as restrictions. Of course, every disadvantage is counterbalanced by advantages. For instance, Yi Chun discovered that any limb that exploded would instantaneously regenerate. Once he fully developed the explosive fruit throughout his body, he would attain a form of immortality. Although one must endure the agony of death, the mere existence of an immortal body is sufficient to counterbalance all adversities. Furthermore, Yi Chun discovered that the stronger his body became, the more formidable the explosive power he could unleash. At present, Yi Chun had activated 2 phases of the explosive fruit. The first phase involved the development of his inner abilities, striving to reach the pinnacle of immortality. Thereafter, he focused on external enhancements. For instance, by merely touching an object, he could generate a bomb and subsequently detonate it, thereby sparing his own body from being used as a weapon. After all, Yi Chun harbored no inclination towards self-harm. Additionally, he continuously sought to amplify the explosive force, diligently refining his capabilities. Once these 2 phases were fully developed, he would be able to ignite the air in any object that will .as for the character Mr. Five from the anime. His ability to explode the air was a misconception. He merely ignited his own breath, which is an entirely different level of mastery. The explosive fruit proved somewhat challenging to write about, prompting the farmer to impose numerous restrictions. Any illogical aspects can be overlooked. Rest assured, this narrative diverges from the nihilistic. No preservatives shall be added. Once more, I declare, the timeline is utterly flawed, standing alone on the playground. The surrounding sounds seemed to vanish. This atmosphere brought Yi Chun a sense of comfort, as it instilled a feeling of safety within him. With a resounding bang, Yi Chun struck a lead block with a powerful punch, resulting in a thunderous explosion, accompanied by a cloud of smoke and flames that created a shockwave, propelling the lead block away. However, the force was still insufficient. The lead block sustained no damage, merely shifting a short distance. Every night, Yi Chun engaged in this relentless practice, attacking and developing his explosive abilities. Although progress was slow, the difference compared to his initial attempts was remarkable. Initially, Yi Chun's explosive fruit would emit mere smoke and, during moments of joy, produce a fleeting spark before fading away. Yet now, with a single punch, anything within a 3-meter radius would shatter instantly. That illustrates the disparity in his growth. Yi Chun understood that the explosive fruit was merely a key, unlocking the door to power. To truly attain strength, he would need to invest effort and sweat. Thus, he approached his training with unwavering determination. In developing the explosive fruit, Yi Chun did not overthink the process. He knew there would be ample time ahead. Aside from inner and outer development, he contemplated extending various abilities, such as the shockwave generated by explosions, flames, smoke, and myriad others. The sounds of continuous explosions echoed through the night. Under the moonlight, a figure glistened with perspiration. After 3 hours, Yi Chun concluded his training at the appointed time. Emerging from the shadows, a slightly taller Virgo appeared, still catching his breath. Clearly, Virgo, like Yi Chun, utilized the night as an opportunity for training. The two stood together, their elongated shadows cast by the moonlight, neither uttering a word. Almost simultaneously, they charged at one another, engaging in a fierce struggle without any formal techniques, relying solely on instinct to echo the eyes of seasoned warriors. Yi Chun and Virgo may have resembled children in a scuffle, lacking in strategy. Yet, they were indeed children, and thus both exhibited numerous openings during their brawl. A punch landed squarely on Yi Chun's face, causing him to tilt his head slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his expression remained unchanged. In retaliation, he delivered a swift kick to Virgo's chest. The two distanced themselves, only to charge at each other once more. Continuing their chaotic exchange of blows, each strike resonating with vigor. Half an hour later, both lay on the ground, bruised and panting heavily. The reason for their timely clashes stemmed from a day when Virgo discovered Yi Chun engaged in training. In pursuit of strength, they began this nightly ritual, unwittingly forging a bond of camaraderie. Both were taciturn individuals, seemingly driven solely by the pursuit of power. As a result, they felt discomfort if they failed to meet each other for their nightly sparring. This routine was also influenced by a remark made by Zephyr some 2 weeks prior. Indeed, during a training session, Zephyr had proclaimed, "You rookie soldiers can't even withstand a simple run. How can you aspire to become strong?" The fundamental aspect of being a strong individual is enduring hardship. Only by facing adversity can one truly elevate their strength. I see you all have a long way to go. 10 additional laps for today. Many dismissed his words, yet Yi Chun and Virgo took them to heart, recognizing Zephyr as a true powerhouse whose every word resonated with experience. After all, Zephyr had no need to deceive them. Lying on the ground, Virgo's right cheek was swollen, his voice hoarse. Likewise, Yi Chun replied, his left eye bruised and swollen, barely open as he gazed at the starry sky. Subsequently, the two fell silent, calming their rapid breaths as they supported each other back to their dormitory. One cannot deny the Navy's wealth. Indeed, it is worthy of being regarded as the strongest force upon the seas, as evidenced by the fact that each cadet had their own room, though the space was modest. It underscored the Navy's esteemed status. However, as they departed, the two were oblivious to the two silhouettes observing their every move from the shadows. "Hawk, what do you think of these two prospects?" A voice rich with magnetism inquired. If Yi Chun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as Zephyr's voice, that a wise voice beside him responded, "Quite promising. They are indeed talents. Compared to those three anomalies, they merely lack a slight edge." Are you referring to Akinu, Kizuru, and Akiji? I firmly believe that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these two will surely stand alongside them in the future. Though those three possess Logia powers, they lack the tenacity exhibited by these two youngsters. Virgo may be a tad behind, but that Yi Chun lad, I have high hopes for him. Such emphasis? Hawk mused, slightly taken aback. This young fellow, when fierce, is akin to a beast. Moreover, he is a wielder of abilities. Unlike Akainu and the others, who grew complacent with their Logia powers, this lad seems to prioritize physical training. His daytime training not only meets expectations, but often surpasses them, while at night he diligently develops his powers, consistently sparring with Virgo without resorting to his abilities. Let us hope so, yet the Logia type is not easily surpassed. Hawk refrained from countering, merely smiling that IT will ultimately depend on him. The next day, as customary, at the break of dawn, all cadets gathered on the playground. Once again, what were you two up to last night? Every time I see you, your previous injuries are yet to heal, and new ones have already appeared. Smoker frowned, observing the bruised faces of Virgo and Yi Chun, feeling as though he were being kept in the dark, which irked him. The other cadets, including Tina and Belgood, also scrutinized Yi Chun and Virgo. It was common knowledge within the ranks that Yi Chun and Virgo were not only diligent in their training, but also particularly aloof, rarely initiating conversation or forming friendships that IT seemed that in their world. Only training mattered, resulting in their isolation within the entire team, akin to endangered species. "Training," Virgo replied, casting a glance at Smoker, his expression stoic as he gazed into the distance. That Smoker's face stiffened. He had asked this question numerous times, yet each time received the same answer. Approaching Yi Chun, Smoker opened his mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent, merely turning away in frustration before departing. He knew that even if he engaged Yi Chun in conversation, the latter would not respond. This was not the first time he had encountered such a wall. Not only Smoker, but also Tina and Shun faced similar situations. Perhaps only Virgo could occasionally hear Yi Chun's responses during their nighttime sparring sessions. Silence. At that moment, Zephyr appeared on the platform, and upon seeing the bruised state of Virgo and Yi Chun, he spoke, "You two may visit the infirmary for treatment after your training. I've already made arrangements. I don't want this to affect your daytime training." "Yes," Virgo and Yi Chun replied in unison, standing at attention before falling silent again. After admonishing the two, Zephyr turned to address the entire group. "Each of you bears different burdens. You should have acclimated by now. Today, I completed 500 push-ups, took a 10-minute respite, executed 5 sets of squat jumps, and rested for half an hour." A chorus of lamentations was extinguished under Zephyr's piercing gaze. "Let us commence." The night was somewhat dim, with only a few stars adorning the sky, and even the moon appeared to have been bitten, smiling like a crescent. As is customary, Yi Chun arrived at the training ground early to continue developing his explosive fruit abilities, then awaited Virgo's arrival. However, this night was destined to be anything but tranquil, for several sneaky individuals, driven by curiosity, planned an ambush under the cover of darkness. Such is human nature. The more elusive something is, the more one desires it, and the greater the curiosity, the more one seeks to uncover the truth. Many speculated that the reason Yi Chun and Virgo emerged daily with bruised faces was due to Zephyr's rigorous special training. This notion irked many, as it suggested a disparity in treatment. Otherwise, how could those two rascals surpass everyone else in such a brief span? Thus, led by Smoker, Tina, Shun, and the reluctant Berrygood, they arrived early at a nearby thicket to shadow Yi Chun. Yet, after 2 or 3 hours of crouching there, they observed Yi Chun practicing alone, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Everyone was aware of Yi Chun's abilities, and the same applied to the others. Thus, familiarity dulled the novelty. Initially, when they learned that Yi Chun had the explosive fruit ability, others were taken aback, for the name alone sounded formidable. However, compared to Smoker's Logia-type powers, the Paramecia-type seemed slightly inferior. After all, the Logia-type was regarded as the most precious. In contrast, Shun's Rust Fruit and Berrygood's Bean Fruit appeared rather mundane. Among this group of trainees, Yi Chun had little notoriety. Besides his relentless training, there was nothing particularly outstanding about him. If a prominent figure were to be named among the trainees, it would undoubtedly be Virgo, and Smoker. Thus Smoker's status as a Logia user set him apart from the rest, while Virgo, despite not being a user, was recognized for his formidable strength, combined with Yi Chun's taciturn nature, which kept him immersed in his own world. He seemed somewhat out of place, and his presence rather faint. Eventually, it wasn't too long before Virgo made his appearance. However, to Smoker and the others' astonishment, Virgo immediately engaged Yi Chun in a fierce exchange, and Yi Chun refrained from utilizing his powers. The two were locked in a brutal exchange of blows, each landing solid hits. With wide eyes, Tina witnessed Virgo's fist connect with Yi Chun's nose, causing blood to spurt, while Yi Chun retaliated with a punch to Virgo's face, leaving it swollen. Their brawl was undeniably serious. Had they lost their minds? Shun gulped, watching the blood fly, and soon both appeared battered and bruised. It became clear to me why these two never seemed to recover from their injuries. They were far from ordinary. Berrygood twitched at the corner of his mouth. The sight before him was quite overwhelming, especially since they were still just children. Whereas teacher Zephyr, Tina's small face bore a look of confusion as she scanned their surroundings. Wait a bit longer. Teacher Zephyr will surely show up, Smoker asserted, doubting that Yi Chun and Virgo had come out to spar at this late hour at a minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Smoker, I really believe teacher Zephyr won't show. The injuries that Yi Chun and Virgo have should stem from their own fights. Teacher Zephyr hasn't been giving them special training, Berrygood remarked, growing impatient. I concur, Shun nodded. Let us just head out. Smoker realized he might have misjudged the situation. Stop. The sudden arrival of Smoker and the others temporarily interrupted Yi Chun and Virgo's combat. Turning, their faces swollen, Yi Chun and Virgo regarded Smoker and the others with indifference. Is this how you sustain your daily injuries? Surely it's not teacher Zephyr's special training. Smoker questioned, a hint of irritation in his voice as he surveyed the pitiful state of the two. Tina, standing off to the side, nervously clutched her skirt, intrigued by the spectacle. Without a response, Yi-chan and Virgo exchanged a glance, then resumed their fierce battle. The disregard from Yi-chan and Virgo only fueled Smoker's frustration. At their age, they were in a competitive and rebellious phase. White Fist. Smoker activated his ability, transforming his right hand into a fist of white smoke, impressively sized. Reluctantly, Yi-chan and Virgo separated, their expressions darkening. Smoker, what's the meaning of this? Virgo's tone was stern. I'll join in too, Smoker declared, his face flushed with determination, unwilling to be overshadowed by Yi-chan and Virgo's daily progress. Why Yi-chan? Virgo glanced at him, seeking his input. No abilities allowed. Yi-chan replied coldly. To be honest, he and Virgo had grown somewhat weary of their sparring. Since Smoker was eager to join, they decided to switch things up. Oomph. If you don't want to, then fine, Smoker retorted proudly, refusing to be outdone by the two. Thus, the three engaged in a free-for-all, each refusing to yield. Meanwhile, Tina, Shuin, and Barrygood watched on. Time flew by, and throughout the night, anguished cries echoed in the darkness. The next day, everyone gathered once more at dawn, yet a slight change was evident. Many shifted their attention to Smoker. As for Yi-chan and Virgo, their daily bruised appearances had become routine. It would be surprising if they ever showed up unscathed. However, today, Smoker's condition was alarming. His injuries appeared far worse than those of Yi-chan and Virgo, his face swollen like a pig's head, marked with bruises, and his eyes barely open, prompting concerns about his vision. Damn those two! Smoker cursed, having endured a night of torment without sleep, now suffering both physically and mentally. In contrast, while Smoker lamented, Yi-chan and Virgo felt that the weather today was somehow more splendid than usual. Just then, Zephyr made a sudden appearance. Upon seeing Smoker's disheveled state, he paused momentarily, but refrained from commenting, quickly grasping the situation. As always, the routine began with laps to warm up their bodies, followed by frog leaps, push-ups, and every other exercise that would stimulate their muscles. It must be said, Zephyr was truly suited to be a coach. His foundational teachings were solid. Completing Zephyr's regimen would undoubtedly expedite many trainees' mastery of the six styles in the future. This was the stark contrast between having a renowned mentor and lacking one. Clearly, Yi-chan had made the right choice by joining the Navy before acquiring any self-defense abilities, ensuring not only his survival, but also rapid enhancement of his strength. Damn it, having a girlfriend is a distraction, hindering my writing. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed since arriving at Marineford. Throughout this year, Yi-chan and the others had not engaged in any learning. Day after day, they merely ran laps, did push-ups, frog leaps, and increased their weights from 1 ton to 2 to. It could be said that each individual's foundation was quite solid. During this time, many had been eliminated by Zephyr, leaving only a handful who remained. Now, while one could still refer to Yi-chan and the others as children due to their physical age, in every other aspect, they were nearly akin to adults. At least in terms of their training, surpassing many. This world is indeed wondrous. Both people and things defy conventional reasoning. Otherwise, had Yi-chan been subjected to such training in his previous life on Earth, it would have been tantamount to suicide. Yet, in this realm, it existed at a level beyond normal, yet below the realm of monsters. This is the difference. Training was not as idyllic as one might envision. For others, it was a fleeting moment. However, for the practitioners, the journey is both monotonous and gradual. It was not the case that Yi-chan and his companions were immediately qualified to learn the six styles and receive training from the Navy. In reality, it was far more complex. Throughout the past year, they were under the Navy's scrutiny, a period designated to assess their qualifications for focused training. Fortunately, Yi-chan persevered. Compared to his height a year ago, Yi-chan had grown significantly taller, and his physique was now perfectly proportioned, far removed from the gaunt and frail appearance of his former self. Here, there were no worries about food or clothing. The only focus was on cultivation. Yi-chan often reflected on his decision to join the Navy as remarkably prescient. As for his age, Yi-chan was uncertain. temporarily considering himself to be 15. Whether he was a year older or younger mattered little to him. Over the year, he had encountered many individuals, though only from a distance, without any direct interaction. Notable figures included the future Navy Admiral Sengoku, Chief of Staff Crane, and the three admirals Sakazaki, Borisellino, and Kuzan, along with several future vice admirals. During this year, Zephyr had been deployed on missions 3 times, replacing him with a vice admiral from headquarters to train Yi Chun and the others. Perhaps due to Zephyr's instructions, the training regimen was rather rudimentary, consisting mainly of running laps and frog jumps. After all, Yi Chun and his peers were merely trainees at this point, lacking the qualifications to engage with the higher-ups, who, at most, would only cast a fleeting glance before being preoccupied with other pressing matters. Thus, it could be said that Yi Chun and his companions had merely entered the periphery of Sengoku and others' awareness. Without garnering any significant attention, even from Smoker, the Logia user AS for Kong, apart from a brief initial encounter, any further interaction was out of the question. The training ground was sparsely populated, with only a few remaining trainees gathered once more. Rarely, Zephyr made his appearance, evidently having just returned from a mission. To be frank, if anyone had made the greatest contributions to the Navy, it would undoubtedly be Zephyr. Indeed, even Sengoku and Kong could not compare. The position of Admiral allowed Zephyr to embark on several missions throughout the year, subsequently dedicating himself to nurturing the Navy's future, rendering him perpetually occupied. In contrast, Sengoku and Garp, aside from handling Navy affairs, had the liberty to combat crime, enjoying considerable freedom to rest at their discretion. However, Zephyr was different. Upon completing a mission, he would return to instruct the trainees. Because of this, the Navy, including Kong, held Zephyr in high esteem. Yet, this man, who had selflessly dedicated himself to the Navy, faced a tragic fate in his later years, ending in ruin. That Yi Chun felt no sympathy, nor did he consider extending a hand, setting aside the question of his current qualifications. The mere fact that he was immersed in his own cultivation each day spoke volumes about his character. Had it been at the onset of his arrival, perhaps Yi Chun would have chosen to assist Zephyr. But that month-long ordeal had completely altered his disposition. Now, he was entirely self-centered, despite having received instruction from Zephyr. Yet with so many students under Zephyr's tutelage, it was evident that few had risen to his defense in the end, such as Sakazaki, Borisellino, and Kuzan. Even Borisellino had experienced some discord with Zephyr. Of course, to discuss such matters was premature for Yi Chun, as the future remained unpredictable. Virgo, Yi Chun, Smoker, Tina, Shun, Berrygood stepped forward. Without indulging in pleasantries, Zephyr sternly called out several names. Observing the 6 individuals, now brimming with vitality, Zephyr maintained an impassive expression, yet internally nodded in affirmation. Your efforts over this past year have barely met my expectations. Henceforth, starting tomorrow, you will relocate to a different venue and be upgraded to the elite class. Naturally, I shall remain the chief instructor of the elite class. Today's training is complete. Assemble early tomorrow morning, and someone will escort you to your destination. Now, circle the training ground with a weight of 2 tons, running 20 laps, without uttering a word. Virgo and Yi Chun almost simultaneously dashed forward, their speed stirring up a cloud of dust. Following closely behind were Smoker, Tina, and the others, each face alight with excitement. Gaining entry into the elite class meant eligibility to learn the 6 styles, and upon graduation, they would at least hold the rank of a 2nd lieutenant, significantly shortening the time it would take to rise through the ranks compared to other Navy personnel. After a year of arduous training, even Yi Chun felt a blaze of determination igniting within him. Entering the elite class represented the first small step towards seizing control of his destiny, a fact known only to him. Even though a year had passed, the memories of that harrowing month continued to haunt him, tormenting him relentlessly. Each night, he would awaken in terror, followed by an overwhelming wave of hatred, the visage of a distorted face illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a vengeful spirit yearning to obliterate everything in sight. Yet after the fear and rage subsided, Yi Chun would find himself weeping helplessly, akin to a person suffering from dissociative identity disorder, leaving others perplexed. That month-long experience had irrevocably altered Yi Chen's soul, transforming his mindset and everything about him, rendering him unrecognizable. As the sun began its descent, marking the end of the day's training, unwavering as ever, Yi Chen returned to the training ground to continue developing his devil fruit powers. Throughout the year, regardless of wind or rain, he had never faltered. However, he was unaware of when it had begun. But many had gathered around him, including Virgo, Smoker, Tina, Shun, and Berigood. Each individual trained independently, undisturbed by one another. After 3 or 4 hours, they all ceased their activities, squinting at the sun with smiles before engaging in a sparring match. They divided into 2 camps. Yi Chun, Virgo, and Smoker formed one faction, each fighting independently, while Tina, Shun, and Berigood constituted another, though their intensity was notably less than that of the trio. After all, Tina had blossomed into a striking figure, garnering admiration from many. Indeed, Shun and Berigood often defer to Tina during their interactions. Over the past half-year, Yi Chun, Virgo, and Smoker had undergone substantial changes. Their reflexes, recovery abilities, and overall physical prowess had all improved. Although initially imperceptible, the fruits of their labor became evident after 1, 2, or 3 months. Consequently, their unwavering attendance meant they had become frequent visitors to the medical B.A.Y.IT. Could be said that Yi Chen's presence had significantly strengthened both Virgo and Smoker compared to their portrayals in the original narrative. Naturally, their camaraderie had also deepened. At least now, Yi Chen spoke more frequently than before. In stark contrast to his earlier silence, he would occasionally engage in conversation. The elite class was comprised of true prodigies. They possessed exceptional talent, unwavering willpower, and formidable abilities. If not for their devil fruit powers, they possessed remarkable gifts in specific domains, such as swordsmanship, that it could be stated that this was a crucial venue for the Navy's cultivation of future leaders. With many high-ranking officials closely monitoring it, the distinction in status between this class and the ordinary one was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Graduating from this class guaranteed a minimum rank of ensign or higher. Should one be a true monster among monsters, congratulations were in order, as they would at least attain the rank of Rear Admiral. It is important to note that the Navy operates under a rigorous hierarchy, where only strength and military merit determine one's advancement or demotion. However, graduating from the elite class would allow one to leapfrog an astonishing 13 ranks, becoming a regional authority. The lowest ranks include seamen, private 3rd class, private 2nd class, private 1st class, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, ensign, 2nd lieutenant, lieutenant junior grade, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, senior colonel, rear admiral, major general, lieutenant general, admiral, and fleet admiral. Entering the elite class was akin to ascending to the heavens in an instant. Most significantly, Zephyr served as the chief instructor of the elite class. Ordinarily, he would not need to oversee the ordinary class, making Yi Chun and the others fortunate to encounter Zephyr at a moment when he was interested in teaching. Undoubtedly, the primary reason was that the elite class did not require Zephyr's constant supervision, as all those who entered were exceptionally gifted children who only needed guidance on the fundamentals, allowing him to step back. The ordinary class was akin to elementary school, while the elite class resembled university. Their instructional methodologies could not be uniformly compared. It appears that during this period, you have gained considerable insights from accompanying GARP on missions. In the elite class, upon the elevated platform, Zephyr surveyed the disheartened students below, his brow furrowed. At the forefront stood 3 individuals, each having joined the Navy at different times. Yet all 3 had attained the rank of brigadier general before even graduating. Heralded as the future representatives of the Navy, mere steps away from the rank of major general. This distinction stemmed solely from the fact that all 3 were Logia users. Sakazuki, wielding the magma fruit, was a man who regarded his peers with disdain and possessed a notoriously fiery temper. Borsellino, the user of the glint fruit, was marked by a somewhat lewd appearance and an air of lethargy. While Kazan, who commanded the freeze fruit, was an individual fond of slumber and generally indifferent to all matters. Despite their differing personalities, deep down, they shared an immense pride, a pride that was well-founded, in addition to these 3 prodigies. The elite class was populated with numerous other exceptional talents, such as the future vice admirals, Ghost Spider, Fire Fist, and Squirrel, as well as the prospective admiral candidates, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. Most notably, all these individuals were under the age of 20. With ages ranging between 15 and 20 at this stage, they would typically have graduated. However, the Navy, fearing their untimely demise, had them shadow seasoned vice admirals even during missions, allowing them to accrue experience that it was only when the Navy's high command deemed them ready that they would shed their student status. Having just returned, Zephyr began to deliver a stern address, his demeanor exceedingly grave. Below, the audience struggled to remain alert, yet they forced themselves to keep their eyes wide open, wary of any lapse in attention. For a moment's carelessness could result in a duel. Indeed, Zephyr would personally challenge anyone who faltered. Should one manage to injure him through any means, they would be congratulated for their immediate graduation. In the past, two individuals had dared to challenge Zephyr's authority, Sakazuki and Borsellino. However, after each confrontation, they found themselves bettered for an entire day. Throughout these encounters, Zephyr had employed only 3 techniques: shave, armament, and a single punch, leaving the two sprawled on the ground. Neither the magma nor the light could escape his grasp. After a series of challenges, the two eventually relented, realizing that before this man, even as Logia users, they were bound to bow in submission. Initially, they were defiant, but after a visit from the legendary Navy hero Garp, who witnessed their futile attempts against Zephyr, he merely remarked, "You two should count yourselves fortunate for Zephyr's temperament. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago." From that moment on, while they remained internally disgruntled, they no longer acted with the same reckless abandon, realizing that their status as Logia users did not elevate them above the rest. However, they still held the belief that Logia was the strongest of the 3 Devil Fruit categories, often looking down on Zoan and Paramecia users. Among the trio, only Kazan appeared somewhat more normal. Though his normalcy was characterized by laziness, he would invariably succumb to sleep whenever time permitted, resulting in a gentle disposition. Report: the 6 members of the ordinary class have been brought in. While Zephyr was elaborating on his discourse, a rear admiral entered the elite class training ground, accompanied by 6 individuals from Virgo. "Thank you for your hard work." Zephyr paused his lecture, nodding at the admiral leading the group. "If there are no further matters, I shall return to my duties." The admiral, his expression grave, saluted, clearly holding Zephyr in high regard. "Go ahead." Zephyr's expression softened as he nodded with warmth. "Yes, sir." Once the admiral departed, the entire assembly turned their attention to Virgo and his 6 companions, their expressions a mix of disdain, curiosity, and indifference. Today, the elite class welcomes 6 new members. "You 6, please introduce yourselves." Virgo: Yeching, Smoker, Tina, Shuan, Belagud. The introductions lacked the expected spark, and upon completion, the 6 joined the others. Now, all participants were burdened with 2 tons and prohibited from utilizing their abilities as they circled the training ground, running 100 laps. The training tasks had escalated significantly from previous routines. Zephyr's commands met no resistance. All remained silent and began to run. Initially harmonious, the atmosphere soon shifted as Smoker and Ghost Spider engaged in a rivalry, which quickly spread to Sakazuki. Both sides, driven by pride and the advantage of being Logia users, accelerated their pace. The competitive spirit permeated the entire group, each individual seemingly fueled by a surge of adrenaline, unwilling to concede. Sakazuki and his peers regarded Smoker and his companions with contempt, given their age and the numerous maritime experiences they had amassed, which Smoker could not rival. Initially, they viewed the competition as mere amusement. However, as laps piled up, 50, 70, 80, the tension escalated. Both groups were drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, yet Smoker's cohort remained steadfast, refusing to yield. The once indifferent Sakazuki and his allies now took the situation seriously. Losing to the other group would be a blow to their pride. The boys' rivalry created 2 pockets of harmony within the lengthy line of runners. The atmosphere was electrifying, each youthful participant radiating vitality, drenched in sweat, and burdened by the heavy weights as they circled the expansive training ground, competing fiercely with one another, each determined to assert their dominance. Though no blows were exchanged, The tension was palpable, saturating the air with an unmistakable competitive edge. This age, marked by rebellion and fervor. Such dynamics are universal across any world. In contrast, the girls exhibited a greater sense of decorum and tranquility. For instance, at the rear of the group, Tina, who had recently joined, quickly found companionship in Peach Rabbit. Their bond was particularly close, considering Peach Rabbit's relationship with the chief strategist Crane and her own burgeoning talent in swordsmanship, marking her as a novice swordswoman. Unbeknownst to them, the two girls gravitated towards each other amidst the exertion. "Hello, I'm Peach Rabbit." Peach Rabbit, who was slightly older than Tina, initiated the conversation, revealing her own struggles with the monotony of the elite class, where the male-dominated environment often led to brawls and conflicts, leaving her yearning for companionship. "Nice to meet you. I'm Tina, I'll call you Little Tina then." "All right." Tina did not object, recognizing the age difference at a glance. "Little Tina, did you know that it's quite dull in the elite class? I just want to graduate quickly and set sail to uphold justice." With the exchange underway, Peach Rabbit seemed to have an abundance of words, speaking freely after having bottled up her thoughts for too long. Yes, Tina's cheeks flushed, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down, creating a somewhat pitiable appearance. Initially, it was Peach Rabbit who dominated the conversation, with Tina responding intermittently. However, at some point, the two girls found their rhythm and began to engage more dynamically. "Peach Rabbit, have you heard that the commercial district has many clothing stores, even drenched in sweat?" The mention of the commercial street ignited a spark in Tina's eyes, invigorating her demeanor. "Yes, I know of a store that has all sorts of clothing, along with lipsticks and cosmetics." "Wow, so many." Tina's eyes shimmered with excitement, as if something within her was yearning to burst forth out of course. "There are not only clothing stores, but also various snacks. IT gets quite lively in the evenings. Once our training concludes, I'll take you out to explore," Peach Rabbit declared emphatically, sealing the promise with a sweeping gesture. Really? Tina was utterly absorbed, incessantly swallowing her saliva. Shopping, strolling, and snacks. These temptations posed little resistance for girls. Moreover, at an age where one is just awakening to the stirrings of the heart and is particularly curious about everything, it was even harder to resist. Of course, Tao affirmed with a nod. However, after her initial excitement, Tina suddenly became conflicted. Noticing Tina's change in mood, Tao wiped her brow, perplexed as to why the joy had swiftly turned into a frown. "Sister Tao, I can't decide just yet, as it is quite possible that we will have special training tonight," Tina pouted, recalling how their evening sparring sessions in the regular class, dubbed special training by Smoker, seemed to have never ceased from the very beginning, now ingrained as instinct, a habit they had grown accustomed to. There were times when someone missed a night of sparring and felt out of sorts, discomfort lingering throughout the evening. Thus, Tina dared not assume whether Yi-chun and the others would continue tonight, even if the venue changed. Here, it is essential to mention the impact Yi-chun's presence had on various matters. For instance, Virgo, Smoker, Shuin, and Berrygood, even Tina, diverged from their original storylines. Setting aside the foundation and strength, their personalities had also undergone slight transformations. Now, the six could be considered friends, having sparred for over half a year, leading to the natural blossoming of camaraderie. Despite Yi-chun and Virgo's continued reticence, Smoker, Shuin, and others could at least share jokes now. Tina, too, was able to express her displeasure occasionally, and the others, including Yi-chun, indulge her whims. Special training? Tao was taken aback, unaware of such a thing. "Sister Tao, the special training I mentioned is our own, not the lessons from Teacher Zephyr." Tina gestured towards Smoker and the others who were engaged in a contest with Akainu. "By the way, I believe that one is called Smoker. I have heard you mention him, the user of the smoke smock fruit, and he appears to be the strongest among your six, doesn't he?" The Navy held the natural type in high regard, regardless of individual strength. Thus, Smoker's reputation far surpassed that of Virgo and Yi-chun. Not quite. If we consider overall strength, Brother Yi-chun is the strongest, followed by Brother Virgo and Brother Smoker, then myself. And lastly, those two fools, Shuin and Berrygood. Tina raised her head, a hint of pride in her tone regarding her abilities. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Yi-chun and the others were merely humoring her, including Shuin and Berrygood. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be at the bottom. Currently, Shun and Barrygud were full of potential. After all, Yi Chun, the unexpected visitor, would directly influence their outcomes. Yi Chun? You mean that weakling? Tao Tu's mouth slightly agape. She expressed disbelief to a T that moment. Yi Chun was neither here nor there, merely positioned in the middle, with Virgo, the ghost spider, and others ahead of him, and Smoker in front, while Akainu and Borsalino led the pack. As for Kazan, he was running alongside Virgo and the others, occasionally yawning, appearing listless. Compared to the preceding tiers, Yi Chun seemed rather ordinary, even leading Tao Tu to have the fleeting illusion that if she were to run up, she could easily surpass him. Sister Tao Tu, Brother Yi Chun is not weak. He simply prefers to keep a low profile, quietly honing his skills, much like Brother Virgo. They rarely engage in conversation, Tina explained. Pouting slightly, her unhappiness evident in her heart, she believed that Brother Virgo and Brother Yi Chun were the strongest. That's so. Tao Tu paid little mind, as Akainu and his companions loomed like a mountain, overwhelming the entire elite class. Tina, oblivious to this, merely nodded. Subsequently, the two resumed their conversation about topics of interest to girls, momentarily falling behind. However, they did not lag, instead sharing laughter and exclamations of surprise. Everyone ran for a considerable stretch. And remarkably, not a single person fell behind. However, each individual was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Well done, Yi Chun and Virgo. It appears you have made further progress. As they gathered, Zephyr observed Yi Chun and Virgo. Although their breathing was also ragged, it was significantly better than the others, even surpassing Akainu and his companions. Clearly, nearly a year of running laps had enabled Yi Chun and Virgo to better control their breathing, thus reducing physical exertion. Not underestimate this bit of stamina. It could very well determine life and death in future battles. Previously, Zephyr had trained Akainu and the others in the same manner. However, they relied on their natural abilities, using the development of their powers as an excuse, ultimately only training for 3 to 4 months. After all, each of their attacks had already surpassed the norm, rendering any slow improvements in physical fitness beneath their notice. However, Yi Chun and the others had diligently trained for over half a year, establishing a solid physical foundation. Furthermore, Yi Chun understood that regardless of the type of power, be it a user of abilities, a swordsman, or a martial arts expert, everything hinged on physical fitness, the most fundamental strength, stamina. Most importantly, Yi Chun's abilities were greatly reliant on his physicality. The stronger his physique, the greater the potential he could unleash from the exploding fruit. Zephyr's commendation drew the attention of all toward Virgo and Yi Chun, many unable to comprehend why. After all, Virgo and Yi Chun had not exhibited anything particularly outstanding that if there were to be praise, it should rightfully go to Akainu, Borsalino, and the like. The disparity between them was evident at first glance. Although Akainu and the others possessed a broader perspective than Smoker and his crew, they would not pay much heed. Or perhaps from the beginning, they had looked down upon Yi Chun and his companions. Yet, deep down, they still felt a twinge of discomfort. Zephyr, however, meant no ill will, being a master of physical arts himself. He understood that the body was fundamental to everything. Even with devil fruits, only a powerful physique could truly harness their potential. Most crucially, the natural type was not invincible. Haki could effectively restrain their physical forms. And the source of Haki was the body itself. Thus, during training sessions, Zephyr always emphasized the importance of physical fitness. Nonetheless, the formidable power and elemental transformation of the natural type led Akainu and the others to become complacent. While Akainu might possess some martial arts skills, he did not exhibit the same level of dedication or concern as Yi Chun, Virgo, and the others. At this age, a natural rebelliousness often surfaces. When adults assert that their advice is for one's own good, the young may fail to understand, even developing a counterproductive mindset. It is only when one faces the consequences later that the value of such counsel becomes apparent. This is where Yi Chun, as a time traveler, holds an advantage, endowed with knowledge and innovative ideas that are difficult to grasp within this world, enabling him to discern the right path. Consequently, in his daily practice of physical arts, to enhance his physical fitness. Yi Chun devoted far more time than to developing the exploding fruit. After a brief commendation, Zephyr continued, stating that today was the first day, and thus there would be no further training. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow I will explain the 6 styles. This statement was clearly directed at Yi Chun and his companions, as Akainu and the others had already been introduced to the 6 styles, with some having even mastered 1 or 2. The same applied to Haki. Perhaps among these individuals, only Yi Chun and his group had yet to receive instruction in the 6 styles in Haki. However, after this extensive training period, Yi Chun and the others had certainly earned the right to access these essential skills. Report. At that moment, Akainu stood up and saluted Zephyr. Tomorrow, Admiral Sengoku will be heading to the New World, and I, Borsalino, and Kazan have applied to accompany him, and we have received Admiral Sengoku's approval, furrowing his brow slightly. Zephyr did not dwell on it, responding, gaining experience through real combat will be highly beneficial for you. Thus, exercise caution. Understood, Akainu replied, his face alight with excitement. He preferred to be out in the field rather than training here. Kazan, on the other hand, wore a gloomy expression, as he'd been dragged along against his will. Not long ago, he had just returned from an outing with Old Man Garp and had planned to rest well, only to find himself thrust into this situation. Sighing, Kazan lacked any spirit, and as for Borsalino, he was indifferent, dismissed. Everyone, go prepare. With that, Zephyr concluded, vanishing before the gathered crowd. As Zephyr departed, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained somewhat peculiar, as neither party acknowledged the other. A mere glance exchanged, and they parted ways. There was no provocation, nor any threats. In the eyes of Sakaski and his companions, Yi Chun and his group were hardly worthy of inciting any challenge. Save for that smoke-wielding lad, of course. The same did not apply to Tao Tu and Tina, for the 2 girls were now akin to good sisters, engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter. Tao Tu, marry me. As expected, every day, the T-Pig would profess his love to Tao Tu, presenting her with a bouquet of fresh flowers while kneeling on one knee, his eyes brimming with affection, once again proposing. Refusal, without the slightest hesitation. The response was resolute, as Tao Tu, engaged in conversation with Tina, did not even turn her head. After dismissing the T-Pig, Tao Tu took Tina's hand and intended to go shopping. The T-Pig, undeterred by rejection, calmly stood up, brushed off the dust from his knees, and softly remarked to Tao Tu's retreating figure, I will not give up. That night, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a coolness to the air. The starry sky was resplendent, devoid of clouds, and the pure white moonlight illuminated the elite class's playground, casting long shadows. Everyone, I apologize for my tardiness. Breathless, Tina appeared in a sky-blue princess dress, her light pink hair adorned with a ribbon. Resembling a delicate sprite. Having spent considerable time together, it seemed rare to see Tina in a dress, and even more so, having taken the effort to adorn herself. Have you been shopping with Tao Tu? The others were momentarily taken aback, for they had not anticipated Tina's striking beauty. Hee, do you think I look pretty? She twirled, the sky-blue hem of her dress fluttering in the wind, her cheeks slightly flushed as she beamed at them like a crescent moon. Beautiful, both Xiao En and Bailey Good exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration. I never imagined you could look so lovely in a dress. Tina, it just struck me that you are indeed a girl. Alas, Smog, lacking in subtlety, seemed oblivious to the essence of her beauty, instead commenting on her lack of demureness, wholly disregarding the feminine grace she possessed. In response, Tina pouted and shot a fierce glare at Smog. What do you mean, you are actually a girl? I have always been a girl, thank you very much. I'm Virgo and Yi Chun, do you think I look pretty? Ignoring Smog, Tina eagerly approached the impassive Yi Chun and Virgo. Beautiful, Virgo replied succinctly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. They all treated the little girl with kindness and care. Thank you, Virgo. Yi Chun, what do you think? Yi Chun remained composed, his dark eyes devoid of any ripple, merely nodding in acknowledgement. His excessive calmness left Tina somewhat disheartened. Tina, you haven't changed your clothes. Why not take a break today? Smog interjected. All right, I'll just watch you all, Tina replied, her enthusiasm waning, unable to muster the energy for the day. Begin. The clash of combat erupted. and in a mere moment, the five engaged in battle. Utilizing their body techniques, it was evident that Yi Chun and his companions had evolved from their initial chaotic skirmishes. Each punch and kick was now executed with precision, their speed akin to a flash of light, rapid and deft. They were no longer mere children engaged in a brawl. Each strike was imbued with a sense of combativeness, as if they had traversed countless battles, maturing from naive children into adept fighters, aware of when to strike and when to hold back. They had made significant strides in their development. It is worth noting that none had been formally taught. They had gleaned their skills through trial and error during their sparring, perhaps vastly different from true combat, yet this experience was invaluable. Initially, it was Xiao In and Bailey Good who were eliminated, battered and bruised, lying on the ground, unable to rise for the time being. This battle was marked by each individual facing the onslaught of the other four, honing their reflexes with precision, as they never knew when a fist might come flying at them. Next came the melee involving Yi Chun, Virgo, and Smog. Upon closer observation, one could discern that the three occasionally seemed to possess a third eye, predicting attacks and instinctively evading them. They believed this was merely a reflex, unaware that it was the prelude to the awakening of Kinbunchika Haki. After enduring over half a year of relentless training, they had fought countless battles, sustaining numerous blows, and their bodies had naturally absorbed this feeling, leading to significant changes. Coupled with their solid physical foundations, they were on the verge of piercing through the thin veil separating them from Kinbunchaku and Busashoka Haki, with just a single finger needed to break through that barrier. However, for some, this barrier might remain unbroken for a lifetime. Now, the transformations of the six were remarkable, especially in terms of their appearances. Indeed, each day left them battered and bruised, rendering them unrecognizable. Moreover, the intensity of their training was far from gentle, resulting in drastic changes in their looks and abilities, diverging significantly from the original narrative. For instance, Yi Chun now sported long hair cascading down to his shoulders, and it would not be long before it reached his waist. Years of relentless training had rendered his visage rigid and transformed his entire persona. Undoubtedly, one could assert that this method of transformation was far more advanced than any cosmetic surgery known in the past. The only caveat being that in severe cases, it could lead to death, a special note. This method of transformation should be undertaken with caution, as the farmer had experienced it firsthand, spending a leisurely month recovering in the hospital. The following day at dawn, a sliver of sunlight broke over the horizon, gradually illuminating the sky with a half-moon visage. The world came alive in an instant, heralding the dawn of a new day. Today, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement, for he was finally about to learn the Rokushiki. He had contemplated the Rokushiki extensively, and in his heart, he had formed a clear vision. Most importantly, he was drawing ever closer to mastering Haki. He believed that he would eventually emerge triumphant, and when that day came, no one would dare to belittle, oppress, or insult him. Standing before the mirror, he gazed at his increasingly robust physique, particularly the area on his right chest. Marred by bruises from the previous night's spar, had taken on a fearsome aspect, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, as if they were about to burst from their sockets. Veins throbbed visibly on his face, and the scars on his neck were pronounced, pulsating with life. Yi Chun clenched his fists tightly, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before he seized the garments hanging on the rack and stepped out of his room. Now, he must endure humiliation and strive for survival until he attained the power he sought. Upon arriving at the training ground, he found that a considerable number of individuals were already present. Naturally, the three peculiar figures of Sakaski were absent. Not long after, Zephyr appeared atop the platform, surveying the assembled crowd and nodding imperceptibly. "Ghost Spider, you all better pay close attention once more. It will only benefit you, not harm you, so consider it a review." Apart from the excitement and anticipation of Virgo and the six others, those from Ghost Spider, who had already been acquainted with the Rokushiki, appeared somewhat disinterested. Yes, the Ghost Spider team stood at attention that I trust you're all somewhat familiar with the Navy's Rokushiki. This is a unique physical technique of a Navy, transcending the limits of human capability. With lethality varying from person to person, a representative figure you may look up to is Carp. Without further ado, Zephyr delved straight into the explanation. The Rokushiki is regarded as a physical technique that surpasses human limitations due to the necessity of possessing extraordinary physical strength. Otherwise, a careless misstep could lead to disability or even death. However, you all are quite promising. Each of you demonstrates commendable physical capabilities. Shave, a skill within the 6 forms, necessitates the ability to step on the ground more than 10 times in an instant. Harnessing the explosive speed generated by the resulting reaction force to propel oneself forward, as Zephyr spoke, he demonstrated for the audience that T first, nothing seemed visible, resembling instantaneous movement, as Zephyr leaped across a distance of 10 meters, appearing on the other side. Gradually, he slowed down, thoroughly explaining his experiences and the underlying principles, striving to ensure that everyone comprehended the concept. His dedication was evident. Naturally, Yi Chun and the others were equally earnest in their learning, not even blinking an eye. For a full 2 hours, Zephyr showcased and elucidated the reasons behind each action with meticulous clarity. After concluding, he paused his demonstrations, allowing everyone time to digest the information. The 6 forms will be explained over 6 days. During this period, you may contemplate whether to learn 1, 2, or all the forms. Now, give it a try, and if anything is unclear, feel free to ask me. Clearly, Zephyr had no intention of conveying all 6 forms in a single day. He planned to spread them across 6 days, 1 form each day, to ensure everyone grasped the concepts, an indication of his thoughtful approach. Initially, Yi Chun and the others were at a loss as to how to proceed. After all, while they had listened attentively, the act of executing the moves themselves felt oddly daunting. To step on the ground 10 times, or even more, within the span of a second. How could one achieve such speed? With a furrowed brow, Yi Chun stood to the side, rapidly stepping with his right foot. The first attempt yielded only 4 steps before a second had elapsed. Such a challenge would have been unthinkable in his previous life, yet many in this world had accomplished it. If Shave posed such difficulty, the other forms were undoubtedly not simple either, given his possession of the explosion fruit. Mastering all 6 forms would require a considerable amount of time, not to mention the need to learn Haki. Even treating 1 day as 2 would not suffice. Some compromises would have to be made. Thus, he resolved to focus solely on Shave, Moonwalk, and Gale Foot. After much contemplation, Yi Chun concluded that these 3 forms would best complement his Devil Fruit abilities. He envisioned how the impact from using Shave, combined with the Explosion Fruit, might enhance his speed even further. As for Moonwalk, the ability to hover in the air was essential. As a power user, falling into the sea could be fatal. Gale Foot, when integrated with his Devil Fruit ability, would yield formidable destructive power. Even if Gale Foot merely added an explosion, its potency would undoubtedly elevate to a new level. Compared to Shave, the synergy of Moonwalk and Gale Foot with his Devil Fruit rendered the other techniques, such as Finger Gun, Paper Drawing, and Iron Block, less significant. That he would postpone mastering Finger Gun and Iron Block until he fully developed the Explosion Fruit throughout his body. To that point, his close combat capabilities would be extraordinary, while he held greater interest in developing observation Haki with Paper Drawing. Thus, after careful consideration, Yi Chun decided to focus on Shave, Moonwalk, and Gale Foot, recognizing the limitations of one person's energy in an instant. The training ground was filled with muffled sounds. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yi Chun. It was Ghost Spider, the future top vice admiral. Clearly, they had already grasped the basics, albeit not with great finesse, managing only short distances while enduring considerable discomfort in their legs. Ghost Spider's arrival prompted Yi Chun to halt his movements. He then observed Ghost Spider, Squirrel, Stoloberry, and the others, keenly watching how they executed Shave. The observation lasted an entire day. During this time, Yi Chun also attempted the technique, gradually becoming more familiar. Initially, he could only manage 4 steps, but now he could achieve 6, and with a stroke of luck, even 7. Alright everyone, it's time to head back. Remember, progress should be gradual. Otherwise, you risk debilitating your legs, leading to greater losses than gains. After the training session, Zephyr's expression turned serious as he issued a stern warning, especially casting a glance at Yi Chun and the others. However, Yi Chun took Zephyr's admonition lightly. Had it been a month ago, he might have heeded the advice, but now, he was resolute. He had already developed the explosion fruit to his limbs. Indeed, apart from his hands, he had also harnessed the power in his feet. Below the knees, he could withstand explosions without harm. Naturally, the excruciating pain intensified, and the once feeble nerve sensations returned with vigor. Yet, it remained within Yi Chen's tolerable limits, for the emotional scars ran deeper than the physical ones, piercing his heart far more painfully. The night was tranquil, with clouds veiling the moonlight, yet the training ground remained brightly lit. Boom! A sudden explosion erupted, accompanied by smoke and sparks that stirred up the earth, creating a 5-meter-wide crater and generating a small whirlwind. Once again, failure. Standing in the pit, Yi Chen's complexion paled as he gazed at his right foot, which had vanished below the knee. However, in the blink of an eye, sparks and smoke enveloped it, and his right foot returned to its original state. After dinner, Yi Chen hurried to the training ground, having trained nonstop for 3 hours on shave, as Zephyr had advised. A gradual approach was essential. Exceeding one's physical limits could lead to debilitating consequences. Just moments ago, he had clearly reached his limit, yet he refused to give up. Without warning, his right foot exploded, drenched in sweat. The pain from his leg's explosion felt like a knife cutting through flesh. Yet Yi Chen merely frowned. This pain, which could be described as eternal or fleeting, depended solely on where Yi Chen's focus lay. If he concentrated on the pain, it would feel like an eternity. However, with all his attention devoted to mastering shave, that pain became but a momentary inconvenience, leaving him undisturbed. After another hour of training, Yi Chen resembled someone pulled from water, drenched in sweat, his complexion not looking particularly good. Before long, Virgo and the others arrived, fully aware that Yi Chen dedicated 3 to 4 hours each night to training his fruit abilities, and their timing was impeccable, coinciding with the end of his session. However, this evening, Yi Chen was not training his abilities, but rather focusing on shave. The others observed the numerous craters littering the ground, unable to suppress their grimaces. Yet, someone would come to clear them, as Zephyr had previously instructed other Marines. Thus, Yi Chen could freely develop his abilities. Otherwise, if explosions continued daily, the training ground would become a pitiful wasteland. Of course, while Yi Chen was training, Virgo and the others were also honing their skills, just not in the same location. After all, everyone had their own secrets and needed a bit of personal time. Ugh, it's so difficult. I can barely manage 4 steps before my feet give out. Tina pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Heh, I can step 5 times, and with a stroke of luck, maybe 6. Shun scratched his head, a user of the rust fruit. A formidable counter to all metals, capable of influencing even the lead elements in the human body when developed to its peak. Yet at present, Shun was unaware of the true power of his devil fruit. I'm about the same, Burgu chimed in, his head slightly tilted, displaying a hint of excitement. What about Smoker? Me. 3 or 4 times, I suppose, Smoker replied nonchalantly. The group paused momentarily but quickly processed the information, realizing that Smoker had no need to learn. Particularly when it came to moonwalk. Smoker, shave is a form of ultra-high-speed movement. I think you should learn it. With your abilities, you can forego learning moonwalk, Virgo remarked, acknowledging the unique circumstances. Smoker pondered for a moment before nodding, nearly falling into a trap of misunderstanding. Being able to fly did not equate to possessing speed. Virgo, how many can you manage? Tina inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. 0.8 times, Virgo replied, his brow furrowing, clearly dissatisfied with the result. Wow! Tina jumped up, her eyes shimmering with stars. Indeed, Virgo is impressive. In just one day, he can manage 8 steps, only 2 away from 10. However, Tina remained oblivious to the fact that those 2 steps represented an insurmountable challenge. With each additional step, the difficulty multiplied. The further one progressed, the more daunting the task became. Even those with exceptional talent would find it nearly impossible to achieve 10 complete steps within a month or 2. This was the essence of a martial art that transcended human limits. While Virgo could manage 8 steps on the first day, that was already his utmost limit. Breaking through to 9 steps would not come easily. Chen, what about you? Surely you can do better than me. Virgo observed the tattered hem of Yi Chen's trousers, evidently aware of the fundamental function of Yi Chen's explosive fruit. 0.9 times. Once this threshold was surpassed, his legs would detonate. Without excessive elaboration, Yichun was not particularly satisfied with this outcome either. Each time he aimed to step 10 times, either time would run out or his legs would explode. Even you can't manage it, brother Yichun, Tina remarked with a hint of disappointment. What do you think this is? This is a martial art that transcends human limits. It is not so easily mastered. Shun retorted, rolling his eyes. That's so. Are we still going to spar tonight? Smoker inquired, glancing between Yichun and Virgo. We've been at it for over half a year. Let's take a break. I want to master Soryu as soon as possible. Virgo spoke first. Nearby, Yichun nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Thus, the group commenced their practice on the training grounds, occasionally accompanied by Tina's gasps of surprise or her small outbursts, ensuring that no one felt lonely. They maintained a cautious distance from Yichun, for an accidental explosion could have repercussions. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, Yichun continued to struggle with his final attempt, his feet repeatedly detonating to the point that he could hardly bear it. Each explosion not only drained his stamina, but also inflicted pain upon him. He recalled what Zephyr had mentioned during the day and contemplated the situations of Ghost Spider and others using Su. Yet, he felt as though he grasped something only for it to vanish in the blink of an eye, causing his mood to grow increasingly restless, as if he were on the verge of erupting. Ultimately, Yichun suppressed this impulse, deciding to consult Zephyr the following day. The next day, as usual, the group arrived early at the training grounds. Every day at that hour, Zephyr appeared punctually. I know you have questions. But for now, listen to me. Wait until I finish before asking, Zephyr began, silencing everyone and launching into his lesson. Today we will learn the second technique, Iron Block, a defensive martial art among the 6 styles. The human body harbors many mysterious powers, one of which is muscle. The purpose of Iron Block is to consolidate these dispersed muscles into a cohesive whole, thereby forming a strength that grants the body an iron-like hardness. As he spoke, Zephyr opened his coat, revealing a robust torso adorned with scars, each muscle appearing to pulsate, creating an illusion of unity without a single flaw to any observer. It resembled the iron cloth or golden bell shield spoken of in legends. 2 hours later, Zephyr concluded his instruction and dismissed the group to practice independently. During this time, Yichun merely skimmed the concept of Iron Block, as his primary focus lay on mastering Su. Therefore, as soon as the lesson ended, Yichun approached Zephyr. An hour later, Yichun was still diligently practicing Soryu, while most others, including Virgo, concentrated on Iron Block, seeking to familiarize themselves with it, even if they ultimately did not succeed, at least preparing for their next attempt. After all, Zephyr had just finished explaining, and their mind were still processing the information. Yichun, on the other hand, realized that he had been somewhat impatient. He understood that mastery of martial arts does not occur overnight. In truth, he had taken advantage of the devil fruit. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to consecutively step on Soryu 9 times within a single day. Yet, this was also Yichun's advantage. While others feared the possibility of crippling their legs, he had no such concern. As long as his stamina and pain tolerance were sufficient, he could continue to practice indefinitely. Thus, the bustling routine of life continued unabated. The technique of finger gun is one of the offensive techniques among the 6 styles, channeling the entirety of one's strength into the fingertips to release a strike at lightning speed. Delivering an impact akin to that of a bullet, capable of penetrating the human body and even steel. When combined with Haki, it possesses devastating lethality. Moonwalk is a practical application derived from Soryu, the only technique among the 6 styles that allows for suspension in midair, essentially an advanced form of Soryu. Once Soryu is mastered, the difficulty of Moonwalk will not be significant. Storm Leg, another offensive technique of the 6 styles, enables ultra-high-speed kicking, creating sharp slashes akin to a swordsman's cut, possessing formidable cutting power. Paper Drawing, one of the defensive techniques of the 6 styles, is currently regarded as one of the most challenging to practice. It involves relinquishing all bodily strength and attuning oneself to the fluctuations in the opponent's movements, thereby evading attacks in critical moments. This technique is somewhat akin to the observation Haki among the 3 types of Haki. Mastering paper drawing makes awakening observation Haki considerably easier. On the 3rd day, Zephyr demonstrated finger gun. On the 4th day, he taught Moonwalk. The 5th day focused on Storm Leg, and the 6th day on paper drawing. Throughout this period, Yichen only gained a cursory understanding of finger gun and paper drawing, not engaging in practice, as his mind was wholly devoted to Suru, moonwalk, and storm leg. However, all three techniques were predominantly leg-based skills, thus presenting significant challenges. Ultimately, Yichun discovered the critical importance of Soru, as it appeared to serve as the foundation for both moonwalk and storm leg. If he did not master Soru, then mastering moonwalk and storm leg would be exceedingly difficult. Consequently, Yichun resolved to first master Soru before considering moonwalk and storm leg. In truth, Yichun was already capable of flight, though this flight differed greatly from moonwalk. His ability to ascend was a result of the explosions generated by his legs, propelling him into the to achieve sustained flight. He would need to maintain a series of explosions. Indeed, he moved with remarkable speed, akin to a cannonball, launching himself forward in an instant. However, his control was lacking, often leaving him battered and bruised. Unbeknownst to him, a month had passed. Each day, Zephyr diligently instructed the group. However, on the previous day, it seemed something significant had occurred in the Grand Line, prompting Zephyr to set sail again, leaving instruction to another Rear Admiral from the Navy headquarters. One night, after dinner, Yichun returned to the training grounds and a soft, muffled sound echoed as a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, inadvertently crashing to the ground and stirring up a small cloud of dust. Rising to his feet, indifferent to the scrapes on his face, Yichun's eyes sparkled like stars. He had successfully stepped 10 times. Though he was still far from mastering it and the distance was minimal, the momentary speed he had just achieved filled him with elation. Turning to look at the spot where he had originally stood, he noted a distance of 3 meters from his current position. This mere 3 meters was a culmination of a month's worth of persistent effort, with countless steps taken each day. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake those who are diligent. This brief distance served as a testament to Yichun that the blood and sweat of the past month had not been in vain. A month, an entirety of 30 days, was a considerable span of time, and Yichun had diligently practiced. The gap between the 9th and 10th steps felt as vast as an ocean, seemingly insurmountable. Yet tonight he had triumphed. Stepping 10 times, he had initially attained a semblance of instantaneous speed. According to Rear Admiral Zephyr, the more times one could step, the greater the increase in speed and distance. Thus, 10 times was merely the beginning, merely a brush against the surface. Moving forward, he aimed to step 11 times, 12 times, or even more. When combined with the explosive force generated, that speed would undoubtedly be extraordinary. At this moment, Yichun could feel nothing but exhilaration. With a swift motion, he disappeared once more, only to reappear 3 meters away, once again landing in a less than graceful manner. However, he managed to stabilize himself just in time. However, he could not halt his relentless pursuit, taking several strides forward that it was only after the 3rd and 4th attempts, culminating in over 50, that Yichun managed to stabilize his body. Yet a momentary lapse would still lead to errors. The 6th technique was far more complex than Yichun had anticipated. Even upon achieving success, various complications would arise. True mastery could only be attained through relentless practice, and it was only then that one could claim genuine success. Drenched in sweat, Yichun gasped for breath, feeling the toll of his exertion. Now he intended to experiment with the explosive fruit. Gritting his teeth, he rapidly stomped 10 times, just as he felt the urge to surge forward. He detonated his feet in an instant. Accompanied by a thunderous blast, a fleeting shadow shot forth, covering a distance of over 100 meters before crashing to the ground, uprooting the earth. Yet, the force of the impact did not dissipate. Causing a commotion, a 2-meter-wide trench was created, with sand and soil billowing for a full 5 meters. To the end of it all, Yichun was bloodied, his body marred by numerous lacerations, instantly staining the ground crimson. And he fell into unconsciousness. In the infirmary, brightly illuminated, a pristine white bed cradled a figure swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy, who lay in a deep slumber. Beside him were Virgo and others. That evening, as usual, they gathered, only to be greeted by the sight of the pockmarked ground and the battered Yichun amidst the ruins, leaving everyone astonished. Those unaware might have thought an attack had occurred. Cultivation? Who could achieve such a state through mere training? Covered in injuries and unconscious, Was it truly just cultivation? How hard must one push themselves to reach this point? With tightly shut eyes, Yichun experienced a slight tremor before awakening. Staring at the ceiling as his thoughts began to crystallize, "You're awake," Smoker remarked, observing Yichun's opened eyes, his lips twitching slightly. "Brother Yichun," Tina exclaimed with unrestrained joy, visibly relieved at his awakening. "Yichun, how on earth did you train to such an extreme?" Shuin and Belagud inched closer, curiosity evident in their expressions. Coughing softly, Yichun struggled to sit up, leaning against the headboard, revealing only his eyes and mouth. The rest of him was entirely bandaged, a moment of carelessness, and he had become overly excited. His entire body ached, and Yichun was left with lingering trepidation. He had overestimated his capabilities, having just begun to grasp the technique. He had sought to soar to new heights by combining it with the explosive fruit. Indeed, a slight miscalculation had resulted in him lying in this bed. He had been too impatient. One must consume food one bite at a time. "Honestly, Brother Yichun, you push yourself too hard," Tina pouted, offering a mild reproach. "What did you gain from this?" Virgo's expression remained stoic, seemingly unfazed by Yichun's reckless training. After all, such occurrences were not uncommon, though this time it was undeniably more severe. The technique of shaving was immensely challenging, particularly when attempting the 9th iteration to break through to the 10th, necessitating uninterrupted effort. Leaning back, Yichun began to share his insights on the technique, not withholding any details, hoping that his companions could grasp it swiftly. Virgo and the others listened intently, gratitude unspoken yet etched in their hearts. Throughout the past month, everyone had significantly improved their understanding of shaving. Virgo had already mastered the 9th iteration, yet faced the same challenges as Yichun, unable to succeed at the 10th AS for Smoker and the others. They too had become markedly more proficient. Even Tina could now execute the technique 7 or 8 times. At IT could be said that the 6 of them formed a small collective, regularly sharing their experiences, with each individual's progress being tangible and significant. Yichun, however, only spoke extensively when discussing experiences. He typically remained quite reserved. Everyone possessed unique perspectives, and perhaps a casual remark from Tina could greatly benefit either Yichun or Virgo. Hence, having tasted the fruits of collaboration, they would occasionally share their insights, absorbing the viewpoints of others. Since Zephyr had elucidated the 6 techniques, he had embarked on a mission at sea for 3 months. During this time, Virgo and the others had matured greatly, each having at least grasped one of the techniques. Among them, Virgo stood out, his training methods a mystery. After mastering shaving, the subsequent techniques of moonwalk, iron block, finger gun, and Gale foot posed no challenge for him. He had seamlessly entered their realm, particularly excelling at finger gun and shaving. Yichun had also mastered shaving, moonwalk, and Gale foot, but had yet to successfully integrate the explosive fruit. Overall, Yichun's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, and he had developed the devil fruit throughout his limbs. Apart from his hands, he had now progressed to the inner thighs. However, as he advanced further, the difficulty increased, leading to a painstakingly slow journey. It had taken him 3 months to move from the knees to the inner thighs. As for Smoker, he had not mastered all 6 techniques, but had chosen a select few, as moonwalk, iron block, and paper drawing held little value for him. Currently, the group could all utilize shaving and achieve brief moments of weightlessness. Initially, this brought immense joy to Tina. Shuin and Belagud shared her excitement, and they hosted a small celebration in honor of their successes. However, an unexpected guest joined them, Peach Rabbit. Now, Peach Rabbit and Tina had become close friends, often spending their time shopping and dragging Shuin and Belagud along. With even Smoker unable to escape, Tina had initially wanted to invite Yichun and Virgo, yet both were deeply engrossed in their training, akin to wooden lumps, and outright rejected her. Yichun was even more dismissive, merely glancing at Tina and Peach Rabbit before ignoring them completely and returning to his training. This day, Tina still felt a tinge of irritation, and Peach Rabbit frowned slightly, feeling a bit discontented. On this day, the training ground was swept by gusts of wind and sand, 2 figures occasionally vanishing from sight only to reappear elsewhere, their fists colliding with a resounding thud. Bang! Their knees clashed. bodies colliding with force as Yi Chun and Virgo stood mere inches apart, expressions grave, both striking simultaneously, their fists meeting with a jarring impact. Stepping back a few paces, Yi Chun suddenly stomped, his right foot sinking slightly into the ground. His right cheek reddened and swollen. Virgo, performing several backflips in mid-air, landed gracefully, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The two locked eyes, neither uttering a word, and in an instant, they both vanished, reappearing 10 meters away, stirring up clouds of dust. The roar of the wind filled their ears as Yi Chun turned his head, a fist barreling towards him. Simultaneously, he delivered an attack aimed at Virgo's chest. In a moment of urgency, Virgo vanished, reappearing behind Yi Chun, his right foot sweeping towards him. With an impassive expression, Yi Chun sidestepped, his right knee meeting Virgo's foot in a powerful clash, while his left hand struck towards Virgo. Bang! A whirlwind of dust erupted as the two fought like machines, exchanging blows and counters, soaring through the air one moment and crashing to the ground the next. Before long, the entire training area had been utterly transformed. Gale foot. The ground was torn asunder, debris flying as a brilliant white crescent slash erupted for Virgo's right foot, mercilessly aimed at Yi Chun, in kind. Yi Chun quickly unleashed a larger white slash with his right foot. Tearing through the earth, the explosive sound reverberated as clouds of sand were sent soaring, and the two vanished once more, their attacks intertwining amidst the dust and the sounds of collision. Finger gun. Emerging from the haze, Virgo's eyes widened, and his right hand lunged towards Yi Chun. With a serious demeanor, Yi Chun evaded the attack. As the battle intensified, both fighters were fully immersed in the fray. Compared to Virgo's array of offensive techniques, finger gun, gale foot, and defensive skills like iron block, Yi Chun's approach was somewhat more singular. Excluding gale foot as a ranged attack, he relied solely on his fists. Yet, despite this limitation, Yi Chun and Virgo fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. Although their struggle would appear riddled with openings to a master like Zephyr, one must remember the age of Yi Chun and Virgo. They fought for a full hour, emerging bruised and battered, their scarred bodies now bearing even more contusions. Drenched in sweat, they concluded their sparring session and sat to rest, gulping down several mouthfuls of cool water. Today's fight was exhilarating, Virgo declared, shedding his shirt to reveal a physique beyond what one would expect at their age, adorned with at least a dozen scars that Yi Chun, however, had no habit of removing his clothing. Even though it was tattered, his own scars far outnumbered Virgo's. Whether on his back or chest, there are numerous lash marks and scars from blades that are truly shocking to behold, with even the smallest scar measuring at least 3 centimeters. Particularly striking is the large, bowl-shaped, indistinct mark on his right chest, which draws the eye with its prominence. Consequently, Yi Chun generally refrains from exposing his chest and back in the presence of others. In truth, his hands and feet bear scars as well. However, after each explosive recovery, these marks remain, leading Yi Chun to conclude that the explosive fruit cannot heal injuries that exceed a certain time limit. During the period of his previous mistreatment, Yi Chun had not fully developed the explosive fruit throughout his body, thus leaving these imprints. Yet now, the explosive fruit has been extended to his limbs. For instance, if Yi Chun were to sustain a cut on his hands, and he did not detonate the injured area, that scar would persist indefinitely. In other words, the explosive fruit only restores injuries incurred at the moment of detonation and cannot mend past scars. It is only now that Yi Chun realizes the explosive fruit is not as objective as he once imagined. While it is indeed powerful, it also harbors numerous flaws that it is no wonder that some seemingly formidable fruits fail to unleash the same might after being consumed by many. Surely, each comes with its own checks and deficiencies, and ability is without imperfection. This is an undeniable truth that it appears that this battle has once again ended in my defeat. Lying on the ground, Virgo gazes at the sky, a hint of reluctance in his expression. Are you not considering consuming a devil fruit? Yi Chun, seated and sipping water, stares into the distance, lost in thought. Consuming a devil fruit comes with significant drawbacks. The key issue is that none are suitable for me at present. Virgo rests his hands behind his head and, for reasons unknown, lets out a sigh. If I come across a worthwhile devil fruit in the future, I shall reserve it for you. Then I thank you in advance, Virgo replies with a grin. Have you yet to find a clue regarding your paper drawing? No, it is more challenging than I anticipated. But I am determined to master it. Why Ichan falls silent, and the two share a comfortable silence. Both being individuals of few words that I end this encounter, the two are evenly matched, although Virgo has learned more techniques than Ichan. Ichan exhibits a slightly greater proficiency in his three techniques. After all, Virgo must divide his attention, whereas Ichan focuses solely on refining his skills in shave, moonwalk, and stormwalk. However, this is merely a matter of physical prowess. If Ichan were to incorporate the powers of a devil fruit, Virgo would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, which explains Virgo's admission of defeat, although Yi-chan has never relied on his abilities during their sparring. Each time Virgo observes Yi-chan training with the explosive fruit, he begins to grasp a critical insight. Unless his iron block becomes significantly more formidable or he awakens Haki, he might withstand 1 or 2 explosions. But after 10 or 20, there would be nothing left but dust. Yet Virgo remains unaware that, with Yi-Chen's current physique and the development of the explosive fruit, its power has vastly increased from its previous state. It now generates a crater several meters wide. The following day, Yi-Chen arrives at the training grounds as usual, prepared for a new day of practice, since he still cannot fully control the 6 styles. He must dedicate himself to further training. However, upon reaching the grounds, Yi-Chen furrows his brow, for the crowd is gathered, their expressions marked by agitation. As he approaches, he becomes increasingly serious. Last night, Admiral Zephyr returned, reportedly gravely injured and requiring a period of recuperation. Where did you hear that? Are you certain? Someone questions, skepticism evident on their face, that I witnessed it myself last night. Feel free to inquire at the commercial street, and you shall find the truth. Gasp. That is Admiral Zephyr, the Navy's highest combat strength. How could he sustain such severe injuries? It is said to be the work of the 4 great pirate crews of the New World. The Flying Sky Pirates. Flying Sky Pirates? Are they truly that powerful? A clear, melodic voice chimes in, and Yi-Chen instantly recognizes it as Tina's. Indeed, there are currently 4 colossal pirate crews dominating the New World. The Roger Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Red-Haired Pirates, and lastly, the Flying Sky Pirates, whose captain is rumored to be the Golden Lion, with a bounty starting at 20 billion. A student, bearing a serious expression, does not appear to be fabricating their claims. 20 billion. The crowd collectively inhales sharply. The current bounties are not casually assigned, and a bounty of 20 billion signifies substantial strength. Moreover, this is merely the base amount. Admiral Zephyr's venture into the sea was likely aimed at confronting the Flying Sky Pirates, which explains his severe injuries. However, reports suggest that the Flying Sky Pirates suffered greatly as well. Admiral Zephyr valiantly intervened during their plundering to save a kingdom and protect numerous lives. The admiration is palpable on the student's face, reflecting their idolization of Zephyr. After all, this heroic narrative aligns perfectly with the fantasies of youth. I knew it. If Admiral Zephyr, so formidable, was injured, then the opposing crew must have been gravely wounded as well. After listening for a while, Yi-Chen departs, his brow furrowed in thought as he strives to piece together fragmented memories, gleaning some answers. Presently, Roger has yet to become the Pirate King, and alongside Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the lesser-known Red-Haired Pirates, they stand at the pinnacle of the pirate world, currently the most powerful crews at sea. However, considering the timeline, it should not be long before Roger ascends to become the Pirate King. At that point, the world will grow even more perilous. Once Roger claims the title and subsequently passes away, the era of great pirates will commence. Undoubtedly, the number of pirates will surge dramatically. The Navy will inevitably face immense challenges, and the state of the seas will worsen considerably. It is uncertain how much time remains until the storyline unfolds. When I initially watched this anime, I merely skimmed through the battles, scarcely grasping character relationships or significant events. Furthermore, before long, I had intended to grow stronger, yet before I could achieve that, I found myself thrust into this twisted world. While I am acquainted with a few notable figures, many events occur later on, and I remain utterly oblivious to what transpires in these upcoming years. It appears imperative that I acquire the means to survive before the storm arrives. Otherwise, I may find myself in peril at a moment's notice. Not only must I endure, but I must thrive, living in a manner that commands the respect of all. Clenching his fists, Yi-Chen dispels his thoughts and commences his training, even with newfound knowledge. He possesses no qualifications to participate in the unfolding events. Thus, the only course of action is to grow stronger, for that remains his sole objective. With power, he will have the freedom to pursue whatever he desires. In this realm, there are no laws, no morals, no order, only the might of one's fist point. 3 days later, it is indeed confirmed that Admiral Zephyr has sustained injuries, and they are quite severe. Even after 3 days, his body remains wrapped in bandages. On this day, Zephyr returns to the academy, evidently taking advantage of his recuperation to impart knowledge to the Navy's future. His dedication is commendable, observing the somewhat frail visage of Zephyr on stage. Yi-Chen sighs once more. Such a man who has sacrificed everything for the Navy ultimately faces a tragic fate. It becomes clear that notions of justice or evil are but illusions. Only one's own truth holds significance. That it appears that everyone has made progress over the past 3 months. Quite commendable. Standing atop the platform, Zephyr can distinctly sense the collective spirit of those below. Even without close observation, he can tell that all have gained from their time here, as all who enter possess considerable potential and talent. I could see that moment. A student raises their hand, evidently wishing to pose a question. Stalaberry, what is it? Zephyr inquires, gesturing for the student to speak. Instructor Zephyr, could you share with us news from the outside world? I have heard that there are many formidable pirates in the New World. All eyes eagerly turn toward Zephyr, as even those present who have ventured outside have only done so within the 4 seas or in safe locales near the Navy's headquarters. As for the New World, it remains utterly inaccessible. Rarely, Zephyr's expression shifts to one of solemnity. After a moment's contemplation, he begins, in the future, you will undoubtedly confront these challenges. Thus, let me provide you with some insight. I trust you are all curious about my injuries, and whether the rumors are true, that I was harmed by pirates. That I can assure you, they are indeed true. That is it the Flying Sky Pirates? A student inquired, raising his hand. Indeed, it is the Flying Sky Pirates, one of the most formidable pirate crews in the New World, captained by the immensely powerful man known as Gold Lion Shiki. Zephyr's expression grew solemn as he instinctively touched the bandaged area on his chest. Is it true that even Admiral Zephyr cannot subdue him? That man is far mightier than you can imagine. While I may not be able to defeat him, he shall not best me either. His confidence was palpable. No one doubted the veracity of Zephyr's words, for his qualifications and strength were evident. I knew it. One student thought, his face flushed with admiration as he gazed at Zephyr, vowing to become an admiral himself and set sail to capture those nefarious pirates. This man was a ruler of great ambition. Not only a devil fruit user, but also a top-tier swordsman and a master of martial arts. Zephyr spoke with gravity, captivating the students with his words. There are also the Roger Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Solitary Red. All are obstacles to justice. You're the future of the Navy, so you must not slacken in your duties. This time, Zephyr did not elaborate extensively, but merely provided a few examples to instill in everyone a recognition of the ocean's cruelty and the might of their foes, simultaneously inspiring them to uphold justice in the future. Yi-Chen listened intently. Though he did not heed Zephyr's subsequent remarks about justice that owe him, the concepts of right and wrong were irrelevant. His primary concern was his own survival. Tomorrow, I will explain Haki to you. I trust that over the past 3 months, you have all begun to grasp the 6 forms. It is now time to delve into Haki. Zephyr's words struck Yi-Chen like a jolt. His eyes wide, and his entire being trembled slightly. Why had he joined the Navy? For the sake of safety and strength, and the most crucial emblem of power was Haki. Even if Yi-Chen lacked comprehensive knowledge of the pirate world, he understood the significance of Haki. It was indispensable and must be mastered. Otherwise, life will be devoid of security. If anyone has thoughts on the title of the protagonist, please leave a message. Thank you. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Yi-Chen and his companions eagerly arrived at the training grounds, their faces alight with excitement. They were about to learn about Haki. How fortunate he was to have joined the Navy. Otherwise, how could he have the opportunity to learn about Haki so early? There were even instructors to explain it. Yi-chan was pleasantly surprised that he would be learning about Haki so soon. It was truly a delightful surprise. Before long, Zephyr appeared at the designated time, swiftly ascending to the platform. As always, he was crisp and efficient, diving straight into the explanation without unnecessary preamble. Haki is divided into 3 types. The first is armament Haki. Raising his hand, Zephyr directed everyone's gaze to his right hand. However, to the onlookers, nothing appeared amiss. Their eyes could not discern it. Yet, they could sense an unseen force wrapping around Zephyr's hand. Armament Haki is one of the latent powers within the human body. This power exists within everyone, yet some cannot perceive or utilize it, thus losing out. Currently on my right hand, there is an invisible layer of energy, which is armament Haki. This is the initial awakening stage when it is still unmastered, rendering it imperceptible and unable to materialize. As he spoke, Zephyr's right hand suddenly darkened, enveloping his entire wrist. Instantly, Yi-chan felt a formidable and potent force radiating from it, a sensation unlike any other. This is the fully developed armament Haki. Soon after, the originally pitch-black armament Haki deepened in color, shimmering with a lustrous glow. From the audience below, Yi-chan could sense the immense power swelling within. What I possess now is a highly refined form of armament Haki. Remember, armament Haki is a powerful force. It can enhance both your defensive and offensive capabilities, akin to donning impenetrable armor, heavy as a mountain. Most importantly, it allows one to strike the tangible forms of Logia users, inflicting damage. Smoker, step forward. Zephyr's sudden call startled the attentive Smoker. The only Logia user here. We shall conduct an experiment. Once Smoker took to the stage, Zephyr's demeanor turned serious as he regarded him. Maintain your elemental form at all times. Understood, Smoker replied earnestly, a peculiar energy emanating from him as wisps of white smoke began to encircle his body. Now observe, I will not utilize armament Haki. Zephyr clenched his fist and delivered a punch towards Smoker, who instinctively flinched, attempting to evade the strike. However, Smoker's speed paled in comparison to Zephyr's. Thus, Zephyr's right hand effortlessly pierced through Smoker's form. Without armament Haki, Logia users are invincible. Any attack you unleash will pass through them, failing to inflict meaningful harm. Now, let's test the newly awakened armament Haki. Upon saying this, Zephyr concentrated an invisible layer of armament Haki around his fist and reached out towards Smoker. This time, however, he did not pass through Smoker's body. Although the newly awakened armament Haki could touch the tangible form of Logia users, its impact was minimal. Only through mastery of its manifestation could one effectively counter Logia users. I will not conduct further experiments. Remember, Haki can cancel each other out. Each person's armament Haki varies, with numerous colors. However, it does not dictate everything. The distinction lies in the mastery of the Haki. Additionally, armament Haki is a form of energy that depletes. It is not limitless. Overextending your armament Haki is akin to exhausting your stamina, leading to weakness. Next, we shall discuss observation Haki. If armament Haki represents the strength of the body, then observation Haki embodies the potential of the mind and consciousness. Once awakened, it sharpens your 5 senses, allowing you to perceive attacks, anticipate your opponent's next moves, sense the strength and emotions of living beings, and discern the location and number of objects beyond your line of sight. These are the capabilities of observation Haki, with its range and intensity varying from person to person. Most importantly, mastering it to a profound level may even unlock latent abilities, which you must experience for yourselves in the future. After concluding his explanation, Zephyr suddenly addressed Smoker. Smoker, unleash your attack on me. Yes, Smoker replied, not questioning why. His right hand transformed into smoke, coalescing into a fist aimed at Zephyr. Just then, Zephyr closed his eyes, hands resting behind his back. Standing still as he awaited Smoker's strike, as the attack neared. Without warning, Zephyr subtly shifted to the left, evading Smoker's blow by a hair's breadth. Smoker continued to attack with all his might, yet Zephyr, with his eyes closed, consistently dodged each strike as if he had not truly closed his eyes at all, clearly perceiving Smoker's movements. Breathless from his futile efforts, Smoker found himself unable to land a single punch on Zephyr. Exhausting himself in the process. Opening his eyes, Zephyr signaled for Smoker to step down and address the group. This is the essence of observation hockey. Next, I shall discuss the most enigmatic form of hockey among the three. Conqueror's hockey, also known as the King's qualification at IT, is an innate ability that cannot be acquired through training. Among hundreds of thousands, only one may awaken IT. I am not a user of Conqueror's hockey. My understanding is limited, and you will have to explore it yourself in due time. After a brief pause to allow the information to sink in, Zephyr continued. Instructor, how can one truly sense the latent powers of the body you mentioned regarding armament and observation hockey? Yichen raised his hand, looking earnestly at Zephyr, still feeling somewhat lost. By taking a beating, Zephyr replied, a fleeting glimmer of appreciation crossing his eyes as he regarded Yichen. The most effective method is to blindfold yourself and allow someone to strike you without retaliating. Calm yourself, clear your mind, and let your body sense autonomously. When you feel that distinct force, grasp it tightly, and you will not be far from awakening that if you wish to increase your chances of awakening. Be prepared to risk your life and face the brink of death. In those critical moments, you will be able to attune to your body more swiftly. Thank you, instructor, having obtained the desired answer. Yichen reclined his body, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Zephyr, exhibiting little emotion, merely squinted at Yichen with a gaze that held deeper implications. All right, now it's your turn to experiment, he said, subsequently allowing everyone to engage in free activities. While he, unusually, took his leave, considering his current injuries. Once Zephyr departed, the group huddled together, their expressions reflecting confusion. Brother Yichen, did you understand? Tina asked, her large eyes fixed on him. Whether you comprehend or not matters little. As the instructor stated, we simply need to endure the punishment. Yichen too grasped only fragments of the instructions, yet he accurately seized upon the notion of enduring pain. After all, if it meant awakening the Conqueror's hockey, what was a little suffering? He had grown accustomed to it long, present. Yichen had not contemplated the Conqueror's hockey, for Zephyr had clearly stated that it could not be cultivated, only attained through chance. The primary objective now was to awaken the armament hockey and observation hockey. From this day forth, we shall blindfold ourselves and take turns attacking, Yichen declared, determination etched on his face. Shuin and Belaguid groaned in despair. Having already lost count of the blows they had endured, they had not anticipated that their random bouts of sparring over the past 6 months had inadvertently paved a shortcut towards awakening the hockey. All they needed was a bit of time to surpass that critical threshold, and it would be within their grasp. The sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the end of the day's training. The group gathered in the cafeteria for dinner, not even returning to their dormitories. Even Tina's routine of bathing post-training was disrupted today. The group proceeded directly to the training ground. Are you all prepared? Virgo inquired, his expression grave as he surveyed the pile of small stones before them. Could you not make it so intense right from the start? I fear I may not withstand it. Shuin replied, his face pale, lips trembling as he swallowed hard. Me too, Belaguid echoed, his voice shaky. According to instructor Zephyr, the best method was to experience death. For now, they were merely facing serious injuries, not demise itself. If they could not bear this slight pain, how would they manage in the future? Yichen's tone turned unusually stern, his expression cold. But Shuin and Belaguid stammered, their faces flushed as they exchanged glances with Yichen, ultimately lowering their heads in resignation that if you do not wish to train, then simply focus on throwing. Yichen did not press them further, moving 10 meters away from the group before stopping. Who says we won't train? If we must die, then let it be, Shuin and Belaguid declared, their resolve hardening as they looked at Smoker and Tina. We shall take turns. Virgo bent down, grasping a stone and tossing it lightly. Very well, point one by one. The others picked up handfuls of stones, surrounding Yichen from various angles, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. Yichen, do you want to stand a bit further back? Smoker grinned mischievously, tossing a stone in his hand. Using stones for training was Yichen's ingenious idea, perfect for cultivating observation hockey. However, should one of them inadvertently strike him, it would be akin to being hit by a bullet, with potentially fatal consequences. Producing a black claw from his pocket, Yichun blindfolded himself and cautioned, "Initially, please throw gently. I do not wish to be accidentally killed." The group grinned, their intentions far from benign. Currently, their full-force throws could undoubtedly penetrate an ordinary person's body. "Are you ready? Let us begin." Whoosh! The first stone flew through the air like a bullet, hurtling towards Yichun. Blurred outlines met his vision as he sensed the stone's approach. Though he could not discern its origin or distance, only feeling an impending sense of danger. Fortunately, the targeted areas were not vital. Otherwise, the sensation would have been one of impending death. The sharp impact struck him squarely, causing a jolt of agonizing pain to ripple through his body. "Brother Yichun, are you all right?" The group halted their actions, concern etched on Tina's face as she gazed at him. "That I'm fine. Continue," Yichun urged, refusing to relent. Whoosh, whoosh. In the initial moments, he was bombarded by a relentless barrage of stones. He managed to evade only 1 out of 10, resulting in numerous bruises across his body. Gradually, Yichun began to relax, relying on instinct to dodge. Meanwhile, Virgo and the others accelerated their throws, their aim becoming increasingly chaotic. At times, Tina would launch 2 stones simultaneously while others stood idle. In summary, everything unfolded unexpectedly. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of stones slicing through the air grew increasingly pronounced. At some point, Yichun found his rhythm, improving his evasion rate from 1 in 10 to 2. Then 3. An extraordinary sensation began to blur into his consciousness. An hour later, the training concluded, and Yichun removed his blindfold. "Yichun!" A ripple of concern washed over Tina as she noticed the myriad of bruises adorning his exposed arms, now a tapestry of deep purples and blues. Yet, apart from a somewhat pale complexion, Yichun remained unfazed. "How effective was it?" Virgo and Smoker inquired eagerly. "Quite effective. There exists a peculiar sensation. This method yields results," Yichun affirmed with a nod. "Then it's my turn. I'll stand 10 meters away." Just like Yichun, Virgo promptly stripped off his shirt, revealing his chest, and produced a blindfold from his pocket, covering his eyes. The group suppressed their eager anticipation and began to throw stones once more, this time targeting Virgo. Initially, he fared similarly to Yichun, enduring 9 hits out of 10, but as time progressed, he too began to improve his evasion. However, the sounds of his strained breaths and muffled groans raised questions. Why was he in such agony? Shun observed closely. During Yichun's training, there had been no signs of distress, yet Virgo's situation seemed markedly different. An hour later, Virgo withdrew, his body battered and his face not only pale, but contorted with discomfort, drenched in cold sweat. "Virgo, why do you appear to be in such pain?" Belaguid asked nervously, gulping as he watched Virgo ts akin to a massage. "Quite bearable," Virgo replied, though he felt as if his upper body had lost all sensation. Casting a glance at the stoic Yichun, he inwardly cursed, wondering how this fellow managed to endure such torment. Next, Yichun called out coldly. "Shun, you're up," Belaguid suggested, wanting to gauge Shun's capabilities as they were evenly matched and served as a good point of reference. "Why not you?" Shun shot back, glaring. "Hurry up. Time is of the essence." At last, it was Shun's turn again, but this time the distance was not 10 meters, but rather 13. Similarly, the anguish cries resembled the haunting howl of a wolf, sending shivers down the spine. Shun could only endure for half an hour before succumbing to the pressure. Next was Belaguid, who fared similarly, with little distinction as for Tina. The distance was even greater, set at 15 meters. And when the crowd hurled stones, they all restrained their strength. Nevertheless, this still caused tears to flow copiously from Tina's eyes, painting a pitiful picture to the unknowing observer. It might seem as if Yichun and his companions were ganging up on Tina. However, the suffering was not in vain, for everyone, to varying degrees, felt that peculiar sensation, albeit faint, yet undeniably real. Yet, the training was far from over, for the sparring was about to commence. This time, Tina, Shun, and Belaguid found themselves unable to continue and withdrew, leaving only Yichun, Virgo, and Smoker to bear their bruised bodies and persist in battle. Throughout the entire process, a pair of watchful eyes remained fixed upon them from the shadows. Time, as always, slipped away quietly and unnoticeably. Since Zifa had spoken of the three types of Haki 2 months prior, a profound transformation had taken place among Yi Chun and his companions during this period. First, they exerted themselves to master the armament Haki and observation Haki. With Yi Chun's initial 10-meter distance gradually diminishing to 9 meters, then 8 meters, 6 meters, and finally 3 meters. Ultimately, that special sensation was grasped. Simultaneously, at the moment of awakening observation Haki, armament Haki also flowed to Yi Chun like a warm current, enabling him to form an invisible layer of armor. Bang! The two fists collided, seemingly enveloped in an unseen force. In midair, Yi Chun and Virgo revealed themselves, simultaneously launching their kicks, which met with a resounding clash. As they fell to the ground, both appeared somewhat disheveled, yet their expressions were filled with exhilaration. This power was truly intoxicating. Virgo gazed at the strength in his fists, a rare smile gracing his face. If only I could be like Yi Chun and Virgo. Meanwhile, Tina and the others approached, pouting and envied at as it stood. Only Yi Chun, Virgo, and Smoker had awakened their armament and observation Haki, while Tina, Shun, and Barrygood had also awakened both types of Haki. Their observation Haki was the only one truly awakened. Their armament Haki was still inconsistent and required further stabilization. Do not be disheartened. You simply have yet to achieve complete mastery. With more practice, you will surely succeed. Smoker's spirits were high, and although his Haki was not as refined as that of Yi Chun and Virgo, it was still formidable in its own right. Just then, Zifa clapped his hands from a distance, a rare smile lighting up his face as he approached. Instructor Zifa. The group stood at attention, saluting him with a military gesture, their eyes filled with respect. Even Yi Chun displayed a grateful demeanor, for this man had propelled him along the path to power, saving him considerable time and steering him away from many pitfalls. You all surpass my expectations. I am gratified that, although I have not been able to watch over you continuously these past 2 months, witnessing your relentless training has brought me joy. Achievements that others might take 6 months or even a year to attain, these young ones accomplished in merely 2 to 3 months, their exertions yielding sweat that surely exceeded that of their peers by 2-fold or even 3-fold. Given the current results, Zifa was not the least bit surprised, as he had anticipated such outcomes. It could be said that, aside from others, Yi Chun and his companions were Zifa's most promising students and his greatest pride. Even the 3 anomalies, Sakazuki and his companions, paled in comparison. For at present, Virgo and the others were not yet capable of matching them. Yet, Zifa firmly believed that in the future, Virgo and his companions would undoubtedly become the pillars of the Navy. As for the results, there existed a plethora of possibilities and impossibilities. In short, Zifa brimmed with anticipation and admiration for Virgo and the others, that I hope you continue to uphold the perseverance you've shown these past months. Remember, stagnation in training leads to regression. Zifa gestured for them to relax and sit down, beginning to impart his wisdom to Yi Chun and the others. That he spoke of the nuances of the 6 forms, how to better utilize Haki, and even shared some combat techniques. In essence, these intangible insights were absorbed by Yi Chun and his comrades like sponges. Were these experiences shared publicly, they would undoubtedly cause a significant stir, as countless individuals would vie for them. Zifa spoke slowly, pausing occasionally. Gradually, Yi Chun began to comprehend many previously perplexing concepts, becoming more engrossed, ensuring not to overlook a single word. For a full half-hour, he lectured, and although many aspects remained unclear, Yi Chun diligently committed everything to memory. Regardless of comprehension, he understood that retaining this knowledge could only be beneficial. 1 month from now, I will be leaving Marineford again. During this time, should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Upon concluding, Zifa rose, dusting off his clothing, and flashed a smile at Yi Chun and the others. Instructor, I have an unusual request. As Zifa prepared to depart, Yi Chun gritted his teeth and interrupted him. Speak. Zifa had a vivid recollection of this reticent boy. If Haki had yet to awaken, then among the 6, Smoker, with his natural abilities, was the strongest. However, Zifa now firmly believed that this quiet, aloof boy, who immersed himself in relentless practice, was indeed the most formidable of them all. Smoker might even have little hope of placing second, as Zifa held higher regard for Virgo. Instructor, I wonder if there are any weighted accessories that can be worn long-term. The training grounds weights only go up to 2 tons, and I wish to upgrade. Zifa squinted in surprise, asking, what weight do you desire? His response lit up Yichen's eyes. Indeed, the Navy was extraordinary. 10 tons. Thud! Nearby, Shuan and Barrygud nearly fell to the ground, exclaiming, my goodness, are you trying to fly? 10 tons is 20,000 gene. A mere ordinary person would be crushed on the spot. You certainly have a large appetite. In the Navy, the maximum available is 5 tons, and it requires fabrication, taking more than half a month. When you can bear 5 tons and live normally, then you can set sail and seek other training methods. Thank you, instructor. Although slightly disappointed, Yichun felt a surge of excitement. 5 tons was still within his grasp. After all, becoming accustomed to a 5-ton weight and integrating it into daily life would not be a simple task. It might take a year or two to achieve what constituted a normal life. That meant treating 5 tons as if it were non-existent, whether bathing, brushing teeth, eating, or any other activity, as if it were an ordinary day. The difficulty of that was exceedingly high. Currently, Yichun could handle 2 tons in training, but with 5 tons, even walking would pose a challenge, let alone normal training or eating. Even lying down to sleep would mean being crushed under 5 tons. Just imagining it was somewhat terrifying. The heavier the weight, the more challenging it becomes. Sometimes, merely exceeding one's capacity by a few grams could bring one crashing down, and that is the limit. Instructor, I need 5 tons as well. I implore you. When Yichen expressed this thought, Virgo's eyes also brightened. And me. Tina raised her hand eagerly, still somewhat oblivious to what carrying 5 tons entailed. You 3 little ones are not ready. Your limit is 3 tons, exceeding that would harm your bodies. Zifa shook his head at Tina, Shuan, and Barrygud. As for Smoker, he needed to proceed with caution and not push himself beyond his limits. After assessing each individual, Zifa, with a seasoned eye, could easily discern their limitations that IT was not as simple as just breaking through. After all, they were called limits for a reason, and crossing them could be fatal. Within a month, I will arrange this for you. Remember, relentless training is not always beneficial. Sometimes, you need to relax. A balance of tension and relaxation is necessary to progress further. After delivering his final admonitions, Zifa departed. In truth, the Navy had weights exceeding 5 tons, but according to the physical capacities of Yichun and the others, they were not yet sufficient to bear such burdens. Thus, Zephyr did not initially agree to Yichen's request for 10 tons. The primary reason being that Yichun and his companions did not receive the same level of attention as Sakazuki. Only when Yichen's true value emerges might the circumstances change. Zephyr's words left Yichun in contemplation. Perhaps it was time to take a break today. Everyone, do not compare reality with the world of pirates. It is only natural that a single punch could cause an island to collapse. Is it not? A month passes swiftly, and in less than 20 days, Yichun and his companions obtained what they desired. Clearly, Yichun was not the first to propose such an idea. Otherwise, it would not have been realized so quickly. After all, items that are both heavy and small in size are quite rare, or else the Navy would have already popularized them. This was also due to Zephyr. Otherwise, another person might not have even considered it. As for the origins of such challenging items, Yichun did not inquire, and Zephyr did not disclose. First, there were 4 wristbands, which looked rather unique, shimmering in silver, perfectly fitting each limb. The second item resembled a vest, suitable for wearing over or under clothing, totaling 5 tons. 0.5 tons equate to 10,000 gene, with each section weighing precisely 2,000 gene, a deliberate request made by Zephyr to ensure balance and optimal efficiency. Early in the morning, on the training ground, 6 young adolescents were walking, panting heavily and covered in sweat. From a distance, it appeared they were merely strolling. Leading the group was Yichun, standing upright, his hands pressed against his thighs. It was not that he did not wish to lift them, but rather he simply could not, and what was once a leisurely pace now took several seconds for him to take a single step, with time stretching longer. After only 5 or 6 steps, Yichun was drenched in sweat, his stamina depleted significantly. Beside him was Virgo, in a similar state, However, his posture was slightly hunched, with prominent veins protruding from his neck. Following closely was Smoker, who was inwardly cursing, nearly bent over, gritting his teeth, moving like an ant, as if he would collapse at any moment. Alongside Smoker were Shuin and the others, but compared to Yi Chun and his companions, their faces were relatively better. The 3-ton burden seemed to suit them just right, allowing for normal walking, though any other form of training was out of the question. "Smoker, hurry up! Chun and Virgo are already 2 meters ahead of you," shouted Belagud, resembling a little dog, panting and chuckling at the hunched Smoker. Without standing upright, Smoker retorted, "You bastard, if you have the ability, let us switch places," he sighed. "Unlike you, I'm not going to lie on the ground." Hey, Shuin laughed from the side, his voice grating. "You two idiots, once training is over, you're treating tonight on the commercial street." That on what grounds Shuin and Belagud were ready to protest. They received a stipend each month. But it was only a little over 100,000 berries, and considering their appetites, a single meal could easily cost half of that. Sighing, Smoker suddenly blurted out a random remark, causing Shuin and Belagud to darken in expression. "You ruthless," Belagud gritted his teeth, overtaking Smoker, clearly unwilling to converse further with the fool. "Brother Yi Chun, Brother Virgo, tonight Shuin and Belagud are treating," Tina exclaimed, skipping past Smoker to excitedly chatter beside Yi Chun and Virgo. "Let us focus on training," Yi Chun replied curtly, cutting off Tina's attempt to speak further, making her pout and huff in annoyance. Soon, they all immersed themselves in their training, by the time they completed a lap around the training ground. It was already dusk, meaning they had spent nearly an entire day merely walking. The next day, they continued their leisurely stroll, taking the time to acclimate to the 5-ton weight, by the 5th day. Their walking had returned to a semblance of normalcy, by the 20th day. They could manage a light jog. 2 months later, they began attempting push-dash-ups, by the 4th month. Frog jumps were introduced, by the 6th month, and into the 10th. Unbeknownst to them, a year had passed since they began training with the 5-ton weight. Throughout this year, the sweat they shed could have formed a small pool, yet the rewards were beyond imagination. During this year, nothing significant occurred. The New World remained tumultuous with the same notorious pirate crews wreaking havoc. Likewise, Zephyr would venture out and return, as did other naval officers, including Sakazuki, who were often away and seldom returned. Comparatively, this year was quite tranquil in the commercial district of Marineford. On a bustling street filled with food stalls, Yi Chun and his companions gathered together, surrounded by delectable dishes and fine spirits. "Cheers!" Tina, her cheeks flushed, donned a light red dress, her long pink hair cascading down, beaming with a crescent moon smile as she raised her glass. Unbeknownst to them, everyone had grown a year older, with Tina undergoing the most remarkable transformation. She had blossomed into a little beauty, curvaceous and alluring, leaving many in the academy vying for her attention. Most importantly, the strength of the group had undergone a profound metamorphosis, vastly different from the original narrative. "Happy birthday, Shuin." Everyone smiled at the evening's guest of honor. "Thank you all." Shuin's eyes glistened with tears as he held up his glass, gazing at his dear friends, filled with joy. Indeed, tonight marked Shuin's 16th birthday, and they always celebrated together whenever someone had a birthday. Recently, they had thrown a birthday party for Belagud, and today it was Shuin's turn. "The drinks at this place are excellent." 1 gulp, and Belagud burped. Grinning foolishly, rarely, Yi Chun wore a smile instead of maintaining a stern expression. "Everyone has worked hard this past year. However, we have succeeded. Let us raise a glass." Smoker's face lit up with excitement. Now each of them bore different weights, yet they could still indulge in merriment as if the burdens were non-existent. "Tonight, both Chun and I will cover the expenses. Everyone can indulge freely." Virgo chuckled, clinking glasses with Shuin. "Cheers!" They drank, relishing the respite from the chaotic training, allowing themselves to unwind. In no time, Yi Chun and his table became the center of attention on the street. Many middle-aged individuals and elders looked on, reminiscing about their youthful days of hearty eating and drinking. Yet, some of those past revelers were no longer present. "Brother Yi Chun, when is your birthday?" Virgo, Smoker, Shuin, Belagud, "We have all celebrated, but yours remains unacknowledged," Tina inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity as she observed Yi Chun drinking. Indeed, it seems you have never mentioned your age. I still do not know how old you are, Smoker remarked, setting down his glass. Suddenly realizing that aside from his name, they knew nothing of Yi Chen's past, that I am uncertain of my age. In truth, Yi Chen genuinely did not know. He might have known in his previous life. But as an orphan, how could Mr. Five be aware of his age? The group fell silent momentarily before Virgo suddenly suggested, since it is so, today shall also be Chun's birthday, sharing the same date as Shun. Cheers! Yes, let us consider brother Yi Chun to be 16. From now on, you can call me Sister Tina. Tina joked lightly, as she was indeed a year older than Shun, teasingly, ha ha, 16 is just right. On that evening, the gathering was filled with merriment, and the hours slipped away unnoticed. What was peculiar, however, was that throughout the night and thereafter, Tina persistently referred to Yi Chun as brother. The following day, as was his custom, Yi Chun was immersed in his training, drenched in sweat. Unlike the rapid advancements he had previously experienced, he now felt as though he had encountered a barrier, sensing that continuing his training in this manner yielded little benefit, save for a significant breakthrough. Yet, breakthroughs had become increasingly elusive. After some contemplation, Yi Chen pondered that perhaps it was time to venture out into the world. Solely focusing on training had worn him thin. It was essential to set sail and behold the harsh realities of life. Now, he possessed sufficient strength to defend himself against formidable opponents. Most importantly, he sought vengeance. However, as a mere trainee, embarking on a journey across the seas was utterly impractical unless he accompanied others like Sakasaki for some experiential learning. Yi Chun, something terrible has happened. Xiao-In and Bailey Good have been bullied. As Yi Chun was engrossed in his exercises, Tina suddenly dashed towards him from a distance, her delicate face etched with distress. Her eyes slightly reddened, clearly having shed tears. Pausing his training, Yi Chun furrowed his brow. "What is it?" he inquired, his expression indifferent as he observed the breathless Tina. "Today, while I was chatting with Sister Tao Tu, that T-Pig began proposing again that I couldn't bear to watch, so I scolded him fiercely." And then, her voice trailed off, diminishing in volume as she lowered her head, reminiscent of a child who had misbehaved, oblivious to the fact that she was actually a year older than Yi Chun. "Let us go take a look." Yi Chun thought helplessly. Indeed, over the years, there had been several altercations between the two parties. After all, both sides were fiery and impetuous, at an age when arrogance flourished, making clashes almost inevitable. In prior instances, Yi Chun had merely heard Xiao-In and the others mention the disputes, with figures like Smoker and Virgo involved. It was likely that the opposing side would refrain from bullying them, so he had not paid much mind. However, it seemed that tensions had escalated, and this time it might erupt. Many of the trainees harbored grievances against Yi Chun and his companions, and even a minor incident could be magnified in such an agitated atmosphere. The scene shifted back to where Xiao-In and Bailey Good found themselves, lying on the ground, bruised and bloodied. They appeared gravely injured, struggling even to stand. Bang! Dust swirled as the ground became pockmarked, while in the sky, Virgo and Smoker were engaged in fierce combat with the two assailants. Point one was none other than the T-Pig, notorious for his incessant proposals to Tao Tu, a future candidate for the position of admiral, while the other was the esteemed vice admiral, Weasel. White fist that a massive white mist coalesced into a fist as Smoker, his expression grim, launched it towards T-Pig that a series of dull thuds echoed as T-Pig, unfazed, clenched his fist, a dark hue of hockey enveloping his hand, meeting Smoker's attack with a resounding clash. Both combatants were sent crashing to the ground, their feet sinking deep into the earth, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. "You meddlesome brats, today I shall teach you a lesson." With a swift motion, T-Pig's seemingly diminutive figure concealed a surprising strength as he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Smoker, his fingers cloaked in darkness. "You, little runt, dare to bully Tina? I will end you." Smoker, equally furious, retaliated with a dark hockey covering his fists, charging towards T-Pig. The clash was deafening as the two were propelled backward, a cloud of dust enveloping them as they coughed violently. Rising to his feet, bloodied fists clenched, Smoker surged forward once more. In that moment, the battle between the two became fiercely contested, leaving onlookers in utter disbelief. They had never anticipated that this newcomer, Smoker could withstand the T-Pig's onslaught. After all, they had joined the Navy far earlier than Smoker and his peers. And despite being a Logia user, it seemed improbable for him to be so formidable, especially as Smoke inherently lacked lethality, in stark contrast to the evenly matched struggle between Smoker and T-Pig. The battle on the other side was nothing short of electrifying. In a pure display of martial prowess, Virgo and Fire Mountain clashed mid-air, their fists enveloped in darkness, colliding with explosive force, with a cold demeanor. Virgo unleashed a powerful kick towards Fire Mountain's side, which was deftly blocked. Anticipating the move, Virgo straightened his left arm, fingers darkened, transforming into a blur as he aimed for Fire Mountain's chest. Feeling an imminent threat, Fire Mountain sensed the danger posed by this man, who seemed intent on taking his life. With a resolute glare, he mirrored the action, employing finger jabs of his own. The metallic clash of their strikes sent sparks flying, and Fire Mountain let out a pained cry as his fingers bent unnaturally, suffering defeat in the exchange. Poof! Seizing the opportunity, Virgo's foot connected with Fire Mountain's chest, sending him crashing to the ground amidst a shower of debris, blood spewing forth as he writhed in agony. Simultaneously, a 3-meter-long arc of blinding white light descended, poised to strike, as Virgo sought to unleash further punishment. Clearly, Fire Mountain and his companions had provoked Virgo's ire. As evidenced by the ferocity of his assault, that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd of spectators, drawing a sword from his waist with a swift motion, severing Virgo's leg sweep in one fell swoop. "My lord, this is excessive," Virgo landed. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he bore several wounds inflicted by Fire Mountain during their clash, revealing that he had not emerged unscathed. With a cold gaze, Virgo regarded the sword-wielding individual before him, remaining silent as he removed the 4 heavy bracelets that had burdened him. Bang! The ground trembled slightly as the discarded ornaments created a small crater upon impact, leaving Ghost Spider and the onlookers momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of disbelief. These warriors had fought while encumbered by such weight. Observing their training, they had assumed it to be ordinary, albeit intense. However, they had not expected such burdensome training to be the norm. Virgo was now serious. Not far off, Sho En and Bailey Good, tended to by Tao Tu, swallowed hard. The spectators, no longer indifferent, wore expressions of gravity, sensing a chilling aura emanating from Virgo that hinted at danger. It was only at this moment that they truly recognized the formidable nature of these individuals who had previously only engaged in training. Having shed his weights, Virgo felt invigorated, stretching his body with a series of crackling sounds. Exuding immense force, whoosh, the ground erupted as Virgo vanished in an instant, causing Ghost Spider's expression to shift dramatically. Yet with his rudimentary observation haki, he could only perceive a fleeting shadow as a gust of wind rushed by. Ghost Spider instinctively crouched, thrusting his sword towards Virgo. The piercing sound echoed as Virgo, audacious and skilled, grasped Ghost Spider's sword with his bare hand, the pain seeping through even with his armament haki shielding him. Indicating he had sustained injuries, this audacious maneuver left Ghost Spider wide-eyed, momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Virgo unleashed a kick with unrestrained force, striking Ghost Spider squarely in the chest, the sound of cracking bones resonating as Ghost Spider coughed blood and was sent flying. Standing tall, Virgo surveyed his bloodied hand, his gaze as tranquil as ever. While it appeared that Virgo was remarkably powerful, having swiftly incapacitated Fire Mountain and severely injured Ghost Spider, the reality was different. The disparity in their strengths was not as vast as it seemed. In truth, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider had underestimated their opponent. In a genuine life-or-death struggle, the outcome was uncertain. After all, Ghost Spider was a capable user of abilities. As the swirling dust began to clear, a figure emerged, rising from the ground. Coughing, Ghost Spider staggered out of the haze, adjusting his dislocated bones, his complexion pale as he regarded Virgo, his expression darkening. Clearly, Virgo's actions had provoked Ghost Spider's ire. Igniting his anger, with a sudden twist, 6 spider-like arms extended from Ghost Spider's back. It appeared rather eerie, as the ghostly spider possessed a total of 8 limbs, reminiscent of its arachnid counterparts, the ability user. Virgo furrowed his brow. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that this individual was a formidable foe, surpassing the previous one in an instant. The ghostly spider vanished, its irritation palpable as it sought to reclaim its dignity. Those 8 appendages were tantamount to a brutal onslaught. Virgo found himself ensnared and utterly overwhelmed from the onset, after enduring a powerful strike that left his feet embedded in the ground. Virgo swiftly maneuvered sideways. With a graceful descent, he employed the moonwalk technique, unleashing 2 tempestuous kicks that tore through the tumultuous air, propelling him towards the ghostly spider. Standing firmly on the ground, the ghostly spider emitted a disdainful snort, swiftly wielding its long sword to unleash a dazzling slash that collided forcefully with Virgo's tempestuous kicks. A thunderous explosion ensued, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke, for which Virgo suddenly emerged, delivering a fierce kick aimed at the ghostly spider's head. Bang! The resounding impact echoed as the spider raised 4 of its limbs defensively before countering with the remaining 4, which transformed into piercing strikes aimed at Virgo's body. Should this blow land, it would undoubtedly leave several gaping wounds upon Virgo. Without hesitation, Virgo vanished once more, reappearing behind the ghostly spider to deliver a powerful punch. Yet, it was as though the spider had eyes on its back. 2 of its spider-like limbs deftly intercepted Virgo's attack, while the other limbs unleashed a barrage of strikes. Faced with such imminent peril, Virgo was compelled to create distance, standing at a safe distance. Virgo wore a solemn expression, for the situation had become decidedly challenging. However, in the next moment, his expression hardened as he charged once more towards the ghostly spider. With the upper hand, the ghostly spider regarded Virgo with a mocking sneer. Confident in its victory that it was audacious for Virgo to challenge while harnessing its abilities. Such folly would surely lead to dire consequences. 6 spider-like limbs readied for action, while the sword-wielding hand swung fiercely, creating a 2-meter-tall slash that howled menacingly towards Virgo. Evading the onslaught with rapid flickers, Virgo materialized before the ghostly spider, his right arm swelling with power as he clenched his fist, a formidable aura radiating from him as he struck downwards. Simultaneously, the ghostly spider's 6 limbs lunged at Virgo. Initially, the spider believed Virgo would relent, but he did not. Iron block. With his eyes aglow, Virgo's chest expanded dramatically as he attempted to withstand the ghostly spider's assault. As for his armament, Virgo could only apply it to his hands and feet at this moment. Enveloping his entire body was an impossibility. Thus he resorted solely to the iron block for defense. This lunatic, the ghostly spider's pupils constricted, realizing Virgo's intention was to trade injury for injury. Bang! Blood erupted as both combatants' attacks collided with their bodies, propelling them backward like cannon fire. The 2 were truly evenly matched. And for a brief moment, neither could rise. Cough! Disheveled, Virgo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gradually stood, while those around him gazed in shock, as if witnessing a ghost. How could he still be standing? Did they not see that the ghostly spider, a user of animal abilities, remained incapacitated? Meanwhile, Smoker and Tashiji's confrontation had yielded a victor, with Smoker shedding his burdens, utilizing the advantages of the natural type. He subdued Tashiji, though his own condition was far from ideal. Casting a cold glance at everyone, Virgo approached Shun and Berrygood, assisting the injured Smoker as they prepared to depart. Tashiji, standing nearby, opened her mouth in apology. Feeling responsible for the events that had transpired, were they to simply leave after causing such chaos? What did they take this place for? At that moment, a stern voice resonated, and they beheld Sakazuki, his expression as impassive as ever, standing before the crowd. Just days prior, Sakazuki had returned, and upon arriving at the academy, he had witnessed the battle between Virgo and the ghostly spider, only to find them attempting to leave without explanation. Unaware of the context, Sakazuki perceived Virgo and his companions as instigators. His condescending tone irked both Virgo and Smoker, resulting in a tense silence as they regarded him coolly. Is there no decorum left? Upon encountering a senior, do you not know to greet him? Virgo and Smoker's silent defiance darkened Sakazuki's expression. It seemed that his prolonged absence had emboldened them to challenge his authority. It was time to teach them a lesson in respect. Disregarding decorum, Sakazuki entrusted Shun and Barigud to Smoker, while Virgo's actions made his disdain clear. This insolence only intensified Sakazuki's fury, and he resolved to discipline these insolent individuals thoroughly. Clenching his fists, Sakazuki refrained from employing his abilities, instead opting to envelop himself in armament. Virgo, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own. The clash of their immense forces reverberated like two colossal stones colliding, producing a deafening sound. Upon impact, a flicker of pain crossed Virgo's face as the ground beneath him shattered, forcing him to retreat. Sakazuki too stumbled back, astonished by Virgo's strength, which exceeded his expectations, yet still fell short of his own capabilities. With a provocative gesture, Sakazuki beckoned Virgo forward. Virgo's expression was chillingly stoic. In an instant he vanished, appearing at Sakazuki's side, his right foot enveloped in armament, accompanied by the faint sound of air being sliced. With a grave demeanor, Sakazuki sensed the power behind Virgo's kick, that he swiftly raised his right foot to block the attack, yet was sent flying, stirring up a cloud of dust. He had underestimated Virgo. Somewhat disheveled, Sakazuki regained his footing, his expression darkening as he felt utterly humiliated. As a user of natural abilities, he prided himself more than anyone else. Although Virgo's prior kick had not injured him, being knocked back was a disgrace. The temperature around them began to rise, and magma began to ooze from Sakazuki, gradually eroding the ground beneath. Just as Zephyr had stated, the strength of the natural type instilled confidence in Sakazuki and others. Hence, despite having trained in martial arts, they had not delved deeply into it. Among them, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Kazura knew that Kazura's martial prowess was the weakest, owing to the overwhelming strength of the Pika Pika no Mi. Upon witnessing Sakazuki unleash his abilities, Virgo immediately tensed, sensing the gravity of the situation. This was bad. Sakazuki was furious. Around them, Stussy and others distanced themselves from the battlefield, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The individual named Virgo was undoubtedly doomed. One misstep could lead to disaster. Some wiped their foreheads, swallowing hard as they beheld Sakazuki's imposing figure, aware that magma was no trifling matter. Unbeknownst to the spectators, the situation had already drawn the attention of Sengoku and others. After all, Sakazuki was being groomed as a future admiral, and every move he made was under scrutiny. Had it been any other time, it might have been manageable, but the destructive potential of the magma fruit posed a significant threat, capable of damaging the academy. Thus, the Navy had already dispatched notifications to higher authorities. Kid, bow down and admit defeat. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. With magma dripping from his hands and plumes of smoke rising, Sakazuki gazed down at Virgo with an air of arrogance, exuding an intimidating presence, still silent. Virgo chose to respond through action, his arms enveloped in armament as he launched the first strike. You seek death. Seeing Virgo not only refuse to concede, but also initiate the attack was an affront to Sakazuki's pride. In an instant, Sakazuki retaliated, his right fist transforming into magma as he unleashed it toward Virgo in a devastating wave. The sizzling sound of the magma enveloped everything it touched, creating a cloud of smoke. Virgo did not attempt to withstand it head-on. Instead, he utilized a shave technique to evade, executing two tempestuous kicks mid-air. Without a glance back, he did not bother to defend. The tempestuous kicks shattered Sakazuki's assault. In the next moment, Sakazuki reverted to his original form and launched an attack against Virgo. At this juncture, Virgo's haki was still too weak to envelop his entire body, restricting him to merely consolidating his strength for a counterattack. Otherwise, Sakazuki might find himself at a disadvantage. Had it been Zifa executing a gale kick, Sakazuki, had he not preemptively elementalized, might have already sustained a grievous, life-threatening injury. Great Inferno. The magma surged, transforming Sakazuki's right fist into a colossal magma fist. Erupting like a volcano, accompanied by a howling sound, it surged toward Virgo. The searing heat and astonishing destructive power compelled Virgo to grit his teeth, enveloping himself in armament haki, and retaliated with a powerful punch. Puff! Blood splattered as Virgo's face paled, crashing into a nearby structure like a cannonball, causing it to collapse. With each step, magma dripped intermittently as Sakazuki clenched his fists and approached the ruins. Whoosh! A flurry of wooden shards suddenly erupted from the debris, slicing through the air toward Sakaski. They bore no effect, as Sakaski disregarded them entirely. The shards merely passed through his form or were consumed by the magma, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Virgo emerged from the wreckage, his gaze fixated on Sakaski, devoid of any fear. Whoosh! Disappearing, he reappeared before Sakaski, gritting his teeth, his fingers wrapped in haki, fiercely aimed at Sakaski. Hellhound! With a thunderous roar, Sakaski's right fist morphed into a ferocious hound, seemingly clawing its way from the depths of hell, crashing into Virgo with tremendous force. Crack! With a stifled groan, Virgo's face turned ashen, his entire arm bending as if propelled in a parabolic arc, sliding heavily across the ground, leaving a long fissure in its wake, a chaotic display. The destructive and impactful nature of the magma was beyond Virgo's current capacity to withstand. A forceful strike would only result in injury. Virgo, not far off, Smoker, his face twisted in anger, joined the fray, launching an attack at Sakaski. A Logia user daring to mingle with such individuals. No wonder he is so weak. As Sakaski observed Smoker's gigantic smoke fist hurtling towards him. He scoffed. Aside from Logia users, he held no respect for any other type of ability user. Great Inferno. The magma fist, the size of a house, struck with relentless force against Smoker's white fist. Along the way, the magma fractured, transforming into countless small fireballs that ignited the surrounding structures. Covered in sweat, Smoker maintained his white fist, his feet sinking into the ground. Yet despite this, he continued to be forced back. Opposite him, Sakaski advanced step by step, completely overpowering Smoker. Get lost. With a furious roar, the magma fist erupted, blood spewing from Smoker's mouth as he was sent flying, kicking up a cloud of debris. Looking at the two sprawled on the ground, Sakaski scoffed at their meager strength and their audacity to provoke him. Utterly deluded on the ground, Virgo lay crumpled, his arm twisted, his body scorched by magma, repeatedly attempting to rise, yet failing each time. Coughing, blood continued to spill from Smoker as well. Both having lost their combat ability to you concede. Sakaski stood arrogantly, looking down upon the two like a true victor. Virgo's expression was cold, yet his eyes were filled with derision. Smoker went so far as to spit. A disdainful laugh escaping his lips, his attitude saying it all. Instantly, Sakaski's countenance darkened, and black smoke began to emanate from his body. In the shadows, 3 pairs of eyes watched the scene unfold. Upon seeing Sakaski preparing to strike again, one figure moved to intervene. Sengoku, hold on. That little guy is coming. Zifa, you mean that one you have high hopes for? A mature female voice chimed in, laced with a hint of jest. Indeed, these 3 were Zifa, Sengoku, and Tu. With us here, nothing will go awry. Let's observe for now, Zifa stated without revealing his intentions. Then let us watch. Sengoku, who was originally poised to intervene, suddenly felt a flicker of interest, back at the scene. Seeing that Virgo and Smoker still refused to back down, Sakaski wasted no time and unleashed a punch, sending a diminutive version of a magma fist crashing toward the two. Sakaski was well aware of the gravity of the situation. This blow would merely leave them bedridden for a month or so without claiming their lives. Otherwise, should he kill them, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Whoosh! Just as the moment hung in the balance, a figure appeared before the magma fist, delivering a punch that shattered the magma, scattering it like petals in the wind. The entire scene fell into a brief silence, all eyes now on the sudden appearance of Yichun. Are you all right? Turning, Yichun extended his hand, his brow furrowing at the sight of Virgo and Smoker's pitiful state. Had you arrived a moment later, I would have been in trouble, but now, I'm fine. Smoker reached out, assisted by Yichun, and stood up. Virgo, however, was less verbose than Smoker, simply nodding at Yichun. Let us go. Supporting the two, Yichun ignored Sakaski, intent on escorting them to the infirmary. After all, Virgo's injuries were quite severe, especially his ARM, why Yichun wished to avoid trouble. Yet trouble often finds you when you are not seeking it. A figure stepped directly in Yichun's path, looking down disdainfully. Do you lack manners? Not bowing to your senior upon meeting? Lifting his gaze, Yichun's expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotion, and without uttering a word, he simply sidestepped. Am I speaking to a deaf person? Yi Chen's indifference, for reasons unknown, only served to infuriate Sakaski further. The utter lack of anger or disdain from Yi Chen made him feel utterly disregarded, as if he did not exist. This was more infuriating than mere contempt. And given Sakaski's notably arrogant nature, one could imagine his current emotional state. However, even in the face of Sakaski's provocation, Yi Chen remained unresponsive, this time not even casting a glance, instead continuing to support Virgo and Smoker as he changed direction. Once, twice at last, on the third occasion, Yi Chen lifted his head but not to look at Sakaski. Rather, he focused on the approaching Tina. Tina helped them to the infirmary. Breathless, Tina's chest rose and fell dramatically, an enticing sight. Understood. Tina hurried forward, assisting Smoker. These injuries won't kill us. Let us get our revenge. Smoker shot a fierce glance at Sakaski, begrudgingly departing with Tina. Virgo, too, said nothing, merely standing in a safe area, observing the center, his arm already realigned. The clever one that I am. I already know what you are all thinking, but let me assure you, it is impossible. In the entire scene, two figures, one tall and one short, stared each other down. One with a grim expression, the other serene and unperturbed. Around them, a few onlooking students swallowed hard, as the tension in the atmosphere shifted from one of casual observation to a heavy weight. In this world, the height of the human body is truly unimaginable. Yi Chen stood at roughly 1 meter 80, a height that was neither tall nor short in his previous life. Yet compared to Sakaski, he appeared diminutive, nearly half a meter shorter. Judging by Sakaski's age, he was at most 20, perhaps even younger. Yet at this age, he towered over Yi Chen by 2 heads, an undeniable disparity. Consequently, Sakaski continuously looked down at Yi Chen with utter disdain. Kid, if you concede, I shall let you leave. Otherwise, I will have you bedridden for a month. His fingers clenched tightly. A sound of cracking echoed, exuding a potent sense of threat. Coldly gazing at Sakaski, Yi Chen remained silent, merely shedding his burdens, for he was acutely aware of the identity of his adversary. He would not let his guard down. Not far away, Ghost Spider and his companions watched as the ground was smashed into a small pit by Sakaski's bracelet, once again suppressing their expressions. Indeed, that small team of 6 individuals exhibited a rather peculiar mindset. Even Sengoku and Tsuru, who were observing from the shadows, were momentarily taken aback. Shedding his burdens, Yi Chen felt as if he had ascended to the skies. The sensation of lightness was unparalleled, in an instant, he vanished, surpassing Virgo's speed, and appeared directly before Sakazuki. His previously tranquil countenance morphed into a grotesque snarl. The transformation was stark. Yi Chen now resembled a vengeful specter, his obsidian eyes brimming with ferocity. With a flicker of his gaze, Yi Chen was so close that Sakazuki found himself unable to retaliate in time, resorting instead to elementalization. Yet, it was a moment too late. With a muffled grunt, Sakazuki's body disintegrated into magma, scattering across the ground. Regaining his form at a distance, Sakazuki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Disbelief etched across his features. Just then, a chilling sensation crept up his spine as a rush of air heralded an impending onslaught, stirring a tempest in its wake. Raising his arm to shield his face, the oncoming torrent of magma obliterated Sakazuki once more. As he reassembled his corporeal form, a grim countenance adorned his features, eyes gleaming with malice. He vowed to make Yi Chen pay dearly. Descending to the ground, Yi Chen regarded Sakazuki with a chilling intensity, his hands encased in armament haki, and vanished once again. Initially, Sakazuki had taken him lightly, but he now felt the weight of the situation. Expanding his observation haki, he sensed turbulence to his left. With a surge of energy, he unleashed his right fist, magma boiling forth to strike. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as a black fist collided with Sakazuki's magma-infused punch, sending debris flying. While Yi Chen executed several backflips before landing, observing his smoking fist with an inscrutable expression. While Sakazuki staggered back 2 steps, the ground beneath them fractured as 2 3-meter-high slashes intersected, hurtling towards Sakazuki with a terrifying momentum. With a disdainful snort, Sakazuki clenched his fist, and with the eruption of magma, The slashes vanished without a trace, although Sakazuki's offensive had also been expended like a T that moment. Yichen appeared to Sakazuki's right, veins bulging on his right hand, cloaked in armament haki, and struck fiercely at Sakazuki's waist. "I've been waiting for you." A triumphant gleam flickered in Sakazuki's eyes as he launched a powerful blow towards Yichen, clearly anticipating the close-quarter conflict. The ensuing collision generated a tempestuous whirlwind, erupting the magma-laden ground and creating a crater 5 meters in diameter. "Kid, you're still too inexperienced." Sakazuki's right foot lunged forward, delivering a merciless kick aimed at Yichen, one that could potentially inflict severe injury if it landed. In a flash, Yichen evaded, reappearing behind Sakazuki, and retaliated with a kick. However, in an instant, Sakazuki elementalized, causing Yichen to strike air, swiftly followed by Sakazuki's formidable counterattack. Mingo. The temperature surged as if suppressing something, and Sakazuki's expression twisted into one of madness. His right hand morphed into a magma hound, lunging towards Yichen's abdomen. With his fists enveloped in haki, Yichen barely managed to block the assault. The overwhelming force surged forth, causing Yichen to spit blood, propelling him like a cannonball, shattering several structures before collapsing amidst the ruins. Gurgling. Outside, Sakazuki's half-formed magma body continued to erode the ground, the surrounding temperature intensifying. Brother Yichen. Tina's eyes glistened with tears, on the verge of spilling over. Do not fret. That fellow has yet to reveal his true prowess. Having sparred with Yichen for years, Virgo was well aware of his capabilities and felt no apprehension. But have faith in him. Smoker and Shun nodded in agreement, for they recognized Yichen as the strongest within their small cadre. Others, however, shook their heads, for Sakazuki's might was formidable. The title of monster was not bestowed without reason. In the shadows, Sengoku and Tsuru sighed, acknowledging that while the young lad possessed considerable talent, he ultimately fell short in comparison to Sakazuki. Zephyr, though commendable, was still lacking when placed alongside Sakazuki. The name Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kozan resonated with an undeniable weight. When compared to them, others seemed to pale in significance. Nevertheless, this young man exhibited potential for the rank of Rear Admiral. Perhaps in a few years, the Navy headquarters might see an increase in their number of Rear Admirals. A prospect that was, in itself, a cause for celebration. Tsuru nodded with a smile. Let us not forget, this young man is also a devil fruit user. Zephyr crossed his arms, refraining from contradiction, for he understood that this lad had the potential to ascend to the rank of Admiral. A devil fruit user? What does that entail? Sengoku inquired, momentarily taken aback. Though he paid some attention to the academy, he could only recall Smoker, the fellow who wielded the smoke fruit that I asked for the others. He had not delved deeply, as his daily responsibilities left little time to focus on a mere child. It seems to be a paramecia type. Explosive fruit, Tsuru interjected, as if recalling something. Paramecia, explosive fruit, Zephyr mused, a smile playing on his lips as he exchanged knowing glances with Sengoku, and as the three conversed, Yichen emerged from the rubble, resolutely charging at Sakazuki once more, this time destined to leave an indelible impression. Bang! Yichen's kick aimed at Sakazuki was intercepted by Sakazuki's hand. Kid, if this is all the strength you possess, you might as well lie down for a month, with confidence in his grasp. Sakazuki regarded Yichen with a haughty demeanor, prepared to unleash his full power to subdue the young man. Yet, just as Sakazuki was about to strike, Yichen suddenly smiled. Boom! Without warning, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, upheaving the ground, sending ferocious winds swirling, and creating an unparalleled shockwave that tore through the earth, shrouded in smoke and forming a dark cloud that engulfed everything in its path. Bang, bang. The entire locale descended into chaos. Numerous structures crumbling under the force of the blast. Onlookers such as the ghost spider were hurled away by the shockwave. The tumult raged on, leaving the area in utter disarray. Clouds of smoke ascended into the sky. And at the epicenter, a gaping crater measuring 10 meters in diameter lay deepened by 3 or 4 meters, a sight that left all in awe surrounding the chaos. The weasel and others gaped, their mouths agape, their disheveled state a result of the violent upheaval. Yet they had no time to compose themselves, their gazes fixated on the silhouette that flickered into view at the edge of the crater amidst the smoke. The nature of the explosion had been so unfathomable that some experienced mild ringing in their ears, while others felt dazed. Cough, cough. On the opposite side of the crater, a mass of magma began to coalesce, gradually returning to its original form. Sakazuki appeared bloodied, his visage a portrait of despair. In truth, his injuries were not severe, but the abruptness of the event had left him momentarily stunned, resulting in some impact. As the chaos subsided, Sakazuki rose to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. Across the 10-meter chasm, his demeanor transformed from one of arrogance to a more somber expression. "What is your name?" His tone was now one of parody. The explosion had compelled Sakazuki to recognize the individual before him. He was proud, but that pride was reserved for the weak, in the presence of a strong adversary. He would extend his respect, indicating that Sakazuki had now acknowledged Ichan to ascend to the rank of admiral is no trivial matter. Such individuals possess discernment, gaining clarity only through profound understanding of one's essence. Standing opposite, Yi Chen's right foot still emitted smoke, with sparks crackling, yet the hem of his pants had vanished. In response to Sakazuki's inquiry, Yi Chen finally spoke. "Why, Yi Chen? Excellent. You surpass those two. You are worthy of my full effort." Once more, magma surged from Sakazuki's form, signaling his intent to continue the battle. Why Yi Chen remained silent, merely preparing for the impending confrontation. Enough, at that moment, three figures suddenly materialized on the battlefield, causing Yi Chen's gaze to sharpen. For despite his keen observation haki and eyesight, he could not discern how these three had appeared. Admiral Zephyr, Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral as the surrounding individuals beheld the countenances of the three. They all rendered a solemn salute, their expressions taking on a grave demeanor. They assisted the injured cadet towards the infirmary. Leading the way, Sengoku spoke. Indeed, the members of the Mink tribe exhaled in relief, as it seemed they would not face any repercussions this time. After Sengoku had spoken, Yi Chen approached Virgo and Smoker, lifting them both with the intent of heading to the infirmary, while Tina supported Shun and Berrygood. "What is your name?" After taking a few steps, Sengoku inquired. Though he was already privy to the answer, he still posed a question. "Why Yi Chen?" he replied, his dark and indifferent eyes meeting Sengoku's gaze with a certain rudeness. However, Sengoku felt no discomfort. Instead, he nodded with a smile. After all, Sakazuki and the others were present, and he had also learned from Zephyr that this young lad spoke little and was rather reclusive. Given his stature, there was no cause for irritation. Otherwise, Sakazuki and Kazan would have met their demise countless times by now. Yi Chen's demeanor even prompted Sengoku to regard him with greater esteem. For those with peculiar temperaments are seldom weak. In essence, the two parties did not occupy the same echelon, and the potential Yi Chen exhibited was noteworthy enough to capture Sengoku's attention. Observing Yi Chen as he assisted Virgo and Smoker away, Sengoku allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Zephyr, your discernment remains as sharp as ever. This young fellow possesses commendable talent and resilience, albeit too solitary." Zephyr chuckled, impressed by Yi Chen's displayed prowess today. "It is quite normal. Were you not the same in your youth?" Tsuru remarked, casting a disapproving glance at her two friends, reminiscing about her youthful arrogance. This young lad, barring unforeseen circumstances, possesses the potential to rise to the rank of Rear Admiral, or even Admiral, warranting close attention. Furthermore, this matter should be reported to Fleet Admiral Kong. With the seas becoming increasingly tumultuous, the Navy must infuse fresh blood. Let us proceed. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Kong was engrossed in administrative duties, as the recent storms upon the sea had left him somewhat overwhelmed. For instance, Roger had encountered Whitebeard, the Golden Lion was aggressively recruiting followers, and the aloof Red had remained silent. Yet there were whispers of a vampire roaming the seas. Kong was not particularly frightened by these pirates. Rather, he was concerned about the possibility of their coalition, should any two of them band together. It would spell significant trouble for the Navy. Kong, Fleet Admiral. Shortly thereafter, Sengoku and his companions arrived at the office. "It is quite a rarity to see all three of you here simultaneously," setting aside his paperwork. Kong gazed at Zephyr with mild surprise, for Zephyr seldom visited him without cause. Fleet Admiral, take a look at this, who, possessing foresight, had recorded the earlier confrontation between Yi Chun and Sakazuki using a Den Mushi. What is this? Is it of such significance that it requires documentation? Kong raised an eyebrow, regarding his three subordinates with skepticism. As the Den Mushi activated, Kong initially paid it little heed until Sakazuki made his entrance. Sakazuki, has this young man caused trouble? It was unusual for Kong, the highest-ranking officer in the Navy, perpetually busy, to immediately recognize Sakazuki's name. Clearly, he had been keeping a watchful eye on him. Then, as Yi Chun appeared, their battle unfolded, and Kong's brow furrowed. Although he perceived numerous flaws in their skirmish, he was mindful of their tender ages. As the final explosion resonated, Kong's expression shifted to one of seriousness, followed by delight. What is the name of this young man who battled Sakazuki? Upon viewing the footage, Kong turned to Zephyr, knowing he spent the most time at the Navy Academy. Why, Yi Chun, replied Zephyr. Seated comfortably with a cup of coffee, please procure the records of a cadet named Yi Chun from the Navy Academy. Immediately, Kong dialed a Den Mushi on his desk. Zephyr, this talent appears promising. After completing the call, a contented expression spread across Kong's face. Not only was Yi Chun impressive, but Virgo also exhibited merit. It seemed the next generation of the Navy might far surpass their predecessors. It's rare for you to joke, Sengoku. Kong remarked, by the way, where is Garp? Recently, his grandson has been rather rebellious, and Garp has taken him back to the East Blue for some discipline. Are you referring to Dragon? Has he not already graduated and become a major, executing missions outdoors? The specifics are unclear. It appears Garp, after completing a mission, visited Dragon and, for reasons unknown, became enraged and directly called me before taking his son back to Fusha Village for correction. That old rascal, having brought Dragon to the academy for me to instruct, only to discover that the boy had already mastered Haki and the 6 powers. What could I possibly teach him? That old man was merely seeking to amuse himself at my expense. Zephyr's expression darkened as he recalled Garp's haughty demeanor when he had initially presented Dragon to him. Haha. Report. Shortly thereafter, a messenger entered, clutching a stack of documents. Fleet Admiral Kong, here are the documents you requested. Placing the files on Kong's desk, as well as in front of Zephyr and the others, the messenger saluted and departed the office upon receiving Kong's nod. Meanwhile, Sengoku and the others sipped their coffee while perusing the documents, from scavenging on the Sabeti archipelago during his youth to being captured by thugs and sold into an auction house 2 years ago. Enduring torment before ultimately retaliating and fleeing to the Navy's base. The details surrounding Yi Chun's life prior to joining the Navy were laid out with remarkable clarity. Even his subsequent life within the Navy was elaborated upon extensively. Unbeknownst to them, the group had set their coffee aside, their brows furrowed in concern. It appeared that the young lad's reclusiveness was not without cause. Sighing, Sengoku placed the documents down, reflecting on the torment this child's childhood had endured, and pondering how many more like Yi Chun existed in the world. The others also sighed softly. They were not overly sentimental regarding Yi Chun's plight, having witnessed countless similar children before. What are your thoughts? Do you believe he merits focused cultivation? Kong inquired, gazing at Zephyr and the others as he laid the documents aside. The young lad's background undoubtedly indicated he was an orphan, untainted by any devious affiliations. While his status as a former slave was of little concern, with Sengoku and the others' extensive experience, the mere label of slave held no weight. Had it been the Flying Dragon's hoof, they might have contemplated further, but a common slave's mark was inconsequential. The Paramecia type exploding fruit, as evidenced by his confrontation with Sakazuki, proved formidable. Furthermore, this young lad exhibited commendable resilience and potential. Coupled with the Navy's protection, he would likely face no issues compared to his previous life. Most crucially, although his demeanor was solitary, he displayed commendable loyalty towards his comrades. However, this young lad also possessed a strong sense of pride, his arrogance not inferior to that of Sakazuki. He simply lacked the means to articulate it. Preliminarily assessing, this young lad appears indifferent to most matters, concerned solely with those that directly affect him, rendering it difficult to ascertain his character. Tsuru observed comprehensively. analyzing his abilities and disposition, seemingly harboring no objections. The individual who interacts with him the most is undoubtedly Zephyr. What is your perspective? Tsuru turned to Zephyr, as Kong and Sengoku also directed their attention towards him. Based on my interactions, he has the potential to become a candidate for the admiral position. However, his temperament may lead to complications in the future. His identity as a former slave has left him with profound scars. He may feel compelled to rescue any slaves he encounters, which could pose a dilemma for the Navy's sense of justice. Nonetheless, the ramifications of slavery are vast, and we must be prepared. Zephyr regarded Kong, his foresight extending far. This indeed presents a challenge, though not insurmountable. Tsuru chuckled lightly at Zephyr's concerns. If this young lad truly ascends to the rank of admiral, I believe certain issues will cease to be issues altogether. I had almost forgotten. Zifa paused momentarily before breaking into a grin. Indeed, once one ascends to the rank of admiral, many issues cease to be of concern. Even the rank of vice admiral holds similar merit. Take Karp, for instance. He does as he pleases, and the Navy's regulations hold no sway over him. If that is the case, I have no objections. He can be nurtured as a candidate for the admiral position. I have no objections to that either, Sengoku promptly responded. Since none of you have any reservations, then this young lad will be akin to Sakazuki and the others. Furthermore, Zifa, the Virgos you mentioned earlier, will also be prioritized for training. Soon, Kong provided his verdict, for the Navy's strength is contingent upon the abundance of talent. By the way, in 5 months, the Navy Academy will host its graduation ceremony. If this young man can secure a spot in the top 10 and graduate early, I shall personally bestow upon him his rank. Zifa, you may relay this information to them. Additionally, there will be other generous rewards this time. This is a splendid plan. There shall be much to behold then. Now, let us deliberate on matters concerning the seas, particularly the influence of the Golden Lion. The next day, the news of Yi Chen's clash with Sakazuki had spread throughout the academy, and many regarded it with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. The gazes directed at Yi Chen and his companions had shifted significantly. After all, who is Sakazuki? He is a veritable monster. Rumors suggest that he was even injured, which is indeed major news. Both Borsalino and Kazan were stirred, for they were well aware of Sakazuki's prowess. To inflict harm upon him signifies that this Yi Chen fellow is quite formidable. Early in the morning, all were summoned to gather on the training grounds, as Zifa had matters to discuss. Before Zifa's arrival, many gazes were already fixed upon Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Tina held her head high, resembling a proud peacock, and those unaware might think the attention was directed at her. However, numerous students were indeed eyeing Tina, for her physique had developed into an increasingly alluring form. As for Virgo and his trio, they were wrapped in bandages, though their complexions had improved considerably. Silence, suddenly appearing, Zifa stood upon the platform, his demeanor exceedingly grave. All students promptly diverted their gazes and stood at attention. In 5 months, the graduation ceremony shall occur, and many among you will depart the academy to become true Navy members. This ceremony is of utmost importance to Marshal Kong, who will personally present awards to the outstanding students. The top 5 shall directly attain the rank of Rear Admiral. But do not be disheartened. All within the top 10 will receive generous rewards, and I hope you shall perform admirably. Zifa's words caused many students to widen their eyes in astonishment. Such a rare opportunity. Securing a place in the top 10 not only brings rewards, but also ensures smooth graduation. Dismissed. For the next 5 months, I shall not assign you any tasks. Focus on your training, as everyone dispersed. Excitement was palpable on every face, including those of Sakazuki and his companions. Strictly speaking, they had not yet graduated. They merely had the chance to accompany Karp and others for some exposure. Only upon successful graduation would they possess their own rights. And that feeling is incomparable. Yi Chen. Just as Virgo and the others were about to leave, Sakazuki approached from a distance, drawing everyone's attention. After all, many were curious about the previous battle. I will be waiting for you at the graduation ceremony. With a serious expression, Sakazuki issued a challenge to Yi Chen. Displaying indifference, Yi Chen merely nodded in acknowledgement. Sakazuki's challenge caused Borsalino and Kuzan in the distance to furrow their brows. After all, Sakazuki tends to hold himself in high regard. And even in their presence, he sometimes does not treat them as equals. Of course, Borsalino and Kuzan's personalities are rather laid back. Unless provoked excessively, they rarely exhibit anger. In this world, strength reigns supreme. If Yi Chun lacked power, would Sakazuki speak to him in such a manner? Pride, after all, requires a foundation of strength. Once the gathering concluded, Yi Chun and his 5 companions moved to a separate area to commence their usual training. This time, I too shall graduate. Clenching her delicate fist, Tina motivated herself, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She had longed to venture out to sea, having heard tales of the beauty that lay beyond. You might as well forget it. Perhaps Virgo, Chun, and Smoker may have some hope, Shun lamented, acutely aware of the prowess of his peers. You have no ambition at all. No wonder your strength remains so feeble, Tina retorted, turning away with a fierce glare at Shun. There are 5 months remaining. Focus on your training. Strive for graduation, Virgo admonished, as among the 6, only Tina, Shun, and Barrygood might face some danger. As for himself, Yi Chun, and Smoker, they were certain to graduate. Initially, they were not eligible for graduation, having only joined the elite class for a few years. Under normal circumstances, they would require more time. However, following Zifa's directive, they were now eligible to participate in the graduation ceremony. Let us strive together, Tina declared, determination etched upon her face. Let us focus on training. The encouragement from Tina and the others brought a slight smile to Yi Chun's lips. However, just as they were about to begin their training, Zifa approached them. Instructor, standing upright, the 6 wore serious expressions. Yi Chun, Marshal Kong has instructed me to inform you that if you secure a place in the top 5 at this graduation, he will personally bestow upon you the rank of Rear Admiral. Moreover, do not disappoint me, Zifa began, looking directly at Yi Chun with a smile. Yes, without any expression, Yi Chun nodded. The notion of honor did not weigh heavily upon his heart. What he sought was power. Instructor, I have a request. Raising his gaze, Yi Chun regarded Zifa earnestly. Speak. Yi Chun had become a focal point for attention. Numerous resources will be made available to him, akin to the treatment received by Sakazuki and others. Though many remained oblivious to this, my current burden is insufficient to challenge me. I desire a heavier load. Yi Chun's request caused Zifa to frown slightly. How much weight? Zifa understood that this young lad was already bearing a load of 5 tons, previously limited due to lack of attention. However, the situation had changed, as Yi Chun's value had become evident. 10 tons. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chun expressed his resolve. 10 tons. Do you understand that each additional pound exponentially increases the strain? You are currently bearing 5 tons. If you add another 5, it could endanger your life, surpassing your limits. Zifa's expression darkened, for Yi Chun's request seemed rather reckless. Though he could bear 5 tons with ease now, adding even a single ton would likely incapacitate him. The increase in weight is not a simple addition, but a multiplication, and the difference is not trivial. Consider a diver whose limit is 30 meters. Even descending an additional half meter could pose life-threatening risks, for that half meter equates to several 30-meter depths combined. I am aware, yet I must transcend my limits to grow stronger, with a cold glint in his eyes. Yi Chun understood precisely what he was undertaking. He did not aim to seize first place at the graduation ceremony, nor did he seek rivalry. He simply desired the strength that would enable him to live a better life. The blood and sweat he shed now, he believed, would eventually yield rewards. That I shall grant your request within half a month. Zifa's eyes flickered, ultimately acquiescing. Instructor, if possible, I too require a set of weighted gear. Virgo and the others would not miss this opportunity. For you lot, I shall prepare according to your limits, also within half a month. Nodding at Virgo, Zifa acknowledged that these youngsters were equally formidable. 5 months from now, I hope all 6 of you can surprise me. Yes, the graduation ceremony is of great significance to every student, for commendable standing will yield numerous rewards. Not only can one graduate, but one can also become a full-fledged member of the Navy, a temptation that is indeed immense. Zephyr mentioned a fortnight. In truth, it was 5 days ahead of schedule. By the 10th day, he had already transferred the burden to Yi Chun and others. This illustrates the stark contrast between being valued and being overlooked. Had Yi Chun's request not been regarded with importance, it would have been utterly unattainable. Even if it were possible, it certainly would not have been accomplished in merely 10 days. It would have required at least several months. The burden, at its inception, bore no difference. It remained a bracelet, though its weight had significantly increased. It is hard to fathom that a single bracelet, at a minimum, weighs several thousand pounds. 10 tons equates to 20,000 pounds, capable of crushing a person entirely. Yet this immense weight is concentrated within such a diminutive bracelet, underscoring the marvels of this world. Yi Chen's burden weighs 10 tons. Virgo's weighs 8 tons, Smoker's is 6 tons, while Tina, Shuin, and Barrygud burdens have escalated from 3 tons to 5 tons. Upon receiving the burden, the group eagerly commenced their training as soon as Shuin donned the weight. He lost his footing and tumbled to the ground, landing painfully so heavy. The others fared little better, their veins bulging, gritting their teeth in determination. Truly, as Zephyr had articulated, even an additional pound now posed a considerable challenge. None had taken a step yet, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. As for Yi Chen, he too found himself pinned to the ground. Utterly immobilized, struggling to catch his breath, he refrained from exerting any strength, relying solely on his physical prowess. Otherwise, if he had summoned his haki or abilities, he would not have appeared so beleaguered. Lying there, Yi Chen felt as though several mountains were pressing down upon him, rendering him unable to move, while Shuin and the others could still converse. However, for Yi Chen, even uttering a word was a monumental challenge. 5 months. Only 5 months. He must adapt. His hands felt as though they had been filled with lead. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen attempted to prop himself up. Yet, after merely a few seconds, he collapsed back to the ground, suffering from irregular injuries, but he believed that should he attempt this a few more times, his hands would undoubtedly succumb to the pressure and shatter. Presently, only 2 areas remained for Yi Chen to develop his explosive fruit, one being his head, the other his heart, for reasons unknown. Every attempt to develop these 2 areas proved exceedingly arduous. A mere millimeter felt like 1,000 kilometers, seemingly insurmountable. However, on one occasion, Yi Chen discovered that once he shattered a physical limit, the development of the explosive fruit would become significantly easier, and its potency would increase. His recent battle with Sakazuki served as a testament to this fact. The explosive fruit relies heavily on physical strength, which is precisely why Yi Chen required the 10-ton burden. As his body grew stronger, the development of the explosive fruit became increasingly feasible. The two were interconnected. Once he could fully develop the explosive fruit throughout his body, it would equate to elementalization akin to a natural type ability. Provided he did not encounter overwhelmingly strong haki or weaknesses such as sea stone, he would become a genuine human-shaped bomb. Only then could he lay the groundwork for initial dominance. Otherwise, with his current explosive power, facing a formidable opponent would only result in his downfall. Despite the fact that Yi Chen's explosions could level a distance of 10 meters, causing unimaginable destruction, if Zephyr were to stand there, he might only sustain minor injuries that, if he employed haki, it was likely that even his defenses would remain unbreached. This exemplifies the disparity between Yi Chen and the top-tier warriors as dawn broke. The crimson hues at the horizon morphed into myriad shapes above the sea's surface, elusive and ethereal on this new day. Unbeknownst to how many had perished at this moment, countless others ventured forth with dreams, riding the waves upon the azure abyss of the ocean, filled with both cheer and lament. The warm sunlight cascaded down, illuminating a frail figure, casting a long, wavering shadow. Embracing youth, he recklessly shed sweat, which dripped to the ground, swiftly seeping into the earth. 80.81.82. With hands pressed to the ground, he rose upright, beads of sweat as large as peas cascading down. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, rhythmically rising and falling, his arms taut with muscular strain, veins coursing prominently. With each movement, it felt as though he exerted every ounce of his being. His clothes were thoroughly soaked, clinging to his body, and there was no doubt that a mere tug would fill a bowl. 98. His face flushed, his arms, not particularly robust, began to emit smoke, even sparking with fire, clearly reaching their limit. I cannot fail. There are still 2 remaining. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chun felt his hands losing sensation, a myriad of bodily discomforts assailing his spirit. 9-9.it felt like an eternity as Yi Chun rose and fell once more, his hands swelling and turning red, smoke and sparks entwining, teetering on the brink of collapse. The overwhelming sensation of tearing felt as though someone were vivisecting him, causing Yi Chun's flushed visage to contort with anguish. Yet recalling the pain from earlier, he gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with indignation. Just one more. Today he must shatter yesterday's record, suppressing the impending explosion of his hands. Yi Chun bent down once more. ZZ. The immense tearing sensation reached a critical point, rendering Yi Chun nearly uncontrollable. 100 a boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, upheaving the ground, accompanied by a gust of wind and sand. Yi Chun spat blood. Collapsing in disarray within the deep crater, yet a broad smile graced his face. Witnessing his hands, now healing amidst the smoke and flames, Yi Chun laughed heartily. 4 months. An entire 4 months. He had journeyed from being pinned to the ground, unable to move, to now jogging normally, training without restraint. He had shed an unimaginable amount of blood and sweat. At last, he had repeatedly surpassed his limits, though now he could only perform 100 push-ups and 100 frog jumps. He had successfully achieved 100 in various other exercises. While this 100 may seem unimpressive, one must not forget that Yi Chun had borne a 10-ton burden throughout these 4 months. Feeling his body incessantly groan, each breath a laborious task. Yet he persevered. As his hands regained strength, Yi Chun clenched them, feeling the immense power coursing through him, his eyes shimmering with clarity. The prior training had drained his stamina. Thus, he reclined in the pit, gazing up at the clear blue sky, smiling. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing chill, and unbeknownst to him, Yi Chun's smile began to fade, his eyes hollow as they stared at the sky. His face etched with longing. Father, mother. Tears welled uncontrollably as Yi Chun reminisced about the past, his heart overwhelmed with sorrow. How he longed to hear his mother's repetitive, nagging admonitions, and to witness his father's stern countenance as he scolded him during quarrels with his mother. Happiness had always lingered nearby, yet he had repeatedly overlooked it, even rebuffed and harmed it. Why could he not comprehend, in his rebelliousness, the value of what he had? Reflecting now, it seemed their faces bore wrinkles, their hair starting to gray, while he had never once shown concern for them, not even with a single word. Over 2 years had passed since Yi Chun arrived in this world. Each night, he gazed at the full moon alone, filled with regret and longing. How I miss you. And no one could fathom the solitude Yi Chun experienced in this world. He had felt fear, trepidation. He was not as strong as he had imagined. If only he could return to hear his parents' scoldings. Each morning, he wished it were all merely a dream. Yet reality consistently dashed his hopes, plunging him into an abyss of despair, consuming him whole. Yi Chun Gu. Suddenly, a playful female voice rang out, drawing nearer. Wiping away his tears, Yi Chun, having regained some strength, slowly rose. The once tear-streaked face now regained its stoicism. Tina, peering over the edge of the pit, puffed her cheeks in mild annoyance and chided, Yi Chun Gu. Everyone is waiting for you. Age-wise, Tina was actually older than Yi Chun, yet she habitually referred to him as Yi Chun Gu, clearly accustomed to it. Without uttering a word, Yi Chun nodded, leaping from the pit, his feet sinking into the earth. Frowning, he examined his feet embedded in the ground, sighing. He still had not fully mastered his control. Let us go. Upon concluding his words, Yi Chun and Tina proceeded towards the other side, that a closer observation would reveal that the footprints left by Yi Chun slightly sank into the ground. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the training grounds of Virgo and the others. Due to the unique nature of Yi Chun's abilities, the group trained separately, for none could predict when a sudden explosion might occur nearby. Upon seeing Yi Chun's arrival, the group ceased their training and gathered in a circle. Aside from the occasional exchange of insights every 10 days or so, everyone eagerly anticipated Yi Chun's thoughts on their abilities. Indeed, 3 days prior, Yi Chun had unexpectedly provided feedback on Xiaoen's powers, which sparked a fervor among the ability users, all keen to hear his insights. Xiaoen, how is your rust fruit experiment progressing? Yi Chun inquired. Indeed, Just as you said, my abilities are remarkably potent. Xiao replied with a broad grin. Ever since he heeded Yi Chen's advice, he had devoted his energies to mastering the devil fruit, and he could now corrode ordinary weapons. Most importantly, he had begun to apply his powers in combat, causing any flesh struck to oxidize, thereby incapacitating his foes. Your abilities were already formidable, potentially a bane to swordsmen that, if fully developed, a mere touch could rust an opponent's entire body to dust. Moreover, your powers are intrinsically linked with time. Any object, particularly metals, will succumb to rust given enough time. Yi Chen offered a general direction, yet the ultimate mastery lay in Xiao's own endeavors. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the others felt a twinge of envy, recognizing the unparalleled potential of Xiao's abilities. Xiao, seated nearby, laughed foolishly, appearing almost naive to those unaware of his prowess. "And what of me?" Very Good chimed in eagerly, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Yi Chen. "Very good, your fruit is the bean fruit, which allows you to transform into spherical particles that, if utilized effectively, it can rival the elemental transformations of the natural type, endowing you with formidable evasion capabilities." Upon hearing this, the other's eyes brightened, particularly Very Good's. When under attack, if you convert yourself into countless spherical particles, you can negate numerous assaults. Beyond mere evasion, you could develop the bean fruit to influence external objects, such as disassembling a tree into tiny particles or even transforming an enemy into granules. The destructive potential could rival that of the natural type. This path may be challenging, but you must have faith in yourself. Initially, both Very Good and the others had little hope for the bean fruit, deeming it too weak. However, after Yi Chen's encouragement, Very Good felt a surge of confidence, believing his abilities to be among the strongest. "I always thought Very Good's abilities were the weakest, even inferior to the animal type, but now I find myself reconsidering," Smoker remarked, visibly shaken, increasingly intrigued by Yi Chen. "Brother Yi Chen, what about my abilities?" Tina asked eagerly, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Tina, your powers are somewhat complex. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating as the barrier fruit offered limited developmental pathways. Nevertheless, he had some ideas. "What do you mean?" Tina's face fell, disappointment evident. "Tina, your ability allows you to create barriers anywhere on your body to confine foes. If you can enhance the barrier's hardness to that of sea stone, it would become a nightmare for your enemies. Moreover, the barriers need not be rigid. In a softened state, they can still prove immensely effective. Crucially, the barrier fruit itself is composed of metallic material. You need not confine yourself solely to barriers. You could extend in another direction. For instance, transforming objects you touch into barriers and subsequently disassembling them into weapons." "Humph." Tina huffed, her head held high, yet her increasingly alluring visage betrayed a smile. Among the group, only Virgo, who lacked abilities, remained, while Smoker awaited Yi Chen's guidance with anticipation. Despite being a natural type, the offensive capabilities of his smoke were rather limited, and he sought direction from Yi Chen, confident that he would not be disappointed. "Smoker, your abilities possess various developmental avenues, such as disrupting the five senses that if you combine your powers with observation haki to negate your enemy's perception. Within your smoke, you could create a labyrinthine confusion, leaving them disoriented and vulnerable, granting you absolute control. Bear in mind, haki can be negated. For instance, two equally matched observation haki users, one probing, the other concealing themselves, would find their powers canceling each other, leaving the probing individual oblivious to the concealed presence. Similarly, a strong observation haki user would overwhelmingly dominate a novice, as the former could completely overshadow the latter. Just as with observation haki, the same principle applies to armament haki, conqueror's haki, and the powers of devil fruits. They can all negate one another, as seen with the Kainu and Akiji. Should your observation haki become sufficiently potent, combined with your smoke abilities, you would become a living fog, rendering your enemies utterly lost. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Smoker's eyes sparkled with excitement, gazing at Yi Chen with an almost covetous admiration, as if he were beholding an unparalleled beauty. "And what else?" Smoker inquired eagerly, as he had never contemplated this direction before. merely desiring stronger offensive capabilities from his smoke. Given that you can manipulate smoke, have you considered that it can also be solidified? If it can merge with observation Haki, it can likewise integrate with armament Haki. Imagine conjuring a spear of smoke, enveloped in armament Haki. I assure you, the lethality would not disappoint. Additionally, you could create mirages, manifesting one or two duplicates of yourself, if you could develop them to possess strength. What difference would there be from a true clone? Smoker's face flushed with excitement, his eyes wide as he swallowed repeatedly. Smoke can manifest in various forms, the most common being coal smoke, which can induce poisoning and dizziness. Therefore, your abilities can weaken, solidify, and disrupt the five senses. There are countless developmental paths. What I've mentioned may only scratch the surface. The true path forward rests in your hands, as he observed Smoker. Yi Chen's thoughts momentarily centered on these aspects. Are they truly that powerful? Xiao-En asked, wiping cold sweat from his brow, his voice barely above a whisper. How could these seemingly weak fruits sound so formidable when articulated by Yi Chen? This disparity in perspective reflected a vast chasm between their thoughts and realities, akin to the difference between a past life filled with diverse ideas and the current world. This also explains why some assert that there are no truly weak abilities, only lesser developers. However, this statement is not absolute, for the strength of abilities does vary to a glint fruit and a dog fruit. One need only grasp which is the superior choice. Thus, theories are inherently contradictory. Lacking absolutes. Chun, you are indeed a treasure, Smoker exclaimed, gripping Yi Chen's shoulders and shaking him fervently. Clarity surged through him as never before. He felt his abilities rival those of any magma fruit. As for the term Chun, it was an affectionate title used by Virgo and the others, fostering a sense of camaraderie. It's nothing much. Yi Chen chuckled, gently pushing Smoker away, unable to endure the vigorous shaking any longer. Now that everyone has found their direction, let us train. With only a month until graduation, I hope each of you achieves commendable ranks. Once we graduate, we shall set sail together, instilling fear in the hearts of pirates across the seas. Rising to his feet, Smoker exclaimed with fervor. Yes, Xiao-En, Tina, and Berrygood echoed, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Only Virgo and Yi Chen observed the four with calm expressions, watching as they indulged in their fantasies. From that moment forth, Smoker and the others underwent profound transformations. Thanks to Yi Chen's presence, their strengths diverged dramatically from the original narrative. What followed was dedicated training, during which the others kept their distance when Yi Chen exhausted himself. Delving into the explosive potential of his devil fruit, he felt his physical strength wane with each passing moment. The development of the explosive fruit accelerated significantly, though both his body and mind were weary. He had nonetheless reaped considerable rewards over the past 4 months, primarily because the explosive fruit had completely enveloped his heart. Now, if he could manage to cover his head as well, he would attain nearly the same capabilities as those of a natural type, elementalization. He would also be able to unleash explosions without restraint, unlike before when he felt constrained during detonation. Thus, in the final month, Yi Chen resolved to focus his energy on developing the explosive fruit. Otherwise, at the graduation ceremony, he would stand no chance against those 3 formidable individuals. With a preliminary ability for self-preservation already established, it was time to embark on his second plan, to showcase his potential, garner attention from higher-ups, and ascend to a loftier position. Once he secured a higher status and power, he could act as freely as Carp, rather than merely serving as a Navy officer, subject to orders. He aspired to be the one issuing commands, not the one receiving them. Freedom, strength, and destiny must be within his own grasp. However, all of this required patience. He must remain low-key and endure, while Yi Chen's ambition had quietly begun to sprout the moment he set foot in Marineford. And now he awaited its growth into a towering tree. With the passage of time, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Today was of immense significance for the entire academy, for it marked their moment of soaring to new heights that on a small island adjacent to Marineford. A makeshift arena had been erected at its center, surrounded by a few spectator stands. Originally, this island served as a research site for the Navy, but had since fallen into disuse, with many buildings now in ruins. Nevertheless, it It was evident that this place had once been prosperous. Early in the morning, Yi Chun and his companions arrived aboard a warship, where numerous officers from the headquarters, as well as Navy personnel on leave, had gathered to participate. The most impressive figures present were undoubtedly Kong, Zephyr, and Sengoku, with even Karp, who usually trained his son in the East Blue, making a rare appearance. Unbeknownst to many, the 5 elders from the Holy Land of Marioa were also keeping a watchful eye on this graduation ceremony on the elevated platform. A snail phone was visible, though it had yet to be activated. Feeling a bit anxious, Xiao-En scanned the surrounding Navy officers, some adorned with the insignia of colonels, and even those of rear admirals and vice admirals. Most notably, there were Marshal Kong, as well as Generals Zephyr and Sengoku. Xiao-En was not alone. Others shared in the nervousness. What are we afraid of? We've trained diligently over the past 2 years, and our strength is formidable. We are sure to achieve commendable ranks, Smoker declared confidently, arms crossed, without a hint of worry. Why Yi Chun remained silent, merely observing the esteemed figures of Kong, Sengoku, and the other generals. This time, he would give his all to showcase his potential, for only then could he secure greater resources and pave a broader path ahead. As a leader of a grand power, the daily affairs were countless. Yet, they found time to observe a group of children engage in combat, which spoke volumes. Indeed, to Kong and his peers, this confrontation was merely a child's play, hardly worthy of being termed a battle, a reflection of their experience and the perspective of the strong. Therefore, Yi Chun had to seize this opportunity, for without commensurate returns, no one would invest in him. This world was not only one where strength reigned supreme, but also one governed by interests. The essence remained unchanged. All the qualified participants for this ceremony had largely gathered, including figures such as Akainu, Borsellino, Kazan, and Fire Fist Ace. This confrontation was not as straightforward as anticipated, as each opponent was a formidable entity. Bang! A gunshot rang out, silencing the crowd, and a major stepped onto the stage. Now, let us welcome Marshal Kong to speak. The major saluted Kong, standing upright. Without any amplifiers, Kong, seated at the highest point, spoke in a voice that resonated like thunder, ensuring everyone present could hear clearly. All participants represent the future of the Navy, standing for justice. After delivering a lengthy discourse filled with encouragement and platitudes about justice for nearly half an hour, Yi Chun wore a stoic expression, allowing the words to pass through one ear and out the other. In contrast, others appeared flushed and fervent, as if they had consumed some stimulant, eager to dominate the arena. I look forward to the surprises you will bring me. Let the match begin. With that, Kong took his seat, gesturing for the major to explain the rules. All participants would draw lots to determine their opponents. Defeated contestants would have 3 opportunities to challenge those rank higher, and if victorious, they would take their place. Falling off the arena, exhausting oneself, or conceding would all be deemed losses. Give it your all. You may also designate a challenge against someone. Begin that a Navy officer, serious in demeanor, held a box, allowing Yi Chun and the others to draw lots. 2 contestants with the number 1 emerged onto the stage. The first to enter was a student wielding a katana. However, upon seeing his opponent, his face turned pale. With a lewd grin and sporting sunglasses, none other than Borsellino stood before him, a bona fide member of the 3 monsters. Yukimura was indeed unfortunate. He had encountered this monster right at the start. Below, fellow students looked on with sympathy, secretly sweating for Yukimura, thinking it would be better to concede outright. Did I concede? Yukimura declared, his face ashen. Fully aware of the chasm between him and this monster, he was unafraid of losing face and admitted defeat without hesitation. Oh. Borsellino shrugged, seemingly indifferent, transforming into a flash of golden light and vanishing from the arena. The first battle concluded without so much as a ripple, its speed almost excessive. In the second and third matches, Yi Chun's group did not participate, merely observing others fight. Remarkably, the third match proved somewhat intense. Yet a victor was eventually determined. Finally, in the 5th match, Tina stepped onto the stage, and astonishingly, her opponent was none other than Weasel. How could it be Weasel? Given Tina's strength, this would be quite a challenge. Below, Smoker watched Tina's opponent with concern. Virgo and Yi Chun also frowned. Knowing that Weasel's prowess surpassed Tina's, Even under Yi Chen's influence, in the original narrative, Tina would not even be qualified to face Weasel, as their disparities were vast. However, now, without a few hundred exchanges, Weasel would find it impossible to defeat Tina. Tina, Weasel. The two exchanged introductions. You are no match for me. Standing tall, Weasel, with a long knife at his waist, regarded Tina with a serious expression. Setting aside the fact that she was a girl, she was also strikingly beautiful, causing Weasel to hesitate about making a move. Winning would invite accusations of not cherishing a lady, while losing would result in the embarrassment of being bested by a girl. Regardless of the outcome, his pride was at stake. Thus, Weasel hoped Tina would take the initiative to concede. Humph, are you underestimating me? With her cheeks puffed out, Tina glared fiercely at Weasel, her figure exuding a captivating allure. Somewhat awkwardly, Weasel found himself blushing, especially with so many spectators present. Go, Tina, below, Xiao-En and Barry Good shouted encouragement, and even Tantata, not far away, joined in with her support. Hearing the cheers, Tina lifted her chin, her confidence soaring. If she had a tail, it would surely be wagging with delight. This little girl is impressive. On the elevated platform, Crane wore a faint smile. As the sole female executive, she paid particular attention to her gender. Impressive indeed, but alas, she still pales in comparison to that young man. Nearby, Karp reclined his chair, his feet propped up on the platform, displaying a lack of decorum, particularly as he munched on a crunchy snack resembling donuts, each bite echoing loudly. "Oh, you have any objections?" With a sidelong glance, Crane squinted at Karp, emitting no discernible aura. Yet, this alone made Karp tense, scratching his head with a sheepish grin and falling silent. The banter on the elevated platform did not disrupt the fight below, for Weasel and Tina had already engaged in combat, at first appearing evenly matched. However, after 70 or 80 exchanges, Tina began to falter, her rhythm disrupted. "Tina, be careful." Below the stage, Xiao-En and others wore expressions of deep concern, for after over 100 exchanges, Tina had become riddled with flaws. After half an hour of battle, Tina was drenched in sweat, her delicate face pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Observing Tina's pitiful state ignited an inexplicable protective instinct among the audience, who began to hurl insults at the opponent. Shrew Mouse, are you even a man, bullying Tina like this? I've misjudged you. You brutish oaf who knows nothing of cherishing the delicate. Stop it, Shrew Mouse. What are you doing? Taking advantage of Tina. If I get my hands on you, I swear I'll make you pay. Amidst the cacophony, the students below brandished their chairs, glaring at Shrew Mouse with fury. On the stage, Shrew Mouse's face darkened like a pot's bottom. And if he wasn't mistaken, many of his friends were also cursing him. What happened to the camaraderie? Damn it. This won't do. I must end this battle swiftly, or the consequences will be dire. A bead of cold sweat trickled down, and Shrew Mouse resolved not to prolong the fight any further, unleashing a decisive strike. As Tina braced herself, he swiftly maneuvered to the right and kicked her off the ring with a muffled grunt. Tina fell to the ground, her misery palpable. "Tina, are you all right?" Shunto and others rushed to her side, helping her up. "I'm fine," Tina replied, though she was clearly dejected, drenched in sweat and her spirit waning. "Shrew Mouse, go to hell." The crowd vehemently demanded the referee declare Shrew Mouse the loser. Agreed. Various objects were hurled at Shrew Mouse, causing him to tremble with rage. If only he could express his frustration with 3 words. What the hell? Ultimately, the referee ruled in favor of Shrew Mouse, but the anticipated cheers were absent, replaced by disdain. Consequently, Shrew Mouse's expression remained tense. His face darkened with anger. He understood he had incited the ire of the crowd. Yet, this was a competition. Should he not give it his all? He had triumphed through strength. Why was he treated like a criminal? Did they wish to drag him away and execute him for 10 minutes? Cough, cough, on to the next match. The referee cleared his throat, silencing the boos, and commenced the next bout. The next battle featured Xiao-En, whose opponent was Fireburn Mountain. Unfortunately, after enduring for over an hour, he was defeated. Following that, in the 7th match, Barry Good surprisingly triumphed over his opponent. In the 8th match, everyone had a bye. The 9th match was Smog's turn, facing TP. IT was indeed fate, as the last time they clashed. There was no clear victor. This time provided the perfect opportunity. Bang! Their fists collided, enveloped in armed hockey, shaking the entire ring, causing Smog to perform a backflip while T-Pig staggered back. White Fist, a fist the size of a house, shrouded in smoke, crashed toward T-Pig like a cannonball. Accompanied by an ear-splitting thud, the arena filled with white smoke, obscuring all vision, and the ensuing chaos. The sound of collisions echoed from within the smoke, leaving everyone uncertain of the situation. After 10 minutes, the smoke began to condense as if it possessed life, revealing the scene within. There stood Smog, his face pale, his hands transformed into massive smoky appendages, pinning T-Pig down, rendering him immobile. Manifesting behind Smog, smoke coalesced into a spear aimed directly at T-Pig. You concede. Witnessing this, everyone understood that T-Pig had lost at I concede, though filled with reluctance. T-Pig acknowledged his defeat. With the battle concluded, Smog's spirit soared to new heights. Well done, Xion and the others congratulated him with a fist bump. Leafing through his thoughts, Smog felt grateful for Yi Chun's insights. Without them, he could never have developed his smoke abilities so effectively. It was also a testament to his own hard work. Smog's exceptional performance garnered nods of approval from Kong and others. Indeed, even the weakest of the natural types were formidable. Most importantly, it was clear that Smog's abilities were well developed. Next match, the 10th bout featured Virgo against Fireburn Mountain. Both stood on the stage, Virgo expressionless while Fireburn Mountain clenched his fists, his demeanor heavy. After a previous mishap leading to his defeat, he was determined to reclaim victory this time. Both were pure martial artists, and as the battle commenced, the excitement surged, far surpassing the earlier matches. Gradually, the combat escalated to a fever pitch, and the expressions of those in the high seats, including Kong, grew serious. These two youngsters exhibited impressive martial skills. Carp squinted, his gaze particularly fixed on Virgo. Presently, Virgo was being pressed by Fireburn Mountain's onslaught. Yet Kong and others remained focused on Virgo, for they discerned more than what met the eye. Zifa, if I recall correctly, the weight you intended to use was 8 tons for Virgo, right? Sengoku observed Virgo struggling under the barrage of Fireburn Mountain's attacks with a keen interest. Indeed, Zifa replied, a smile breaking across his face as he watched Virgo in his plight. This young man possessed remarkable potential. Carrying 8 tons and still maintaining poise under pressure spoke volumes of his capabilities. At that moment, Carp refocused, seriously addressing Virgo. Keep watching. Kong smiled. The stronger these youngsters became, the brighter the future of the Navy would be. After enduring for half an hour, Virgo could no longer withstand the pressure. He knew that without shedding the weight, victory was unattainable. Upon removing the weight, the ground beneath him collapsed, creating a crater that sent dust swirling, silencing the previously rowdy crowd. This behemoth battled Fireburn Mountain while bearing a burden? Incredible! Once freed from the weight, Virgo leaped in place, feeling an unprecedented lightness. Across from him, Fireburn Mountain's expression soured, realizing the burden was even heavier than 5 months prior. Was this man insane? I'll give you one chance. Concede. After warming up, Virgo maintained a cold demeanor, gazing indifferently at Fireburn Mountain. Humph. Last time I was careless. This time, you won't defeat me. Fireburn Mountain snorted, refusing to concede before the battle had even begun. Little did he know. Virgo's training regimen far exceeded his own. Hard work can indeed compensate for deficiencies. It is not mere rhetoric. Boom. The ground erupted as Virgo vanished from sight, reappearing before Fireburn Mountain, his right fist clenched. Enveloped in dark hockey, radiating overwhelming power, the hairs on Virgo's body stood on end. His speed was extraordinary, and the next moment, a surge of blood rushed forth, and a streak of light shot off the stage, hurtling toward the high seats. Simultaneously, Carp silently vanished from his seat, appearing in midair to catch the bleeding Fireburn Mountain. His expression grave, the arena fell into a hush, with some gaping in shock. What just transpired? How did a deafening blast sound? And then Virgo was suddenly in front of Fireburn Mountain, who then spewed blood and was sent flying. What was the sequence of events, holding the bleeding Fireburn Mountain? Carp regarded the stoic Virgo, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. This young man was undoubtedly a promising candidate for martial arts training. Kid, if you encounter any difficulties in martial arts training in the future, feel free to seek me out. With that, Karp vanished before giving Virgo a chance to respond, reappearing among the waiting medical team. Laying down Fireburn Mountain to Karp's words ignited a fervor throughout the previously silent arena. It must be noted that this is the naval hero, Karp. Many students gazed enviously as they watched Virgo being surrounded by Tina and her companions after leaping off the stage. That Virgo's battle was swift and visually striking, instilling a sense of pressure among the students, as the power of the Fire Mountain was not to be underestimated. In the 11th match, it was Sakazuki, as soon as he stepped onto the stage. His opponent conceded without the need for a single blow. The 12th match featured Kazan, who similarly faced an opponent that surrendered immediately, resulting in an oddly tense atmosphere throughout the venue. Finally, it was time for Yi Chun to take the stage in the 13th match. However, this time, his opponent was none other than Peach Rabbit, one of the few beautiful girls in the academy. Thus, upon stepping onto the platform, Yi Chun found himself in a predicament akin to that of Weasel. Regardless of victory or defeat, he would be subjected to criticism. Even before the match commenced, jeers erupted from the audience. Ignoring the antics of the rabble below, Yi Chun maintained a stoic expression, calmly observing Peach Rabbit's enchanting visage without uttering a word. Peach Rabbit, she greeted politely as she stepped forward. Despite their prior acquaintance, the formality of the occasion demanded seriousness. Peach Rabbit was aware of the icy demeanor of the individual before her. It seemed they had never truly spoken, which struck her as somewhat ironic. Why, Yi Chun? He replied, devoid of emotion, his gaze remaining coolly fixed on Peach Rabbit. Perhaps you should concede, she suggested, her brow furrowing slightly, an inexplicable anger bubbling within her. Drawing her long sword from her waist, she indicated her intentions through action. The two locked eyes, each poised for the confrontation ahead on the elevated seats. Crane felt a twinge of concern, knowing full well that Peach Rabbit's strength was far surpassed by that of this young man. Yet Peach Rabbit possessed a tenacious spirit, a stubbornness that compelled her to face the challenge. With a swift motion, Peach Rabbit unleashed a brilliant slash, aiming directly at Yi Chun. In an instant, he vanished from the edge of her strike, reappearing before her and delivering a powerful punch. This little brat, Crane muttered, her brows furrowing in irritation. The tremendous force of the blow cracked the air as Peach Rabbit raised her sword defensively against her chest, only to be met with an overwhelming impact that caused her to spit blood. Her body propelled backward like a cannonball. With a thud, she landed outside the ring, her complexion pale. The battle was over almost as swiftly as it had begun. Yi Chun had merely thrown a single punch, and Peach Rabbit was sent flying from the arena. Had he not held back, a more severe lesson would have ensued. Crane squinted, her concern for Peach Rabbit evident, as she muttered darkly to herself. Meanwhile, Sengoku and the others remained silent, their expressions taut with suppressed frustration. Why Yi Chun wins, announced the referee, igniting a commotion among the spectators who hurled insults and various objects at him. The previously sullen Weasel suddenly realized he was not alone in his discontent. On the stage, Yi Chun remained expressionless, observing the debris raining down around him, prepared to exit the platform. However, a particular insult halted him in his tracks, igniting a fierce glint in his eyes. An orphan without parents. Did your entire family perish? How dare you strike Peach Rabbit with such ferocity? The words, laced with venom, came from an individual named Dalmesia, a student who wielded the powers of the dog fruit. In the form of a spotted dog, that he was one of Peach Rabbit's admirers. It is essential to understand that among these students, both Peach Rabbit and Tina attracted numerous admirers. For Yi Chun, memories of his parents were his everything. He yearned for them incessantly. Dalmesia's taunts triggered an uncontrollable fury within him. Indifferent to everything else, Yi Chun had always preferred to remain low-key, avoiding trouble to ensure his own safety. Hence, in the eyes of some, he appeared arrogant, which irked them further. Now, with the atmosphere charged, Dalmesia's words became increasingly reckless. You, come here, Yi Chun commanded, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare upon Dalmesia, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his demeanor. His pointed challenge brought a hush over the previously raucous crowd, while those seated on the platform, including Zephyr and others, exchanged worried glances. They sensed the palpable threat emanating from Yi-chan. Did this young man truly intend to kill? Sengoku raised an eyebrow, observing the chilling transformation in Yi-chan. This boy rarely instigated conflict. It seemed that Dalmesia had crossed a line. Zephyr frowned, noting the shift in Yi-chan's demeanor. Each individual harbors their own convictions. And they too had endured trials. With their presence, this young man posed little threat. The leader, Kong, had no intention of intervening. Viewing Yi-chan as someone easily subdued, Dalmesia's face flushed with anger at Yi-chan's direct confrontation. He vanished from his spot, reappearing on the stage, defiantly confronting Yi-chan. "Can I kill him?" Yi-chan questioned, shifting his gaze toward Kong. "That of course not," Kong replied, momentarily taken aback by the question. "That would be a disgrace." "Not allowed," Yi-chan pressed, no longer seeking permission, for he already knew the answer. However, he felt compelled to voice his inquiry. At this moment, he lacked the standing to negotiate he would have to endure if he could not eliminate his adversary. He would ensure they suffered instead. How intriguing, indeed, that Yi-chan's query elicited laughter from Carp, while Sengoku and Zephyr revealed faint smiles, echoing Carp's sentiment that Yi-chan was quite amusing. Indeed, those with potential often possess idiosyncratic traits. They exhibit peculiar temperaments, as seen in the arrogance of Sakazuki and others who look down on others. Yet, Yi-chan's unique disposition was refreshing to the onlookers. "Let us commence," he declared, ignoring Dalmesia entirely as he addressed the referee. Many in the audience were bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. "You scoundrel! I will make you pay." Dalmesia seethed, though he could not fathom why Yi-chan had singled him out, all while disregarding him. His face burned with indignation. Bang! Before he could finish his threat, Yi-chan appeared before Dalmesia, delivering a punch to his abdomen that sent him reeling, blood spilling forth as he curled up in agony. Contorted in pain, with an icy glare, Yi-chan grasped Dalmesia by the hair, lifting him up, his voice low and menacing. "I detest anyone who insults my family." Like a ragged dog, Yi-chan dragged Dalmesia to the edge of the stage, discarding him as if he were refuse, causing a cloud of dust to erupt. Once again, it was a swift defeat. With but a single punch, Yi-chan rendered Dalmesia incapable of using his powers, leaving him gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Dalmesia was aided by others, observing the concave state of his chest, knowing he had likely broken several ribs. He would be bedridden for days. The battle concluded far too quickly. By the time the spectators processed the outcome, Yi-chan had already leapt down from the platform, that if circumstances allowed, he would have relished the chance to eliminate his opponent, but the current conditions prohibited such actions. Until he amassed sufficient strength, he must remain patient. One day, this individual would meet his demise. The grand competition spanned 4 days, as numerous participants sustained injuries that could affect subsequent matches, extending the duration. However, over these 3 days, the final outcomes became evident through the prowess displayed by a select few. The top contenders were undoubtedly Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, Virgo, Yi-chan, Smoker, Spider, Weasel, and others. Unless unforeseen events occurred, the top ranks would likely emerge from this group. Today marked the 5th day, the final day before the results would be determined, and anticipation filled the air, as the remaining participants were all formidable contenders. Even Kong and his companions harbored a sense of eager expectation. If anyone advanced with the least resistance, it would be Sakazuki and his 2 comrades. Due to their opponent's tendency to concede defeat readily, the battles involving Yi-chan, Virgo, and Smoker witnessed a few who refused to back down. However, gradually many students began to recognize the formidable strength of these 3 individuals. Unfortunately, Tina, Shuin, and Brigid fell just short, all failing to secure a spot in the top 10, and thus losing their graduation eligibility. Indeed, during this ceremony, while there was an opportunity for early graduation, only 10 would achieve it. Consequently, the 3 must remain at the academy for a while longer. Although Yi-chan's arrival had instigated some changes among them, figures such as the future backbone of the Navy, Ghost Spider, and Stoloberry, were not to be underestimated. Both in terms of age and their tenure in the Navy, they had the upper hand. Sheer diligence could only allow them to barely keep pace. Perhaps only when the trio successfully developed their abilities related to the devil fruit, as per Yi Chen's vision, would they truly become stronger. Yet at present, they still lacked that certain edge. Thus, on that day, Tina threw a minor tantrum, but with the encouragement of those around her, she gradually regained her composure. Now, Tina and her companions had transitioned from participants to spectators. With only the top 10 students led by Sakazuki remaining in the arena, preparing to draw lots to determine their opponents. The first match featured Yi Chun against Deo Bowman. Fortune smiled upon Yi Chun today, as he was the first to step into the fray, facing Deo Bowman, a swordsman skilled in the 6 styles and 2 types of hockey, whose strength could not be underestimated. The two stood forth, locking eyes, with Deo Bowman's expression heavy with foreboding. Having witnessed Yi Chun's previous battles, he was acutely aware of the terror that lay before him. As Yi Chun took to the stage, Tina, Shuin, and Barigyu cheered loudly from the audience. With a stoic demeanor, Yi Chun cast aside his weights, for he deemed this opponent formidable enough that he could not guarantee victory while encumbered. The moment Yi Chun removed his weights, Deo Bowman's expression brightened considerably, as the gesture signified a considerable respect from his adversary. Even in defeat, he would have no complaints that Deo Bowman and Yi Chun both announced their names. They exuded a palpable aura that silenced the previously raucous crowd. Swish! Deo Bowman was the first to strike, drawing his long sword to unleash a brilliant white slash that cleaved through the ground towards Yi Chun. The arena was no longer a formal stage. It was a matter of either defeat or concession. As the platform had been shattered in previous skirmishes, the oncoming force generated a gust of wind, lifting the long, uncut black hair of Yi Chun, who appeared motionless until a dazzling strike collided with Deo Bowman's assault. The tumultuous winds scattered debris as Yi Chun vanished from his original position, reappearing before Deo Bowman, delivering a swift kick that sliced through the air with a sharp crack. Startled, Deo Bowman quickly reversed his longsword, enveloping it with haki, positioning it defensively before him. His reaction was astonishingly swift. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ground erupted as Deo Bowman's feet sank into the earth, forcing him to slide several meters. Just as he came to a halt, a chill ran down his spine, the realization that Yi Chun had appeared behind him, launching another kick, absolute defense, with muscles tensed and haki covering him like iron. Deo Bowman braced himself to withstand Yi Chun's strike. Simultaneously, his long sword, imbued with a cold edge, descended towards Yi Chun. The audience, entranced, held their breath, eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. Among them, Tina clutched Shuin's thigh tightly, oblivious to the pain etched across his face, which was turning a shade of purple. Thud! Crimson blood sprayed forth as Deo Bowman let out a pained cry, his expression filled with agony. Nevertheless, he bore through the pain, his long sword slicing through the air. Clang! With a spark of contact, Yi Chun raised his right hand, cloaked in dark haki, managing to deflect Deo Bowman's counterattack despite the blood that flowed freely. The ground trembled as fissures spread, and Yi Chun spun around to deliver another kick to Deo Bowman. The two fighters, propelled apart by Deo Bowman's forceful retreat, created some distance. With arms hanging limply, blood gushing, Yi Chun bore a grievous wound, a flesh-tearing injury that exposed bone along his arm. His haki was still insufficient. Had it been stronger, he could have blocked the counterattack entirely. With an impassive expression, Yi Chun reflected on his haki, feeling some dissatisfaction. Outside the arena, onlookers observed Yi Chun's bloodied arm, convinced he had sustained a crippling injury. Yet he showed no sign of discomfort. Did he not feel pain? Coughing nearby, Deo Bowman struggled to his feet, blood seeping from his mouth, his expression rife with torment. You are indeed strong. Holding his long sword, Deo Bowman regarded Yi Chun gravely. Feeling the pressure mounting, without uttering a word, Yi Chun simply stared back at him. However, I shall not concede easily. With that declaration, Deo Bowman charged at Yi Chun. Seeing Deo Bowman rush towards him, Yi Chun's desire to engage waned, as he felt no pressure from his opponent. Raising his bloodied right hand, Yi Chun flicked his finger, sending a droplet of blood hurtling towards Deo Bowman like a bullet. What could a single drop of blood possibly do? If it were someone of Zifa's caliber, they could eliminate Deo Bowman in a single blow, but Yi Chun was not yet at that level. With a derisive snort, Deo Bowman sidestepped, maintaining his speed as he barreled towards Yichun. Yet, just as the droplet of blood passed him by, a thunderous explosion erupted, conjuring a small mushroom cloud that swept across the ground, startling all who witnessed it. Amidst the chaos, the ground trembled as countless stones and dust flew into the air, leaving a 10-meter-wide crater in its wake, while Deo Bowman, drenched in blood, stood dazed, staring blankly at the sky. Some spectators gaped in disbelief. What difference was there between that single drop of blood and a bomb? With an expressionless demeanor, Yichun approached the edge of the crater, gazing down at the bloodied Deo Bowman, preparing for another strike, as the latter had yet to concede. Extending his hand, a droplet of blood began to slide down his finger. I concede. With wide eyes, Deo Bowman's face turned pale. He realized that should he endure another explosion, he would either perish or suffer grievous injuries. He understood he was no match for Yichun. Upon hearing Deo Bowman surrender, the blood fell to the ground without the anticipated explosion, and Yichun simply turned away. This young man had indeed surprised me greatly. Seated at the forefront, Kong was pleased with the duel Yichun had provided. Noting that Deo Bowman had not yet elicited the full extent of Yichun's capabilities, perhaps only Sakazuki and his companions could draw out his complete power. I have observed this young man for several days. His training is rigorous, and, as Zifa stated, his willpower is formidable, with immense potential. Crane, somewhat solemn, recalled the first time she had encountered this young man when Zifa had high hopes for him. He had even compared him to Sakazuki and his companions, a notion Crane had initially dismissed. However, after witnessing the first battle with Sakazuki, she began to take notice that Wei Chen's subsequent training regimen had led her to truly appreciate Zifa's evaluation. This young man undoubtedly possesses the potential to become an admiral. Not only Crane, but also Sengoku and Karp had taken note. Now, in their eyes, Yichun stood on par with Sakazuki and his peers, all regarded at the same level. Kong, perhaps in the future, you will need to request an additional admiral position from the Gorosei. When that time comes, the Navy will boast 4 admirals, and those pirates will have no hope of being so rampant. Sengoku seemed to glimpse the future as he slammed his palm on the table. Let us discuss that later. It is still too early for such considerations. Kong offered no response, merely letting out a sigh. The others shared a similar sentiment. The Navy situation was not as favorable as it appeared. Setting aside the external threats posed by pirates, the constraints imposed from Mary Geos had rendered the Navy somewhat paralyzed. Indeed, to stifle the Navy's independence, the Gorosei had already begun to impose restrictions on its development. Whether through funding or curtailing promising recruits, they would not allow the Navy to grow independently. Zifa, who genuinely served the Navy, sighed deeply. They were well aware of many matters but felt powerless to effect change. The second match featured Smoker against Ghost Spider. Below, the second match has commenced, featuring Smoker and the Ghost Spider. In a similar vein. Prior to the match, Smoker discarded his weighted attire, acknowledging the formidable prowess of his opponent. As they stepped into the fray, both fighters unleashed their full might. The Ghost Spider, brandishing 8 weapons with an intimidating demeanor. However, Smoker was no pushover. Despite the Ghost Spider's 8-sword style, the clash remained fiercely contested, with neither party yielding an inch. Suddenly, from Smoker's back, a thick plume of smoke billowed forth, manifesting into over a dozen smoke fists, densely packed and colliding with the Ghost Spider. Crucially, these smoke fists could morph into various weapons, nullifying the Ghost Spider's advantage of having 8 limbs. Ghost Smoker, you are the strongest. From the audience, Tina and her companions produced a loudspeaker, their faces flushed as they vociferously cheered, momentarily drowning out the shouts of support for the Ghost Spider. Under their encouragement, Smoker's determination surged, his face reddening as he fought with increasing ferocity, nearly provoking an expletive from the Ghost Spider. What a pure friendship this is! It evokes a nostalgic yearning for our youth, when we too were brimming with vigor. Enjoying donuts while witnessing the spirited exchanges between the students cheering for Smoker and the Ghost Spider. Karp, Sengoku, and others watched with great interest as the bickering overshadowed the very battle unfolding before them. The audience was divided, fervently shouting for their respective champions, each side unwilling to concede. At some point, a heated argument erupted between the two factions. Mist of the Sea, with a thunderous explosion, Smoker unleashed a thick fog that enveloped the arena. Inside, sounds akin to clashing swords and the din of battle echoed. Only perceptible to those with keen observation skills. 10 minutes later, the mist dissipated, revealing a desolate scene. Smoker and the ghost spider lay in a crater. Bloodied and gasping for breath, both stared defiantly at one another, gritting their teeth in a futile attempt to rise. Despite repeated efforts, they remained grounded. Smoker, get up. You are the best. Tina, disregarding her image, stood on a chair with a large megaphone, urging him on. Behind her, Shun and Barrygood held their own megaphones, their expressions serious as they bellowed, unfazed by the surrounding odd glances. Though their antics appeared somewhat comical, many in the crowd envied Smoker for having such genuine friends. Even Virgo, amidst the battle, joined in the encouragement. You can do it. Yi Chen's quiet words, though barely audible, reached Smoker's ears that I cannot afford to lose to you. Otherwise, where'd I place my friend's honor? Smoker, his face pale, managed to smile at the ghost spider, gradually summoning the strength to stand despite his body's protests. The ghost spider, gritting his teeth, also struggled to rise, yet his body betrayed him. Oh, I knew you could do it. Smoker, Tina, Shun, and Barrygood cheered, their excitement surpassing Smoker's own, leading onlookers to believe they had already won. Smoker emerged victorious. The same major who officiated the matches raised Smoker's hand, remarking on the number of good friends he had. I feel the same. After this, Smoker collapsed against the major, clearly unable to continue. Medical staff swiftly began tending to both fighters. The third match featured Kazan versus Fire Mountain, which concluded without surprise, even with all his might. Fire Mountain succumbed. The fourth match had Virgo face off against Chibuta, and the fifth saw Borisolino take on Peach Rabbit. The sixth match featured Sakazuki. One by one, the battles unfolded with intense fervor. As long as the strongest contenders did not appear, the excitement was palpable. By the end of the day as competitions, the results began to crystallize. Sakazuki, Borisolino, Kazan, Yi Chun, Virgo, and Smoker emerged as the most formidable among the students. Aside from Smoker, who fell slightly short of the top 5, the remaining 4 seemed poised to dominate the rankings. The reward for the top 5 were substantial, making the battles of the following day the most anticipated of the graduation ceremony. That night, under a dazzling starry sky, a shooting star occasionally streaked across, while Yi Chun sat on the coastline, gazing at the heavens. Lost in thought, he refrained from training, knowing that tomorrow's battle would be fierce. Necessitating his utmost readiness, thus shedding his weights, determined to give his all, he yearned to capture the attention of his peers and gauge his own strength. After dedicating significant time to rigorous practice, he felt it was time to venture out and explore. He resolved to find a way back home, no matter what, for he longed to reunite with his parents, staring at the starry expanse. Though hope seemed faint, Yi Chen's heart brimmed with tenacity. He desired neither wealth, nor power, nor beauty. He simply wished to return, savoring his mother's cooking, enduring his father's scolding, and hearing the long-overdue apology of I'm sorry that had been delayed for over a decade. As dawn broke, casting new light upon the world, anticipation filled the air. Many awaited the day's battles, which promised to surpass the excitement of previous encounters. The audience swelled, with supporters rallying for their favored students even before the matches commenced. As the major referee took the stage, the exhilarating moments began. The first match featured Smoker against Sakazuki. From the outset, it was a clash of 2 natural-type fighters, the atmosphere charged with intensity. Your best. Virgo encouraged as Smoker entered the arena, aware that Sakazuki's strength slightly eclipsed his own, a fact Smoker himself acknowledged. Nevertheless, he resolved not to retreat. Even in defeat, he would do so with honor, ensuring his opponent felt the weight of his prowess. Yi Chen's simple words eased Smoker's tension, prompting a smile amidst the pressure. If I lose, you both must help me regain my honor. Feeling lighter without his weights, Smoker shrugged, exchanged a glance with Virgo and Yi Chun, and stepped into the arena to face Sakazuki, who awaited him. Go Smoker. Go Smoker. Without a doubt, it was Tina and her friends, megaphones in hand, fervently cheering him on, their enthusiasm unwavering regardless of the rivalry. Sakazuki, the latter's expression remained stoic. Unlike his demeanor with other competitors, he afforded Smoker a measure of respect, recognizing him as a natural type user, Smoker. Taking a deep breath, Smoker's gaze sharpened. This time, he would unleash his full potential. I do not underestimate you. You should concede. You are no match for me, Sakazuki remarked coolly. I understand. Yet Smoker remained composed as wisps of smoke began to emanate from him. Then let us commence. The temperature surged as half of Sakazuki's body ignited, dripping molten lava. White fist. The dense smoke coalesced into a fist, resembling a mountainous terrain, hurtling towards Sakazuki. The ground sizzled underfoot, the magma bubbling as Sakazuki formed a magma-enveloped fist, channeling immense force to collide with Smoker's attack. With a brief pause, Sakazuki pressed forward, unstoppable. Gritting his teeth, Smoker staggered back, the fog behind him churning violently as countless smoke-formed spears launched toward Sakazuki. Observing the oncoming barrage, Sakazuki merely furrowed his brow, allowing the assault to penetrate his form. Due to Smoker's inability to concentrate his haki, he found himself at a disadvantage. The clash between magma and smoke inevitably determined whose destructive power reigned supreme. From the outset, Smoker was placed in a subordinate position, for Akainu was indeed formidable, showcasing immense strength. Akainu's most astute maneuver was to emulate the magma's power as a volcanic eruption, the force akin to a meteor striking the earth, capable of obliterating all in its path. With each assault, Akainu's fist bore the weight of islands, and coupled with the properties of magma, Smoker found himself in dire straits. Furthermore, Akainu's haki surpassed that of Smoker. An hour later, Smoker lay on the ground, battered and bruised, his chest heaving violently. Meanwhile, not far off, Akainu had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion slightly flushed. I admit defeat, Smoker uttered, reclining on the ground as he gazed at Akainu approaching. Reluctantly, he unclenched his fist. You performed admirably, Akainu replied, standing at the edge of the crater, wiping away the blood, seemingly acknowledging Smoker's efforts. Akainu emerged victorious. Observing the ravaged terrain, the major referee stepped forward, his eyes flickering in astonishment. The prowess of these two combatants exceeded even his own. Next up, a duel between Virgo and Kazan. Subsequently, the major announced the second match. As he surveyed Kazan and Virgo at the center, Yeching furrowed his brow slightly. It was likely that his opponent would be Borsellino, which posed a considerable challenge. Clearly, Borsellino had surmised this as well, casting a glance in Yeching's direction. Their eyes met, yet no sparks ignited. Challenges were challenges, but they did not imply inevitable defeat. Present. However, all attention was fixed on the arena. Kazan, the formerly languid Kazan, adopted a serious demeanor upon stepping onto the stage. Virgo clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented pressure as he regarded Kazan. The temperature plummeted instantaneously as Kazan exhaled icy breath, an aura of frost enveloping his body. Whoosh, the ground erupted. Virgo vanished from his position, reappearing above Kazan, his right fist taut with muscle, dark haki swiftly enveloping it, unleashing his full strength from the outset. Crack. In an instant, Kazan's entire form shattered into fragments of ice, scattering in all directions. Despite the success of his strike, Virgo's taut expression did not relax. Instead, it grew even more grave. Ice spear. The frigid air pressed against him, causing Virgo to feel the rigidity of his body. His right. Kazan swiftly materialized, wielding an ice spear, aimed directly at Virgo, plunging downward. In a rapid counter, the ice spear skimmed past Virgo, who could distinctly sense the chilling touch of his own flesh growing completely stiff. That a swift kick surged forth. But this time, Kazan did not elementalize. Instead, he opened his arms, embracing Virgo. Death embrace. A chilling sensation coursed through Virgo, compelling him to withdraw his attack instinctively, vanishing from sight. With a series of rapid displacements, he increased the distance between them, breathing heavily as he moved, shaking off the stiffness, and then gazing solemnly at Kazan. Kazan, somewhat taken aback, observed Virgo. He had not anticipated that his opponent would retreat without even attempting to resist. Phew. Virgo exhaled deeply, his body suddenly swelling, dark haki spreading across much of his form. In the stands. Carp, who was indulging in a donut, lowered his feet from his seat, astonished at Virgo's display. This young man had indeed surprised him greatly. The revival of life, even if only recently awakened, was sufficient to reveal Virgo's innate talent in martial arts. Crane also looked on in disbelief. The manifestation of Haki had reached such a level. This young man had been underestimated by all. Only Zephyr had anticipated this outcome, in terms of martial prowess. Zephyr held Virgo in high regard. Even Yeching was slightly lacking in comparison, which was Zephyr's assessment of Virgo. Even the leader, Sora, brightened, a smile gracing his lips. Though Virgo may face defeat this time, his future remained boundless. It is worth noting that within the Navy, the highest combat prowess is possessed by martial artists. Whether it be Sora, Karp, or Zephyr, all are masters of martial arts, and Hakai to earn the recognition of these three is a testament to Virgo's potential in martial arts. In the center of the arena, Virgo appeared to have expanded. His well-defined muscles would surely elicit gasps if placed in reality. Subtle, yet somewhat indistinct, Virgo felt his body more complete than ever. As if he could command every part of himself, from the finest hairs to the muscles. A gentle exhalation, accompanied by a cyclone of air, emitted no sound as Virgo appeared before Kazan, causing the latter's scalp to prickle. Finger gun. The sonic boom pierced the air as Virgo tilted his head back, his right hand enveloped in darkness, aimed directly at Kazan's head, striking downwards. The shards of ice scattered across the ground as Virgo again missed his target. Clearly, Kazan remained vigilant, ready to elementalize at any moment. With a sweep of his observation Haki, Virgo vanished from mid-air, reappearing amidst the ice fragments 10 meters away, at which point Kazan had already regained much of his form. Instantly, the veins on Kazan's right hand bulged, muscles swelling, as the surging Haki emitted tremendous power. Bang! Kazan's expression drastically altered, and he barely managed to cover himself with Haki, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. The overwhelming force pierced through, sending Kazan hurtling backward, only to shatter into ice, violently obliterated by Virgo's strike. Upon landing, Virgo's complexion was an unnatural shade of crimson, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Clearly the result of the immense strain from such rapid movements and attacks. Not far off, Kazan solidified, spitting blood, indicating he had sustained injury. Violent ice beak that a wave of frigid air swept through as Kazan launched the first strike. A colossal ice bird barreling towards Virgo, freezing everything in its path. Disappearing in an instant, Virgo's form became indistinguishable as he rapidly appeared before Kazan, delivering a sweeping kick, only for Kazan to elementalize and evade. Throughout the arena, the chilling air intensified as Virgo's speed began to wane. The icy chill had already begun to infiltrate his body. Moreover, the recently awakened revival of life was nearing depletion. Huff, breathing grew labored, and Virgo's complexion turned pale, his hair and brows crystallizing with frost. The outcome of the battle was becoming increasingly evident. On one knee, Virgo exhausted, his entire being felt devoid of sensation, beginning to stiffen. It was clear there was no need to continue fighting. I concede, he managed, shaking as he regarded Kazan, admitting his defeat. Meanwhile, Kazan, half his body encased in ice, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His complexion slightly pale. Kazan prevailed, and the next match was Yeching against Borsellino. It was apparent that both Virgo and Smoker had faltered, ultimately falling short against these two formidable foes. Now, only one more adversary remained. The most challenging of all, Brother Yeching. Do your best. Tina continued to cheer from the audience, undeterred by the earlier defeats of Smoker and Virgo. Her enthusiasm, alongside the support of her companions, undoubtedly dispelled any sense of despair. The time has come for you. Smoker, wrapped in bandages, stood alongside Virgo, both casting their hopeful gazes towards Yeching, confident in his impending victory. With a subtle nod, Yeching stepped into the center of the arena. Simultaneously, a radiance of golden light coalesced as Borsellino took his position in the arena. That moment, all eyes were fixated on the stage, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Borsellino, Yeching, the two men donned solemn expressions. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, causing Yeching to squint, instinctively closing his eyes against the glare. Have you ever been struck by light? The sinister voice, unnervingly close, rendered Yi Chen's body rigid with tension. Boom! The ground erupted as Yi Chen's right hand struck his own head, his entire form bending as if he were a shooting star, tearing through the earth before launching forth. Lightly landing, Borsalino stood where Yi Chen had once been, withdrawing his right foot. The entire sequence transpired with such swiftness that onlookers merely caught a fleeting glimpse before Yi Chen was sent hurtling away. At the end of the chasm lay chaos. Yi Chen shook his head to clear it, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he rose to his feet. Simultaneously, golden light enveloped the scene once more as Borsalino appeared above Yi Chen, his right foot resembling a radiant golden sun, poised to strike again. However, this time, failure was inevitable. With his haki activated, Yi Chen's eyes glinted ominously as he reached out with his right hand. Borsalino's lips curved into a smirk. Speed was power, and the thought of being caught was a mere fantasy. Boom! Yet at the moment of impact, the entire arena trembled, smoke and fire soaring into the air, a tempest of debris and dust surging violently in all directions. The brilliance of gold shimmered as Borsalino staggered to a distance, his gaze fixed intently on the thick, black smoke, but he was certain that he had not struck his opponent, yet an explosion had erupted, unleashing a tremendous force of destruction. Lowering his head, he surveyed his tattered panhems, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, from within the smoke, Yi Chen emerged, his entire right hand entwined in smoke and flames, visibly returning to normal. This scene was profoundly impactful, momentarily stunning all spectators. Though gruesome, to some, Yi Chen appeared incredibly cool. Regaining his composure, Yi Chen clenched his fist, feeling everything was as it should be, and in the next instant, vanished, reappearing before Borsalino to deliver a powerful punch. Yet Borsalino's speed surpassed his, as he materialized directly behind Yi Chen, delivering a swift kick to his back. Boom! Another explosion ensued, causing the ground to collapse as Borsalino suspended himself in midair, his expression contorted with anger. This fellow was akin to dynamite. One touch, and he detonated, even more repulsive than elemental transformations, extending his hand with crimson fingertips like a laser shot forth, piercing through the smoke and triggering a chain reaction of explosions. Following this, Borsalino spread his arms wide, unleashing a barrage of flashbangs that inundated the entire arena. In an instant, chaos reigned as countless fissures began to spread throughout the venue. The cacophony continued for a full 5 minutes before Borsalino ceased his assault. Breathing heavily, his gaze fiercely fixed on the smoke-filled area. Outside the fray, spectators craned their necks, eyes unblinking as they focused on the epicenter of swirling smoke and fire, confronted with such relentless attacks. Few could withstand the onslaught that Yi Chen was destined to lose. Little did they expect that the explosive fruit could be harnessed to such an extent by this young individual. Was it not said that each explosion inflicted the same pain upon the user? Yet, it seemed this young man had not even flinched during the earlier detonations on the high platform. Sengoku bore a peculiar expression, for through his observation, he discerned that amidst the smoke, Yi Chen was remarkably intact save for a slight instability in his aura. Thus, this young man possessed the potential to become formidable. Sometimes, physical pain pales in comparison to the inner turmoil, which can be far more despairing. Rarely did anyone speak, for a person accustomed to suffering must have endured far deeper wounds. In terms of destructive capability, the explosive fruit rivaled even the natural types. It was truly a bane to close-range combat, albeit currently somewhat lacking. Carp cleared his throat, diverting the conversation. Just because it is weak now does not mean it will remain so in the future. I find myself filled with anticipation for this young man. Regrettably, Borsalino's speed remains a formidable challenge for him. If this continues, the odds of defeat for this young man are significant on the seating platform. Crane and others engaged in discussion, while in the audience, Tina and the others were filled with concern, many anxiously sweating for Yi Chen. For no matter how one looked at it, the likelihood of Yi Chen's victory seemed far less than that of his defeat. The dense smoke spread widely, gradually revealing a shadowy figure that began to materialize, eliciting gasps from many. Emerging from the smoke, Yi Chen stepped forth, his entire being enveloped in smoke and flames, the severed half of his body gradually restoring. A striking visual. Opposite him, Borsalino wore a stoic expression, somewhat incredulous as he regarded Yi Chun. With a slight crouch, Yi Chun vanished in an instant, so swift that Borsalino barely reacted before a deafening explosion reverberated in his ears. A quick glance revealed that this fellow's feet had vanished, engulfed in smoke and flames, rapidly regenerating. Golden light shimmered as Borsalino distanced himself. Yet in the next moment, Yi Chun was right beside him. Momentarily taken aback, Borsalino's senses heightened as the explosive sound reverberated, causing his pupils to constrict. Whoosh! A beam of golden light descended, shattering the ground, unleashing a rain of debris. Borsalino lay in the crater, blood spilling from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a tattered, smoke-covered foot crashed down. Without a moment's hesitation, Borsalino transformed into light, vanishing from the pit. The massive explosion expanded once more, the crater widening, fissures spider-webbing outward. In midair, Borsalino coalesced his form. But before he could assess the situation, he felt a rush of air slicing through behind him. Golden light radiated as Borsalino reformed on the ground, yet the specter of Yi Chun lingered ever close. In an instant, golden light streaked across, a continuous roar echoing as the two moved at high speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in their wake. Many spectators were left bewildered, for they could only perceive the golden flashes and hear the thunderous sounds, completely unaware of the unfolding battle. However, those on the high platform, including Sengoku and others, had a different perspective. They witnessed every detail of Borsalino and Yi Chun's rapid movements. This young man truly possessed a fierce tenacity. Karp's smile faded, his gaze shifting earnestly as he assessed the situation. If the explosive fruit inflicted pain with each explosion, then I admire this young man greatly. Crane's face twitched, her eyes trembling. The ability to merge shave with his powers demonstrated remarkable ingenuity. Yet the cost was steep. In Sengoku's eyes, Yi Chun's feet erupted in explosions repeatedly, healing and detonating in a relentless cycle. The force of the explosions granted Yi Chun a surge in speed, allowing him to keep pace with Borsalino for a brief period. However, such consumption would inevitably take its toll on his body over time, that if during this interval, Yi Chun failed to defeat Borsalino, then defeat would be his only fate. It appeared he was all in. Keenly observing, Kong discerned the advantages and disadvantages of Yi Chun's heightened speed. The advantage lay in his acceleration, while the disadvantage was the unbearable pain from each foot's tearing and the doubled exertion of his stamina. He can do it. From the start, Zephyr had remained silent, his eyes fixated on the resolute figure, his gaze shifting as he followed Yi Chun's movements. In a flurry of flashes, Yi Chun seemingly uncovered Borsalino's speed's vulnerability, successfully landing a strike. The golden light struck the ground once more, sending shockwaves as Borsalino's mouth filled with blood, leaving him no time to catch his breath before he evaded. Yes, he retreated. Yi Chun pursued relentlessly. This lad had found the weak point in Borsalino's movements. Observing Borsalino's frantic attempts to evade and the forced exchanges with Yi Chun, Sengoku leaned forward with excitement. But I have said time and again that the body is the foundation of all. Yet Borsalino was too focused on his powers, and in close combat, he was no match for Yi Chun. Zephyr's lips curled into a smile. For now, Yi Chun had managed to keep pace and even identified Borsalino's limitation of linear movement. As long as Yi Chun persevered, victory was within reach. The outcome remained uncertain. If this young man could maintain his momentum, Borsalino might very well face defeat. Awaiting with bated breath, in the arena, Yi Chun's face was ashen, blood continuously oozing from his mouth, while Borsalino was equally distressed, coughing up blood as well. Damn it. Moving in a straight line, he was thwarted once more. It seemed the opponent anticipated his path and had been waiting there, ready to strike. Most crucially, the speed of his adversary could match his own. With a swift motion, Borsalino summoned a lightsaber, aiming it directly at Yi Chun, preparing to strike down. Close combat, a glimmer of light sparked in his eyes. No one knew the immense pressure Yi Chun was under. If Borsalino continued his high-speed movements, Yi Chun would not be able to endure for long and would inevitably collapse. However, Borsalino had lost his composure. His once proud speed was now restrained, causing him to falter. Had he remained calm, he would have realized that Yi Chen was cornered, nearly out of energy. Just a bit more perseverance, and Yi Chen would certainly be defeated. After all, no one else could treat Borisellino's speed as a norm. For others, it was akin to exceeding limits, and without paying a price, maintaining parity was unattainable. Even if parity were achieved, it would merely be fleeting, not sustainable. Yet now, Borisellino was unable to remain composed, as Yi Chen was pressing too hard. As he sidestepped, debris flew through the air, and Borisellino's lightsaber sank deep into the ground, while Yi Chen, with both hands clad in armor, launched a direct assault on Borisellino's chest. However, Borisellino's martial arts were not lacking. He simply lacked Yi Chen's finesse. Thus, with one hand, he blocked Yi Chen's attack. Yet in that very counter, Yi Chen seized Borisellino's wrist. At last, I have you. The unprecedented burst of armed color surged forth as Yi Chen gripped Borisellino's left wrist tightly, his right leg slicing through the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Borisellino. The impact resonated as Borisellino doubled over, blood spurting forth, his grotesque visage contorting in agony, and the lightsaber in his hand dissipated. Following this, Yi Chen grasped Borisellino's head, relentlessly driving his knee into him, causing the entire venue to reverberate with explosive sounds. With each attack, Yi Chen unleashed his armed color without reservation, intensifying with every strike. In an instant, silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixed in astonishment on Yi Chen as he pummeled Borisellino's shoulder, each strike eliciting a sympathetic ache among the onlookers. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing prompted a cry of anguish from Borisellino, who attempted a desperate counterattack, his fingers turning crimson as he unleashed a laser. Blood erupted, piercing Yi Chen's shoulder, yet he did not flinch, maintaining his grip on Borisellino and continuing his merciless assault. For if he were to let go, there would be no chance to capture this fiend again, and defeat would be his only fate. Thus, Yi Chen gritted his teeth, evading critical areas, enduring 3 of Borisellino's counterattacks, resulting in 3 gaping wounds upon his body. The reason for only 3 strikes was that Borisellino had become incapable of retaliating. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen's eyes began to change. I concede. With a bruised face, Borisellino struggled desperately. Yet in his despair, he realized it was all in vain. This fellow was utterly intent on mutual destruction, each blow more ferocious than the last, and Borisellino felt his body slipping away from his control. Stop. Even as Borisellino acknowledged his defeat, Yi Chen seemed deaf to his plea, continuing his relentless assault. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen's eyes had turned blood red, veins of crimson threading through his eyelids, and an abnormal aura of hostility emanated from his being. Clearly, Yi Chen had lost control on the high platform. Kong observed Yi Chen's expression, fully aware that this was a case of a man pushed to the brink, spiraling into utter madness and losing his rationality. In an instant, Zifa intervened, forcibly separating the two, one hand firmly restraining Yi Chen, while Borisellino collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. In Zifa's grip, Yi Chen exhibited no resistance, yet he struggled fiercely. A swift chop rendered Yi Chen unconscious. That night, the stars twinkled in the sky, a gentle sea breeze brushing past, carrying a hint of moisture. The office of the marshal was brightly lit as Kong attended to administrative matters. The seas had not been particularly tranquil of late. Fortunately, the next generation of the Navy had not disappointed him. Sengoku, what is your take on today's events? Setting down his quill, Kong regarded Sengoku, who had been assisting him with naval affairs, massaging his forehead. Sengoku's appearance in the middle of the night, aiding Kong with naval duties, was a clear indication of his grooming for succession once Kong stepped down. Upon hearing Kong's inquiry, Sengoku paused, lifting his gaze to meet Kong's. Furrowing his brow slightly before responding, "It is still too early to discern much. That's so." Kong did not press further, merely nodding before returning to his tasks. Sengoku, with an inscrutable expression, fell silent, focusing intently on the matters at hand. Days and nights ebbed and flowed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In the Navy's medical ward, Yi Chen lay with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly trapped in a nightmare. Drenched in sweat, his hands clenched tightly, fear, pain, and anguish evident on his pale face. Brother Yi-chun. Not far away, Tina, engrossed in her book, immediately stood upon seeing Yi-chun's distress, concern etched across her features. Doctor! Doctor! Tina was alarmed by Yi-chun's state, rushing out of the room to call for help. Just then, Yi-chun suddenly awoke, sitting up abruptly, devoid of color, gasping for breath. Brother Yi-chun. Seeing him awake, Tina joyfully approached, her wide eyes fixed on him without blinking. Gradually regaining his senses, Yi-chun surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in the medical ward, though unaware of how long he had been asleep. How long have I been out? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he looked at Tina. 2 days. You have no idea how much you scared us. Tina pouted. What was the outcome? Of course you triumphed. Borisellino is still recuperating, beaming with pride. Tina was thrilled to share the news. After all, her brother Yi-chun had defeated a formidable opponent. Shortly after Yi-chun awoke, Virgo and others visited the ward, and an hour later he was discharged, as his injuries had healed significantly over those 2 days. Ever since he harnessed the explosive fruit throughout his body, Yi-chun felt a profound transformation in his physique, particularly in his healing abilities. In the aftermath, Yi-chun learned from Virgo and the others about the events of the past 2 days. For instance, his loss of control led to Zifa knocking him unconscious, resulting in 2 days of slumber. It was simply that Yi-chun had been excessively fatigued, compounded by his injuries, which accounted for his prolonged rest. Otherwise, he would have been lively and vigorous, as was the case with Borisellino, who, despite being more severely injured, had risen a day earlier. In terms of physique, Borisellino could not compare to Yi-chun, yet he awoke before Yi-chun, underscoring the fact that Yi-chun had expended far more stamina during their confrontation. Nevertheless, Yi-chun's reputation had spread throughout the Navy Academy, even reaching the ears of the naval officers in Marineford. After all, to make Borisellino the most troublesome among the 3 monsters, suffer was a testament to Yi-chun's strength. Now, the Academy boasted not 3 monsters, but 4. Yi-chun's renown had risen to a level comparable to that of Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisellino, standing on equal footing. Upon his discharge and arrival at the Academy, many students gazed at Yi-chun with a mix of fear, admiration, and disbelief. In the past, they would have ignored him or looked down upon him. But now, none dared to dismiss him. Furthermore, the reputations of Virgo and Smoker had also significantly increased. They were no longer treated with disdain by just anyone. Presently, the competitions had been postponed, with new contests scheduled to commence in 7 days. As they walked across the playground, Smoker conveyed the upcoming arrangements to Yi-chun. The battles would only grow more intense as time progressed, and the injuries sustained would undoubtedly be severe, necessitating time for recovery. 7 days, for everyone involved, would pose little issue as long as the injuries were not life-threatening. Yi-chun harbored no concerns regarding this. Rather, his apprehension lay in whether his loss of control might attract the scrutiny of those in higher positions. In truth, Yi-chun's worries were somewhat unfounded, as long as he did not exhibit overt defiance, escape, or engage in acts that would undermine the Navy. He would not face repression. His innate talent and potential were sufficient to overshadow any bouts of bad temper. If mere loss of control were enough to warrant suppression, then figures like Borisellino, Kazan, and the likes of Don Quixote would have long been eliminated due to their more egregious temperaments. Therefore, as long as the Navy's bottom line was not crossed, he would not experience the purported exclusion and repression that in essence, Yi-chun's fears were rooted in paranoia or perhaps a lack of security. With 7 days to spare, coupled with the 2 days of unconsciousness, they had 5 days remaining. Thus, it was time to train. Virgo and Smoker clenched their fists. Although they could not secure a spot in the top 4, they were determined to claim positions within the top 6. What followed was the trio's relentless training day and night, with Tina, Cheyenne, and Barrygood assisting them. Having already lost their qualifications, these 3 hoped for a commendable performance from Yi-chun and his companions, as such an outcome would also reflect favorably upon them. During this time, Zephyr visited once. Observing the trio drenched in sweat from their training, nodding with approval, he provided detailed guidance on their physical techniques and hockey, which Yi-chun and his companions absorbed like sponges. Could be said that Zephyr offered them a valuable lesson. Although immediate power enhancement was not feasible, the insights gained would prove crucial for their future development. Many minor issues, such as inconsistencies in their physical techniques and uncontrollable haki, were mitigated under Zephyr's tutelage, allowing Yi Chun and his companions to avoid numerous pitfalls with experiences that were unparalleled. Furthermore, this was Zephyr's second explanation. During the first, Yi Chun and the others had been somewhat lost, but this time, clarity prevailed. Even as new questions began to arise, 0.5 days passed in the blink of an eye, leading to a series of highly anticipated matchups. The first match featured Virgo against Stolo Berry, followed by Chaparita facing Don Quixote, Smoker battling Kazan, and finally, the confrontation between Weasel and Jonathan done on this new day. The battles commenced with exceptional ferocity, as every participant gave their all. Despite some emerging victorious while others faced defeat, the spectacle provided an exhilarating visual feast for the audience. In the first match, Virgo triumphed over Stolo Berry, while Smoker ultimately succumbed to Kazan yet again. As the day approached its climax, the final match was about to begin. Akainu versus Yi Chun. Ultimately, under the judgment of the Major, Akainu and Yi Chun stepped into the arena center. The true clash of titans was officially underway. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, their eyes fixated on the two figures at the center. I have finally awaited this moment. Akainu, with a grave expression, gazed at Yi Chun, brimming with fighting spirit. While Yi Chun remained calm and indifferent in the stillness, a palpable tension began to envelop the arena. Suddenly, both vanished simultaneously, and with a thunderous crash, Akainu was sent flying, his feet digging into the ground. Leaving two deep marks behind, as the air rippled, Yi Chun reappeared before Akainu, delivering a powerful right punch. The intense heat began to boil, as Akainu's right hand transformed into magma, fiercely meeting Yi Chun's strike. The deafening roar of the collision sent shockwaves across the ground. The immense force forced Yi Chun to stifle a grunt, flipping through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground in disarray. Shaking his hands, Yi Chun regarded Akainu with a serious expression, his eyes narrowing slightly. Light and darkness clashed violently, causing the ground to erupt as two blinding slashes surged toward Akainu. The magma shattered, and Akainu's face was partially scorched as he forcibly shattered Yi Chun's gale kick. Just then, Yi Chun materialized behind Akainu, his right foot enveloped in haki, delivering a powerful kick that produced a thunderous explosion. The enormous blast stirred up smoke and flames, recklessly sweeping away everything in its path, forming a devastating wave that surged forth at the center. A crater with a diameter of 20 meters formed, fracturing the ground and sending tremors throughout the arena. Not far off, magma surged as Akainu reformed his stance. Had he been even a moment slower, he would have faced the brunt of the impact. Meanwhile, from within the billowing smoke, Yi Chun emerged slowly, half of his body rapidly recovering. Meteor Volcano. Raising his hand, Akainu unleashed a torrent of massive lava projectiles from his fists, resembling a barrage of cannon fire. As they rained down upon Yi Chun like fiery meteors, frowning at the overwhelming assault, Yi Chun felt a twinge of confusion, for this technique posed little threat to him. Disappearing from his position, the ground shattered beneath the falling magma as Yi Chun appeared in mid-air, gracefully gliding as if walking on the moon. Great fire that moment. Akainu suddenly reappeared beneath Yi Chun, unleashing a cataclysmic force that jolted the entire arena. The ground trembled violently, resembling a volcanic eruption, while Yi Chun's expression shifted dramatically as his entire body was engulfed in a tremendous explosion, a dark mushroom cloud wreathing a halo, descending like a mountain. The chaos swelled, and the spectators around the arena erupted in curses, witnessing a visible shockwave sweeping toward them with reckless abandon. In a moment of urgency, a brilliant golden light illuminated the high platform. As a towering and majestic figure of a Buddha descended from the heavens, quelling the tempest in an instant. The center, chaotic energies intertwined, while on the outskirts, Akainu's lips dripped with blood, his gaze fixed resolutely on the smoke. A muffled groan emanated from the center as Yi Chun's face turned pale, his body in tatters, yet he rapidly recovered. Moments prior, a significant portion of his body had been obliterated, and the unimaginable pain he experienced coupled with the looming threat of death, sent chills through his very soul. Death's embrace encroached upon him. Yi Chen felt a surge of terror, for that sensation was all too real, so real that it filled him with despair. Raising his tattered hands, Yi Chen's pale visage hardened into a fierce expression. A whooshing sound pierced the air as Yi Chen vanished once more, launching another assault on Akainu. Their fists collided, causing the ground to fracture as Yi Chen was sent reeling backward. Finding himself at a disadvantage in terms of power, the Akainu's abilities simulated a volcanic eruption, and the force behind the collision scattered Yi Chen's concentration. Boom! A faint explosion propelled Yi Chen's speed to new heights. Before Akainu could react, Yi Chen unleashed a devastating kick that shattered Akainu. Condensing his form, Akainu's lips bled as he instinctively unleashed observation haki, covering all angles at a sound cut through the air from the left. But Yi Chen's speed was too great, and he bore the brunt of another blow as Akainu transformed into magma. With explosions erupting beneath his feet, Yi Chen relied on his velocity, keeping Akainu suppressed to the point where he could barely lift his head. Feeling utterly constrained, Hellhound, deliberately exposing a slight flaw, Sakaski concentrated a high density of magma in his right hand and directed it towards Yi Chen's chest, igniting a fierce blaze. The earth-shattering explosion once again leveled everything in its path. While Sakaski, from a distance, gathered himself, his face smeared with blood, his chest heaving violently. Amidst the smoke and flames, Yi Chen's body gradually healed, restored by the very chaos around him, suppressing the sting in his soul. Yi Chen vanished from his original position, prompting an enraged Sakaski to charge forward. The fierce collision of forces erupted, magma bursting forth in terrifying explosions that spread like wildfire. In that moment, the audience truly comprehended the essence of a human bomb. With each impact, Yi Chen would explode, be it an arm or a leg, the resultant force flattening the entire battleground time and again. The very island began to crack, fissures opening wide across its surface. Curse it, Sakaski, bloodied and pale amidst the cacophony of explosions, appeared in the distance, his expression one of deep frustration. This battle felt particularly suffocating for him, akin to grappling with Borsalino. Utterly powerless, he recognized the strength of his opponent, akin to that insufferable Borsalino, and found the situation infuriating. There is no need for this fight to continue. Shall we call it a draw? With a serious demeanor, Sakaski expressed his unwillingness to waste any more time. Unless it came down to life and death, victory remained elusive. Most importantly, this confrontation was utterly repugnant to him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Chen nodded coolly, for he too harbored no confidence in defeating the man before him. Unlike Borsalino, Sakaski may have lacked in speed, yet his destructive power and defensive capabilities were unparalleled. In truth, Yi Chen's previous victory over Borsalino had been a stroke of luck, should they face each other again. The outcome was uncertain. Both Sakaski and Yi Chen opted for a stalemate, eliciting disappointment among many, as the battle, though intense, felt oddly anticlimactic, as if something vital was missing. Only those seated in the high stands, such as Sengoku and others, truly understood and even nodded in agreement. After all, when two evenly matched opponents clashed, unless it was a life-and-death struggle, it was challenging to determine a victor. This was merely a contest, not a fight to the death. Both Yi Chen and Sakaski had accomplished enough. Their capabilities needed no further demonstration, for they were already sufficient. Is the outcome not what you expected? How about this twist? Is it rather mundane, somewhat lacking? Do you wish to strike me? I ask, are you frustrated? Come, trample me. Though Yi Chen and Sakaski's draw left many feeling disheartened, it was undeniable that Yi Chen possessed the strength to contend with Sakaski, thereby thoroughly validating his monstrous reputation. Following this, the remaining competitors outside the top 10 were indeed formidable, almost on par with some in the top ranks. Mere misfortune had led them to falter in a few exchanges. Consequently, the class rank was elevated to 15, allowing all in the top 15 to graduate. Others would need further training and await another opportunity. Regrettably, Tina and Shun ultimately did not pass, while Barigood did, yet chose to remain behind, a decision shrouded in mystery to many, perhaps only clear to him. Thus, the duel was paused for a week, granting the injured students time to recuperate, After 7 days, the final showdown would commence. Time flew swiftly, and Yi Chun did not squander a moment. Continuing his training, he had enveloped himself in the powers of the explosion fruit, yet its might was not as formidable as he had envisioned. Therefore, his current objective was to enhance his physical combat, haki, and the external development of his devil fruit, striving to elevate the explosive force to new heights. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, today would mark the conclusion of this graduation ceremony. The first match featured Virgo, who vanquished his opponent, firmly establishing his footing. The second match pitted Yi Chun against Kazan. Having previously faced two of the three monsters, Yi Chun now stood before Kazan. Knowing that victory against him would guarantee a place in the top four, that, however, today was destined to surprise everyone. Stepping into the center of the arena, Yi Chun gazed at the languid figure before him, who ambled over at a leisurely pace. Just as Yi Chun prepared for an attack, Kazan audaciously yawned and, with bleary eyes, declared, "I concede." The arena fell into silence in an instant. A gentle breeze stirred the dust, lending a touch of desolation to the scene. Why Yi Chun's expression turned icy, for Kazan's demeanor radiated a profound air of disdain, as though he regarded Yi Chun with utter contempt, offering no requisite respect. "Hey, don't get me wrong. In my view, I lack the capability to defeat you, and rather than waste time, we might as well conclude this and return for a nap. I mean no offense." Noticing Yi Chun's frigid countenance, Kazan patted his head, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he explained, "A draw." With his expression softening slightly, Yi Chun regarded Kazan, realizing he had no delusions of triumph over this lethargic individual. Thus, a draw was the best outcome. IT mattered little, for rankings were of no importance. Kazan rubbed his eyes, appearing entirely unconcerned with the prospect of graduation. Were he given a choice, he would undoubtedly prefer to remain at the academy indefinitely. Alas, circumstances would not permit. This bout unfolded with a certain carelessness, leaving the audience agape, their thoughts filled with expletives that in the high stands. Zephyr and others shook their heads, smiling slightly, unperturbed by the result. This lazy rascal seems to relish the memories of the iron fist of love. Garp grinned, his gaze fixed on Kazan, clenching his fists, for he was the one who had initially recruited Kazan into the Navy in the arena. Kazan suddenly shivered, turning to meet Garp's charming smile, his expression shifting. The next match featured Smoker. The subsequent battles proceeded smoothly, with challengers occasionally daring to contest the higher-ranked competitors. Only Sakaski, Borisolino, Kazan, and Yi Chun remained firmly seated at the top, with no one daring to challenge them. As dusk approached, the graduation ceremony finally drew to a close. This moment, regardless of injuries, many students stood tall together on the uneven ground. Some bore bruises and scrapes, their faces amusingly battered, with blood trickling from their noses. "Excellent. This ceremony has brought me much joy." The forefront, Kong, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the vibrant students before him, his previously stern visage now softened by a rare smile. "I shan't say much. 1 week from now, in the Grand Plaza, before all the Navy headquarters, I shall personally present your awards. For now, take this week to rest." Observing the pitifully battered students, Kong offered no further words and disbanded the gathering. For many required medical attention. Once Kong and Sengoku departed, the formerly solemn students erupted into cheers, elated not only by their imminent graduation, but also by the prospect of receiving accolades from Admiral Kong himself, igniting a wave of excitement among them. As night fell, the streets shimmered with light, filled with laughter and merriment, primarily emanating from the students, for they were granted a week of vacation, free from training. To indulge in leisure in an instant, the taverns along the commercial street thrived with business. Virgo and the others did not abstain from the revelry. Although Yi Chun had intended to train, he was forcibly dragged along by Tina and the others. After all, today was a day worthy of celebration, with 3 among their 6-member group set to graduate, all ranking commendably. Cheers! The 6 raised their goblets in unison. Perhaps such gatherings will become increasingly rare in the future. "Chun, Virgo, Smoker, once you graduate, you will set sail. Upon your return, do regale us with tales of the outside world." Barrygood hiccuped, his cheeks flushed. "Fear not. Ha ha. But Yi Chun, if you all leave, Tina will surely feel lonely. Gatherings like this will undoubtedly become fewer. Tina pouted, visibly discontented. How could that be? As long as you all put in some effort, graduating will be a breeze. And when the time comes, you can play to your heart's content. Smog gently patted Tina's head. That is not what I meant. I am referring to the fact that once we all graduate, there will undoubtedly be assignments awaiting us. At that point, our gatherings will be infrequent, and we shall no longer have the opportunity to be together like this. Tina, feeling quite dejected, brushed aside Smog's teasing hand. It's not as if we're parting forever. The Navy has holidays too. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber among the group. For Tina spoke the truth. Perhaps in the future, such gatherings would become rare. Forget it. Let us not dwell on it. We can always get together whenever we want. Worst case, we can skip work. That's true. Ha! In an instant, the oppressive mood dissipated. That night, they indulged in copious amounts of drink, with Yichun and Virgo ensuring everyone returned safely to their dormitory. Otherwise, they might have lingered in the establishment indefinitely. Tina, in particular, could become quite rowdy when intoxicated, her temper flaring dramatically, presenting a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Virgo supported both Smog and Berrygood, while Yichun carried Tina on his back, his right hand cradling Shun as if he were a small chick. Thankfully, none of them were burdened by heavy weights. Otherwise, with Tina at 3 tons, Shun also at 3 tons, and Yichun at 10 tons, it would have indeed been quite the endeavor. Nestled comfortably on Yichun's back, Tina wrapped her arms around his neck, seemingly lost in a beautiful dream, occasionally fluttering her eyelids, drooling and soaking Yichun's neck out while Yichun hit him. She mumbled incoherently, her words barely decipherable. Leaning her head against Yichun's profile, she nudged him, causing him to stiffen momentarily before returning to normal. Thus, they ambled down the path, some sober, others tipsy, casting elongated shadows under the moonlight. The 6 of them shared a pure friendship, the continuity of which remained a tantalizing mystery. 1 week later, at Marineford, the Grand Square was bustling with numerous naval officers and their families, all drawn together for the occasion. Today, the Fleet Admiral would be awarding several graduates with their naval ranks. It was a significant honor, considering the esteemed presence of Fleet Admiral Kong, whose status and prowess were beyond compare. The IT was akin to an ordinary student encountering a national leader, and to have that leader personally present the awards, allowing for close interaction, was an exhilarating prospect. The illustrious figures of Fleet Admiral Kong, Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, the naval hero Garp, and the strategist Crane were all seated not far from the stage. The grandeur of this award ceremony was undeniable, fitting for the graduates who had earned the right to be honored in such a manner. The event was presided over by a Rear Admiral, the lowest rank who nonetheless wielded substantial authority and mastery of hockey. Upon taking the stage, the Rear Admiral delivered a speech laden with the usual naval rhetoric about justice and duty. The graduation ceremony for this class is now officially underway. Sakazuki, Yichun, Borsellino, Kazan, and Virgo, please come to the stage. Holding a list, the young Rear Admiral called out their names. It was noteworthy that this group comprised the top 5 graduates, as the strength of 4 among them was nearly indistinguishable, making it impossible to rank them in the short term. This meant that they were all considered equal in first place, while Virgo, falling slightly behind, was designated as the 2nd or 5th in rank. Dressed formally, yet missing a coat, Yichun and his companions felt as if something was amiss. Now, I invite the Fleet Admiral to present the graduation ranks to these 5, standing tall on the stage. Yichun surveyed the throng of eager onlookers, both naval personnel and civilians alike. His gaze was calm and unyielding, though internally he felt a ripple of change. He was no longer the insignificant ant he had been 2 years prior. Descending from the podium, Fleet Admiral Kong approached, followed by the 5 naval officers, each clutching a coat and a badge. Beginning from the left, Kong halted before Sakazuki, who, despite his usual stoic demeanor, could barely contain his excitement, his body trembling slightly. Receiving the naval Rear Admiral's coat from fellow officer, Kong personally draped it over Sakazuki's shoulders and affixed the Rear Admiral badge upon him. Congratulations, Rear Admiral Sakazuki. Once attired, Kong maintained a serious expression and saluted Sakazuki. Thank you, Admiral. All for the sake of justice, Sakazuki replied, standing rigidly and returning the salute with fervor. Following this, Kong continued the same procedure with Yichun, Borsellino, and the other two, bestowing upon them their respective coats and badges, saluting each in turn. With the awarding concluded, the 5 young men stood on the platform, donned in their justice coats, their badges gleaming brightly, radiating an invigorating spirit. From this day forward, they were officially Rear Admirals of the Navy headquarters, true wielders of power. The square erupted in thunderous applause, for it was clear that the futures of these 5 Rear Admirals were destined for greatness. Many in the crowd, recognizing the potential of Yi Chun and his companions, contemplated offering gifts to establish connections, though such individuals were not the focus of attention. Next, the Rear Admiral called forth the likes of Shahutin, Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, Squirrel, and Smog to the stage. Following the Rear Admiral's awards, the time for the promotion to Commodore began. This time, it would be Admiral Sengoku presenting the awards. Even so, the excitement was palpable. For this was an Admiral of the Navy. The ceremony extended for nearly an hour, resulting in a significant increase in the number of Commodores within the Navy headquarters, marking merely the beginning of their journey. It was evident to all that the futures of Ghost Spider and others were promising, and with such prospects, the strength of the Navy would only grow, a development welcomed by all. Similarly, the Navy's prominent status had caught the attention of various external forces, particularly regarding the 5 who graduated as Rear Admirals. As the ceremony concluded, there were still many matters to attend to, such as moving in. With the promotion to Rear Admiral came substantial rewards, including a small villa and various other benefits. Most importantly, they needed to select subordinates and familiarize themselves with the rights and responsibilities that came with their new ranks. The residential area for naval officers was adorned with exquisite villas nestled among vibrant flora, a sight to behold. After a brief packing, Yichun stood outside his villa, silently observing. Wow, it's so beautiful. Yichun, hurry inside. Behind him, Tina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the meticulously trimmed flowers and various blooms in the courtyard, eagerly urging him to open the door. Clearly, these villas were maintained by dedicated personnel, ready for immediate occupancy. As the key turned, Yichun opened the courtyard gate, and Tina, Shuin, and the others rushed in, exclaiming in delight. It's truly stunning. It's so spacious. Observing the raucous enthusiasm of Tina and the others, Virgo and the others, still standing outside, shook their heads. MY Villa is right next door. It seems we'll be neighbors. Virgo pointed to a similarly designed villa beside, Yichun's with a smile. As for Smog, he too had a villa, albeit located further from the center, making it relatively distant. I don't feel like going back. I'll just stay here from now on. Without hesitation, Smog made his decision, as his villa was not as impressive as Yichun's or Virgo's. Tomorrow, we'll be selecting our subordinates. 50 for Commodore and 100 for Rear Admiral. I never imagined I would one day have 50 subordinates. Haha. Smog was quite exhilarated, the thought of having 50 subordinates beginning tomorrow, sending him into a frenzy of excitement. This was a meteoric rise. With talent and potential, one could leapfrog countless steps. You two should go tomorrow. I don't wish to select subordinates just yet. Entering the courtyard, Yichun admired the carefully curated potted plants and ornamental flora, feeling quite content. From this day forth, this would serve as his temporary abode. Ah! Smog looked at Yichun with surprise, and even Virgo displayed a puzzled expression. My aspirations differ from yours, Yichun replied with a nonchalant smile. Tonight, we'll rest here at Yichun's place. There are plenty of rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Let us have a party tonight, Tina exclaimed, bouncing down from the 2nd floor, brimming with excitement, unmistakably treating the place as her own home. Could I possibly refuse? Yichun wore a grim expression. Xiao-in, Bailiguda, let us venture out to procure supplies for tonight's barbecue. With a cold snort, he disregarded Yichun entirely, while Tina, full of energy, seized the hands of Xiao-in and Bailiguda and dashed out. It seemed that leisure was no longer in store for you. Smoker entered the house, his gaze lighting up as he spotted the sofa in the hall, and he promptly reclined upon it. Quite pleasant. Virgo sat on the opposite sofa, propping his feet on the glass table in the middle, relaxing as he squinted his eyes in contentment. Your villa lies adjacent. and it possesses its own charm. Dropping his backpack, Yi Chun surveyed the hall. It was impressive, and at the back, there was a yard, indicating that preparations for training equipment were in order. What are your plans moving forward? Smoker lounged sideways on the sofa, observing Yi Chun and Virgo. Let us see. Tomorrow, we shall select a few subordinates, and then set sail. Virgo tightened his posture, pondering for a moment. What about Yi Chun? Smoker redirected his gaze towards Yi Chun. I have a few matters to attend to. Since Yi Chun had been promoted to Rear Admiral, a month had elapsed post-graduation. Throughout this month, Yi Chun had seldom left the villa, dedicating his time solely to training in the backyard. He had also requested numerous training equipment from above, despite sweating profusely each day and even causing an explosion that drew complaints. Yi Chun felt a profound sense of fulfillment that a month prior. After Smoker and Virgo had selected their subordinates, they had hastily departed, incurring Tina's considerable displeasure. As was his custom, Yi Chun trained with bare skin, carrying weights and lifting specialized barbells, his muscles taut with exertion. Brother Yi Chun. The door burst open with vigor as Tina, clad in a dress, breezed into the backyard. From the looks of it, she had not been a stranger to Yi Chun's abode over the past month. Indeed, the entire third floor had been claimed by Tina, who returned from the academy every few days to stay for a day or two. Naturally, Xiao-En and Bailey Gouda accompanied her. Upon entering the backyard, Tina's expression confirmed her suspicions. For this past month, Yi Chun had engaged in nothing but training, and every time Tina returned, she found him immersed in his practice. The first time she had seen the scars adorning Yi Chun's body. She had shed tears, though the reason remained unclear. The ground trembled as the barbell sank into it. Yi Chun rose, beads of sweat dotting his brow, and glanced at Tina. What's the matter? Noticing Tina's gaze fixed upon him, Yi Chun felt a sense of bewilderment. Brother Yi Chun, are you leaving too? Upon hearing this, Tina's countenance fell. The recent departure of Smoker and Virgo had already left her in a foul mood. And the thought of Yi Chun leaving too was disheartening. Did Xiao-En and the others speak to you? Yi Chun picked up a towel from his side, wiping away the perspiration. Yes. Tina's face was clouded with disappointment. Her spirit visibly dampened. Everyone has their own path. You two will depart in the future, but that doesn't mean we shall never meet again. That if you miss them, just focus on your training and strive to graduate. Yi Chun donned his clothes, observing Tina's low spirits and instinctively offering words of comfort. However, but once you all leave, I feel... Tina bit her lip, leaving her sentence unfinished, yet Yi Chun understood her implication. You will grow accustomed to it. Being alone is not so dreadful that I am not like you, brother Yi Chun. How could I endure it? But you still have Xiao-En and Bailey Gouda. Don Tiu, that's different. What makes it different? Because her words trailed off as Tina's face flushed, ultimately succumbing to the indifferent gaze of Yi Chun, her head bowed in defeat. You foolish brother Yi Chun, she murmured, and without waiting for his response, she dashed out. Watching Tina flee, Yi Chun felt perplexed, then chose to ignore it, heading to the bathroom to take a shower and develop his abilities. Tomorrow, he would depart from this place. It was time to settle past matters. The waves surged majestically, the sea breeze rustling through Yi Chun's hair. Early in the morning, Yi Chun left the villa without bidding farewell to Tina and the others, merely informing them of his departure. Armed with a handful of berries, a compass, and a transponder snail, he set off from Ironford with a roar. Throughout the past month, Yi Chun had not only trained but also supplemented his knowledge, learning how to use a compass and the basics of navigation, ensuring he would not lose his way.as for his means of travel. It was a simple skateboard, 1 meter long and half a meter wide. Indeed, it was merely a skateboard, akin to those used in surfing. Given Yi Chun's current strength, maintaining stability was manageable. Propelling himself forward was even easier. A gentle push with his right foot would unleash enough force to send him racing across the water like a rocket. Moreover, the Sabati archipelago was not far from Ironford. One could say that Yi Chun was audacious yet fortunate, as the waters surrounding Marineford were relatively calm. Had he ventured into the New World, he would have been at the mercy of nature's whims, facing severe storms that could spell his doom. Perhaps only when he grew stronger would he be able to confront such challenges. In the office of the Marine Admiral, Kong and Sengoku were deliberating over recent developments. The situation at sea had been increasingly unstable. Just then, news of Yi Chun's departure reached Kong's ears via the transponder snail. Not only had Yi Chun left, but reports had also come in about Akainu and others departing a few days prior. After all, these individuals represented the future of the Marines, and monitoring their movements was imperative. Otherwise, losing them would be a significant blow. That kid has finally come to terms with it. Kong chuckled upon hearing of Yi Chun's departure. In the past month, other cadets had left Marineford, but Yi Chun had remained. Surprising Kong and the others, he had not selected any subordinates, suggesting he was leaving alone. The others quickly realized whom Kong referred to. Indeed, he had just departed not long ago, and his chosen mode of transport had sparked much discussion among the Marines. "Oh," Karp inquired, intrigued. A surfing skateboard, as recounted by those who had witnessed it, had vanished from the shore accompanied by a loud explosion. The skateboard appeared to be a clever integration with his abilities, reminiscent of Aokiji riding a bicycle, strikingly unique. "Children are always enamored with such fanciful things," Kizuru remarked with a smirk. "However, he seems to be heading to the Sabaody archipelago, likely seeking revenge." Kong furrowed his brow. Considering the route and Yi Chun's past, the inference was not difficult. It was to be expected. If he did not seek vengeance, it would indeed be strange. Should we alert the rear admiral stationed at the Sabaody archipelago? After all, it is a place rife with mixed company. I will issue the orders. Despite the knowledge that Yi Chun sought revenge, none of those present attempted to dissuade him. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed, and they had no justification to intervene. That if the adversaries were nobles or involved in significant affairs, they might have taken action, but if they were merely slave-hunting crews or thugs, there was no need for concern. Meanwhile, Yi Chun remained blissfully unaware that his intentions had been thoroughly understood by Kong and the others. Riding the winds and waves, he ascended to a vantage point and gazed out at the boundless azure sea. A figure, like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly disappeared beyond the horizon. Feeling the sea breeze against his face, Yi Chun exhaled deeply. Having spent over 2 years in this world, he had sacrificed much blood and sweat, and now he had finally earned the right to traverse these waters freely. His freedom, his life, were about to burst forth in resplendent hues. From this day forth, none could impede his progress. He was determined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. No one could dictate his fate, nor could anyone harm him. This vast ocean, littered with countless corpses, would not claim him. The world await my arrival. With arms outstretched, Yi Chun's previously tranquil countenance suddenly morphed into one of fierce intensity. The Sabaody archipelago, situated before the Red Earth continent in the heart of the Grand Line, serves as one of the many pathways that pirates traverse en route to the New World. It is a place teeming with a chaotic mix of individuals, yet it is exceedingly affluent and diverse, home to pirates, tycoons, nobles, and Navy personnel alike. On the surface, everything appears radiant, but beneath it lies a realm shrouded in darkness, where all manner of wickedness can be unearthed. Far across the sea, a fleeting shadow darted through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as the ocean erupted in a tumultuous explosion, revealing a figure standing steadfastly upon the island. With long hair cascading down, clad in a simple shirt and black trousers, the neck exposed beyond the collar bore a scar the size of a bowl. Drawing curious glances, the profile was austere, and the pair of deep, dark eyes shone with an unsettling clarity. Having returned to this island, Yi Chun surveyed the surroundings, revealing a chilling smile before vanishing into silence from the 1st to the 29th districts. This lawless zone serves as a haven for rogues and pirates, where illicit transactions occur with impunity. It is a den of human trafficking, an auction house for captives, and a hub for slave catchers, all of which have become the norm. At the entrance lay several skeletal remains, their tattered garments indicating both Navy and pirate affiliations. As painful memories surged within his mind, Yi Chun stood at the threshold, flashing a grin that exposed a row of white teeth, his face contorting grotesquely before returning to normalcy. As he entered the streets, he frequently encountered menacing figures, often scarred and brutish, their eyes glinting with malice. Bloodshed was commonplace, with violent skirmishes erupting at any moment. Death was a constant companion in these streets. That Yi Chun's presence elicited cold laughter from some ruffians, and gradually, a few began to trail behind him. Unfazed by the unfolding events, Yi-chun deliberately veered towards the shadows. "Hey kid, hand over all your money." Not long after, a quintet of ruthless thugs, brandishing large blades, leered at Yi-chun, raising his head slightly to regard the taller ruffians. Yi-chun pressed his lips together and offered a charming smile before vanishing from sight. What just happened? The five surrounding Yi-chun shuddered as they realized they were confronted by a formidable opponent. Arg! Hot blood suddenly gushed forth as a hulking figure with a hedgehog-like hairstyle glanced down at the bloodied hand on his chest, belatedly screaming in horror. The stench of blood enveloped the air as Yi-chun withdrew his hand. Shaking it off, the grass around him appeared as if drenched in crimson dye, strikingly beautiful yet sinister. Clatter! Weapons clattered to the ground as the remaining four thugs turned pale, their eyes fixed in terror upon their lifeless companion. A wretched cry erupted, accompanied by an arm soaring through the air as a blinded scoundrel clutched his severed limb, wailing in agony. Crack. Yi-chun appeared behind him, gripping the ruffian's head with both hands and giving a slight tug, resulting in a fountain of blood as a headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Help! The gruesome sight sent the remaining three into a panic, fleeing towards the outer streets. The swift slash, soaring 5 meters high, tore through the ground, accompanied by the splattering of warm blood as two bodies slid 3 meters before coming to rest in the middle of the street. Across from them, debris flew as a building crumbled into ruins. Having vanished, Yi-chun reappeared before the last remaining thug, his gaze frigid. "Spare me. Please, let me go." The leader of the thugs, now on his knees, repeatedly bowed his head, terror-stricken by the realization that this youth was a demon. In the blink of an eye, his companions had been reduced to mangled corpses. "Tell me the way to the Ecstasy Auction House." Yi-chun regarded the kneeling thug with indifference. "Just go straight. Then turn right. You'll find it. I've heard there's an auction happening soon. Please, spare me." "Do you know a man named Elvin?" The murderous intent in Yi-chun's eyes was unmistakable. He would never forget that name. "My lord, I don't know him, that I swear." The thug shook his head frantically, fear etched across his face. Thud! The thug's head flew off, blood spraying into the air as Yi-chun waved his hand dismissively, his expression unchanging as he proceeded towards the direction indicated. Along the way, many cast wary glances at Yi-chun, particularly at the 3 dismembered corpses, a chilling sight indeed. In this place, order was non-existent. Only power prevailed. Those lacking strength were destined to be eradicated. That's why Yi-chun harbored a deep loathing for these thugs, for it was scoundrels like them who had sold him to the auction house. If given the chance, he would willingly become a devil, exterminating them all. The Ecstasy Auction House, where Yi-chun had once been sold, had thrived over the past 2 years, evolving from a small establishment into a medium-sized venue, far more opulent than it had been 2 years prior. Observing the diverse crowd entering the auction, Yi-chun maintained a stoic expression, preparing to follow suit. "Apologies, please present your invitation." The entrance for men in black suits, wearing sunglasses, blocked Yi-chun's path. Raising his gaze, Yi-chun's eyes turned icy, causing the 4 men to tremble. "Is this sufficient?" Producing his rear admiral's insignia, Yi-chun narrowed his eyes. A rear admiral of the Navy. "Please come in." With faces awash in contrition, the 4 men stepped aside, allowing Yi-chun to enter the auction house. This moment, Yi-chun sought to avoid drawing attention, for he intended to ensure that all who had wronged him would find no resting place in death. Once Yi-chun entered, one of the men outside scoffed. "A mere rear admiral dares to come here alone. Truly reckless." "Never mind. We were instructed not to engage with the Navy. After all, we are merely conducting business." Unfazed by the derision outside, Yi-chun found a seat at the back. Awaiting the commencement of the auction, he could see that many had already taken their places, their expressions reminiscent of the past. Yet this time, Yi-chun was among them. Before long, the doors closed, and the hall dimmed slightly as the auction officially commenced. A stunning woman clad in a form-fitting dress, accentuated by black stockings and an impressive stature, ascended the auction stage, offering an alluring smile to the audience, her melodious voice evoking a flurry of imaginations. "Welcome to the Ecstasy Auction. I assure you, it will not disappoint. Miss and Mayor, I desire you." "May I?" In the audience, a wealthy merchant gazed greedily at Emmaer's legs, desire gleaming in his eyes. "Haha, I bid 10 million berries." 50 million! The fervor in the room swelled, countless voices echoing in agreement. As Emmaer radiated an irresistible charm, her ethereal attire capable of igniting any man's desires. "Today, we have many items for auction. Any gentleman who bids 500 million berries will enjoy divine pleasures with Emmaer tonight." Her tempting red lips seemed to bloom, and she bestowed a gentle kiss upon the crowd. "Tonight, I am the one. Just you. You vixen." While men reveled in excitement, women murmured discontent, with some envious matrons seething in jealousy. "Emmaer awaits your esteemed presence. Let the auction begin." Many in the crowd remarked that a powerful man always required a pet, much like the jaded Monkey King. Initially, the author had no intention of writing this. But the readers are the true masters, and I respect your choices. So I will ponder this further. Given my goodwill towards you all, do share your support. The first item up for bid is the Ocean's Heart. Meticulously crafted over 5 years by the Emerald Kingdom. Adorning it will enhance a woman's beauty, making it an invaluable accessory. The starting bid is 50 million berries, the only one of its kind in existence. Emmaer unveiled the black cloth from a servant, instantly illuminating the dim hall with a mesmerizing blue glow reminiscent of an ocean, captivating all present. The ocean's heart appeared heart-shaped, a vivid blue transparency, interspersed with 24 identical diamonds, forming its exquisite design. Wow, it's breathtaking. As the entire hall fell into silence, countless women gazed with intoxicated eyes, greedily fixating on the heart of the ocean necklace. "Darling, I want." The enchantment was not limited to the women. Even some men were momentarily entranced. The atmosphere was charged, with all the women losing control. 60 million berries, but a relatively attractive middle-aged woman made the first bid. 80 million. Another greedy voice rang out, determined to claim at 100 million. A portly man, cradling a captivating beauty in his arms, threw money around liberally. 130 million after a fierce competition lasting 10 minutes. The price settled at 200 million berries, won by a wealthy gentleman who promptly gifted it to the beauty in his embrace, inciting envy among many women. Congratulations to that lady for acquiring the heart of the ocean. You shall be the most radiant and blissful woman in the hall. On the elevated platform, Emmaer praised the last bid and proceeded to present the next item, one of only 50 exquisite swords in existence worldwide. It is crucial to remember that this is one of merely 50, illustrating the minuscule odds. For a swordsman, a fine weapon is akin to life itself, with a starting bid of 100 million berries. Right from the outset, the minimum price was 100 million berries, and this was merely one of 50. There were also the great swords and supreme great swords, weapons that pose a lethal temptation for swordsmen. Consider how many swordsmen exist in the world, yet the number of premium weapons barely exceeds 100.150 million. Below, a pirate, his waist adorned with a long sword, eyed the exquisite sword on the platform with fervent intensity. 160 million. Another swordsman raised the stakes. 180 million. Most bidders were swordsmen, with only a few wealthy patrons or nobles present, who would merely collect such items, seeing the exquisite sword as mere scrap metal. This illustrates how different individuals ascribe varying values to objects. Ultimately, the bidding escalated to 280 million, won by a pirate. Some defeated swordsmen glared at him with malice. "What are you staring at? I'm the vice captain of the Tianhu pirate crew, with a bounty of 80 million berries. If you dare, come find me." Facing the hostile glares, the pirate who secured the exquisite sword wore an expression of disdain. The current bounty on pirates is not what it will be in the future. Estimates suggest that today's 80 million will soon escalate into the hundreds of millions. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully acquiring one of the world's 50 exquisite swords. Next, we have a slave from the long-legged tribe. At that moment, the auction house's guards brought forth a young and beautiful member of the long-legged tribe, her long, slender legs strikingly white, for men with particular tastes. She was an irresistible temptation. Her eyes appeared dull and devoid of hope. This long-legged beauty looked somewhat immature, perhaps not yet of age. Seated at the back, Yi Chen's expression suddenly turned cold, a faint murderous intent emanating as he fixated intently on Anmir. Memories of the past began to replay in his mind, recalling how similar he once was to this long-legged girl. In an instant, Yi-chan appeared on the elevated platform, standing right beside Anmir. His ghostly presence startled her, and the auctioneer below was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" Furrowing her brow, Anmir regarded Yi-chan with authority, as she was the favored mistress of the auction house's owner. Wielding considerable influence, suddenly suspended in mid-air, Anmir's face flushed red as she struggled violently. For Yi-chan had seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Yi-chan's actions caused an uproar, clearly indicative of his intent to cause trouble. In an instant, numerous auction house enforcers surrounded the elevated platform. "Where is Ansalag?" Yi-chan's voice was icy as he tightened his grip on Anmir's throat. "Kid, you'd better let go. If not, you'll regret ever being born into this world." Despite being choked, Anmir remained undaunted, her expression one of defiance. "Release Lady Anmir." Surrounding them, countless weapons were aimed at Yi-chan. With a mere command from Anmir, he would be riddled with bullets. Blood sprayed forth. A chilling scream pierced the ears of all present as a white, trembling arm lay motionless on the ground. A grim sight for everyone. Anmir's formerly alluring visage twisted into that of a wretched specter as she shrieked in agony. In a brutal display, Yi-chan had torn off Anmir's right arm, splattering the elevated platform with blood. Below, a wealthy woman screamed in horror, recklessly fleeing towards the exit. The scene spiraled into chaos. "Tell me where Ansalag is." Ignoring the surrounding weapons, Yi-chan continued to press for answers, unfazed by Anmir's pitiful wails. Just then, as if summoned, a figure entered through the side door, accompanied by 100 henchmen wielding various fearsome weapons. Pushing their way into the hall, at this point, many auction participants had fled the premises, some even watching the spectacle from outside. "May I inquire when Ansalag has offended you, to disrupt my auction in such a manner?" The leader, though changed in appearance since 2 years prior, was instantly recognizable to Yi-chan, for he was the very one who had purchased him and subjected him to various torments before selling him to that grotesque woman. Seeing Ansalag's arrival, Yi-chan's face broke into a pleased smile. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Yi-chan tossed Anmir's limp body at Ansalag's feet as if she were refused. "Kill him!" Ansalag's fury ignited, feeling utterly disrespected by Yi-chan's blatant act of defiance. In an instant, gunfire erupted, with countless bullets raining down upon Yi-chan. Swish, swish! 2 gusts of wind, each 5 meters long, sliced through the air, accompanied by screams and the splattering of severed limbs. Navy 6 styles at Ansalag's eyes widened, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. In the following moments, Yi-chan vanished, and with each passing second, another body crumpled to the ground in a pool of blood. Fear gripped the entire hall. Minutes later, the ground was strewn with dismembered flesh as Yi-chan tightened his grip on Ansalag's throat, his eyes blazing with fury. "You are with the Navy." Ansalag's face turned crimson as he struggled. Yet his eyes bore no trace of fear. "I belong to the Flying Sky pirate crew." "Even if you are Navy, what of it? Before the master of the Golden Lion, death is your only fate." Clearly, Ansalag had not recognized Yi-chan, for the number of slaves he had auctioned off was countless. Who would remember a mere slave? The Flying Sky pirate crew. Yi-chan scoffed, astonished that this scoundrel had managed to ally himself with such a notorious crew. During his month at sea, Yi-chan had familiarized himself with the current maritime landscape. The Flying Sky pirate crew had risen to prominence, becoming the pinnacle of power, outshining even the likes of the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. The captain of the Flying Sky pirate crew, Golden Lion Shiki, possessed immense ambition and had amassed countless pirate crews under his command, establishing dominance across much of the New World and the Grand Line. It was astonishing that even the Sabeti archipelago fell under their influence. That I have already notified the most capable crew of the Golden Lion's underlings, the Rhino pirate crew. Kid, if you dare disrupt the Flying Sky pirate crew's interests, your death is certain. Kneel now, and perhaps I will spare your life. Despite being suspended by his throat, Ansalag regarded Yi-chan with contempt, for the current Flying Sky pirate crew commanded respect even from a navy. Over the past 2 years, he had expended vast treasures to align himself with the Rhino pirate crew, which boasted a bounty of 95 million berries. Otherwise, how could his auction house have expanded into a mid-sized establishment in just 2 years? The answer lay in his backing from the Rhino pirate crew, which in turn was supported by the Flying Sky pirate crew. You are truly deserving of death. With a chilling expression, Yi Chun replicated his earlier brutality, forcefully tearing off Ansalag's arm. Scalding blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with a metallic stench. "Da-da! I will make you die. I swear it." The soul-wrenching agony twisted Ansalag's face into a grotesque grimace as he glared venomously at Yi Chun, issuing threats. "You cannot endure such a trifling torment. I once bore far more than you ever could." The pained wails echoed as another arm fell away. Ansalag's eyes glazed over, his body seized by uncontrollable spasms. His face pale as death, contorting grotesquely. Bang! Yi Chun released his grip, casting Ansalag to the ground. Lowering his gaze, his eyes filled with indifference, he lifted his foot, the sound of crunching bones mingling with a scream as he mercilessly crushed Ansalag's right foot, then slowly moved upward, inch by inch. "Please, spare me, spare me." In a state of mental collapse, unable to withstand any further, Ansalag wept profusely, struggling in a pool of blood. Yet Yi Chun offered no reprieve until the earth-shattering shriek reverberated throughout the air. "Let me remind you, 2 years ago, you purchased me from Elvin." Leaning slightly forward, he tore open his collar, revealing the blurred scar on his right chest, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Then you sold me to that fat woman on Hotel Street. The suffering I endured far surpassed your imagination. Now tell me, where is Elvin?" Regardless of whether Ansalag comprehended the question, Yi Chun raised his foot, shifting towards Ansalag's other foot. I don't know." The pain rendered Ansalag's body and mind utterly feeble. How could he remember after 2 years? "If you don't know, then I'll let you experience the taste of hell." The corners of Yi Chun's mouth curled into a smile, so gentle, yet it sent chills down Ansalag's spine. I'll tell you. Elvin struck a stroke of luck, consumed a devil fruit, and has become one of the commanders of the flying pirate crew. I haven't seen him in half a year. Please, spare me." Ansalag wept bitterly, recalling how he had first encountered the Rhino pirate crew through Elvin's connections. Furrowing his brow, Yi Chun's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the scoundrel had consumed a devil fruit and joined the flying pirate crew. This was indeed a significant problem. Lowering his gaze to the bloodied, pale-faced Ansalag, who was losing consciousness for blood loss, Yi Chun felt an inexplicable wave of nausea. For him, this man was one of the executioners who had tormented him for months. Yet now the roles had reversed. "You can die now." No. "I've already told you everything I know." Disinterested in Ansalag's pleas for mercy, Yi Chun crushed his skull with a single, decisive stomp, brains and blood erupting in a gruesome display. Having dealt with Ansalag, Yi Chun expanded his observation haki, subsequently cleansing the entire auction house of its staff. Regardless of gender, all were slain, for these individuals were even more wicked than Ansalag and deserved their fate. As for the slaves, Yi Chun freed them all. Moments later, the auction house erupted in a thunderous explosion, a cloud of smoke billowing into the sky, transforming the place into ruins. Emerging from the smoke, Yi Chun felt no thrill of vengeance. Everything felt utterly ordinary. Perhaps it was the shift in circumstances. Once formidable foes now appeared so fragile, leaving him with a sense of disparity. However, one individual still needed to die. Even if he was backed by the flying pirate crew. At present, Yi Chun knew he could not contend with the flying pirate crew directly, so he would dismantle them piece by piece, starting from the smaller factions and working his way up, convinced that one day he would capture that a naval officer. He needed military achievements and accomplishments, and thus he would begin with the flying pirate crew. Gradually honing his skills, if he could not defeat the formidable, he would not be deterred by the lesser. Ignoring the fearful glances from those lining the streets, Yi Chun made his way towards the area designated 60 to 69. Where the Navy was stationed, he intended to await the so-called Rhino pirate crew. Arriving at the Navy's base, it appeared little had changed since 2 years prior. The same rear admiral was stationed there. Yi Chun's arrival stirred only a slight commotion within the base, for he was a rear admiral, and his future prospects were far more promising. Even the rear admiral had to treat him with a measure of respect. especially since orders have been given from above to regard the young officer with due importance. That day, the news of the auction house's destruction spread across the majority of the Sabaody archipelago. And as Yi Chun entered the Navy's base, various factions began to contemplate the implications. Others may not have known who stood behind the auction house, but they certainly understood the ramifications. Thus, Yi Chun's actions led many to instinctively believe that the Navy was preparing to take action against the flying pirate crew. Of course, this was merely one theory, as both the flying pirate crew and the Navy were among the most powerful factions, and some friction was inevitable. However, the likelihood of an outright war was slim. Nonetheless, it drew attention, for in the chaotic Sabaody archipelago, information was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, upon the tumultuous seas, a pirate crew swiftly approached the Sabaody archipelago. The Rhino pirate crew, one of the subordinate pirate crews under the flying pirate crew, was led by Captain Death Rhino, with a bounty of 95 million, known for his strength and penchant for murder and treasure. Ansalag had provided him with substantial wealth each year, making Death Rhino place great importance on him. Although Death Rhino lacked extraordinary strength, as long as he could provide wealth, he would offer his protection. Now, unbeknownst to the powers on the Sabaody archipelago, someone had slain Ansalag and destroyed the auction house. A blatant affront to Death Rhino. Thus, he took it upon himself to investigate who this audacious individual might be. At the Navy's base, on the training grounds, Yi Chun lifted a 5-ton barbell, performing frog jumps, sweat glistening under the sun. Around him, several stationed Navy officers watched in awe, their expressions filled with admiration. Since Yi Chun's arrival at the base, he had not utilized his status as a rear admiral for any gain. Instead, he had immersed himself in training at the Navy's training grounds, silently honing his skills. The weight of 5 tons was a feat few could achieve, especially while executing various training exercises. Yi Chun's youth only added to the incredulity of his prowess. Initially, some Navy personnel harbored disdain for Yi Chun's position, believing that someone so young could only have ascended due to connections. Yet, as he trained, that sentiment gradually dissipated. Perhaps it was a lack of security or an obsession with power. Whenever he had free time, Yi Chun would devote himself to training, fully aware that his future strength depended on his present efforts. After hours of training, dusk fell, and Yi Chun ceased his exercises, retreating to his assigned quarters to take a shower before enjoying a meticulously prepared dinner. One must acknowledge that the status of a rear admiral, especially within the headquarters, afforded him considerable privileges, allowing for a substantial array of benefits. Now, with a mere word, arrangements would be made on his behalf. Even if these Navy officers were unfamiliar with him, they knew that as a rear admiral, no one of lower rank could afford to disobey his commands. The nights on the Sabaody archipelago were enchanting, the moonlight casting a silvery glow, while the bubbles of natural resin exuded by the Yarkaman red trees appeared dreamlike and captivating. Yet beneath this alluring facade, horrific events unfolded incessantly. In contrast, the Navy's base remained relatively stable, while other lawless territories were rife with violence and robbery, sporadic explosions and flashes of fire becoming a commonplace occurrence. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Yi Chun had no intention of exploring. Instead, he focused on developing the explosive capabilities of his devil fruit. The power of the explosive fruit had now enveloped his entire being, and the internal development had taken shape. Yi Chun now contemplated how to enhance its external application and overall potency. Additionally, he needed to cultivate haki, though he presently possessed a modicum of strength. He was still insignificant in the eyes of true powerhouses. The night passed quietly, and before long, the rising sun illuminated the world. Today, Yi Chun intended to explore the Sabaody archipelago, for the individuals he awaited should have arrived. Accompanied by 2 Navy officers, they detailed the various attractions of the Sabaody archipelago. Had Yi Chun not declined, he might have found himself surrounded by a throng rather than just 2 officers. Rear Admiral, this is Area 42. Home to numerous sightseeing spots and specialty shops, that a young naval officer trailed behind Yi Chun, enthusiastically introducing the bustling venues lining the streets. That moment, a cacophony erupted ahead, as a large crowd had gathered, seemingly captivated by a spectacle. Ha! Everyone, take a look at my newly acquired slave, an exceptionally rare Longhand clan member. a middle-aged affluent man boasted, gripping a chain that tethered a longhand individual, who crawled on the ground like a dog, his expression vacant. Humph, your longhand slave cost you a mere 10 million berries. Mine, however, set me back 20 million at another voice, dripping with arrogance, chimed in, belonging to a man whose excessive indulgence had rendered his physique frail. He held a female pleasure slave, clad in scanty fabric, barely concealing her modesty. While her upper body was bare, marred by the scars of torment and bruises, both the longhand slave and the female pleasure slave exhibited an unsettling lack of emotion in their eyes. They had become mere husks, their souls devoured by despair. "Oh, Kebil, have you grown tired of your slave? How generous of you to bring her out." One jeered. "Ha, would you like to savor her? I've trained her exceptionally well. Consider her a gift." "No. Thank you, I shudder to think of how many times you've taken her. Next time, I'll specifically seek out my own to train as a pleasure slave, in their reckless abandon." The two men casually conversed on the street, while the onlookers showed no signs of compassion. Rather, they egged them on, some even urging the two slaves to perform a sordid ACT that moment. The two slaves were less than beasts. Pushing through the crowd, Yi Chun disregarded the protests of the two naval officers and positioned himself before the two slaves. "That I offer you both the chance to personally slay the beasts that have tormented you. Stand up." His sudden declaration silenced the crowd, which was soon followed by uproarious laughter. "What did I just hear? This naval officer is attempting to enact justice. Ha! It seems I'm not the only one misjudging him. This naval officer is truly courting death." Ignoring the jeers surrounding him, Yi Chun gazed intently at the two slaves crawling on the ground. "If you desire vengeance, then rise. Living in your current state is akin to dying." His voice, frigid as ice, sent shivers through the two slaves, who slowly lifted their heads. Yet, as they did, they were promptly kicked back down by their master, who unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon them. "You little naval officer, this is not your station. Leave now, or do not blame me for being ungracious." The two masters glared menacingly at Yi Chun. A mere command would summon the guards encircling him to rend him apart. Without warning, Yi Chun delivered a kick, unleashing a lethal strike that cleaved through several guards, crimson splatters showering the onlookers, the air filled with screams as the once arrogant guards crumpled to the ground. Howling in agony, bang, bang, the two masters, bewildered by the sudden chaos, doubled over, spitting blood, collapsing onto the ground. "Kill them." Yi Chun, shaking the blood from his hands, directed his gaze at the two slaves, his expression chillingly cold. In that moment, the formerly numb slaves, like rabid dogs, lunged at their masters, their nails and teeth viciously tearing into flesh. The horrifying scene unfolded as the two slaves, seemingly driven mad, relentlessly gnawed at their masters for a full 10 minutes, ultimately tearing them apart. The spectacle was grotesquely bloody. However, the spectators cheered on, reveling in the carnage. Lifting his gaze, Yi Chun surveyed the frenzied crowd around him, his eyes growing ever colder. These people were devils, devoid of humanity, their souls distorted. Rather than flinching at the brutality, they appeared exhilarated. Indeed, the world was twisted, with even humanity itself warped. Everything was grotesque. After the slaves had dispatched their masters, they knelt before Yi Chun, bowing their heads twice, before seizing nearby firearms and ending their own lives. They had lost all hope in this world, their hearts and souls consumed by its mercilessness. For them, only death offered liberation. To live was to endure torment. In the eyes of the powerful, this world was paradise. Yet for these slaves, it was hell. They expressed gratitude to Yi Chun for granting them the opportunity for revenge, bowing their heads in appreciation, for in their darkest hour, Yi Chun had shattered the darkness, igniting a flicker of hope within their desolate hearts. Yet, that flicker illuminated so little, it could not sustain their existence. Death was their only hope. What had transpired was merely a prelude, yet Yi Chun's subsequent actions would send shockwaves throughout the entire Sabeti archipelago. Wherever he roamed, any encounter with slaves led to slaughter, compelling them to personally eliminate their masters. This phenomenon undoubtedly tested the nerves of many. Various factions gradually dispatched assassins to eliminate Yi Chun. Do not assume that because he was a rear admiral, He could roam the Sabidi archipelago unchecked. He had yet to provoke the ire of the slave masters. However, his current actions, though confined to a few streets, had resulted in numerous deaths, all of whom were either wealthy or well-connected. Consequently, the entire area saw a surge of pirates and hired killers converging upon District 42. Boom. A chaotic explosion erupted, billowing smoke and flames into the sky, leaving craters in the ground and reducing many structures to ruins. The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs, shattered flesh, and blood, while at the center stood Yi Chun, his hands stained crimson, gazing impassively at the encroaching pirates. A mere rear admiral dares to wreak havoc here. It seems your superior has failed to adequately advise you. A burly man wielding an axe, flanked by companions with their weapons trained on Yi Chun, sneered. Without wasting words, Yi Chun swiftly launched 2 kicks, delivering merciless strikes that cleaved the ground and the crowd alike. Cries and wails, mingled with the sounds of gunfire, permeated the in a blur. He vanished, each second claiming another victim, while Yi Chun's ferocity exceeded the expectations of many. After 10 minutes of carnage, the battle concluded, leaving a chaotic scene of dismembered bodies. Yi Chun stood among the carnage, his piercing gaze causing those lurking in the shadows to shift uneasily. This rear admiral was unlike any other. His power was unmatched, and his ruthlessness far surpassed the norm. This was no naval officer. He was akin to a pirate. Rear Admiral. As Yi Chun finished his grim task, 2 accompanying naval officers emerged, trembling and swallowing hard, their eyes betraying their fear. Let us continue our patrol. With his icy demeanor, Yi Chun advanced forward. This time, the entire street appeared remarkably clean, as the formerly arrogant masters of slaves began to distance themselves, retreating to other areas. After all, word had spread throughout much of the Sabidi archipelago that a young rear admiral had arrived, harboring a deep-seated hatred for evildoers, pirates, and slave masters, attacking without offering any explanation. As he traversed District 43, Yi Chun encountered multiple assassination attempts, though each time it ended with the death of his assailants. Whoosh, a gunshot rang out. Yi Chun turned his head, the wall behind him erupting in a cloud of dust. Squinting, he observed dozens of figures emerging from around the corner, particularly a burly man brandishing a spike club, who spoke not a word. It was evident these individuals were pirates. As they approached, a powerful aura emanated from a man with a spike club, who regarded Yi Chun with disdain. So, you are the naval rear admiral who dared to lay a hand on my comrade. The Death Rhino, towering over Yi Chun. This man was undoubtedly the individual Yi Chun had been waiting for. You are the garbage that Anslar spoke of. With a face as cold as ice, Yi Chun grinned faintly at the deathly rhino. The sound of air being split echoed as the deathly rhino glared intensely, swinging its wolf fang club directly towards Yi Chun. The ground trembled, raising clouds of dust as Yi Chun's figure appeared in the distance, gazing sternly at the deathly rhino. Daring to provoke me, the deathly rhino. It seems you are tired of living. With its robust arms, bulging muscles, the deathly rhino advanced step by step towards Yi Chun, wielding the wolf fang club. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, and Yi Chun appeared before the deathly rhino. Delivering a powerful kick, with a thunderous roar, the rhino raised its arm to shield its chest, blocking Yi Chun's attack, while its right hand brought the wolf fang club crashing down once more. The club, cloaked in a dark sheen, met Yi Chun's fist with great force, causing his feet to sink deep into the ground, revealing the immense strength of the deathly rhino. Disappearing from sight, Yi Chun shifted his body, reappearing to the right of the rhino to deliver another kick. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted, shattering the earth as chaotic shockwaves swept across the terrain, sending many of the deathly rhino's subordinates flying as the smoke settled. The deathly rhino was drenched in blood, its right side a blur of injury. You possess abilities. It grimaced in pain, staring at Yi Chun, who was restoring his right foot, realizing too late the magnitude of the ambush he had suffered. Without uttering a word, Yi Chun plucked a hair from his head and lightly blew it towards the deathly rhino, momentarily startling the beast. A deafening roar ensued as violent gusts of wind surged forth, countless fragments of stone flying through the air as the deathly rhino slammed into the ruins like a cannonball. Kill this brat. Around them, the pirates accompanying the deathly rhino unleashed their attacks, a barrage of bullets and cannon fire inundating Yichun. With an air of casual grace, under the influence of his observation haki, Yichun floated effortlessly, not losing a single hair as he appeared before a pirate, plunging his right hand through the man's body before vanishing from sight. The colossal slash whizzed by, accompanied by screams, as several pirates were cleaved in two, a torrential downpour of crimson rain cascading down in a one-sided massacre. The entire rhino pirate crew, save for the deathly rhino, crumbled before Yichun's might. Moo. Just as Yichun continued to slaughter, a massive figure surged from the crumbling ruins, racing towards him at breakneck speed. With a tense demeanor, Yichun anchored his feet firmly to the ground, his body being pushed back as it crashed through one building after another point. Two streams of hot air erupted from him as he fixed his gaze on the colossal beast ahead. Bracing himself against the oncoming force, gritting his teeth and flipping himself mid-air, landing atop a structure amidst the cracking ground. His left arm bore a wound, flesh torn, revealing glimpses of bone. Gazing at his injured arm, Yichun furrowed his brow, directing his attention to the cracked earth below. There, a 10-meter-long behemoth, resembling a rhino with fiery red eyes, stared menacingly at him, a zone-type ability user. A cold smirk formed on Yichun's lips. There was no doubt the deathly rhino was a formidable opponent. Presumably of the animal lineage, zone-type abilities are renowned for their high defense, rapid recovery, and endurance. After enduring 2 explosions, this creature had merely spat blood. Most of its injuries already healed. Its massive body, tough-skinned and muscular, particularly the long and short horns atop its head, radiated a chilling aura. It was clear that Yichun's arm had been injured by one of those horns. Kid, I am a Zoan-type user of the bull fruit, rhino form. Many who have witnessed my form have perished. You certainly will not be the last. The rhino's powerful hind legs stomped the ground, causing tremors beneath. Standing atop the building, Yichun looked down at the deathly rhino, exuding an air of superiority. Moo. The earth trembled as the ground began to shake, resembling a galloping fortress, as the deathly rhino charged towards Yichun's structure. In an instant, the entire building crumbled like tofu, reduced to ruins. Meanwhile, Yichun vanished, reappearing on the ground, indifferent as the deathly rhino turned amidst the debris. Brutal charge. With its eyes tinged with crimson, the deathly rhino's massive form surged forward, shaking the earth as it barreled towards Yichun. Its 2 sharp horns gleamed with a dark HUD. Oh, not meet it head-on. Yichun's instincts warned. Otherwise, a direct collision would surely be detrimental. As he sidestepped, time seemed to slow, allowing the deathly rhino to pass beside him. In that fleeting moment, Yichun raised his right leg high, gathering his haki into a concentrated point, and delivered a powerful kick to the rhino's abdomen. A resounding thud echoed, creating a crater beneath their feet. In an instant, the deathly rhino was launched like a projectile, crashing to the ground and sending sand and dust flying. Yichun, propelled by the recoil, slid aside, leaving 2 deep footprints, while his right foot began to emit smoke and sparks, teetering on the brink of explosion. Shaking its head, the deathly rhino bled profusely, yet remained largely unscathed. Its expression darkened as it beheld Yichun, who had merely caused it to spit blood, marking Yichun's first encounter with the defensive prowess of a Zoan-type user. Rhinoceroses are famed for their thick skin and formidable charging power, and the deathly rhino before him was no exception. Kid, you are nothing special. The sharp horns glimmered once more as the deathly rhino charged at Yichun, seeing the colossal beast rushing towards him. Yichun swiftly kicked out, unleashing 2 powerful strikes that split the ground and struck the rhino's head with tremendous force. Amidst the ensuing explosion and billowing smoke, the deathly rhino exhibited no signs of discomfort. Intensifying its assault against Yichun in an instant, the deathly rhino lunged forward, but this time Yichun struck first. Appearing above the rhino, his face grim, he spun his body, bringing his right foot crashing down onto the rhino's back. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending shockwaves into the air, the ground fracturing as countless fissures formed like shattered mirrors, creating a crater that spanned 100 meters. Explode. A plume of inky smoke billowed skyward. Flames reaching new heights. Yi-chan landed on the ground, his right foot enveloped in smoke and fire, quickly recovering and frowning as he surveyed the center of the smoke. Boom, boom. The ground shook as the enormous figure emerged from the smoke, bloodied and glaring fiercely at Yi-chan. This time, the deathly rhino was severely affected, blood streaming uncontrollably from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, while its back was a blurred mess, revealing gruesome, exposed bone that I will have your life. The blood ignited the wrath of the deathly rhino, propelling it forward with a velocity that doubled, akin to a cannonball, crashing relentlessly towards Yi-chan. After enduring this battle, Yi-chan had gleaned the creature's vulnerabilities. Apart from its tough hide and formidable charge, its speed and agility proved to be significant weaknesses. The thickness of its blood could exhaust its stamina. If one explosion was insufficient, then 2 or 3 would suffice. With his steely determination, Yi-chan charged at the deathly rhino, brushing past it as he delivered a powerful punch to its flank, resulting in a resounding explosion. The ground trembled and shattered under the force of the blast, sending the rhino soaring, and the already fractured earth crumbled further to Yi-chan. His right hand vanished, swiftly employed the shave technique to close the distance, landing another kick at the same spot. The colossal explosion echoed continuously. Each of Yi-chan's strikes targeted the same area, unleashing a destructive force that left the deathly rhino in agony, its body marred with wounds and scars. Even with its robust hide and thick blood, it could not withstand the unrelenting onslaught. Moreover, each of Yi-chan's explosions could obliterate a radius of 20 meters, showcasing immense destructive power. This was the nature of the animal type. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely perished by now. The smoke and flames never dissipated, and after 5 consecutive explosions, Yi-chan, pale-faced, appeared at a distance, gazing at the wounded, deathly rhino, its forelegs severed and its body covered in injuries. Revealing a cold smirk this moment, the deathly rhino lay on the ground, surrounded by the shattered terrain, drenched in crimson. Realizing its impending defeat, the deathly rhino understood it was outmatched. The opponent's speed was too swift, and each attack resulted in a devastating explosion that if it continued to endure, death was inevitable. Reverting to its human form, it fled without a second thought that a wise warrior does not court immediate disaster. Once it recuperated, it vowed to eliminate this Navy officer in a flash. Yi-chan materialized before it. Pooh! With a muffled groan, the deathly rhino clutched its belly and knelt, veins bulging on its forehead. Thinking of escaping? Yi-chan sneered, retracting his foot and seizing the rhino's hair, forcefully slamming its head back, causing the ground to quake. As blood and flesh splattered, the deathly rhino lay gasping for breath in the gaping pit. Coughing, Yi-chan expelled a trickle of blood from his mouth. Had it not been for his speed, he might have faced considerable difficulty. The defensive and recuperative abilities of the animal type were indeed formidable. Kid, you're done for. I belong to the Flying Sky Pirates. A sickening crack echoed as Yi-chan appeared beside the deathly rhino, his foot crushing its neck, observing the lifeless form of the deathly rhino. Its head tilted grotesquely. Yi-chan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coldly remarking on its loquacity even in its final moments. The battle concluded, and Yi-chan exhaled in relief, only to be met with excruciating pain coursing through his body. During the fight, he had neglected the aftereffects of the explosion fruit, and now, as he relaxed, it felt as though 1,000 needles were piercing him, rendering his complexion unnaturally pale that moment. 2 Navy personnel, having distanced themselves from the fray, approached cautiously, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the deathly rhino, battered and breathless in the pit. They could scarcely fathom that this was the captain of the notorious Rhino Pirates, with a bounty of 95 million berries, who had once slain countless rear admirals and Navy officers, now vanquished by a mere rear admiral. We need to collect the head of this pirate. It seems quite valuable. Drenched in sweat and blood, Yi-chan felt uncomfortable and instructed the 2 Navy officers who had arrived. Yes, sir, standing at attention. The 2 officers saluted. Yi-chan remained oblivious to the fact that a remnant of the Rhino Pirates had escaped and reported the incident to their superiors. The death of the deathly Rhino sent shockwaves through those who had been silently observing. Hoping for Yi Chen's demise, they never anticipated that this young Navy Rear Admiral possessed such formidable strength, capable of slaying the deathly Rhino. It seemed prudent for them to temper their ambitions in the future. In Marineford, within the office of the Fleet Admiral, only 3 individuals were present, each engrossed in administrative duties. The foremost figure, Kong, bore a troubled expression, deep in thought. Below him, Sengoku's desk was piled high with documents, while Tsuru assisted in organizing and reviewing them. Suddenly, a Navy officer entered, placing a stack of documents on Kong's desk. These little rascals have brought me good news. The previously somber Kong's demeanor brightened as he perused the information. Fleet Admiral Kong, is there some favorable news from the New World? Tsuru inquired, noticing Kong's uplifted spirits. No, it's the trouble those little rascals have stirred up. Sakazuki and his subordinates have engaged in battle with the big pirates, who have a bounty of 320 million berries. Although they ultimately faced defeat, the opposing side certainly suffered as well. The big pirates? That woman possesses tremendous strength with a fearsome physique. Tsuru remarked, surprised that Sakazuki had directly confronted such a formidable crew. However, this time Sakazuki acted impulsively and incurred significant losses. He will receive a warning. Kong chuckled, indicating that the warning would likely be merely verbal. Ever since the Rocks Pirates disbanded, the former crew members had each established their own pirate crews, with Kaido and Big Mom now holding the most power and posing a considerable threat. Tsuru, perceiving the looming danger, understood the implications of Big Mom and Kaido's influence. Were it not for the formidable reputation of figures like Roger, the Navy's focus would have shifted to these individuals long ago. We must proceed step by step. Sighing, Kong felt a sense of helplessness, recognizing that the likes of the Golden Lion posed a more immediate threat. Borsalino has also been restless, clashing with Kaido, and seems to have come off worse. He appears unwilling to back down and has been persistently provoking him with his speed. Redirecting his attention to the documents, Kong chuckled again. It appears these young ones are quite restless. Kazan has accompanied Garp to pursue the Roger Pirates, while Virgo, Smoker, and others are in pursuit of various pirates, and they are now gaining notoriety. This is a positive development. The Navy values merit and reputation. Whether these youngsters can evolve into the Navy's backbone remains to be seen. Sengoku interjected, rubbing his shoulders. What of that kid Yichun? While others strive and gain recognition, he has held his own against Sakazuki and the others. Tsuru expressed interest. Upon hearing Tsuru's inquiry, Kong flipped through several documents, revealing Yi Chen's recent exploits. This fellow destroyed an auction house in Sabati Archipelago and rescued several slaves. Intriguingly, this auction house was affiliated with the Golden Lion and was protected by the Rhino Pirates, who have a bounty of 98 million berries as expected. The trio was not surprised by Yi Chen's actions, having anticipated such development. This kid actually killed the captain of the Rhino Pirates, Kong exclaimed. If I recall correctly, the captain of the Rhino Pirates is an animal-type user and a master of hockey as well. That kid managed to slay him? Tsuru contemplated, noting the disparity in bounties between Sakazuki and Yichun, which was indeed significant. However, the context surrounding their respective feats could not be generalized. Sakazuki suffered greatly at the hands of Big Mom due to his overconfidence, resulting in significant losses, for he is utterly no match for Big Mom, yet foolishly harbors the delusion of capturing her, resulting in the needless loss of numerous naval lives. In contrast, Yichun has only slain adversaries of equal standing, sparing every soldier under his command. When comparing both parties, one might hastily conclude that Sakazuki possesses greater prowess. However, this perspective is fundamentally flawed, at least for Sakazuki's subordinates. This is a lamentable truth. Ultimately, their ideologies diverge. Yichun seeks to gradually strengthen himself, savoring each victory without a preoccupation for fame, while Sakazuki's impetuousness leads him to suffer the consequences. Thus, Yi Chen's reputation pales in comparison to that of Sakazuki, and his it appears this young man is also a restless spirit. Having provoked the Flying Sky Pirates, one might argue he is excessively arrogant. Sengoku wore a serious expression, Despite the current might of Sakazuki and his comrades, their supremacy is predicated on the absence of genuine opposition. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire. It is time to expose them to the harsh realities of the sea, serving as a trial by fire. Should they perish, it would be of no one's concern. Kong's words unmistakably conveyed that no assistance would be forthcoming, effectively abandoning Sakazuki and his crew to their fates. This implies that, should they encounter peril, the Navy would not dispatch aid unless a strong naval presence fortuitously happened to be nearby. It strikes one as rather cruel. One could assert that the loss of even a single individual like Sakazuki would be a grave blow to the Navy. Yet Kong not only refrains from offering protection, but rather allows them to fend for themselves. Very well, these young ones have their own paths. Let us discuss the recent communications from Karp and Zifa. With a stern countenance, Kong rapped his desk with one hand, his brow furrowed. The New World has become increasingly unstable. With not only the Roger Pirates, Flying Sky Pirates, and Whitebeard Pirates, but also other pirate crews posing significant threats, such as the Big Mom Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the World Destroyers. Karp is currently pursuing the Roger Pirates. While Zifa is exerting pressure on the Golden Lions faction, the Whitebeard Pirates have remained unusually quiet of late. Additionally, investigations reveal that the Red Count has departed the New World, appearing in the Grand Line. Moreover, there exists a plethora of reckless pirates, specifically targeting naval bases to bolster their own notoriety. Such individuals must not be tolerated. The more he spoke, the more incensed Kong became, his previously subdued demeanor boiling over. Meanwhile, in an unknown region of the New World, amidst clouds drifting high above, a breathtaking island emerged, resembling a paradise, with majestic mountains and flowing waters that evoked the heart of it all lay a medium-sized island, upon which a grand and opulent palace perched, surveying the vast ocean. Deep within the palace, a spacious hall housed a throne suspended above the steps, emanating an aura of authority and dominance. The mere naval rear admiral feels the need to report to me? Let someone else handle it. The deep, commanding voice from the throne resonated, its regal presence casting an oppressive atmosphere throughout the expansive hall. Yes, Captain, responded a pirate kneeling below, clasping his fists before rising and departing the hall. As the gaze shifted to the throne, a middle-aged man with flowing golden hair, reminiscent of a lion's mane, sat there, exuding an air of unyielding power simply by his presence. It seemed as though the entire world lay at this man's fingertips. He was none other than Golden Lion Shiki, a ruler whose roar echoed across the seas, intent on dominating the world, casting an overshadowing presence over the pirate realm. Only a handful of factions could contend with him. In the Grand Line, the Kingdom of Eris, a diminutive realm with a population of merely over 20 million, was renowned for its unique iron ore, once fiercely contested by various powers. However, 3 years ago, an unparalleled monarch arrived, leading to a complete change in the kingdom's governance. The king remained the same, yet the reins of power were firmly held by another. Atop the highest building in this kingdom fluttered a pirate flag. In this vast ocean, one might be unaware of the identity of the fleet admiral, yet the emblem of this pirate crew must be recognized, for this flag represented the mightiest force on the seas. The flag of the Flying Sky Pirates, led by the man who conquered the skies. Clearly, this territory was under the protection of the Flying Sky Pirates, or rather, it had become their domain. On the distant horizon, the water parted, revealing a long-haired youth on a skateboard, gliding swiftly toward this kingdom. It had been half a year since Yi Chun had slain the death rhinoceros at Sabaody Archipelago. During this span, if one were to inquire who had garnered the most notoriety on the seas, the answer would undoubtedly be the 5 naval rear admirals: Sakazuki, Palyasolino, Kazan, Virgo, and Yi Chun. These 5 names had spread across the ocean, drawing the attention of various factions. 3 months prior, Rear Admiral Sakazuki had annihilated a notorious pirate with a bounty of 180 million, thrusting him into the public eye. Following this, as if orchestrated, Palyasolino, Kazan, and Virgo swiftly took action against pirates, all boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, with countless others below that threshold. They had stirred the seas into chaos. While the first 4 displayed arrogance, their demeanor was not overtly pronounced. It was Yi Chun, Among them, who truly embodied audacity. The others acted without targets, capturing whomever they encountered, whereas Yi-Chin fixated on a singular target, relentlessly pursuing it, leading many to deem him audaciously brazen. The Black Fox Pirates, led by Captain Wild Fox, boasted a bounty of 120 million. The Water Buffalo Pirates, helmed by Captain Barbaric Charge, had a bounty of 110 million. The Soft Pirates, commanded by Captain Black Mask, had a bounty of 125 million. Altogether, there were 7 or 8 pirate crews with bounties exceeding 100 million, all affiliated with the Flying Sky Pirates, either stationed in one location or traversing the seas. Yet, all were tracked down and obliterated, with the primary instigator being Rear Admiral Yi-Chun. This audacity had once enraged the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, who dispatched his capable subordinates to eliminate him. It was said that in that battle, the fate of Rear Admiral Yi-Chun was uncertain. However, half a month ago, a base affiliated with the Flying Sky Pirates was once again destroyed, with the perpetrator still being that naval Rear Admiral. Now, many factions under the Flying Sky Pirates seethed with rage, wishing to dismantle this naval officer piece by piece. Yet this individual moved with cunning stealth, igniting explosives before vanishing, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. As he set foot on the island, his black hair tied back, his face bore the marks of countless battles, presenting an unexpectedly stern visage. His dark, luminous eyes, clad in a gray coat, he lifted his gaze. "Captain, we have been cautioned to be wary of that explosive little devil from the Navy. It is said he killed Mentes and his crew half a month ago. In the southern region of the Aris Kingdom lay a pirate crew, the Elastic Pirates, whose captain, Chris, possessed the abilities of the spring fruit, with a bounty of 180 million and mastery of both hockey types. Even among the ranks of the Flying Sky Pirates, he was considered a formidable figure, renowned across the waters nearby. Thanks to Chris's prowess, the Aris Kingdom had enjoyed relative peace, as none dared to provoke it. It was a rare occurrence for the explosive little devil from the Navy to appear here. I could eliminate him in under a minute." While patrolling the base, Chris halted, casting a scornful glance at his subordinates. "But a minute is rather excessive." Without warning, a voice descended from the heights, prompting Chris to turn around. Perched on a beam, Yi-Chun regarded Chris below with an indifferent expression, comparing him to the bounty notice he held. "Kid, who are you to dare intrude here?" Before Chris could respond, one of his subordinates interjected. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi-Chun materialized a mere meter away, discarding the bounty notice. "You must be Chris with a bounty of 180 million. Your head is quite valuable." Ignoring the lackey beside Chris, Yi-Chun focused on him. "So you are the infamous little devil from the Navy?" Chris squinted, regarding Yi-Chun as if it were a mere specter. 1 minute. Without a response, Yi-Chun extended a finger, which then transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from sight. Bang! The ground erupted, a colossal shockwave overturning everything in its path. Chris, with his arms braced in defense, was sent flying backward. In the spot where Chris had stood moments before, Yi-Chun reappeared, retracting his fist, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, he was a pirate with a bounty of 180 million. His strength was worlds apart from the petty minions of the past. Buildings crumbled, accompanied by a tremendous roar. As Chris rose from the rubble, brushing off the dust from his body, his previously calm expression turned fierce in an instant. Debris flew, and Chris disappeared, only for Yi-Chun to seem struck hard, transforming into a meteor that shattered several houses, landing amidst the ruins. This moment, Chris's feet sprang like coils, bouncing with energy. Coughing, Yi-Chun stood up through the dust, feeling a slight pain in his hand. A smile curving at the corner of his lips, the two locked eyes, and almost simultaneously, they vanished. In the next moment, two black fists collided violently in mid-air, sending forth a massive wave of energy. With a creaking sound, Chris's right hand compressed like a spring before launching towards Yi-Chun with an earth-shattering force, causing Yi-Chun's expression to change as he transformed into a shooting star. Plummeting downward. Instantly, the ground crumbled, countless fissures spreading, and everything around was flattened in an instant. Rubble, wooden beams, and shards flew like bullets, accompanied by a deafening sound. Immediately after, Chris compressed his feet, appearing before Yi Chun in an instant, and slammed down with tremendous force. Yi Chun crossed his arms, his face flushed, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as he knelt on one knee, the shattered earth erupting with massive stones. At that moment, Chris executed a sweeping kick, accompanied by a sound that could crack stone, his intentions clear. Feeling the rush of wind above him, Yi Chun forcefully twisted his body, planting his hands on the ground, flipping backward and disappearing from sight. In the next moment, a hurricane swept through, creating a formidable force that uprooted the endless debris. Yi Chun's figure appeared in the distance as he shook his hand, dissipating the numbing sensation, and gazed solemnly at Chris. "Kid, you're quite adept at dodging," Chris remarked with a sinister smile, his eyes filled with malice. The minute had already passed. Ignoring Chris's taunt, Yi Chun simply extended a finger and beckoned him. Seeking death, Chris growled. Enraged by Yi Chun's provocation, he crouched slightly, his feet transforming into springs before erupting with explosive force, creating a flurry of afterimages as he charged at Yi Chun as Chris approached. Yi Chun planted his left foot firmly into the ground, slightly shifting his body, his right foot striking out like a mountain. Boom! A meteor struck, a dark cloud rising into the sky as the ground split apart, countless sparks igniting and tearing outward in waves of destruction. The earth trembled, and Yi Chun soared from the smoke, gripping the ground tightly as he slid several meters before coming to a halt. Finally, he stood, his right foot ablaze, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. A fierce wind surged, smoke enveloping the scene, revealing a 30-meter-wide pit ablaze with fire, consuming everything around it. Coughing, Chris, on the opposite side of the pit, was in tatters, blood streaming from his right cheek, a significant chunk of flesh missing, his body battered with various injuries. Spitting blood, Chris's eyes revealed a lingering fear had he not activated his armament hockey in time. The injuries he sustained would have been far more severe. He had almost forgotten that this opponent was an ability user, the specifics of his powers unknown. Yet a moment's lapse could lead to an explosion. Many had perished in such blasts. With a sinister glare, Chris regarded Yi Chun, his eyes betraying wariness. Although such explosions would not kill him, nor could they inflict severe harm, enduring several in succession would surely test his limits. Yi Chun would not grant Chris a moment to ponder. Two swift kicks tore through the ground, charging directly at Chris with immense power. Chris vanished from his position, the decaying buildings behind him fracturing as two intersecting chasms extended to their limits. In a flurry of movement, Yi Chun, with flames and smoke trailing from his feet, appeared before Chris in an instant, his right fist a dark blur as it struck toward Chris. Chris's expression shifted dramatically. The sudden appearance of Yi Chun caused his heart to race. This opponent's speed had seemingly doubled. Compressing his right fist, he unleashed it with unparalleled force, akin to a dragon surging from the depths. Colliding with Yi Chun's strike, the earth-shattering explosion erupted once more, sending Chris flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his expression twisted in pain. Meanwhile, Yi Chun stood firmly, his feet embedded in the earth, sliding back 5 meters. His right hand recovering rapidly. Wow. Chris bent over, blood spilling from his mouth as he beheld his mangled left hand, faintly resembling a skeletal structure. He gasped in horror, cold sweat drenching his face. The excruciating pain felt as if needles were piercing his heart, leaving him breathless. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as a strike whistled through. Chris gritted his teeth, narrowly evading, yet that relentless foe remained at his side. He now feared engaging Yi Chun in close combat. For this adversary was a bane in close quarters, capable of explosive devastation at a moment's notice. Once more, an explosion erupted, sending Chris hurtling away, his blood boiling forth. Damn it, he seethed, unable to contain his fury. His eyes turned crimson, his observation hockey enveloping the battlefield as rage consumed him. That moment, Chris suddenly pivoted, compressing his right foot into a point before launching a fierce kick at the ground. Accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion, his body enveloped in armament hockey, he forcefully broke through the smoke, reaching for Yi Chun. Bang! The dense armament hockey struck Yi Chun in the abdomen, blood spraying forth as Chris seized his body, which had been propelled by the force of impact, With armament suppressing him, Yi Chun lost the opportunity to explode, being slammed heavily into the ground. Instantly, the earth shattered, countless stones flying, fissures tearing apart the surrounding structures. Raising a massive cloud of dust, Yi Chun's body, akin to a natural elemental, could not ignite while grasped by the armament haki, thus suffering a hidden loss. Just as Chris prepared to slam him down again, Yi Chun, bloodied and battered, launched his other foot, enveloped in armament, toward Chris's head, only to have it intercepted by Chris's left hand. Once more, a brutal impact ensued, Yi Chun's eyes bulging as blood gushed from his mouth. His entire being feeling on the verge of collapse. Gritting his teeth, he pushed against the ground, twisting his body like a spiral before flipping up and wrapping around Chris's waist, crashing down with tremendous force. Once again, the ground crumbled as Yi Chun, bloodied, found himself in a flash of lightning and thunder, a terrifying explosion creating a shockwave that sent Chris flying, leaving a chaotic trench in its wake as he crashed into the ruins. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's body partially vanished, smoke and fire intertwining as he began to recover swiftly. Pain pierced through him like a shockwave, his face contorted in agony, blood and sweat mingling, saturating the ground beneath him. Fully restored, Yi Chun rose, his gaze fixed on Chris amidst the ruins, his expression fierce as he charged forward. With a downward hook, Chris sank into the earth, his hands bracing against his head to shield himself from Yi Chun's right leg. Turning sideways, Yi Chun's left foot drove into Chris's chest with a resounding crack, causing Chris to grunt as he transformed into a fleeting shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, two swift kicks followed, forcing Chris to stabilize himself against the onslaught. However, Yi Chun did not grant him the opportunity. He appeared directly behind him and unleashed another devastating kick. Boom! A fierce explosion erupted, and Chris let out a chilling scream as his back became a blur, sending him hurtling through the air. With a frenzied expression, Yi Chun manifested as a blur above Chris, his foot firmly pressing into Chris's abdomen, and then they plummeted earthward like meteors, in an instant. Countless hills erupted from the ground, forming landslides that engulfed the surroundings. For a long while, the sky was filled with falling rocks, and within the deep pit, Yi Chun stood over Chris, his expression grave. He lifted his right foot once more, aiming it at Chris's neck. "Where is Elvin?" Chris gurgled, blood frothing from his mouth, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Yi Chun's imposing foot, pleading for mercy. Yet Yi Chun offered him no reprieve. Crack! A fountain of blood sprayed forth as a shattered head rolled away like a deflated ball, starkly contrasting with the headless corpse beside it. Blood pooled around them, and Yi Chun emanated a nauseating aura, his long hair stained a dark crimson, dripping with blood. Prior to this, Yi Chun had received the same response. He was uncertain whether the other party truly did not know Elvin or was deliberately withholding information. However, this was no longer of consequence to Yi Chun, for he was not in a rush for vengeance. Each time he annihilated a pirate crew under the banner of the Sky Pirates, he would inquire, "Surely, there are no secrets that remain concealed. Both Elvin and the Sky Pirates must be aware of his intentions, yet Elvin had yet to appear." The most likely scenario was that Elvin was already dead. Regardless of Elvin's fate, Yi Chun would pursue him step by step. This journey was more terrifying than death itself, for with the destruction of each pirate crew, Elvin would surely experience psychological torment. And such mental anguish was the most lethal of all. Most importantly, Elvin was merely a sideline. Yi Chun's true aim was to grow stronger. Evidently, the colossal entity of the Sky Pirates served as the finest whetstone. Bending down, Yi Chun grasped Chris's lifeless head, coughing as blood continued to spill from his mouth. After wiping his face twice, he leapt into the pit. Whoosh! Just as Yi Chun ascended, a bullet whizzed past his face. Immediately, a barrage of gunfire erupted, raining down upon Yi Chun. For the captain's revenge, a fearsome brute, wielding a rocket launcher that emitted blinding light, aimed at Yi Chun and unleashed a relentless barrage, soaring into the air. Surrounded by swirling smoke, Yi Chun maintained a cold demeanor, extending his hand and flinging countless droplets of blood like bullets at the pirates, resulting in an explosion that filled the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Thick black smoke billowed. The earth trembled, and the entire scene descended into chaos, with explosions lasting nearly 5 minutes. For clarification, Yi Chun was akin to a walking bomb, embodying the elemental force of nature. If captured by armed forces, he would be restrained. Please forgive any illogical elements. After all, this is merely a novel. Flames shot skyward, smoke swirling, and the uneven ground resembled a meteor-struck landscape, forming various small canyons, utterly altering the terrain, standing amidst the carnage. Yi Chun's complexion paled, the toll of exertion evident. Yet, no one remained standing. This time, Yi Chun had nearly obliterated the pirate crew. Perhaps a few remnants lingered, but they posed no threat. It was only then that the royal army of the All's kingdom arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon seeing Yi Chun standing in the blood-soaked ground, they hesitated to act. After all, this was the Elastic Pirates. Their captain had a bounty of 180 million, and now it appeared that their entire force had been annihilated. Most crucially, the Elastic Pirates were backed by the Sky Pirates. He was that naval major, specifically tasked with eradicating the forces under the Sky Pirates banner, a Kingdom Army commander, forcing himself to remain calm. Stared at Yi Chun in terror. Just then, a voice echoed from the Den Den Mushi on Yi Chun's person, causing him to frown. In the past 6 months, the Den Den Mushi had only rung once. And that was 3 months ago. Ignoring the tens of thousands of royal troops who dared not move, Yi Chun answered the call. Why, Yi Chun? Where are you now? A commanding voice inquired from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Admiral Sengoku. Yi Chun discerned the identity of the caller from the tone and expression, recognizing that only Sengoku and a select few knew this number. Hello. Where is this place? Yi Chun turned to the nearby royal army and asked. The commanding officer, his body tense, swallowed hard and responded, Major, this is the All's kingdom. Admiral Sengoku. Did you hear that? This is the All's kingdom. Why? Yi Chun turned back to the Den Den Mushi, uncertain of Sengoku's purpose for contacting him. All's, it's not far from Gasla Island. You must go there immediately. Admiral Kong may be in danger. Carp is en route. You must. Sengoku's tone was serious, but he struggled to finish his sentence. What has happened? Yi Chun's eyelids flickered. Had Admiral Kong not always been in Mariehua? Why was he out and in danger? There were only a few individuals in this world capable of threatening Kong. Half a month ago, Baroque, Layfield inexplicably attacked the Celestial Dragons, and this incident has caused significant repercussions. The Gorosei issued an order to Admiral Kong to capture Layfield at all costs. Zephyr is in the New World, and Carp is pursuing the Roger Pirates, leaving me to guard Mariehua. Therefore, Admiral Kong took it upon himself to act. Sengoku's words struck like a depth charge, carrying immense impact. Baroque. Layfield was a man who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. It is worth noting that the first 3 possessed substantial forces, but Baroque. Layfield was a lone wolf. The Celestial Dragons, world nobles who self-proclaim as creators, are regarded as a malignant tumor upon the seas. It is easy to imagine that this group of oblivious creators had provoked Baroque, Layfield. For the majority of people in the world, the Celestial Dragons are the creators, wielding the power to dictate life and death. Yet for someone of Baroque, Layfield's caliber, they are mere ants, easily crushed at will. Clearly, the Celestial Dragons who perished this time were not just 1 or 2. Otherwise, the Gorosei would not have issued an order to capture Layfield at all costs, prompting the Navy's highest command to take action. Furthermore, Kong's personal involvement was enough to illustrate Baroque Layfield's terrifying strength. Even Sengoku admitted he was no match. It is important to note that Sengoku was an admiral, and if he acknowledged his inferiority, one could only wonder how formidable the adversary truly was. Aside from you, Sakazuki and Borisolino, who are not far from Gasla, have also headed there. You 3 must delay Carp's arrival. Remember, that man possesses great strength. You only need to buy time. Do not engage directly, Sengoku cautioned. Understood, Yi Chun replied. After disconnecting the Den Den Mushi, he fell into deep contemplation. This mission could be perilous, and a single misstep could prove fatal. Yet, inexplicably, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement, for he yearned to witness the pinnacle of power in this world. Which direction is to Gasla? Yi Chun inquired of the Royal Army commander once more. Pocketing the Den Den Mushi to the north. But it will take a day. The commander gestured to the north. Having received the direction, Yi Chen ventured into the ruins, casually picking up a piece of wood before taking to the skies, soaring toward the coastline. For him, a day's time was but a fleeting moment. Time rewinds to half a month ago. Tagasla, a large island surrounded by numerous smaller, desolate isles, is home to a small nation with a population of merely 100,000, primarily due to the mountainous terrain. However, the nation produces alcoholic beverages that rank 56th among the world's top 100. For this reason, this nation has continually been the target of pirates and rival kingdoms alike. Yet on this very day, in the Tagasla Sea, 10 warships proudly flying the flag of justice majestically emerged on the horizon, approaching the island as they disembarked. A tall and robust man, adorned with a stitched scar beneath his left eye, clad in a sleeveless black shirt and draped in a marshal's coat of white and dark gray, surveyed Tagasla with an aura of overwhelming authority. The marshal, the aloof red Barolik Ladefield, had remained on the island, never departing to tea that moment. A Navy officer dressed in the plain attire of a common resident sprinted from the island, saluting the air. "Thank you for your hard work." Utilizing his observation hockey, Kong discerned a direction and began to advance, followed closely by 5 vice admirals, 20 rear admirals, and several elite Navy personnel. A formidable assembly indeed, all for the sake of one man. Meanwhile, at the heart of the island, countless residents of Tagasla hastily made their way to the coastline. The once bustling and noisy streets fell eerily silent. In the inn's innermost corner, a man of slender, tall stature, with long hair braided into 2 plaits falling over his shoulders, dressed in a fuchsia shirt and blood-red trousers, and draped in a voluminous crimson cloak, savored of fine wine alone, a hint of malevolence gracing his countenance. Tea that moment. A commanding voice resonated from outside, ordering everyone to maintain order and usher the island's residents aboard the ships. "Marshal Kong." Some Navy personnel hesitated to leave. "This is an order," Kong replied gravely, fully aware that these individuals were ill-equipped for battle. "Understood." The Navy personnel trailing Kong dispersed, diligently maintaining order to facilitate the evacuation of Tagasla's inhabitants onto the naval vessels. With that, Kong entered the tavern and approached the sinister man, the atmosphere thickening palpably. "Long time no see, Kong." Barolik Ladefield, his wineglass in hand, regarded Kong with his blood-red, captivating gaze, a smile curling upon his lips. "Ladefield, you should not have slain celestial dragons, especially not 3 at once. Combined with your previous offenses, is more than enough for the world government to pursue you at all costs." Kong stood there like an immovable mountain, and any ordinary person might have already knelt in submission. "Thus so. Those 5 old fools sent you, did they?" Ladefield took a sip of his drink, seemingly unfazed by Kong's presence, and spoke with keen interest. Whoosh! In an instant, Kong appeared before Ladefield, time slowing to a crawl, then racing forward like the passage of eons. With a kick that resembled the force of a mountain, he struck out. The momentum was overwhelming. The air howled in despair as Ladefield swiftly grasped a nearby black umbrella, its dark crimson hockey enveloping it as he raised it to shield his face. The tremendous force caused the entire tavern to collapse, transforming the surrounding area into a web of craters. Swiftly spreading outward, a shadow darted forth like a shooting star, sending numerous structures flying before executing several backflips and landing gracefully on the ground. Disappearing from sight, Kong followed closely behind, descending slowly before Ladefield, as the sky above began to rain down various debris, inundating the entire area. The two had clashed but once, yet the expanse of land had been reduced to ruins, forming a colossal pit, with turbulence persisting. "Kong, it seems that as a marshal, you have neglected your power. Compared to the past, you have diminished significantly." With his sleeves fluttering, Ladefield brushed the dust from his attire, his otherworldly visage revealing a disconcerting smile. "Against you, this will suffice." The dark radiance on his right foot dissipated, and Kong discarded his coat, revealing a physique that strained against his shirt. Their hockey, unlike the usual obsidian hue, had evidently evolved to higher levels, manifesting in distinct colors based on their respective strengths. How fortuitous! It has been several years since we last fought. Today, I shall ascertain whether your prowess has truly waned since you assumed the mantle of Navy Marshal. Gripping the black umbrella, Ladefield raised it high, enveloped in crimson haki, and swung it down with ferocity toward Kong. In an instant, blinding light erupted. A towering, crimson slash cleaved the ground, forming an unfathomable abyss that bore down upon Kong like a cataclysmic force. Kong's body swelled with energy, muscles coalescing like adamantine. As he clenched his right fist, the dark haki coalescing into a meteor-like strike that crashed against the crimson onslaught. The world around them blurred white as a deafening tsunami erupted from the ground, cascading like a natural disaster in all directions. Crack, crack. Under the stormy skies, dark red lightning illuminated the entire island, a colossal will that could consume mountains descending from above. The Navy personnel and civilians, still in the process of evacuation, fell to the ground, their eyes glazing over as if reaped like ripe grain. Conqueror's haki. A vice admiral's face paled, cold sweat trickling down as he beheld the masses collapsing around him, an icy dread enveloping his being. Though they were far from the epicenter, the overwhelming, regal will radiated to this distance, capable of inflicting harm. Quickly, we must leave this place. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, a swirling dust storm loomed, towering hundreds of meters high, resembling a natural calamity, rushing forth. The vice admiral found himself devoid of the qualifications to intervene in the heart of the chaos. Beneath the shrouded clouds, dark red lightning flickered, casting the world into alternating shadows. As two figures clashed, Kong maintained his life force, the potent aura permeating the clouds, while Laidfield, grasping his black umbrella, emanated an increasingly sinister presence, waves of kingly intent relentlessly assailing Kong. After all these years, your Conqueror's haki has reached such heights. The long-standing aura of a high-ranking individual, combined with Kong's own formidable presence, created a tenuous balance against Laidfield's overwhelming Conqueror's haki, leaving Kong at a disadvantage. In this world, only the sword's might and the strength of the powerful could contend with Conqueror's haki. Though these forces could not be compared directly to the might of Conqueror's haki, they could at least offer resistance. Conqueror's haki is the mark of a ruler destined to never be subordinate to another, a natural-born sovereign. However, this does not encapsulate everything. Throughout centuries of history, instances of Conqueror's haki bearers being slain by those who lack it are not rare. One could say that the bearer of Conqueror's haki is akin to an emperor, while those without it are the ministers and commoners. If this emperor possesses formidable strength, he is indeed a true ruler, capable of commanding all. Yet if this emperor is but a child, still unformed, then the high-ranking ministers may easily vanquish him. Thus, there are no absolutes. What matters is the individual. If strong, one is king. If weak, anyone can slay you. The law of the jungle prevails in this world, where all is dictated by the might of one's fist. Weakness is a crime. Kong, you are ultimately not a king, even holding the position of Navy Marshal. You remain subservient to others. With a swift motion of his black umbrella, Laidfield shattered the atmosphere, splitting the sky. Yet what of it? Everyone has their own path. Yours is not necessarily suited for me. As the air lamented and the ground trembled, Kong unleashed a punch, manifesting a storm of meteors that forcefully obliterated Laidfield's strike. Let us see if your steel frame, Kong, is worthy to claim me. Like a specter, Laidfield appeared before Kong, his black umbrella coalescing a point of energy, the atmosphere fracturing in layers, piercing towards Kong's chest. The earth trembled, shockwaves radiated, and Kong desperately grasped the tip of the black umbrella. Two contrasting forces clashing, creating a polarized world. Clenching his fist, Laidfield unleashed a powerful strike at Kong. The impact was akin to a meteor colliding with the earth. A cataclysmic wave surged forth. The two transformed into shooting stars, plummeting downward, causing the entire island to fracture, hills rising from the ground, fissures forming abysses, initiating a collapse. The surrounding seas sank deeply, then surged violently, casting a shadow 100 meters high. The very crust of the island shattered with each clash between the two, triggering landslides and tsunamis, rendering the world akin to an apocalyptic scene. The skies seemed to be torn asunder by colossal hands, only to fold back together, unleashing thunderous devastation, a visual explosion that instilled despair. This was no longer a mere battle between men. Each blow exchanged was heavier than a mountain, causing unimaginable calamities. Ultimately, amidst their relentless struggle, the massive island of Tugusla could no longer withstand the onslaught. A celestial rift began to split it in two, and it would not be long before it severed completely. It is worth noting that Raidfield, having consumed a devil fruit after emerging from Impel Down, currently lacked any powers. Let be stated, whether this narrative is reasonable, unreasonable, or inconsistent, consider it all as reasonable. It is merely a novel, devoid of the need for such seriousness. What matters most is your enjoyment. If you find no joy, feel free to abandon it. But if you do enjoy it, please lend your support. As the meteor fell, trailing a long tail, a colossal mountain 1,000 meters high was pierced through. Countless fissures crawling across its surface, the ground quaked violently, and rocks tumbled like rain, casting a vast shadow as the entire mountain collapsed. Amidst the chaos, with the earth shattering and waves of destruction rising, a figure lay deeply embedded in the ground, bloodied, with a gaping wound nearly cleaving open his chest. After half a month, the Tugusla continent had fractured into floating islands, the surrounding waters forming colossal whirlpools. Tumultuous and forbidding. With a resounding bang, blood splattered as a scarlet light fell into the abyssal hollow, revealing Raidfield, drenched in blood. Gasping for air, no longer the formidable figure he had been half a month prior. Step by step, he approached the battered Kong, bending slightly as he coughed up blood. Kong, it seems I have emerged victorious. With a grotesque grin, Raidfield, blood-soaked and rancid, gazed upon the pallid, half-conscious Kong, revealing a sinister smile. Not so fast. Wounded and battered, Kong forced himself upright, swaying unsteadily. He was still capable of fighting in the blink of an eye. Raidfield appeared before Kong, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Kong's chin, launching him skyward like a rocket. With a slight crouch, Raidfield's expression twisted in pain before he transformed into a projectile, following Kong into the air. The dark clouds above dissipated, golden sunlight cascading down, yet from the heights, the ground below lay in ruin. After a prolonged battle lasting half a month, both warriors were nearing the limits of their stamina, yet Raidfield appeared to hold the upper hand. As Raidfield noted, Kong's position as admiral had ultimately hindered his cultivation. It was evident that their movements had slowed significantly compared to the beginning, their physical capabilities declining sharply. With each strike, Raidfield's fist collided with Kong's right cheek, and Kong retaliated with a kick, their bodies transforming into a vibrant arc as they crashed into the rubble. Sliding nearly 30 to 40 meters, one cannot deny that the physical prowess of a martial artist is comparable to that of a Zoan-type user. While perhaps not surpassing them, it is undeniably formidable. For 15 days and nights, the two had been embroiled in battle, the intensity peaking for several days. Both physically and mentally battered, most would have long succumbed. Yet these two remained unyielding, rising from the wreckage to clash yet again. With each punch and kick, accompanied by the explosive burst of blood, they bore the marks of their struggle, with a painful crack. Kong rolled on the ground, his chest collapsing, a rib visible through the flesh. Lying amidst the debris, his eyes stained crimson with blood, he gazed weakly at Raidfield approaching. Shaking, Raidfield gripped his black umbrella, its once crimson aura now darkened. Aimed apologetically at Kong's neck, it was hard to fathom that Raidfield still retained his powers. This alone spoke volumes of his superiority over Kong, that a man capable of standing toe-to-toe with the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion. Only at this moment did his true strength manifest. With the umbrella cloaked in darkness, he thrust it downward, an ominous sense of death enveloping Kong's very soul, in a moment of desperation. A golden light surged through the sky, hurtling towards Raidfield. The motion aimed at Kong's neck was halted as Raidfield swung the umbrella upward, severing the golden light in a crimson arc simultaneously. The golden light shifted, revealing a figure suspended in midair, their right foot radiating brilliance as it swung fiercely towards Raidfield, accompanied by an audacious declaration. "Baroque Raidfield, had you ever been kicked by light?" With a thunderous boom, the dazzling light pierced through the haze, the ground beneath collapsing, the ensuing storm violently propelling Kong away. However, amidst the blinding radiance, Borsalino's lecherous visage twisted in a fear as he felt his right leg ensnared. The five-fingered grip of Raidfield, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, countered Borsalino's assault and grasped him firmly. "You're that brat from the Navy. Hasn't your instructor Zifa warned you that being arrogant before the strong can lead to death?" Gripping Borsalino's leg tightly, Raidfield slammed him to the ground, a cataclysmic sound echoing as Borsalino writhed in pain, blood spilling from his mouth, creating a massive crater. With each smash, debris flew, the earth quaking violently. As Raidfield held the inverted Borsalino, his expression one of disdain, delivering a kick to Borsalino's abdomen. In an instant, his eyes glazed over, and with a contorted face, Borsalino was sent flying, rolling across the ground, leaving a long trench in his wake. Bloodied and on the brink of unconsciousness, the swift execution, Borsalino barely had time to react before being gravely injured. Since graduation, while Borsalino had faced challenges, none had managed to catch him. Even Kaido of the Beasts could not detain him against his will. Yet now, emboldened by his speed, Borsalino had grown arrogant, unaware that individuals of Raidfield's caliber needed only a single moment to secure his demise. Confronting Raidfield at close quarters, rather than maintaining distance, Borsalino's fate was sealed. Perhaps decades later, he could boast such confidence before Raidfield, but for now, he lacked the qualifications that is this truly the future of the Navy? Observing the battered, near-unconscious Borsalino, Raidfield felt a genuine disdain. If Zifa, Garp, or Sengoku were present, he would simply turn and walk away. Yet, faced with these brats, he harbored no qualms about eliminating a few for good measure. Netherhound. Just as Raidfield prepared to strike Borsalino, a figure approached the ground, a surge of heat rising sharply, a magma fist crashing towards Raidfield. Furrowing his brow, Raidfield clenched his fist, choosing not to evade but to meet the blow head-on. The ground erupted, scalding lava splattering as the newly arrived Sakazuki sank deep into the earth, his body uncontrollably sliding away. Another magma brat had arrived. Holding a black umbrella, Raidfield was utterly vexed. With a swift motion, he swung the black umbrella, unleashing a crimson slash that hurtled towards Sakazuki. Unlike Borsalino, who was brash and arrogant, Sakazuki chose to elementalize in advance, coalescing his body on the opposite side before launching his attack. Great eruption. The magma churned, and a fist of dark red magma, as massive as a mountain, descended upon Raidfield like a volcanic eruption. However, mid-air, a buzzing sound erupted as a slash forcefully cleaved through the magma, carrying its residual energy towards Sakazuki. Cracked and fragmented, Sakazuki reformed his body, spitting blood from his mouth. It was evident that every attack Raidfield unleashed bore the mark of Haki, even though it had weakened by a tear. Yet, for Sakazuki and his companions, it remained a formidable threat. With a grave expression, Sakazuki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and droplets of magma cascaded from his body, swiftly saturating the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, Raidfield, gripping the black umbrella, extended his other hand and beckoned Sakazuki with a gesture, his expression dripping with disdain. "Damn it, the old geezer! Perish!" Raidfield's provocation ignited Sakazuki's fury, prompting him to launch a wide-ranging assault. Flowing volcano, both fists erupted with countless massive magma punches, forming a meteor shower that roared through the air, relentlessly raining down upon Raidfield, plunging the entire scene into chaos. Yet these concentrated attacks bore no effect on Raidfield. As if strolling leisurely, his form appeared to move, yet remained stationary. In the blink of an eye, he traversed over 100 meters, materializing before Sakazuki. Alarmed, without a moment's hesitation, Sakazuki elementalized, merging with the magma beneath him. 10 meters away, as Sakazuki began to coalesce, he was seized by an overwhelming chill, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a black fist struck heavily against his face. Within arm's reach, Raidfield stood unyielding in the magma, his feet entirely blackened, launching an attack on Sakazuki. "Magma imp, your magma is akin to cold water." Observing Sakazuki's reformation in the distance, Raidfield deliberately paced back and forth through the molten rock, with a sinister expression. Sakazuki's eyes blazed with fury. Raidfield's contempt pierced him like a dagger. "I will see you dead." All magma surged violently as Sakazuki's lower body transformed into a torrent of lava, his right fist raised high as he charged rapidly towards Raidfield. Canine Fong's Scarlet Lotus, with a roar that echoed from the depths of hell, Sakazuki's right hand morphed into a magma hound, propelled by immense eruptive force, crashing forward. Majestic and imposing, Raidfield merely raised his black umbrella. Enveloped in haki, effortlessly absorbing Sakazuki's onslaught. Countless magma projectiles collided with an invisible barrier, perpetually thwarted by Raidfield's black umbrella. One explosive kick sent Sakazuki reeling, his eyes glazing over as blood spewed from his mouth, propelling him like a cannonball through the air. Before he even hit the ground, Raidfield appeared out of thin air, delivering a horizontal kick that cracked with a resounding snap, bending Sakazuki's waist at an unnatural angle, sending him crashing down like a meteor, carving a trench through the rubble. Coughing violently, bloodied, Sakazuki struggled to rise, but his body betrayed him, overwhelmed by the sensation of collapse induced by a single kick from Raidfield. Such power! This man before him was undeniably formidable. Gazing at the fallen Borsalino, Sakazuki, and the empty space where they lay, Raidfield smirked. "You Navy folks truly are a disappointment." At that moment, gunfire erupted in succession, as a Navy led by Kong surged forth from the ruins, launching an assault on Raidfield. Previously unable to engage in battle, after enduring a half-month struggle against Kong, their stamina must have dwindled. Presenting an opportunity for them, 3 Vice Admirals vanished among the debris, encircling Raidfield, weapons drawn, eyes glinting with intent. Clearly, these 3 Vice Admirals had not retreated, but had patiently awaited their moment. Fixating on the trio, Raidfield's eyes widened, and in an instant, the sky erupted with thunderous roars, the overwhelming Conqueror's haki exuding an aura that seized the soul, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. Thud, thud, one by one. They fell, leaving only a fraction of the audience standing. The previous encirclement had become a mere farce. As blood burst forth, the sheer force of the Conqueror's haki crushed down upon the 3 Vice Admirals, rendering them momentarily dazed, and it was during that fleeting instant that they plummeted into oblivion. The cries of agony rang out as one Vice Admiral's head soared high, blood erupting from his severed neck like a fountain. The other 2 were left dismembered, their insides and blood spilling onto the ground. Only then did distant sounds emerge, as the ruins, once uneven, transformed into a flat expanse behind the 3 Vice Admirals. After a relentless half-month of combat, Raidfield could still eliminate 3 Vice Admirals in an instant. The titles of Lonely Red, the Reclusive Raid, and the Crimson Count aptly belonged to Barolik Raidfield. Witnessing this scene, Borsalino, Sakazuki, and even Kong, all lying on the ground, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Without reinforcements, they might very well meet their end here today. Damn it! In a fit of rage and frustration, Sakazuki glared at the approaching Raidfield. His face twisted in agony, yearning to move, but the lament of his body rendered him powerless. Just as hope seemed lost, a thunderous explosion resounded from the horizon, followed by a figure crashing heavily to the ground. Kicking up a cloud of dust, another brat has arrived. Growing impatient, Raidfield regarded the emerging figure from the smoke. Yi Chun, with emerald-red eyes, now glinting with murderous intent. Yi Chun, Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kong all sighed in relief. But their hearts soon filled with worry. For now, Yi Chun's presence was vital to their survival. "You better hold on," Sakazuki thought, blood pooling in his mouth as he watched Yi Chun's silhouette. Offering no reply, Yi Chun maintained a cold demeanor, warily eyeing Raidfield. Merely standing there, Raidfield exuded an immense pressure upon him. This time, Raidfield refrained from striking, his emerald-red eyes shimmering with a bewitching allure, a colossal will sweeping through the air, bearing down upon Yi Chun. Thunder cracked, and Yi Chun suddenly bent low as the ground beneath him shattered, an unimaginable weight pressing down upon his shoulders, while his mind felt as though it were filled to the brim with water, threatening to burst with pain. Each wave of pressure grew heavier, and in his chaotic mind, it felt as though a lofty king was coldly observing Yi Chun, embodying indifference, ruthlessness, and an overwhelming dominance. This king, seated high above, gazed down upon all things, swallowing mountains and rivers whole. His face flushed, his waist bent further, his legs trembled uncontrollably, gradually succumbing to the pressure. "Kneel, kneel!" Voices of authority and dominance echoed in Yi Chen's ears, layer upon layer eroding his resolve. Blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth as he struggled to hold on. His knees hovered just above the ground, just as that voice threatened to shatter Yi Chen's inner spirit. The visage of his past enslavement, marred and twisted, was laid bare, enveloping his entire soul. "That I refuse." Lifting his head, his flushed face contorted in rage, his black eyes seemed to want to burst from their sockets. Howling like a vengeful spirit, simultaneously, an indomitable force surged from an unknown source, yearning to break free from its constraints. Yet in the end, it always fell just short. Gradually, Yi Chen's bent back and knees straightened. His gaze fixed feverishly upon Radefield, the veins and tendons on his neck bulging like writhing worms. Blood spilled from his mouth, but he persisted. He would never kneel before anyone. Never. Pain and torment flooded Yi Chen's mind. Filled with darkness, suffering, fury, and obstinance. With a fierce snarl, Yi Chen charged forward, the ground erupting beneath him. A blur as he lunged at Radefield, he desired to see him kneel, to see him submit like a dog to the ground. Whoever stood in his way would perish. Observing Yi Chen's approach, Radefield's expression held a hint of surprise, because he had not anticipated that this little imp could withstand his conqueror's haki and still possess the strength to counterattack. The ground trembled as Yi Chen, his heart torn by anguish, clearly did not lose his composure. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the man before him. Thus he unleashed his full potential from the very outset. As he closed in, his body swelled and, in an instant, exploded, creating a small mushroom cloud that engulfed the shattered terrain, with smoke and flames soaring skyward, drowning the surroundings in chaos. This sudden and overwhelming explosion sent shockwaves throughout the arena. Particularly close by, Radefield was momentarily taken aback, swept away by the explosive force, and was sent flying. Amidst the billowing smoke, Yi Chen began to coalesce from head to toe. However, the distortions on his face were now pallid, as the detonation throughout his body had seemingly bound his very soul to the brink of death, rendering him breathless. Yet, it was the hatred and torment that sustained him. He not only sought to survive, but also yearned to find a way back to that world. Before that, no one would force him to bow. He vowed to trample everyone beneath his feet. Without exception, as this conviction within Yi Chen ignited with increasing fervor, an indomitable will began to resurface. Yet it still failed to break through that barrier. Amidst the swirling smoke, Yi Chen charged towards Radefield like a madman, delivering a decisive kick. Rising from the ruins, Radefield's expression was grim as he observed Yi Chen barreling towards him. His umbrella poised for an attack, but once again, Yi Chen's right foot erupted. This time, however, Radefield did not get blown away. Instead, he braced himself against the explosion and retaliated with a powerful punch to Yi Chen's abdomen. Blood erupted from Yi Chen's mouth as he grimaced, and in that moment of being sent flying, his other foot detonated as well. The ground within a 30-meter radius transformed into a crater, with only Yi Chen's upper body being propelled outward, scalding blood spilling incessantly from his mouth, but a swift strike cleaved through the smoke, aimed at Yi Chen. Regaining his footing, Yi Chen lunged to the left, narrowly avoiding the slash that carved a chasm in its wake. That moment, a chilling sense of impending doom descended upon him as Radefield, bloodied and with murder in his emerald eyes, bore down upon him, fueled by the injury inflicted by this little imp. The earth shattered beneath them as Yi Chen, without a second thought, unleashed an explosion that generated unparalleled destruction, wreaking havoc across the battlefield. "Kid, I will see you dead." Amidst the smoke, Radefield emerged, his form ragged and drenched in blood. A series of 10 slashes ensued, encircling and confining the coalescing form of Yi Chen. The earth shook violently as a cataclysmic explosion erupted, causing Yi Chen, who had just regained his strength, to bleed from every orifice as another detonation occurred. Hills began to rise, and the colossal shockwaves continued unabated, mercilessly obliterating everything in their path, from the swirling smoke and flames. Crimson slashes ascended, cleaving through all, The elements roared and convulsed as suddenly Yi Chen crashed heavily to the ground, shattering several hills before collapsing into a pool of blood. Gasping for breath, he felt an insurmountable chasm of disparity. Akin to an insurmountable abyss, the power between the two was on entirely different planes. Even in his weakened state, Riderfield could effortlessly subdue Yi Chen. Lying on the ground, Yi Chen struggled for air, his left eye squinting as a blood tear streamed down, as if he were grievously wounded. Moments ago, amidst the smoke, Yi Chen had been forced to endure one of Riderfield's slashes, yet his power had fallen short, leaving a gash from his left eye to his temple. Each explosion, especially those that consumed his entire being, drained Yi Chen's stamina, compounded by Riderfield's relentless assaults, rendering his body nearly incapable of enduring further. Struggling to rise, he had no time to react before a massive hand seized his neck, lifting him into the air. With blood streaming down his head, Yi Chen gazed at the furious Riderfield, thrusting his knee upward in defiance. But Riderfield was swifter, forcefully slamming Yi Chen back to the ground, uprooting countless boulders. Struck with tremendous force, Yi Chen coughed blood, his eyes bulging, with his left eye now entirely blood-red. Devoid of color. Why, Yi Chen? Curse you! Not far away, the three members of the Void lay on the ground, watching Yi Chen being hoisted into the air once more by Riderfield, their faces etched with worry. At that moment, Yi Chen felt as though his body was no longer his own, devoid of any strength, his head merely drooping as blood dripped from his 7 orifices. The staggering gap in power left him utterly defenseless. Little imp, your time has come. With one hand gripping Yi Chen's throat, Riderfield's other hand held a pitch-black umbrella, ominously dark. You all deserve to die. In a daze, bubbles of blood formed at Yi Chen's lips as he mumbled indistinctly, unsure whether he was cursing Riderfield or someone else entirely. Yet his murmurs bore no weight against Riderfield, who aimed the black umbrella at Yi Chen's heart and plunged it downwards. Suddenly, an unseen speed surged forth, as a massive, dark, bluish hand seized the black umbrella, and a leg like a pillar of heaven crashed down, causing the atmosphere to wail as it erupted. In that critical moment, Riderfield's expression shifted dramatically as he roared. Kapu! The ground exploded, a streak of light surged forth, unleashing boundless waves of shock, vanishing without a trace. With Riderfield's grip loosened, Yi Chen was caught by a pair of hands, barely clinging to life, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The hastily arriving Kapu assessed Yi Chen's injuries, his face darkening at the sight. The wounds were grievous, with countless bones undoubtedly fractured. Oldham and that moment, a throng of Navy personnel rushed from the distance, led by Kazan. Yet unbeknownst to them, amidst the Navy, a peculiar creature blended in, black and white. Particularly striking were its dark eye rings. Had Yi Chen seen it, he would have paused in surprise, for the upright creature was none other than a bear. A ferocious beast from a past life, now living a gentle existence, a treasure of China. Get him medical attention. After placing Yi Chen down, Kapu shot off, determined not to allow Riderfield to escape this time. Quickly, bandage him up. Gasping in shock, Kazan observed the barely alive Yi Chen, his eyes flickering as he urgently instructed the accompanying doctors to attend to him. Meanwhile, Kong, Sakazuki, and Polysolino were also brought over, each sustaining severe injuries, destined to remain bedridden for several days, especially Yi Chen and Kong. Simultaneously, in the distant sky, dark clouds loomed, seemingly splitting the heavens as thunder raged. Most importantly, 2 immense wills of Conqueror's Haki clashed incessantly. Your speed is far too slow. Recovering slightly under the doctor's care, Polysolino, still shaken, complained to Kuzin, "Do you think we wish for this? We are in a new world." This time, the delay was largely due to the late notice. It was akin to Sengoku informing Yi Chen, who could have been notified much earlier, yet it was postponed until the very end point. One could say it was Sengoku's negligence, though it was understandable. After all, before Kong and Riderfield had officially determined a victor, Sengoku could not disregard Kong's dignity by alerting them before the battle had even commenced. Wouldn't that imply that Kong was bound to lose to Riderfield? What place would that leave Kong's pride? Ultimately, the intricacies of a situation were exceedingly complex. Extra! The notorious Red Baron, Berwick Ryder Field, has been captured by the Navy and will soon be sent to the world's foremost prison, Impel Down. The Marine Admiral, Steelbone Kong, is severely injured. With the capture of the notorious Red Baron, the pirates' might was suppressed, and the Navy's justice would prevail unwaveringly that a week had passed since the last confrontation. With Kapu's arrival, the depleted Ryder Field was no match, ultimately being apprehended and sent to Impel Down. During this week, news agencies worldwide, like Sharks Scenting Blood, conducted thorough investigations and published reports that shocked the entire world. Who is the notorious Red Baron? He is one of the most formidable pirates currently, yet he's been captured by the Navy. This news dealt a significant blow to pirates across the seas. Conversely, the Navy's renown soars like the sun at noon, with countless individuals across the globe aspiring to join its ranks. Among them, the names of Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Yi Chun have risen to new heights, particularly after a few audacious youngsters dared to confront Berwick Ladefield. Even though they were ultimately vanquished in an instant, their bravery is commendable, rendering them idols to many young Navy personnel. Consequently, the news agencies under the auspices of the world government have begun to report extensively, exaggerating the dangers involved and heralding the Navy's unwavering commitment to justice, vowing to spare no evil, thus inflating the fervor surrounding the incident. To the uninitiated, hearing such news evokes a perception of the world government and the Navy as paragons of patriotism and righteousness. While pirates are painted as irredeemably malevolent and criminal, in an uncharted region of a new world, a massive pirate crew leisurely sails the seas, their deck alive with laughter and revelry as they host a banquet. At the center stands a robust man, adorned with a captain's hat, his countenance resolute and commanding, a jug of wine in one hand and a newspaper in the other, erupting into hearty laughter. I can hardly believe that Ladefield was captured by the Navy. Indeed, it is astonishing that a middle-aged man with short golden hair and white-rimmed glasses, clutching a newspaper, interjects, "Captain, is Ladefield that aloof red Berwick Ladefield we encountered last time?" The formidable one. At that moment, two figures chase after each other, drawing closer. One a youth with red hair donning a straw hat, followed by a fellow with a large red nose, inquiring that it's Shanks and Buggy. "That's the one," grins Roger, the captain, nodding in agreement. Such a powerful individual, yet captured by the Navy, a young man with a red nose, resembling a clown, appears flustered. Whether genuinely or feigned remains uncertain. Do not underestimate the Navy, or you shall suffer greatly, just like that rascal Carp. Ha. Meanwhile, in another region of the New World, an equally formidable pirate crew drifts leisurely upon the ocean. Above in the lofty skies, a paradise-like island harbors a sovereign, greedily surveying the world below. Currently, the most notable pirate crews are rife with disdain, shock, and disbelief at the capture of Berwick Ladefield. In the medical ward of Marineford, a spacious room houses an unconscious individual, his body wrapped in white bandages, leaving only his left eye exposed. Nearby, various medical machines hum with activity. Not far from the ward, an office belonging to the attending physician resonates with several voices. "I wish to know how long it will be until he awakens." A serious-looking figure, also bandaged, reveals he has made significant recovery over the past week. The Navy's affairs have been entrusted to Sengoku. Yet his greatest concern remains the youth lying in the adjacent ward, who could more accurately be described as a boy, for while he appears youthful, his age suggests otherwise. Marshal Kong, Major Yi Chun sustained more severe injuries than any of you. Nearly losing his life, "I cannot ascertain when he will awaken," replies the attending doctor, tense, well aware that the man before him is a high-ranking naval officer. Is it truly that grave? Standing beside Kong are several others, including Carp, Zifa, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kuzan, with Sakazuki being the one to interject. However, apart from Zifa and Carp, the others are similarly bandaged. Despite a week of recovery, none have shed their wrappings. It is more severe than you can imagine. His bones are nearly shattered throughout. Had we delayed any longer, he might have perished. What is left, Zifa furrows his brow. "I regret to inform you that I cannot restore it. Perhaps only the powers of select few devil fruits could bring back his sight. I have performed surgery in an attempt to repair his eye, and it appears as it once did. Yet he remains blind." A heavy silence envelopes the room. Regardless, surviving is the greatest blessing. Carp, typically boisterous. Let's out aside, he cannot die. I will spare no effort to ensure he lives. Kong, maintaining a serious demeanor, firmly instructs the attending physician. Understood. Let us depart. We shall return to check on this young man tomorrow. With that, Kong and his companions exit. The next day, a meeting convenes in Kong's office. Hawk, you are to award Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Yi Chun with first-class merits. Furthermore, the benefits for the rank of major shall be doubled. Had it not been for their strength, we might not have captured Ladefield at all. However, they are still somewhat young. Understood. Hawk nods in acknowledgement. What is the current situation on the seas? Kong, prioritizing naval matters, turns his gaze to Sengoku. With the imprisonment of Barolik Ladefield, the Navy's reputation has grown even more illustrious. In fact, many conflicts occurring in various regions have diminished significantly. If possible, I hope the Navy can seize this opportunity to recruit. Our strength remains too feeble. Sengoku contemplates Kong's words before responding. Recruitment? Kong sighs, and after a moment's deliberation, states, I shall petition the Gorosei, though you are all aware the likelihood is slim. Kong's statement casts a pall of silence over the room. At their level, they are privy to the unspoken realities of the world government, which has long been critical of the Navy. Initially, they were outraged, but over time, they have grown accustomed to it. Otherwise, how could the pirates on the seas be so brazen? They understand that the powers above seek balance, for a competent ruler must maintain equilibrium. The world is vast, and total unification may not necessarily yield positive outcomes, as internal strife could ultimately dismantle the colossal world government. A ruler must ensure stability through balance, as this is the most advantageous course for them. Time flows on. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed in the residence of the major. Within Yi Chen's villa, a figure drenched in sweat is diligently training in the backyard. Having been discharged from the hospital for 3 days, Yi Chen realizes that his left eye has lost its vision. Yet, he feels little emotional turmoil, as if it were not his own eye that had gone blind. Whether he truly cares is a truth only Yi Chen knows. At the very least, Tina has wept several times. And even Cheyenne and Barrygood have been in less than cheerful spirits lately. Brother Yi Chen, look what I bought. Not long into his training, the villa's door swings open, revealing a graceful figure who joyfully greets Yi Chen. Pausing his exercises, Yi Chen wipes the sweat from his brow and turns to see Tina, Cheyenne, and Barrygood, their arms laden with bags, brimming with provisions. Tonight we shall host a barbecue feast. Cheyenne grins, having not seen Yi Chen for 6 months. Their last encounter was at the hospital, where Tina had feared for Yi Chen's life and cried countless times, Prepare yourselves, I shall take a quick shower. During Yi Chen's absence, it was Tina who resided in the villa, while Cheyenne and Barrygood had taken over the neighboring villa belonging to Virgo. Observing Yi Chen pass by, Tina bites her lip, her eyes momentarily reflecting melancholy. However, she soon calls to Cheyenne and Barrygood, who are retrieving the barbecue grill from the kitchen, fully prepared, evidently having anticipated this for the past 6 months. That night, the atmosphere is ablaze with lights. The boundless starry sky, illuminated and resplendent, resembles a shimmering galaxy stretching across the horizon. Cheyenne, it's going to burn. Turn it quickly. In the villa's backyard, an outdoor campsite comes to life as Cheyenne, donned in a chef's apron, moves about the grill, appearing quite adept. Meanwhile, Tina seems to have made a special effort. Donning light makeup, her long pink hair cascading down, dressed in a blue and red dress that complements her figure, accentuated by a pair of stylish low-heeled crystal sandals, rendering her particularly enchanting. It is no wonder Cheyenne has stolen glances more than once or twice. I'm back. At that moment, Barrygood entered the room, carrying 2 barrels of wine that exuded a fragrant aroma. Nearby, at the dining table, Yi Chen's eyes were wide open, although at first glance everything seemed normal. A closer inspection would reveal that his left eye was shrouded in an eerie void, devoid of any color, creating a stark contrast with the vibrant hue of his right eye. After being in a coma for nearly half a month, Yi Chen was perusing the news report, which contained an array of information, such as a certain kingdom being besieged by pirates, or a pirate's bounty exceeding 100 million, the variety of topics served merely to pass the time. As entertainment in this world was rather scarce. "Brother Yi-chun, what are you reading?" A fragrant breeze wafted over as Tina squeezed in beside Yi-chun, her curious little head blocking his line of sight as she peered at the news report. However, her interest waned quickly after glancing at the headlines, which were filled with tales of violence and bloodshed. With an expression of indifference, Yi-chun extended a hand to gently push Tina's little head away from his chest. As her upper body had nearly nestled into his embrace, forced apart, Tina puffed out her cheeks, casting an annoyed glance at Yi-chun, her eyes unblinking. "Oh, I have something on my face," without a ripple of emotion. Yi-chun turned a page of the news report and, out of the corner of his eye, noticed Tina's unwavering gaze upon him. Unmoved, he flatly replied, no still staring foolishly. Tina refused to divert her attention from Yi-chun. A minute passed, then two, until Yi-chun suddenly turned his head, startling Tina and causing her cheeks to flush a deep red. Did something happen? Observing Tina's lowered gaze and her evasive demeanor, Yi-chun furrowed his brow, and his expression darkened suddenly as he questioned, "Is someone bullying you?" "No." With her chest rising and falling rhythmically, Tina lifted her head, mustering her courage to continue speaking, but was interrupted. "The barbecue is ready," Shun announced, bringing over the grilled skewers, while Barragud opened the wine barrels and poured several bowls. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that both Shun and Barragud were forcing smiles. Interrupted, Yi-chun turned away, setting the news report aside to begin enjoying the barbecue. "Hey, Shun, when did you learn to grill?" "This is quite good," Yi-chun remarked with surprise as he bit into a piece of meat of uncertain origin. For Shun had never been skilled at this before. Are you surprised?" Shun replied, sitting down with a proud tilt of his head. "I learned during the 6 months you were away." Barragud clinked his bowl with Yi-chun's in celebration. Impressive, perhaps due to their 6-month separation, Yi-chun found himself conversing more than usual. "What a pity, Smoker and Virgo have yet to return," Barragud sighed wistfully. "Since you all left, we've truly been lonely for the past 6 months. By the way, I heard Virgo and Smoker are guarding a base now. Is that true?" Shun inquired with a hint of envy, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. "Seems like it, but I'm not entirely sure." Yi-chun replied, while eating. The information he possessed over the past 6 months was not necessarily more extensive than what Barragud and Shun had learned in Marineford. "Tina, why are you sulking?" "Eat." Yi-chun, perplexed by Tina's uncharacteristic quietness during the usually lively gatherings, urged her to join in. Tina, in a lackluster manner, rolled her eyes. "Let us have a toast." The expressions of Shun and Barragud shifted, but Yi-chun remained oblivious, raising his bowl to clink with theirs. In a few months, you should also be graduating, right?" "Yes, in another 6 months. By then, I will set sail as well." As they began to share their dreams, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. The 2 barrels gradually emptied, and the moon reached its zenith. A gentle breeze swept through, and the trio had slumped over the table, while Yi-chun, in a state of mild inebriation, retained a degree of clarity in his thoughts. With his right hand covering his face and propped on the table, he kept his left eye open, maintaining this position for a full 5 minutes. One could see that his left hand, resting beneath the table, was tightly clenched, veins bulging along his arm. After exhaling heavily, Yi-chun lifted his head, his expression returning to normal. He glanced at the 3 who were now unconscious and stood up, first helping Shun and Barragud back to their rooms. Next, Yi-chun embraced Tina and carried her to the 3rd floor. Since acquiring this villa, the 3rd floor had been claimed by Tina, now her sole domain. Generally, Yi-chun seldom ventured to the 3rd floor, especially with over half a year away from Marineford. In his arms, Tina wrapped her arms around Yi-chun's waist, shifting slightly as she buried her face deeper into his embrace, occasionally murmuring incoherently. Warm and soft, Tina's body felt almost boneless, and coupled with her thin dress, it provided Yi-chun with an intense sensation. Regardless of his past or present, Yi-chun was still inexperienced, and under the influence of alcohol, his breathing grew heavier. Ultimately, Yi-chun refrained from crossing any boundaries, for Tina was one of his few friends. To sacrifice genuine connection for mere desire was something he could not bring himself to do. Desire in this world could be satiated in many ways. Yi Chen had not sunk so low as to harm those around him. Unbeknownst to him, a new sentiment, known as friendship, had quietly blossomed within his previously desolate heart. The next day, bright and early, Yi Chen arrived at the empty office. Upon entering, he found Sengoku and Tsuru already present, evidently hard at work on administrative matters. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen realized that Kong was grooming Sengoku for the next admiral of the Navy, with Tsuru, as his advisor, serving as an indispensable source of wisdom. Having met Admiral Kong, General Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, Yi Chen remained humble, understanding that one must maintain a low profile. Otherwise, one might not even know how they met their demise. Yi Chen, what brings you here? Kong sat at the head of the table, looking at Yi Chen with satisfaction, gesturing for him to take a seat. Since the incident with Riderfield, Kong had high hopes for Sakazuki, Borisellino, and Yi Chen, acknowledging that their survival was due to the efforts of these three young individuals. Admiral Kong, I wish to inquire about medical-type devil fruits that is there a catalog of devil fruits available at the headquarters? Yi Chen stated, revealing his purpose for the visit. Why Yi Chen's inquiry caused Sengoku and Tsuru, who had been engrossed in their work, to pause and focus their attention on him, evidently aware of his intentions regarding the devil fruit catalog. There is indeed a catalog, though it is not comprehensive. It contains scant records of medical-related devil fruits. I will have someone bring it to you shortly, but you must return it after you have perused it. Kong replied after a moment of contemplation. Why Yi Chen, if the devil fruits cannot assist you, consider seeking out renowned doctors. The headquarters lacks such resources. However, Judicial Island should have some, so you may want to check there. Tsuru, clearly familiar with the catalog, suggested, knowing it contained little related to medical practices. Thank you for the reminder, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Yi Chen nodded, feeling little emotional turbulence within. Before coming here, he had meticulously recalled fragments of his memories from watching the anime. While he was aware of many aspects, numerous details remained hazy, prompting his visit. For instance, he distinctly remembered that the surgery fruit was consumed by the future supernova Trafalgar Law, as discussed among a group of individuals in a QQ group. They claimed this devil fruit could facilitate an ageless surgery, thereby granting immortality. Yes, this thought crossed his mind. A glimmer of greed flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Who wouldn't desire immortality? Would he simply accept aging once he had gained formidable strength? That notion was absurd. If immortality were attainable, he would pursue it with relentless fervor. Although I initially paid little attention to the plot, the discussions among the group, consisting of some rather unrefined individuals, often drew my focus. Before I realized it, the notifications had accumulated to 99. Their audacious speculations piqued my interest, prompting me to join the conversation. You might consider a weekly episode update acceptable, but the content was particularly lackluster, especially since a certain artist required a membership for access. This irked Yi Chen, leading him to contemplate fattening up the source before ultimately eliminating it. Presently, Yi Chen harbors a singular ambition: to amalgamate the scant memories and conjectures in his mind with the Devil Fruit Compendium, alongside various materials pertaining to this world, to devise a meticulous plan. For instance, he aims to establish a modest objective: to attain immortality, and to earn his first billion, a lofty aspiration indeed. With immortality secured, he would have infinite time at his disposal. Eventually, he would come to thoroughly understand this world, and he refuses to believe he cannot find his way home, even if he cannot locate the path back. He is determined to comprehend how he arrived here. There is much to be accomplished. Therefore, the issue of time must be addressed. Currently, Yi Chen has two ambitions. The first is to stand atop this world, where no one can deceive, humiliate, or torment him. The second ambition is to live indefinitely. The Devil Fruit Compendium is merely the first step. He does not believe that the only devil fruit capable of granting immortality is the Op fruit. Being prepared is tantamount to having a contingency plan. Everyone wishes to live. No one desires death. Otherwise, Yi Chen would have taken his own life long ago. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You may go. Shortly, someone will deliver the compendium to you. That if it does not contain what you seek, you ought to visit Justice Island. I will inform them. Thank you, Admiral Kong. Yi Chen saluted and then turned to leave. Observing Yi Chen's vanishing figure, Kong smiled faintly and then activated the transponder snail, issuing a command. Indeed, mere minutes after Yi Chun arrived at the villa, a brigadier general appeared, bearing the Devil Fruit Compendium. In truth, the Navy possesses more than this single compendium. However, due to the need for balance, the majority of the information has been sent to Justice Island, along with some intelligence from the world government. To put it plainly, the Navy only needs to focus on pirates. Other matters are addressed by various world government entities, and those in power prefer that the Navy not be overly informed. Once the compendium was in hand, Yi Chun settled onto the sofa in the hall and began to peruse it. The majority comprised Zoan and Paramecia types, complete with explanations and techniques previously developed by others. Along with a few nature types, the final pages surprisingly contain the exceedingly rare mythical Zoan types. Even the most inferior of fruits warranted Yi Chun's glance. Naturally, there were several devil fruits related to medicine, including the Op fruit, the Heal fruit, and the enigmatic Life fruit. However, some fruits had either not appeared for centuries or were known only by name, with no further information available, such as the Life fruit. Of course, Yi Chun was particularly focused on the devil fruits associated with longevity. Op fruit, Life fruit, Age fruit, Reversion fruit, mythical Zoan bat fruit in vampire form, mythical Zoan bird fruit in angel form. To his surprise, there were many fruits that hinted at immortality, but these fruits were only identified by name. Yi Chun was aware that a few of them would eventually emerge, but aside from the Op fruit, the prospects for the others were dim. After all, Yi Chun could not consume a second devil fruit. Wait, second devil fruit. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Yi Chun, as if he recalled something. During the Marineford War, wasn't Blackbeard capable of consuming 2 devil fruits? If he could uncover the method, could he not also ingest 2? To be precise, when he initially watched the anime, Yi Chun had skimmed through and hastily advanced the scenes to witness the conclusion of the Marineford War, only to then begin his own path of cultivation. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and he wore a chilling smile. Finally, after examining the Devil Fruit Compendium, Yi Chun selected the most advantageous fruit, the mythical Zoan bat fruit in vampire form. The reason for this choice was due to the group's assertions that this fruit not only grants immortality, but also allows one to revert to a youthful state as long as there is fresh blood, while maintaining peak strength. The ability to regain youth and sustain one's power at its zenith was of utmost importance to Yi Chun. With this devil fruit and his explosive fruit, who could possibly thwart him in this world? While other fruits might also confer immortality, none could match the comprehensive benefits of this one. Thus, should any news arise regarding the Life fruit or the angel form mythical Zoan, Yi Chun would be equally receptive. However, these 2 fruits had not appeared for centuries and had almost become legends. Their existence was questionable. Most crucially, Yi Chun knew the whereabouts of the vampire mythical Zoan devil fruit, which was nearly consumed by Baroque Works Crocodile. Yet, during the last battle, the old man seemed not to have eaten a devil fruit, indicating that Yi Chun still had a chance. First, he needed to calm down. After giving his head a gentle pat, Yi Chun steeled himself to thoughtfully consider the path ahead. Step 1. To comprehend how Blackbeard managed to consume 2 devil fruits. Step 2. To ascertain the whereabouts of the vampire mythical Zoan fruit and other devil fruits. In an instant, Yi Chun's thoughts raced as he endeavored to recall his initial viewing of the anime, or the discussions from the forums and the group's information, regardless of their veracity, even if merely hypothetical. This information represented a tremendous fortune for Yi Chun. What if he had not fully watched the anime? Combining the memories he could muster with the chaotic conjectures was no different from having completed the series. It was only at this moment that Yi Chun recognized the vast treasure he possessed. It was akin to having a golden finger. "Hey Yi Chun, you're up early." Suddenly, a bright female voice echoed from the staircase. Tina, yawning, descended in a loose-fitting dress that revealed her smooth, white collarbone. Her pink hair casually cascaded over her shoulder, and she occasionally rubbed her eyes. Setting aside the Devil Fruit Compendium, Yi Chun glanced at the sleepily approaching Tina and remarked playfully that it was nearly noon. Hearing Yi Chun's teasing, Tina stuck out her tongue and leapt onto the sofa, rolling about in a rather ungraceful manner. "Why, Yi Chun, were you the one who escorted me back to my room last night?" Due to the sofa's connection, Tina's body naturally nestled beside Yi Chun as she propped her chin on her hands, her large eyes sparkling as they fixed on him. The hem of her dress slipped, revealing her long, fair legs that occasionally swayed. This morning, I visited Admiral Kong's office. Wai Yi-chun diverted his gaze, flipping through the Devil Fruit Compendium once more, contemplating a visit to Justice Island tomorrow. Noticing Yi-chun's attention shift away from her, Tina pouted and glanced down at her exposed décolletage, beginning to question whether her allure had diminished. Why did Yi-chun not gaze at her with the same desire as those fellows in the academy? Feeling disheartened, Tina became annoyed, propping herself up and suddenly lunging into Yi-chun's embrace, then settling between his legs, her eyes peering at the Devil Fruit Compendium with a mischievous glint. Tina's abrupt intrusion caused Yi-chun's body to tense, and she immediately sensed it, her cheeks flushing as her heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, in the next moment, she steeled her resolve. "Tina, you can do this." Encouraging herself silently, Tina was determined not to yield. Wai Yi-chun, when you visited Admiral Kong's office, was it to retrieve this? The Devil Fruit Compendium? Wow! So many devil fruits. Initially, Tina had not discerned what Yi-chun was examining, but upon spotting the introductions to devil fruits, she gasped in astonishment and bent down to seize the compendium. This sudden movement made Yi-chun's breath hitch slightly. The soft sensation against his leg gradually stirred certain parts of him to life. Unable to endure the discomfort, Yi-chun grasped Tina's shoulders and swiftly moved her aside. Seizing the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia from her hands to mask his embarrassment, Tina, abruptly displaced, felt a pang of displeasure. She found solace in Yi-chun's embrace. Wai Yi-chun, why did you move me? She was about to admonish him, but upon noticing his slightly flushed cheeks and somewhat awkward demeanor, a mischievous smile crept across her face. "Oh, Yi-chun, why are you blushing?" she exclaimed, playfully reaching out to touch his forehead, which was equally warm, his heart racing with an unaccustomed rapidity. After a playful gesture, she placed her hand over her heart, grinning like a crescent moon, suddenly finding Yi-chun irresistibly adorable. She had never seen him like this before. As she leaned closer, Yi-chun could distinctly sense Tina's breath, carrying a fragrance reminiscent of jasmine. "But it's all right. I'm off to cultivate." "You should hurry and freshen up." Yi-chun feigned composure, his expression neutral. Yet internally he was in turmoil. Observing the composed Yi-chun as he made his escape, Tina secretly clenched her fist in triumph. Meanwhile, Yi-chun retreated to the backyard, exhaling heavily. Upon his return, Tina's demeanor seemed markedly different. She was clingy and audacious. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? His mind was a chaotic whirl, for he recalled that Tina had not been this bold in the past. Shaking his head to dispel the muddled thoughts, he began his training. Not long into his practice, around noon, Shun and Barrygood also stirred. Shortly thereafter, Tina dragged Yi-chun out for a shopping spree. The afternoon passed in a blur. "Aren't you two supposed to be at the academy?" Yi-chun inquired, observing Tina, who was eagerly bouncing around selecting clothes. "We have plenty of time now. We decided to devote our time to cultivation." Barrygood replied, eyeing the men's apparel nearby. "Since you all left, the academy has felt rather deserted. Thus, we've been residing in the villa rather than the dorms," Shun sighed. "Before long, you'll all graduate. Since you have time now, it would be wise to cultivate more. The world outside can be rather harsh." Wai Yi-chun nodded, offering a few words of caution to Wai Yi-chun. "Come here, quickly," Tina called from a distance, waving a piece of men's clothing. As Yi-chun approached, he recognized that the outfit Tina had chosen was undoubtedly for him. "Don't tell me this is meant for me." Yi-chun, how did you become so clever?" Tina leaned closer, her expression a delightful mix of surprise and charm. "You should try it on." With that, she pushed him into the changing room. Meanwhile, Shun and Barrygood appeared somewhat dejected for reasons unknown. "Shun, Barrygood, you both should change as well," Tina insisted, producing two more outfits from a nearby rack, instantly brightening the spirits of her companions. "Oh." The two of them, appearing somewhat foolish, clutched their clothes and entered the changing room. The afternoon was consumed with the task of selecting outfits, stretching over 2 to 3 hours, leaving Yi-chun with a stern expression that he often thought that this time could have been better spent on cultivation. Yet Tina adamantly refused to return. "What do you think? Do I look good in this outfit?" After selecting men's clothing, Tina switched to women's attire, donning a blue shirt that accentuated her slender figure with a pair of trousers. Beautiful, stunning, Shun and Barrygood exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration, struggling to suppress their drooling. Yi-chun, however, felt little impact but nodded in agreement. Noticing Yi-chun's reaction, Tina frowned slightly before retreating into the changing room once more. Minutes passed, and when she emerged again, she looked completely transformed. Her once flowing pink hair was now tied up, and she wore a shoulder-bearing long dress that exuded sensuality. Shun and Barrygood's expressions remained unchanged, while Yi-chun continued to nod silently. Tina frowned again, retreating to change yet again. The cycle continued, with her trying on dozens of outfits, each time emerging with a furrowed brow. Although she wore a smile, Yi-chun sensed an undercurrent of frustration. When the changing room door swung open once more, Tina appeared, and this time, Yi-chun's gaze brightened slightly. Her pink hair cascaded elegantly, her neck bare of adornments, and she donned a sky-blue dress adorned with red and white accents, the hem grazing just above her knees. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, were undeniably alluring, complemented by crystal low-heeled sandals that added a touch of grace to her figure. This ensemble transformed Tina's aura entirely. In his past life, Yi-chun had been somewhat of a recluse, harboring fantasies of a girlfriend adorned in black stockings. Now, Tina embodied that perfect vision. Her beauty, figure, and demeanor were nothing short of extraordinary, causing Yi-chun's heart to race unexpectedly. Noticing Yi-chun's evasive glances, Tina twirled around, her skirt billowing, revealing her thighs while ensuring her modesty remained intact. Nearby, Shun and Barrygood were swallowing hard, their hearts pounding audibly, as if the sounds could be heard down the street. At their age, they were filled with youthful vigor, yet in the presence of seasoned adults, Tina would merely be considered a pretty girl. However, in the eyes of Shun and Barrygood, she was an immense temptation. That's the one, Tina declared joyfully, waving her hand in triumph, deciding not to change again. She had likely discerned that this style was more alluring to him, and in the future, a little experimentation would reveal even more. Beneath a cloudless sky, a figure sped across the vast ocean, riding the winds and vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. After 3 days in Marinvondo, Yi-chun decided it was time to depart. When Tina learned of his intention to leave, she was quite displeased, causing quite a ruckus, but Yi-chun paid her no mind. After all, everyone had their own lives, and he could not remain in Marinvondo indefinitely. Most importantly, during those 3 days, Tina's behavior had been exceedingly peculiar, igniting a fire within Yi-chun. Throughout the day, she must have changed outfits 7 or 8 times, parading before him in various states of undress. Initially, Yi-chun remained unaffected, continuing his cultivation. However, as Tina grew increasingly bold, donning various stockings and shoulder-bearing skirts, he could no longer contain himself. Thus, he decided to leave that very day. With the sea breeze caressing him, bringing a refreshing coolness, Yi-chun gazed out at the boundless ocean, reflecting on Tina's odd antics over the past few days. Even a fool could see that Tina harbored feelings for him, but Yi-chun was no fool. He not only recognized Tina's affections, but also noted that Shun and Barrygood were fond of her as well. At present, he had no time for romance, especially given the involvement of several close friends in this world. Physical needs could easily be addressed. If he wished, Yi-chun could indulge without restraint. Yet his true aim was not that, but rather the pursuit of power. He still felt weak, especially after the events with Raidfield, which had illuminated his vulnerabilities and clarified his desires. With power, authority, wealth, and women at his disposal, he could then indulge in such distractions. However, he was not yet worthy of such indulgences. Otherwise, he would lack even the strength to protect those he cared for. Thus, Yi-chun was remarkably clear-headed, more so than ever before. Judicial Island, also known as the Island of Eternal Night, serves as one of the courts and intelligence agencies of the world government, directly under its jurisdiction. Here, the stationed military forces number in the thousands, and due to its status as the face of the world government, it is bustling with activity. After 2 days of wandering, Yi-chun finally set foot on this island. During this period, while at sea, he encountered a band of pirates, but effortlessly dispatched them, as such feats contributed to his record, which Yi-chan would never overlook. As for the question of indiscriminate slaughter, he was a naval officer, and the notion simply did not apply. In this twisted world, what is deemed as indiscriminate killing is but a farce. What pirate does not have blood on their hands? Thus, Yi-chan felt no burden, nor did he seek conflict intentionally. However, should trouble present itself, he would not hesitate to create a few artistic explosions. Upon arriving at Judicial Island, Yi-chan did not linger but ascended directly towards the Tower of Justice. Prior to his arrival, he had already familiarized himself with Judicial Island at that moment, within the Tower of Justice. The highest commander, Spandane, was convening a meeting. Spandane, who was later defeated by Luffy and his companions, was the father of Spandam, present. Spandam was but a child, and even the formidable Rob Lucci was merely a youth not much older than Yi-chan. Yi-chan strode confidently through the air, soon detected by the station troops, who promptly informed Spandane of his presence. Before Yi-chan's arrival, Kong had already conversed with Spandane via a Den Mushi, and thus was aware of Yi-chan's identity. He halted the meeting to await his arrival. Although Spandane had connections in Mariewa, he was nonetheless cautious in the face of Admiral Kong, for the disparity in their ranks was too great. Furthermore, prior to Yi-chan's arrival, Spandane had conducted an investigation, knowing full well Yi-chan's status and strength in Marineford, where he had become a de facto candidate for admiral. Thus, he dared not treat him with any disrespect. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and Yi-chan, with a stern expression, walked into the office. Spandane, smiling, rose from his seat, extending great courtesy, not allowing his position as the highest commander of Judicial Island to cloud his demeanor towards Yi-chan. Indeed, a dragon among men. Major Yi-chan, Admiral Kong has already informed me of your intentions. After your arduous journey, I've prepared a room for you. Would you prefer to rest first, or bring all the documents to my room? Do not disturb me unless instructed. Yi-chan, regarding the obsequious Spandane with indifference, turned and exited, confident that someone would escort him to his quarters. Their exchange consisted of but 2 sentences before concluding. Once Yi-chan departed, Spandane's previously amiable countenance darkened, for Yi-chan had shown him little regard. This exemplified the difference between power and status. While Spandane held a higher official rank, he humbled himself, bowing and scraping, for everything he possessed paled in comparison to Yi-chan's potential. Nevertheless, Spandane, ever the astute commander of Judicial Island, maintained his composure, allowing the storm brewing within to remain unexpressed, committing it all to memory. Before long, Yi-chan arrived at the top level of the Tower of Justice, in a small garden villa where one could gaze upon the entirety of Judicial Island, clearly designed for esteemed guests. As soon as he arrived, he was greeted by an individual carrying a stack of documents detailing medical knowledge, devil fruits, and various other intricate information. The entire afternoon was spent poring over these materials, integrating them with the memories in his mind, gleaning a wealth of information, albeit not entirely comprehensive, as there was a multitude of documents that could not be fully absorbed in just a day or two. As the sun dipped below the horizon, unbeknownst to him, the door was met with a knock. "Come in." Yi-chan set down the documents, furrowing his brow. The door creaked open, revealing a young woman with long golden hair. Clad in a form-fitting dress, her long legs encased in fishnet stockings, and wearing pink glasses, accompanying her was a coolly composed young man dressed in a suit, radiating an air of menace. "Major, dinner time has arrived." Her voice was crisp yet conveyed an inexplicable chill as she was the first to speak. Observing the pair, Yi-chan's mind conjured images of 2 individuals. "What are your names?" "Khalifa." "Rob Lucci." Their expressions remained emotionless. Yi-chan, having deduced their identities, noted the blood lingering on Lucci, indicating he had recently returned from a mission. "Dinner will be served in my room. You may leave." He returned to studying the materials in his hands. Dismissing the duo, "Major, Commander Spandane has requested that I accompany you. Should you require anything, I shall be just outside the door," Lucci stated coolly before departing. "Understood." Yi-chan did not lift his gaze, merely waving them off. He cared little whether they were there to monitor him or to serve him. Upon hearing Yi-chan's response, Lucci and Khalifa exited, with Khalifa heading to prepare dinner while Lucci took his post outside, Yi Chen's door like a sentinel. Currently, Khalifa and Lu Qi had just graduated, undertaking only simple assassination tasks, far from attaining their eventual status and formidable prowess. The reasons for Spandane's decision to assign Khalifa and Lu Qi remained unclear, and Yi Chen had no interest in uncovering them. During Yi Chen's week-long stay at Judicial Island, all remained tranquil, devoid of any melodramatic incidents. That it must be said that Spandane proved himself a political player, understanding precisely what to do and what not to do, treating Yi Chen with consistent respect throughout. On the third day, Yi Chen entered the archive room of Judicial Island, essentially a repository of documents. Initially, Spandane had sought permission from his superiors, receiving an answer to grant access. At this moment, Yi Chen was entirely unaware that, akin to Sakazuki and others, he had already drawn the attention of the Gorosei, enjoying privileges typically reserved for many vice admirals. Otherwise, gaining entry to the archives would have been impossible. Thus, Yi Chen spent 4 days within the archive room, acquiring a plethora of information. Within its confines lay a cornucopia of legends, journals, and a myriad of other items. After reviewing these materials, Yi Chen contemplated for a day, striving to synthesize all the knowledge within his mind, regardless of its veracity, seeking a singular direction. The outcome was a clarity of thought regarding many matters. Even if he had not completed watching the anime, he had gleaned a general understanding of certain events and individuals. Now, his foremost objective was to unravel the method by which one might consume 2 devil fruits. Hence, Yi Chen set his sights on Marshal D. Teach, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, who would later become known as Blackbeard. This Blackbeard was resilient yet cunning, cruel yet avaricious. Thus, he would observe who among them would outmaneuver the other like a mantis stalking a cicada. While a hidden bird lay in wait in the small garden atop the Tower of Justice, Yi Chen reclined on a chair, gazing at the clouds drifting across the horizon, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet before this, there were numerous minor troubles to resolve. His gaze sharpened as he recalled Elvin. Whether it was Blackbeard or Elvin, both were entangled with formidable forces, and achieving his goals would not be a simple endeavor. "Major, here is the coffee you requested." A cool voice from behind disrupted Yi Chen's reverie. "Thank you," he replied, reclining in the chair with his legs crossed as Khalifa set the coffee beside him. The atmosphere fell into silence, with Khalifa waiting nearby, poised for Yi Chen's command. As for Lu Qi, he stood to Yi Chen's right, silent as a statue, so still one might mistake him for lifeless were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest. The 3 of them silently observed the sea of clouds. Lifting the coffee cup, Yi Chen took a sip and suddenly inquired, "Who do you both believe this world will belong to in the future?" Without warning, this question carried a heavy weight, stirring the icy demeanor of both Lu Qi and Khalifa. "Khalifa, what do you think?" Without turning his head, Yi Chen pressed on. "The world government," Khalifa replied, casting a fleeting glance at Yi Chen. "The world government, you say?" Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully before addressing Lu Qi. "And what about you?" A minute passed, then 2, and after 5 minutes, Lu Qi remained silent, though his brow furrowed in contemplation. Their age, they were filled with ideas, doubts, and even impulsiveness, leading Lu Qi to ponder deeply. Power. Yi Chen had initially believed Lu Qi would not respond at all. However, after a few minutes of silence, an unexpected answer emerged from Yi Chen. This time, he turned his head to face Lu Qi, an inexplicable smile gracing his lips. "Are you interested in having a spar with me?" "That would be a delight," Lu Qi replied. From their very first encounter, Yi Chen had discerned the fighting spirit in Lu Qi's eyes, though he had chosen to disregard it. Yet, Lu Qi's response greatly pleased Yi Chen, prompting him to say, "Excellent." Yi Chen rose from his seat and made his way to the center of the garden, with Lu Qi following closely behind, the 2 standing a mere 3 meters apart. Not far off, Khalifa clenched her fists, her excitement palpable, for she too was eager to witness the strength of a future candidate for admiral. Whoosh! In an instant, Lu Qi disappeared and launched an all-out assault. As they brushed past each other, Yi Chen closed his eyes, stepping to the right, causing Lu Qi's punch to miss entirely. With a sweeping motion, Lu Qi made his second attack, but Yi Chen, seemingly foreseeing the move, retreated a step in advance, resulting in another failed strike from Lu Qi. Finger gun, storm leg. Time after time, Lu Qi's assaults met with futility, his expression darkening with each failed attempt. Meanwhile, Khalifa stood nearby, mouth agape in disbelief. It was well known that Lu Qi was the strongest among them. Yet this young major was effortlessly evading all of his attacks. Bang, bang. The ground erupted as Yi Chun seized Lu Qi's hand and flung him away. After executing several backflips, Lu Qi staggered back, his chest heaving as he gazed at Yi Chun, breathless. Observation Haki. Lu Qi's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on Yi Chun. At this moment, they had not yet qualified to cultivate Haki, but they were aware of its existence. The question of why Lu Qi and the others did not utilize Haki during their battles with Luffy in the original story remained a mystery. Indeed, Yi Chun nodded. Armament Haki, may I witness it? Taking a deep breath, Lu Qi inquired why Yi Chun remained silent, merely beckoning with his finger. The ground exploded, and Lu Qi vanished from sight, reappearing an instant later with a punch aimed at Yi Chun. Standing firm, accompanied by a dull thud, Yi Chun's right hand, cloaked in darkness, seized Lu Qi's fist, while his left hand, also enveloped in armament Haki, struck Lu Qi squarely in the abdomen. Wow. Lu Qi's face contorted in pain as he spat blood, slowly cradling his stomach and retreating a few steps. Had it not been for Khalifa's timely support, he might have collapsed to the ground. After several minutes, Lu Qi finally regained his composure. Just moments ago, he had employed Iron Block, yet felt utterly ineffective, as Yi Chun's punch had penetrated through his defense. Returning to his chair, Yi Chun sipped his coffee in silence, gazing out at the town below. Could you teach me Haki? Lu Qi, now recovered, wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes ablaze with yearning as he looked at Yi Chun. Are you interested in working for me? Yi Chun responded without turning around, his words hanging heavily in the air. The atmosphere grew tense, and both Lu Qi and Khalifa's expressions tightened. What do you mean? Lu Qi questioned. You understand my meaning, but I currently have no need for you. Perhaps I will in the future, Yi Chun replied, his eyes shimmering with inscrutable emotions. Are you not afraid of my betrayal? Lu Qi's tone was icy. That depends on whether you possess the qualifications. Yi Chun stated, revealing methods for cultivating observation and armament Haki, along with some insights that I do not wish for anyone else to know this aside from the two of you. And let me caution you. My possessions are not easily obtained. Are you sure you wish to proceed? From his pocket, Yi Chun produced 2 sheets of paper, tossing them beside his coffee, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the conflicted expressions of Lu Qi and Khalifa. After a few moments of contemplation, Lu Qi seemed to come to a decision, gritting his teeth and taking one of the papers. May I ask, if I refuse, will I not be permitted to leave this place alive? Khalifa inquired, brushing her hair behind her ear as she looked at Yi Chun. I cannot say for certain. After all, there are too many unforeseen events in this world. Perhaps by tomorrow, someone will discover you lying in the streets. Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly. Khalifa bit her lip, saying nothing further as she reached for the other paper. I am aware that you have been brainwashed, but not thoroughly enough. I am in no hurry. You have plenty of time to consider your choices. That it is up to you whether to live for yourselves or for those politicians that, of course, if I require your assistance and you refuse, it would be quite unfortunate. You truly are a dangerous man, Khalifa remarked with a subtle smile. That in truth, your choice is the correct one. Otherwise, come tomorrow, there would be those finding you sprawled on the streets. Please extend my regards to Spandam. I shall not bid him farewell myself. Yi Chun prepared to depart. He suddenly discarded the heavy weights he had been carrying, causing them to crash to the ground, eliciting startled reactions from Lu Qi and Khalifa. Finally, Yi Chun waved goodbye and leapt from the Judiciary Tower, disappearing in a resounding boom beyond the horizon. As they watched Yi Chun vanish, Khalifa hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. I harbor a strong dislike for Spandam, as well as for those who dictate my actions, Lu Qi said, moving closer to the fallen weights as he addressed Khalifa, then reaching for the bracelets scattered on the ground. However, to his astonishment, a hand, then another appeared, leaving Lu Qi's face flushed with dread as waves of panic surged within him. Ultimately, he selected 4 bracelets, while Khalifa opted for a vest-like weight. These weights, now rendered ineffective for Yi Chun, marked a significant beginning for Lu Qi and Khalifa. The Grand Line was known for its erratic weather, where one moment the skies could be clear, only for a torrential downpour to follow. Yet compared to the New World, it remained relatively peaceful. In the New World, it would not be surprising to encounter hailstones the size of houses at any given moment. Having departed from Judiciary Island, Yi Chen's next destination was the medical powerhouse of the Grand Line, Drum Island. According to information from Judiciary Island, Drum Island was currently renowned, far removed from its future state where only a single doctor would remain, leading to a decline in its medical prestige. Presently, it stood as one of the sanctuaries of medicine, attracting numerous experienced practitioners. Perhaps in a few years, the king would pass away, succeeded by his son, Wapol, who had consumed the munch fruit, leading to the eventual collapse of this medical haven. Yi Chen's objective was to discover whether he could find a cure for his eyes. After all, other methods either took too long or were unattainable, leaving him with no choice but to seek his fortune on Drum Island. With a single skateboard, Yi Chen soared across the sea, moving with the grace of flight. Truth be told, this spectacle was a considerable shock to many pirates navigating the waters. For instance, directly ahead of Yi Chen, a colossal ship, which bore no resemblance to a pirate flag, was on a collision course with him. In mere minutes, they would meet. From the lookout, a pirate resembling an observer raised a telescope and inadvertently spotted Yi Chen. Initially stunned, he rubbed his eyes and gaped in disbelief. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Inform the captain. The sound of bells shattered the tranquility of the ship, and numerous trained soldiers appeared on deck. At the forefront stood a man with a beard, cloaked in a green coat, his face resembling that of a demon. Most striking was the cone-shaped head of this man, an oddity to behold. Master Greenpepper, there's a person flying atop the sea, and in 5 minutes he will collide with us. I in the lookout. The observer kept his telescope fixed on Yi Chen. What? Someone can fly over the sea. His deep voice resonated, reverberating with an air of authority that commanded submission. Are you certain he is heading our way? They're coming, he replied, and before he could finish speaking, a figure soared into the air, landing squarely on the bow of the ship. Upon landing, Yi Chen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the flag flying above the ship, noting that it was not in the shape of a skull, indicating that this was not a pirate vessel. Lowering his gaze, he observed the throng of people gathering around him, particularly the man at the forefront, who momentarily paused in surprise due to his conspicuous cone-shaped head. Kid, are you from the Navy? As Qing Jiao stepped forward, squinting his eyes, a subtle yet palpable aura of dominance began to emanate from him. The opponent had just employed the moonwalk technique, a skill that unmistakably belonged to the Navy. Are you pirates? Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Yi Chen glanced at the menacing crew, who, in every regard, resembled pirates. This is bad. Lord Dongliang, our identities have been exposed. Just as Yi Chen uttered these words, a comical character panicked on the spot. Fool! We have merely decided to become pirates. We have yet to take any action. Yet, no sooner had we contemplated our piratical aspirations than the Navy came knocking. What now? With Qing Jiao present, we shall be unharmed. We are the 8 Treasure Water Army. Upon hearing this debate, Yi Chen's expression turned frigid. A mere Navy dares to board my 8 Treasure Water Army's ship. You possess remarkable audacity. Qing Jiao spoke, an overwhelming kingly presence suddenly enveloping Yi Chen. The sensation was eerily familiar. This was the second time Yi Chen encountered the Conqueror's haki. The disdainful will compelling him to submit, enveloping his very soul that a ferocious wind whipped through, tousling Yi Chen's long hair, his entire being felt as though it bore the weight of a colossal mountain. Slowly bending him at the waist, he felt diminutive and powerless. That unyielding will crushed his self-esteem. Humiliation, absolute humiliation. He had sworn never to allow such a situation to arise again. No one could force his submission. Not a single soul. Clenching his fists, veins protruding, Yi Chen grimaced, straightening his posture. His defiance took Qing Jiao by surprise momentarily, but was swiftly replaced by rage. How dare this little brat resist him? Qing Jiao felt provoked. The Conqueror's haki surged forth, unrestrained and more violently assaulting Yi Chen's psyche. Crack. The sturdy deck began to splinter, and Yi Chen's previously upright form buckled once more. Fury and madness ignited within him. shattering the humiliation he had suffered under Raidfield's oppression. A furious and domineering will erupted from Yi Chun, soaring skyward, piercing the clouds. Boom! The entire sea darkened abruptly, shrouded in ominous clouds, as crimson lightning began to strike violently upon the surface of the water, illuminating the world in a brilliant display. The sky tore apart, akin to a black hole, flickering with lightning, and began to rotate slowly. Yi Chen's long hair danced, ripples radiating outward, as the overwhelming force of his conqueror's haki clashed against Qingjiao's. Bang! One by one, the men behind Qingjiao began to foam at the mouth and collapse to the ground. How is this possible? Qingjiao's eyes widened in disbelief, sensing the overwhelming will emanating from Yi Chun. Is this the conqueror's haki? This fellow before me possesses the same kingly potential. 8 Treasure Water Army, Qingjiao. I shall remember you. With boundless dominance, Yi Chun tilted his head back, his eyes filled with ferocity. In the next moment, accompanied by an explosion upon the sea surface, Yi Chun vanished into the horizon. On the water, Yi Chun suddenly spat blood, his right eye drenched in crimson, his head spinning, and his body weakened. Moving rapidly, Yi Chun forced himself to regain consciousness, utilizing his observation haki to survey the area. Fortunately, it wasn't long before a cluster of islands appeared before him. Growing increasingly fatigued, Yi Chun stormed into one of the smaller islands. And with a thunderous roar, an entrance emerged. He concealed the entrance, leaving only a small opening to allow for airflow, before collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his orifices as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Numbness. This chapter was poorly penned, as I lost a day's wages today, leaving me in a foul mood. Originally, the key to stimulating the conqueror's haki was not meant for Qingjiao. Yet for reasons unknown, I impulsively wrote it. Now, I am in a state of panic. Hey, put down your bricks, foul socks, inner pants, inflatable dolls, I love a stick condoms. Just lay it all down. There are matters to discuss. With your actions, you could be looking at least 3 years. 10 at most. Do not strike. Ah, what a mess. The sun and moon rise and fall like an old couple, their bones creaking, yet they chase each other. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Boom! Within the Grand Line, amidst a cluster of islands, on an inconspicuous small island, deep within the forest, a sudden roar echoed as a figure stood at the entrance of a cave, raising his hand. Blinding light shone down, and after 2 days and nights of unconsciousness, Yi Chun finally awakened. His face was haggard, smeared with dried blood. Yet at that moment, excitement radiated from him. Just then, a plump gray rabbit, stretching its long ears, bounced past Yi Chun, even pausing mid-stride to curiously stare at him from the ground. While Yi Chun also spotted the foolish rabbit, astonished that such a loud commotion had failed to scare it away. Most importantly, emboldened by some audacity, it now sat right before him, gazing at him. When did rabbits become so fearless? Narrowing his eyes, Yi Chun fixed his gaze on the creature, and as their eyes locked, his right eye widened in disbelief. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring both Yi Chun's flowing hair and the rabbit's gray fur. After a minute, 2 minutes, the rabbit could no longer contain itself, turned its ample rear toward Yi Chun, and hopped away nonchalantly. If the rabbit possessed wisdom, it would surely exclaim, "What an absolute fool!" As Yi Chun's eyes grew weary, his expression gradually darkened. Could it be that he had awakened a false conqueror's haki? Why could he not even daunt a mere rabbit? This was not how he had envisioned it. The disparity felt too vast, or perhaps this was all a dream. Furrowing his brows deeply, even as his stomach protested, Yi Chun had no interest in searching for food. He was solely preoccupied with determining whether he had truly awakened the conqueror's haki. Calm down, calm down. Think carefully about the situation at that time. Patting his head, Yi Chun took a deep breath and sat down, reflecting on the sensations he felt when awakening the conqueror's haki. As the wind rustled through the grass, Yi Chun closed his eyes. Sitting in contemplation for an hour, slowly, the aura surrounding him began to shift. A thread of dignity, dominance, and arresting will emerged. With his eyes wide open, an imposing and disdainful intent surged forth from Yi Chun's body, radiating an air of superiority. Buzz, the wind ceased, time stood still, and an invisible ripple radiated without exception. In that instant, The songs of birds and the sounds of creatures faded away if one were to ascend a height and gaze down. They would find that within a 100-meter radius of Yichun, not a single creature remained. Even if there were, they lay collapsed on the ground, rendered unconscious. Coughing, after a brief moment, Yichun suddenly pushed himself off the ground. His face pale, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The Conqueror's Haki was far from simple. It consumed an immense amount of mental energy. Yet in Yichun's eyes, a new brightness sparkled from the moment he awakened the Conqueror's Haki. He had unknowingly undergone a transformation. This change was indescribable, yet was destined to be markedly different from his past. Haha. Rising to his feet, Yichun suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. Arms wide open as if embracing the entire world, lost in ecstasy, laughing maniacally. Humiliation, madness, and malevolence. At this moment, all amalgamated within Yichun's laughter. As time ebbed and flowed, 6 months swiftly passed, in the windless zone. A forbidden domain for humanity. This was the lair of the sea's tyrants, the Sea Kings, devoid of any semblance of wind or waves. Aside from the formidable powerhouses, the rest face certain doom. One can observe that the vast ocean here resembles a stagnant pool, devoid of even a single wave, standing in stark contrast to the tumultuous tides of other maritime regions. Deep within lies a medium-sized island, where the seasons are reversed and day and night are indistinguishable. Nestled within the calms of the doldrums, a chilling chorus of beastly roars emanates from the island, reverberating through the air. Yet, within these fearsome sounds lies an undercurrent of terror. The earth trembles as countless trees topple in rows. And amidst the swirling dust, a plethora of colossal beasts, from saber-toothed tigers over 30 meters tall to ferocious crocodiles exceeding 40 meters, as well as long-extinct woolly mammoths and dinosaurs, all surge forth. A veritable stampede of overwhelming magnitude. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar pierces the sky like thunder, causing the fleeing creatures to accelerate in blind panic, as if pursued by some monstrous entity. Where do you think you are going? In a flash, an entity, diminutive and disheveled, akin to an ant, stands resolutely before the throng of beasts. The stampede of fleeing creatures halts abruptly, their limbs straining against the ground as they desperately attempt to stop. An atmosphere of unease and dread envelopes them. All the beasts, with their throats hoarse and bristling fur, fixate their gaze upon the two-legged creature before them. All of you lie down. The skies darken, and a terrifying storm descends. An overwhelming will radiating throughout the entire region. Moans of fear escape the once menacing beasts, now reduced to trembling forms, lying prostrate upon the ground. Excellent. Observing the multitude of subdued creatures, Yichun reveals a satisfied smile. Since awakening the Conqueror's Haki 6 months prior, Yichun altered his course, venturing directly into the doldrums, primarily to cultivate this newfound power. The doldrums are notoriously perilous, teeming not only with sea kings, but also with various ferocious beasts. If there exists a realm of utmost mystery in this world, the doldrums surely ranks among them. Initially, upon his arrival, Yichun's Conqueror's Haki was sporadic and difficult to control, and the creatures inhabiting this island were astonishingly formidable, possessing the ability to utilize armament Haki as well. Moreover, the climatic conditions here are abysmal, with the seasons cycling every 4 days and the day-night cycle inverted. At times, daylight stretches for an exhausting 48 hours. While nightfall barely lasts an hour, harsh winds and relentless rain are commonplace, rendering the environment exceedingly treacherous. Yet, this very place belongs to the doldrums, raising the question, from whence do these chaotic and severe weather patterns originate? Perhaps it is these extraordinary weather phenomena that contribute to the size and ferocity of the creatures dwelling here. In the beginning, Yichun endured considerable hardship. Throughout these 6 months, he has not only honed his Conqueror's Haki to a level of mastery, but has also elevated his proficiency in armament Haki, observation Haki, and his devil fruit abilities to new heights. Regrettably, the Conqueror's Haki cannot be trained. It can only be enhanced through personal experiences and trials. Among all his achievements, Yichun takes particular pride in the enhancement of his physical constitution. Initially, he faced the dual challenges of harsh weather and formidable beasts, a perilous existence indeed. Yet he persevered, and now his efforts have borne fruit. You shall be the one. Yi Chun selects a saber-toothed tiger towering over 30 meters and, in an instant, appears before it. With a single, feeble punch, he strikes its forehead before the beast can react. The ground erupts as the colossal creature collapses into a deep pit, blood oozing from its wound. Its life extinguished. All around, the remaining beasts tuck their tails in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they watch Yi Chun drag the saber-toothed tiger's tail, gradually disappearing into the depths of the forest. For the first 3 months, this land belonged to them, but the subsequent 3 months transformed into their nightmare, as many once familiar companions vanished without a trace. In the heart of the jungle lies a clearing, where flickering flames cast a dim glow, and wisps of smoke ascend into the sky. Chunks of meat, each over 10 meters in size, are being roasted, while Yi Chun occasionally turns them to prevent charring. Sitting on the ground, his long black hair drags along the dirt, and his entire being is covered in filth, his tattered clothing rendering him indistinguishable from a beggar. 6 months of living as a wild man has left him isolated from the world. Yet Yi Chun feels no loneliness, only a profound sense of fulfillment. Each increment of power gained is a gift beyond measure. Now that he has mastered the Conqueror's Haki, it is time to venture forth. Touching his left eye, Yi Chun lets out a soft sigh. The awakening of the Conqueror's Haki has prevented him from visiting Magnetic Drum Island, resulting in a 6-month delay, and he remains uncertain if he can heal his eye. Nevertheless, he harbors no regrets, for the ability to heal himself also lies within the powers of the Devil Fruit. At this moment, it is imperative to contemplate the path that lies ahead. The awakening of the Conqueror's Haki was unforeseen for Yi Chun. Thus, he must deliberate whether to remain with the Navy. Based on his understanding, the Navy operates within a rigid hierarchy that precludes the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. The rulers would never allow a possessor of such power to remain within their ranks, viewing them as a ticking time bomb. For any possessor of Conqueror's Haki cannot bow to another's will unless willingly. Recalling his last battle with the aloof Red, he distinctly sensed 2 presences of Conqueror's Haki, one belonging to Red and the other. Upon awakening, Yi Chun learned that it was Karp who had intervened at the last moment to apprehend Red. This revelation indicates that Karp is indeed a possessor of Conqueror's Haki. How could I have overlooked this? Yi Chun, tapping his head, begins to analyze Karp with all the information at his disposal. His reluctance to ascend to the rank of admiral, his freedom within the Navy to act as he pleases. These factors reveal Karp's unique position. Clearly, Karp has chosen to remain in the Navy voluntarily. Even when Sengoku became Fleet Admiral, his involvement in certain missions was likely due to his friendship with Sengoku. Furthermore, Karp spends a majority of his time pursuing Roger, disregarding other assignments, which underscores his exceptional nature. Who is Roger? He is none other than the Pirate King. To pursue Roger relentlessly is no trivial feat, and only a fellow sovereign possesses the qualifications to do so. Moreover, Karp's lineage, his son and grandson, are destined to be possessors of Conqueror's Haki. Suggests that figures such as Kong, Sengoku, Zifa, and even the 5 elders of Mary Geos are aware of Karp's abilities. Yet, why does Karp remain within the Navy, living freely and without constraints? The answers are manifold. Firstly, Karp harbors no ambitions, possessing a sense of justice that, while unbound, still exists. Secondly, he has friends like Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru, which indicates his deep regard for them. Most importantly, Karp wields unmatched power. No one dares to claim they could defeat him, and even if the world government were to attempt it, the consequences would be unfathomable. Indeed, if Karp were targeted solely for his Conqueror's Haki, Zifa, Sengoku, Tsuru, and even Kong would rise in rebellion. To that point, the very existence of the Navy would be in jeopardy. Mary Geos seeks balance. Where there is benefit, there is also detriment, and both are relative. The removal of Karp would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences, such as the Navy's collapse and rampant piracy, resulting in a loss of control over the seas. Ultimately, the world government would suffer the consequences. Thus, the individuals in Mary Geos are astute. They choose to retain Karp, not only gaining a formidable ally, but also manipulating him into service without coercion. Retaining him yields far greater benefits than eliminating him. There may be other reasons as well, yet Karp's ability to remain in the Navy, living a life of ease and freedom, speaks volumes about his capabilities. All of this hinges on one premise: Karp's choice to stay. No one could compel him otherwise. Perhaps this is also a reason why Mary Geos imposes limitations on the Navy's development. Having unraveled these thoughts, Yi Chen exhales deeply, only to furrow his brow once more. Should he leave or remain? After much contemplation, Yi Chen concluded that it would be prudent to remain in a position that maximizes benefits. At this moment, his strength was still rather insufficient, with the Navy backing him. He had access to numerous resources. However, if he were to leave the Navy and forge his own power, it would consume a considerable amount of time. This world is perilous, and given his current weaknesses, in order to survive until the end, he must practice discretion and forbearance. Otherwise, he might meet an untimely demise without even understanding how it happened. Nonetheless, forbearance does not equate to submission, as it is often those who endure until the end who emerge as victors. Yi Chen was acutely aware of this, despite his distaste for such a sentiment, that he understood that impulsiveness is a treacherous foe, and there are countless individuals capable of bringing about his demise. Above all, survival remains the utmost priority. Otherwise, everything else is but fleeting illusions. It seems he must place some of his own people in key positions. It is time to cultivate his influence, starting with appointing a naval commander. Compared to building a force from the ground up, usurping the Navy would be far more convenient. Moreover, the Navy, being just, provides a significant advantage, saving a great deal of time. With a burgeoning ambition, Yi Chen began to devise a comprehensive plan in his mind. First, he would cultivate his own people within the Navy, then seize the position of naval commander, and subsequently operate independently. If those aged relics in Mariewa dare to undermine him, they should prepare for their own downfall. In this world, only he can define justice. Clenching his fist, Yi Chen's gaze turned sharp and resolute. Yet to be on the safe side, he must conceal his conqueror's haki until he possesses sufficient strength. Otherwise, being too ostentatious could lead to a swift demise. One must consume one bite at a time. A temporary forbearance does not cost much time. Just then, not far away on a stone, a sleeping snail phone was suddenly jolted awake and began to call out. Yi Chen was taken aback. This snail had survived for 6 months, demonstrating remarkable vitality. "Hello." As he connected the call while roasting meat, he casually responded. "You little rascal are still alive? 6 whole months without a word. How many times have I called you? And yet you did not answer." A booming voice erupted from the snail, prompting Yi Chen to rub his ears. "Admiral Sengoku, I was cultivating in the calm belt. Perhaps when you attempted to contact me, I was not near the snail." His brow furrowed slightly as Yi Chen's expression turned icy, though he could not quite comprehend why. In any case, hearing Sengoku's condescending roar was quite irksome. In the past, it had been bothersome, but now it ignited an intense fury within him. Yi Chen had awakened his conqueror's haki, and unbeknownst to him, he had undergone a transformation, marking him as no longer an ordinary person. However, he swiftly suppressed the agitation within, speaking as he always had, for he had yet to earn the right to disregard Sengoku. "Why did you retreat to the calm belt, isolating yourself for 6 months?" Sengoku, on the other end, did not detect anything amiss, though his anger had notably subsided. "Your vision all right now. I am preparing to head to Drum Island." Without even glancing at the snail, Yi Chen turned the skewers on the grill with indifference. "Just in time, go to Drum Island and deal with a pirate." "A pirate?" Yi Chen's brow furrowed. Drum Kingdom is one of the world government's allied nations, and according to reports, the notorious pirate, the tyrant king Abelo Pizarro, with a bounty of 350 million, has set his sights on it. Not long ago, the king of Drum Kingdom requested assistance from the world government, which was then dispatched to the Navy, alongside Sengoku's voice. There were other sounds, indicating he was handling affairs while conversing with Yi Chen. Understood, Yi Chen did not hesitate and quickly agreed. "Remember, Sakazuki and the others have already achieved enough merit to be promoted to Rear Admiral. The next time we meet, I expect you to bring the Tyrant King." Finally, Sengoku issued a serious reminder, the underlying meaning unmistakable. "Will do." After disconnecting the call, only the crackling of the fire remained, and in the flickering light, Yi Chen revealed a smile. It seems the time for taking over the vacant position is drawing near." As Yi Chun had anticipated, the Navy's transformation was about to commence, perhaps within a few years. Sora would be elevated to the rank of Commander-in-Chief of the entire fleet. By that time, Sengoku would become the fleet admiral, and the vacant position of admiral must be filled. It was time to accumulate some achievements. Starting with the Tyrant King, Drum Kingdom, one of the world government's allied nations, is a winter island renowned for its advanced medicine, a realm of peace and prosperity. Yet this seemingly tranquil nation had caught the attention of pirates. Upon arriving in Drum Kingdom, Yi Chun was greeted by a scene of desolation and smoke, with corpses strewn across the ground. The once pristine white snow now stained crimson with blood. Buildings lay in ruins, and the ground was littered with bodies, both soldiers and civilians, including doctors. An utterly horrific sight. Snowflakes lazily drifted through the air, creating an oddly stimulating atmosphere. With a crunching sound underfoot, a figure emerged onto the street. And upon witnessing the grim tableau before him, Yi Chun's expression remained impassive as he gazed up at the snow-laden Drum Mountain, the residence of the current king. Yi Chun was quite familiar with this place, for it was the hometown of Chopper, though now, Chopper might still be in liquid form. With his long hair gathered, Yi Chun carried a small bundle on his back and slowly approached the towering pillar that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. Meanwhile, in the royal city atop Drum Mountain, King Kureha knelt before a man wielding a trio of pistols, flanked by hundreds of doctors, soldiers, and nobles, all gazing in terror at this formidable figure. Dressed in a white and deep brown fur coat, adorned with a light purple necklace, his green hair resembled wild mane cascading down his shoulders, while the sharp horns on either side of his forehead lent him a fearsome appearance. This man was none other than a notorious pirate with a bounty of 350 million. The Tyrant King Abelo Pizarro, who would later become a member of Blackbeard's crew. True to his moniker, the Tyrant King was merciless. Anyone who defied him would meet a brutal end. Countless lives had already been claimed by his hand. For reasons unknown, he had set his sights on Drum Kingdom, perhaps in pursuit of treasure or for other motives. Regardless, his arrival had plunged the entire nation into a bloodbath. Around him, many pirates brandished their weapons, aiming at the kneeling king and his entourage. Boss, this country is indeed affluent. It lives up to its reputation as a medical powerhouse. That a group of pirates emerged from the royal city, hauling away chests filled with treasure. Their gleaming contents causing all the pirates to widen their eyes in greed as they beheld the glittering gold, jewels, and diamonds. The Tyrant King laughed heartily at the sight of the treasure mound. Clearly satisfied with the haul, kill them all. It won't be long before the Navy arrives. Wait. At that moment, one of the pirates intervened. The Tyrant King's fierce gaze shot towards him, exuding a predatory aura that sent shivers down the spine of the interrupting pirate. Boss, these doctors are worth a fortune in the underworld. Together, they must be worth at least several billion berries. Upon hearing this, the Tyrant King's eyes gleamed as he regarded the quaking doctors on the ground. Take all the doctors. The rest can be executed. Yes, Captain. Immediately, pirates with a rough demeanor began to drag the doctors aside. Daddy, a cry rang out across the square as a middle-aged doctor shielded his wife and child with his body. Bang! The butt of a gun struck the doctor, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. Daddy! Daddy! With a bloodied face, the middle-aged doctor reached out, attempting to grasp his child. However, one of the pirates had already aimed his weapon at the child and pulled the trigger in an instant. Whoosh no! As everything froze in time, the middle-aged doctor, with his mouth agape, rushed recklessly towards the child. It was already too late. In a flash of lightning, a figure materialized beside the child, its pitch-black right hand effortlessly grasping the bullet. With a flick of its finger, the pirate who had just fired screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, his blood instantly staining the snow. Daddy, at that moment, the middle-aged doctor embraced his child, his heart still racing with fear. The afterimages flickered and hot blood splattered. The surrounding pirates, still oblivious to the unfolding chaos, met their gruesome fates, their bodies severed and falling lifelessly to the ground. Fire! Fire! A relentless barrage of bullets flew through the air. Yet all struck naught but empty space, proving utterly ineffective. The scene erupted into turmoil, for the speed of the assailant was akin to that of a phantom, leaving many pirates bewildered, unaware of how they had met their demise. Meanwhile, the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, seizing the moment of confusion, led his people back towards the royal city. Among them, a pirate attempted to attack, but before a shot could be fired, he let out a scream. His life extinguished quickly. Into the royal city, grateful for the assistance, the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom hastened his pace. Whoosh, two swift slashes, each spanning 10 meters, cleaved through the snow, charging towards the pirates like a force of nature, leaving behind a trail of dismembered limbs and anguished cries, seeking death. Witnessing the continuous losses of his men, the tyrannical king glared with fury. The ground erupted beneath him as he vanished from sight, delivering a punch into the void, generating a sound that shattered the air. Boom! The deafening blast ruptured eardrums, a shockwave lifting an endless cascade of snow, revealing the cracked earth beneath, resembling a spider's web of fissures. As their fists collided, the tyrant king glared fiercely at the man before him, amplifying his strength. With a roar, they created distance, the tyrant king retreating 2 steps, while Yi-Chin executed several backflips, landing gracefully on the ground. His demeanor indifferent as he shook the blood from his hands. The tremor subsided and the snow settled. Amidst the sea of corpses and pools of blood, Yi-Chin stood before the tyrant king, his gaze cold and dismissive. "Who are you, boy?" The tyrant king's face contorted with rage, exuding a murderous intent. "That I am the one sent to apprehend you. You're from a navy." The tyrant king's expression shifted, his observation hockey extending outward. Upon realizing that only Yi-Chin stood before him, a cold smirk emerged. "Just you? Is the Navy sending you to your death?" From any perspective, Yi-Chin appeared unthreatening. Not only was the tyrant king 2 heads taller, but Yi-Chin was also significantly younger. Unfazed by the tyrant king's contempt, Yi-Chin merely cleared his ears. "A mere Navy officer dares to challenge me. Abelo Pizarro. It seems my recent lack of trouble with the Navy has led many to misunderstand my power." Raising his 3-barreled pistol, the tyrant king aimed at Yi-Chin, proclaiming, "In that case, I shall kill you first, and then entertain myself with the Navy." Whoosh, bang, bang, sparks flew as gunfire erupted, the sound tearing through the night like lightning. Bullets ricocheting off the walls, leaving behind a multitude of holes. Yet Yi-Chin's figure had long since vanished. The ground exploded as Yi-Chin reappeared before the tyrant king, leaping high, his knee aimed squarely at the tyrant king's chin. The air swirled with immense force as their powers collided. Yi-Chin furrowed his brow, observing the tyrant king's right hand, dark as night, akin to a fan, blocking his strike, with his head thrown back due to the overwhelming force. The tyrant king staggered back a step, his right foot sinking into the ground, while his other hand unleashed a torrent of flames from the 3-barreled pistol, directed right at Yi-Chin, with his armed defense enveloping his chest. Yi-Chin let out a muffled grunt, swiftly vanishing into the distance. His expression darkening. Tat, 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 a barrage of bullets began to rain down on Yi-Chin, kicking up clouds of dust. In an instant, Yi-Chin reappeared above the tyrant king, flipping mid-air, his right foot fully armed, slamming down with tremendous force. The explosive impact fractured the ground, sending cracks spiraling outward. The tyrant king raised his right hand to shield his head, but the overwhelming force drove his knee hard into the ground. Seeing himself kneeling on one knee, the tyrant king's visage twisted into a snarl. The gunfire forced Yi-Chin back once more. And as the tyrant king rose, his gaze fixed intently on Yi-Chin, he discarded the 3-barreled pistol. An aura of oppressive power began to emanate from the tyrant king. "Navy boy, you shall meet a gruesome end." As his pupils constricted, within the perception of colors and sounds, Yi-Chin sensed but a fleeting shadow. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past his ears, prompting him to instinctively crouch down. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the very air had been siphoned away, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Everything behind Yi-Chin vanished in an instant, as if the world had been turned upside down, with his hands pressed against the ground. Yi-Chin pivoted, launching himself skyward with immense force, aiming a powerful strike at the chin of the malevolent monarch. Employing the same tactic once more, the malevolent monarch's right hand curved ominously, shrouded in darkness, as he forcefully descended upon Yi-Chin's feet. Simultaneously, His left fist, clenched tightly, struck towards Yi Chen's abdomen. Two resounding thuds echoed, accompanied by the spray of blood, as the malevolent monarch's massive form was sent soaring into the air, blood spewing from his mouth, before crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Chen shielded his abdomen with his hands, enduring the malevolent monarch's blow, and was propelled backward like a streak of light, piercing through several structures before collapsing amidst the ruins. Disentangling himself from the debris, Yi Chen rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and cast a grim gaze at the malevolent monarch, who lay not far away, head tilted back and mouth stained with blood. Coughing, a bloodied tooth appeared in the palm of the malevolent monarch's hand, his countenance resembling that of a vengeful specter. Their eyes locked, and in the blink of an eye, both charged at each other, almost like cannonballs colliding. The violent impact upheaved the ground, causing the surroundings to collapse with a thunderous roar. Two fists, one large and one small, collided repeatedly, each strike resonating with a deafening sound. With an elbow thrust downwards, the malevolent monarch bellowed in fury, his left fist clenched tightly, veins bulging, as he relentlessly hammered towards Yi Chen. His feet sank deeply into the earth. The malevolent monarch slid to the side. Yet at that moment, Yi Chen leapt high into the air, his right arm swelling with power, veins pulsating like a mighty mountain, crashing down upon the malevolent monarch. Gritting his teeth, the malevolent monarch wore a sinister expression, refusing to yield, steadfastly bracing against the onslaught. In an instant, the violent force erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Struck with tremendous force, the malevolent monarch lost his balance, hurtling through the air and plummeting down the magnetic drum mountain. Yi Chen followed closely, leaving behind two deep footprints. A colossal storm swirled around the towering magnetic drum mountain, standing at a perilous height of 5,000 meters. As he descended, Yi Chen plummeted rapidly, his feet swiftly executing two slicing kicks that tore through the air, aiming to cleave the malevolent monarch below. In a rapid descent, the malevolent monarch looked up to see Yi Chen closing in, his eyes aflame with fury, his right fist enveloped in a crimson aura, emanating smoke as he unleashed two powerful punches. The gusts of air exploded violently. The two kicks had not even approached the malevolent monarch before detonating. Amidst the billowing smoke, Yi Chen suddenly appeared, launching a kick towards the malevolent monarch. That moment, a surge of force erupted beneath the malevolent monarch's feet, causing him to descend rather than ascend, appearing directly before Yi Chen with a wicked grin. His expression shifting dramatically, Yi Chen had presumed the adversary would not linger in midair, but now realized his miscalculation. PFF, with a distorted face, Yi Chen bent forward, blood spilling from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, the malevolent monarch grasped Yi Chen's face, forcefully pressing it against the magnetic drum mountain, accompanied by the sound of tumbling rocks as they rapidly descended. His back ablaze with pain, the friction from the rapid descent left Yi Chen bloodied. Gritting his teeth, he fought to stabilize himself, delivering a punch to the malevolent monarch's abdomen. Yet the latter's armored chest absorbed the blow. Unyielding, thud, thud. The scent of blood invigorated both combatants. Regardless of the assaults endured, the malevolent monarch refused to relinquish his grip, mercilessly pinning Yi Chen against the magnetic drum mountain. Under the relentless pressure of the malevolent monarch, Yi Chen's expression hardened, disregarding the agony in his back, abandoning all defense to strike back. Cloaked in an aura of power, Yi Chen's fists rained down upon the malevolent monarch's side, while the latter's other hand attempted to resist, only to be brushed aside by Yi Chen, who delivered a heavy kick in retaliation. With each punch and kick, the malevolent monarch's visage contorted in pain. Crack. Accompanied by a pained groan, the malevolent monarch realized his ribs had shattered. But at that moment, both warriors' expressions shifted dramatically, for the ground was perilously close. At this rate of descent, without any form of defense, they would both meet their demise. Falling from a height of 5,000 meters was no trivial matter. Clearly, neither would choose mutual destruction for the sake of the other. Almost simultaneously, the malevolent monarch struck Yi Chen with a punch, while Yi Chen retaliated in kind, both fighters withdrawing their distance. Yet, the instant the malevolent monarch distanced himself from Yi Chen, a look of horror crossed Yi Chen's face, while the malevolent monarch was inexplicably engulfed in a chill. Boom! A terrifying explosion unleashed unparalleled devastation, rending the storm that encircled Magnetic Drum Mountain, creating a gaping fissure, as the ground trembled as if struck by a meteor, causing mountains to crumble. Tomorrow marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, and to the readers on Qidian and QQ Reading, whether old or new, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. The farmer possesses little prowess and offers no grand rewards. Thus, on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I shall remain at home, dedicating the entire day to writing, ensuring a minimum of 5 chapters to repay your steadfast loyalty. I shall refrain from further words, wishing you all a joyful Mid-Autumn Festival, not seeking immense wealth, but rather wishing you and your families a lifetime of peace and happiness, free from calamity. The chaos continued unabated. Smoke and flames reaching skyward, as the ground was blanketed in flying debris, revealing a vast and desolate pit, with whirlwinds sweeping through. Amidst the disarray, a blood-soaked hand clung desperately to the edge, slowly pulling itself up. Wounded and battered, the malevolent monarch lay on the ground, lifting his head, his hair disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, revealing legs marred by shattered bones, pale flesh oozing blood, rendering him nearly immobile. Damn it! With a face twisted in agony, the malevolent monarch gazed at his almost fleshless thigh, drenched in sweat, on the verge of fainting from the pain. Moments ago, he had been oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The naval lad had detonated as if a bomb. Yet, he had survived, while his opponent lay in ruins. Ha ha ha. The malevolent monarch laughed, but before long he was struck by an overwhelming sense of dread, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he beheld a figure emerging from the smoke in the distance. No, it couldn't be. Bloodied and disbelieving, the malevolent monarch struggled to accept the sight before him until Yi Chun stood directly in front of him. Drip, drip, drops of blood fell from Yi Chun's lips. Landing before the malevolent monarch, in that moment, Yi Chun appeared a shadow of himself, his back a haze of wounds, his face devoid of color, his breath barely a whisper. Clearly, this battle had taken a significant toll on him. How could you still be alive? I witnessed your explosion. The malevolent monarch, sprawled on the ground, strained to lift his head, bellowing in rage. Are you unaware of the existence of a power known as the devil fruit in this world? Bent down, Yi Chun seized the malevolent monarch by the last remaining horn, dragging him like a lifeless dog towards Magnetic Drum Mountain. You bastard! The malevolent monarch howled in agony as he was pulled along, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, fragments of flesh visible along the path. Simultaneously, atop Magnetic Drum Mountain, as Yi Chun vanquished the majority of the pirates, the remaining warriors of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, under their king's leadership, united to eliminate or capture the few remaining foes. When Yi Chun, bloodied and dragging the nearly unconscious malevolent monarch, approached them, all present gazed at him with reverence and gratitude. Seated atop a pile of stones, with the battered malevolent monarch sprawled at his feet, Yi Chun looked up at the gathering of the Magnetic Drum King and others, about to speak when he could no longer suppress a cough. Spitting blood, quickly attend to this gentleman's wounds. The Magnetic Drum King beckoned the physicians to treat Yi Chun's injuries on the spot. When Yi Chun's back was exposed, gasps of shock resonated among the onlookers, especially the children, who were hastily shielded by their parents. Yi Chun's back was a tapestry of wounds, with torn flesh hanging and deep gashes revealing bone beneath. A multitude of people busied themselves behind Yi Chun, while he, unfazed, regarded the Magnetic Drum King and said, "There are still some pirates at the coast, but I have dealt with them before my arrival. Send troops to clean up. Additionally, bind this fellow. I need to take him with me." Indeed, King of Drum Kingdom nodded, waving his hand, signaling someone to leave. "May I inquire if you are from the Navy?" After giving his orders, the king looked gratefully at Yi Chun. "Yes, I am a rear admiral of the headquarters." Yi Chun suddenly furrowed his brow and let out a low grunt, causing the doctor behind him who was tending to his wounds to halt abruptly. "You may continue." Turning around, Yi Chun, pale-faced, addressed the anxious doctors. "Please carry on." For some unknown reason, there were tears glistening in the eyes of everyone present. Among them, several children gazed up at Yi Chun with adoration. All right. Before long, Yi Chun was wrapped in bandages, attended to by a man and a woman, none other than Dr. Hilialik and Dr. Kareha, who later adopted Chopper. However, they appeared much younger at this time. "Rear Admiral, you need a rest now. Otherwise, your injuries will worsen." Dr. Kareha approached Yi Chun with a serious expression that I apologize for the trouble. Yi Chun did not pretend to be brave. He was well aware of his own physical condition. "Quickly assist the Rear Admiral to the palace." "No need. I can walk by myself." Thus, Yi Chun recuperated in the Drum Kingdom, with Dr. Hilialik and Dr. Kareha as his primary physicians, for an entire week. During this time, Yi Chun enjoyed a treatment akin to that of royalty. Now, every citizen of the nation held Yi Chun in high regard. On one particular day at the coast of Drum, throngs of people gathered as King of Drum, along with numerous doctors and commoners, waved towards the sea, dragging the tyrannical king, securely bound with iron chains. Yi Chun leaped onto a plank, which then erupted with a bang, shooting forth like an arrow released from a bow. The still recovering tyrant, having been thoroughly beaten by Yi Chun before departure, lay on the plank like a dying dog, barely clinging to life. Oh no, I forgot to ask the Rear Admiral's name. The King of Drum slapped his forehead. Throughout the week, he had sent numerous gifts to Yi Chun, all of which had been declined, as Yi Chun harbored no interest in treasures. "Rear Admiral, please tell us your name. The Kingdom of Drum shall forever be your ally," the king shouted, watching the figure grow increasingly distant. The biting cold wind carried a muffled response that reached everyone's ears. "Did you hear that clearly?" King of Drum frowned, glancing at the officials beside him. "Your Majesty, no, but we can inquire with the Navy." One minister shook his head. "Very well, and let's also remind the Navy that this Rear Admiral is a friend of our kingdom." "Understood." It was a pity that we could not restore the Rear Admiral's eyesight. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, this remark from the King of Drum would make his future endeavors with the Navy much smoother. On the tumultuous sea, Yi Chun glanced at the permanent compass gifted by the Kingdom of Drum, shifted his direction, and sped onward towards Marineford. In the realm of natural powers, there exists a peculiar phenomenon. When a user elementalizes and subsequently reconstitutes their body, their clothing remains intact, as if the garments underwent elementalization alongside the user. Yi Chun's explosion commenced with his entire body. Whenever he desired, upon reconstituting, everything remained unscathed, unless he encountered an attack. This left Yi Chun puzzled for a few moments. But he soon dismissed the thought. After all, this world was inherently unconventional, and Yi Chun speculated that this might be one of the advantages of natural powers. If every instance of elementalization resulted in the loss of one's clothing, how embarrassing would that be? Physics, laws, worldviews, reality, order, everything here was vastly different. Any semblance of logic was futile in this world. One could say this world was wondrous and beautiful, yet it was also shrouded in darkness. Cruelty and sickness. 2 days later, at Marineford, the tumultuous sea parted, revealing a massive deck nearly 10 meters long, speeding forward. The station navy at the port rubbed their eyes and stood at attention, saluting. "Rear Admiral." "Yes, have these criminals detained." Yi Chun calmly nodded, gesturing towards the 7 or 8 individuals on the deck, all of whom appeared battered and bruised. Judging by their condition, they had endured a brutal beating. Among them was the tyrannical king, alongside several pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. That these were the individuals Yi Chun had dealt with during his return to Marineford. Otherwise, he would have arrived much earlier. His previous conversation with Sengoku had made it abundantly clear he needed to demonstrate results. For how else could he advance in rank? These pirates were stepping stones for Yi Chun. Understood. Several Navy members gulped at the sight of the pirates sprawled on the deck. After that, Yi Chun flew towards his villa, eager to take a shower and get some rest. This was the tyrannical King Abelo Pizarro, with a bounty of 350 million, along with the Dark Assassin with a bounty of 230 million, and another with a bounty of 197 million. All were notorious pirates. Many Navy personnel gasped in shock. If it had been any other Rear Admiral, capturing them would have been impossible, as such high-ranking criminals could only be handled by Navy Vice Admirals. Yet the Rear Admiral, go inform the higher-ups. These nefarious pirates are destined for eternal imprisonment and impelled down. Yes, before long, news of Yi Chun's return reached Akainu and others. The office was bustling with personnel. Akinu, Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, Fu, and even the likes of Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kuzan were present, making the previously spacious conference room feel cramped. Please summon Rear Admiral Yichun. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Akainu turned to the officers below, continuing to discuss prior matters. It was evident that Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan had already donned the insignia and coats of vice admirals, indicating that they had recently been promoted within the headquarters. Their experiences over the past few years had evidently strengthened their presence and composure. Shortly after, as the door creaked open, Yichun entered. Upon noticing the tense atmosphere in the conference room, he paused slightly, surprised by the number of attendees, sensing that something significant had transpired. "Welcome!" Akainu greeted Yichun, and all eyes turned to him, with Zephyr and others offering him smiles. Yichun nodded and casually selected a seat at the end of the table, startling the Navy member beside him. "Rear Admiral, where is your designated seat?" cautiously pointed out the officer, gesturing towards the spot next to Kazan. "I'm merely a Rear Admiral. Please continue your discussions." After uttering this, Yichun fell silent, signaling for everyone to proceed with their deliberations. His demeanor brought comfort to everyone present. "Let us continue the meeting. Since the imprisonment of the solitary Red, the New World has become increasingly turbulent. Recently, we received news that the Flying Sky Pirates are rallying other pirate crews for a meeting with the Roger Pirates in the waters of Edver. Should both sides unite, it would pose a tremendous threat to our Navy." The atmosphere grew heavy as Akainu spoke in a grave tone. This moment, a Navy officer handed a document to Yichun. Yichun read through the material. He listened attentively, remaining silent. "We must closely monitor this situation. If the two factions join forces, the consequences would be dire." Sengoku interjected immediately. "If Roger and the Golden Lion truly ally, our Navy will be rendered powerless. We must approach this matter with utmost seriousness. If there exists even a 1 in a million chance, we cannot allow it to materialize. Carp, Sengoku, you two shall head to the New World and act accordingly. Although the chances of a union between the two parties are exceedingly slim, we must not let our guard down." After much deliberation, Kong has ultimately decided to deploy two of the Navy's most elite forces all at once. "Zephyr, your task is to keep a close watch on the Whitebeard pirates. The actions of the two emperors have already exceeded our expectations. Should the three converge, whether for good or ill, it poses a grave threat of annihilation to our Navy, and we cannot afford to take such risks. A triad of powers creates the greatest balance. Only when two factions come together is conflict likely to arise. As long as the Roger Pirates and the Sky Pirates clash, it would be most advantageous for the Navy." A gleam sparkled in Tsuru's eyes. This situation harbors both benefits and drawbacks, entirely contingent upon the intervention of the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, Zephyr, lead the two Demon Slayer warships, ensuring that Whitebeard cannot meddle in the waters of Edver. Moreover, if Whitebeard remains inactive, do not instigate conflict. The decision lies with you. The two Demon Slayer warships are amongst the top 10 colossal battleships. Their bombardment alone is capable of effortlessly obliterating small islands, equipped as they are with elite naval forces. Furthermore, with Zephyr at the helm, one would expect caution. However, Kong has cautioned Zephyr not to act impulsively, merely to remain vigilant. For both Kong and Zephyr know too well the terrifying prowess of Whitebeard. Were it not for his lack of grand ambition, perhaps Roger would not have risen to prominence. Each individual's dreams differ, and consequently, their pursuits diverge. Ultimately, the meeting lasted nearly an hour. The Navy, on high alert, was taut with tension. "You four little rascals, wait a moment." Yichun prepared to depart. Kong called him back, along with Akainu and the others. First, Kong turned his gaze towards Yichun. "You have performed commendably this time, and with the presence of the Tyrant King and other pirates, you could have attained the rank of Rear Admiral. However, given the urgency of the situation, it may need to be postponed. And no worries." Yichun replied nonchalantly, not particularly concerned. After all, even as a Commodore, his status was nearly equivalent to that of a Rear Admiral, the only difference being a title. "Is your eye healed?" Zephyr inquired from the side. Yichun merely shook his head, indicating that ordinary medical practices were insufficient and only a devil fruit could restore him. Saru then spoke up. I'm not overly concerned. A solution will present itself in time. With a smile, Yi Chun shrugged. Huh, you lads suit my tastes. That man hardly bears any scars, Karp exclaimed, munching on donuts with a crunch. Old man, silence. Saru rolled her eyes, questioning whether he was even speaking sensibly. This time, you four little rascals shall accompany us. Kong, in a moment of contemplation, made his decision. Yes, without delay, let us proceed. Exercise utmost caution that a day later, in the New World, the chaotic waters of Edver. Thunder roared, casting the world into darkness. As endless torrents upended the very sky, shaking the earth beneath. At a height of 1,000 meters, the pitch-black thunderclouds parted, revealing colossal islands that appeared to descend from the heavens, crashing into the sea. Surrounded by terrifying waves that surged forth, the entire space crackling like thunder, a visual upheaval. It was nothing short of miraculous. Torrential rains fell as massive pirate fleets dominated the waters, stirring endless waves. Thousands of gargantuan ships were brimming with pirates, and upon closer inspection, each helm was manned by the fiercest of warriors, each boasting bounties in the hundreds of millions. The ocean parted, fierce winds howled, and under the relentless thunder, a pirate fleet rose and fell upon the waves, with each individual aboard capable of upending the seas. Ha! Roger, the aura of kingship commanded respect, as a man of overwhelming presence descended from the skies. Towering over all, Shiki, ascending into the air, another voice, equally commanding and awe-inspiring, resonated through the tumult. The two forces collided with a thunderous clash. The world fell silent as a dark red lightning bolt illuminated the somber realm. The horizon shattered, revealing a rift in the sky. Looking up, the firmament had been torn asunder. Mountains were uprooted, and immense radiation spread for miles, akin to towering peaks pressing down upon the ocean point two indomitable wills. Gazing down upon all, recklessly stirred the calamities of nature, as if the very center of the world revolved around them. A colossal storm descended, obscuring the skies. Thousands of meters away, naval ships, proudly flying the flag of justice, advanced steadily. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and amidst the thunder, a tempest raged, unrelenting and overwhelming will bore down heavily upon all present. Roger and Shiki had already clashed on the lead ship. Sengoku donned the Navy's coat, sensing the earth-shaking tumult and those two familiar presences. His expression grave. Even from such a distance from Edver, the might of Roger and Shiki was palpable. In contrast to Sengoku's solemnity, Karp laughed heartily. Standing aside, Yi Chun gazed at the tumultuous heavens, where dark red lightning fell, and clenched his fists. The sheer force of will was capable of inducing catastrophic weather changes that radiated for miles. This was the essence of the highest tier of strength. He was still far from their level. Damn Roger and the Golden Lion. I will see them imprisoned with my own hands. Akainu beside, Yi Chun wore a grim expression, his teeth gritted, even though he knew he was no match for them. He firmly believed that one day he would bring these nefarious individuals to justice. The presence of Yi Chun and Akainu here signified that Borsalino and Kuzan were accompanying Zephyr to thwart the Whitebeard pirates. Truth be told, Yi Chun held a deep admiration for Akainu, for in the Navy, none possessed a sense of justice as unwavering as his. One could say that Akainu was the true embodiment of the Navy. Back when he watched the anime, Yi Chun found Akainu utterly detestable. However, upon entering this world and witnessing its distortions and maladies, he grew to genuinely respect Akainu. Borsalino, smooth and self-preserving. Kazan, lazy and only concerned with immediate justice. Yet Akainu, the most genuine, though often extreme, stood out in this twisted world. Among the ranks of the Navy, Yi Chun held Karp in the lowest regard. Indeed, aside from his strength, Karp repulsed Yi Chun more than anyone else. While he knew he lacked the standing to judge, this was firmly rooted in Yi Chun's convictions. As a user of Conqueror Haki, he remained within the Navy for reasons unknown. However, the justice he executed seemed to hinge on his whims, entirely dictated by personal preference. Furthermore, as Karp's friend and relative, one might consider it unfortunate. As a friend, when Zephyr fell, could Karp not have used his strength and status to intervene? Yet he chose to stand by. For the sake of so-called justice and the stability of the Navy, turning a blind eye. Perhaps he felt guilt, but it could not be denied that it was unfortunate for Zephyr, an SA relative. His son neglected and failed to fulfill the duties of a father, and his grandson, even more pitifully, perhaps once supported him from the shadows, resolving various issues, yet this could not absolve his negligence as a grandfather. He even went so far as to raise the child of an adversary, wholly unaware. When Roger ushered in the era of piracy, how many lives were lost, how many families shattered due to this calamity? The tragedies of humanity are no less than this T.O. Ray's one claiming it to be affection, treating Ace as his own grandson. Yet during the Summit War, he again chose to turn a blind eye, watching helplessly as his grandson perished before him. There may be countless reasons, but they do not alter the fact that Carp sacrificed his own kin for the sake of his so-called justice. It may appear noble, a lofty act of sacrificing family for the greater good, yet how can one protect others when they cannot even safeguard their own family? If given a choice, Yi-Chen firmly believes that no one would willingly choose to enact such a grandiose, self-sacrificing justice. Humans are inherently selfish. Fairness is but a farce. Justice, what does it mean in this world? Justice is merely defined by the strength of one's fists, and how much darkness does the world government harbor? Carp surely knows, yet he willingly submits to their whims. Every individual perceives issues through a distinct lens, and none can pass judgment upon another, including Yi-Chen himself. Moreover, at this juncture, Yi-Chen lacks even the qualifications to do so. Yet his senses remain unaltered. In this world, every soul bears guilt, differentiated only by its magnitude. If one were to declare the most heinous among us, it would undoubtedly be Roger. It appears that Roger has ushered in an era. Yet he remains oblivious to the countless corpses buried and the rivers of blood shed as a result, along with the innumerable families torn asunder, so many that they defy enumeration, in his youth. While indulging in anime, Yi-Chen was captivated by the heroic narratives, yet now he can only smirk coldly in this world, where humanity devours humanity. Everything is askew. Every individual is culpable, and Yi-Chen himself is no exception, a villain of the highest order. This realm knows no right or wrong, for it is inherently distorted, and no individual possesses the right to denounce another's morality, as those who do are often wielders of brute force. And behind these formidable figures lie mountains of bones that Yi-Chen has long comprehended the nature of this world. Thus, he is acutely aware of his desires. Power. Only through the acquisition of power can he claim anything else. To put it plainly, one must prioritize oneself, lest they face annihilation. Therefore, no one dares to claim they are benevolent or just. The capacity for thought signifies the presence of emotion, and emotion breeds self-interest. This is the essence of sentient beings, of humanity, of reality. In the vast, boundless expanse of the New World, nearing the Edward Sea, two formidable forces stand opposed, causing the atmosphere to grow as weighty as a mountain. At the crucial juncture leading to the Edward Sea, colossal naval vessels are lined up, forming a barrier across the ocean's surface. Kulalala, suppressing the sea, a massive ship resembling the head of a whale. Commanded by a man of overwhelming presence, wields a juvenile blade, exuding an aura of dominance that seems to eclipse the world itself. Zifa, long time no see, with a giant frame and flowing golden locks. The most striking feature of this man is his crescent-shaped beard. This man is Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Regardless of the present or future, he remains a legend, the mightiest of legends. Opposite him stands Zifa, leading a fleet with the aim of preventing Whitebeard from meddling in the affairs of the Edward Sea. Newgate, this is not your territory. With a resolute expression, Zifa, clad in a navy coat, stands at the bow, locking eyes with Whitebeard. Kulala, you Navy folks are truly paranoid. Whitebeard chuckles heartily, grabbing a large jug of liquor and taking hearty swigs, relishing the sensation. There's no choice, you monstrous figure. We must remain vigilant, Zifa replies, narrowing his eyes. The two are well acquainted with each other's abilities, having clashed countless times before. Kulalala, you're still in sync with Sengoku, if it were that rascal Carp. He'd undoubtedly charge in without a second thought. Zifa refrains from responding, merely twitching his mouth. It is crucial to note that Whitebeard is at the peak of his power in a one-on-one confrontation. No one can claim victory. Not Carp, not Roger, not the Golden Lion, not Sengoku, and not even Zifa himself, for he is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. So, are you here to stop me? After a few more gulps of liquor, Whitebeard's tone suddenly grows serious. You will not pass here without a fight. Zifa's response is clear to Whitebeard. Kulala, you black-armed Zifa are not to be underestimated. Given this, it seems I shall not witness the battle between Roger and Shiki. Such a pity. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard pretends to lament, driving his juvenile blade forcefully into the deck, which stands upright. The brilliant white aura envelopes his hands as he crouches slightly. The veins in his arms bulge, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. Opposite him, Zifa is taut with tension, sensing impending danger. Zifa, I have no interest in battling you. However, I wish to send a gift to Roger and the Golden Lion. Naturally, I hope you won't resist. With a wide grin, Whitebeard's hands, imbued with immense strength, crash down upon the atmosphere. Crack, crack. Entire sections shatter like glass, fissures spreading as the sky dims abruptly. The sea beneath stills, not a ripple to be seen. Retracting his hands, the air before Whitebeard is riddled with countless cracks, extending for hundreds of thousands of meters. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere begins to heal with no adverse effects. However, Zifa's expression darkens as he swiftly turns and bellows for all naval vessels to disperse and retreat. Having completed this, Whitebeard erupts in laughter, calling out, "Children, let's return and feast." "Yes, old man, Newgate, you scoundrel." On the retreating vessels, Zifa curses vehemently. Kulala, until we meet again, Zifa. The whale-like ship glides away, accompanied by the imposing silhouette of Whitebeard, gradually disappearing below the horizon. Admiral Zifa, this is the only route to the Edward Sea. Why are we retreating? What if Whitebeard returns? Leave immediately. That is an order. Half an hour later, the entire sea begins to tremble as chasms open, splitting the ocean, and the earth quakes violently to the edge of the heavens. Clouds gather ominously, with monstrous waves rising hundreds of thousands of meters high, blocking out the sunlight, resembling a colossal beast from antiquity, opening its gaping maw. Natural disasters and calamities surge forth at this moment. Simultaneously, in the Edward Sea, thunder rumbles as the very sky collapses. Join me, Roger. Together, we shall overthrow the world and establish a new order. In midair, the Golden Lion gazes down upon Roger, extending an olive branch. Shiki, I have no interest in ruling. I possess my own dreams, thus I must decline. A formidable aura, rivaling that of the Golden Lion, ascends as Roger draws his sword, resolutely refusing. Roger, you leave me no choice but to slay you here. You may attempt it. Crack. The winds shift, and endless crimson lightning engulfs the sky as two towering figures materialize in midair. Polarizing the world around them, a circular shock wave emanates from the two, upheaving the surroundings, unleashing an endless torrent of energy. Mountains are moved, seas are filled, as the air wails, and the atmosphere is rent asunder. Chaos engulfing all. Roger, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Shiki, your ambition is doomed to fail. The battle is on the verge of erupting. Yet at this moment, the world moans, the once flickering sky completely losing its light. A chilling sense of impending doom washes over them as they turn to behold the monstrous waves surging towards the horizon, their expressions faltering as they draw in sharp breaths, as far as the eye can see. The tempestuous winds approach, and they retreat swiftly to their vessels, shouting in a frenzy. Retreat, retreat. The sea surface fractures, and before the colossal waves even draw near, countless massive ships begin to splinter beneath the tempest. Everyone stares in terror at the encroaching shadow, faces filled with despair. The calamity of nature, an utterly hopeless disaster, feels as though the sky itself is collapsing, bearing down with unparalleled force, hundreds of thousands of meters away. Sengoku and others approaching the scene are abruptly interrupted by a frantic call from the Den Mushi. Sengoku, Carp, flee now. That rascal Newgate has triggered a tsunami. Zeph's furious voice echoes through the device. Instantly, the expressions of Carp and Sengoku darken. Retreat, retreat. Sengoku shifts, issuing orders to the entire fleet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Indeed, shortly after the ships turn around, the entire sea begins to shake, fissures appearing on the surface, stirring a terrifying storm. At the edge of the heavens, silence reigns. As a shadow rises abruptly from the ocean, growing taller and longer until it reaches the sky. Quick, lower the sails. Use this hurricane to retreat. Gazing at the impending catastrophe, Sengoku curses vehemently, directing all Navy personnel to retreat in haste. With both hands gripping the ship's railing tightly, Yichin stares at the vast horizon.